Jing Yuran, the head of the sweet literature department in the Quick-Ware Bureau, is well regarded for his amiable temperament, though none realize he is indifferent to everything. Conversely, Leng Jue, the head of the tragic literature department, is similarly perceived as good-natured, yet he conceals a mask of gentleness beneath his demeanor. An unexpected attack results in a system error, binding Jing Yuran and Leng Jue to the same system. Chapter 1. The affectionate male second lead diverts from the plot. 1. In a lavish presidential suite, two men of similar complexion and defined features find themselves in a standoff on the plush king-size bed. The man beneath, pressed against the bedding, turns his head to reveal delicate features and pale skin tinged with a hint of pink, his peach blossom eyes reflecting reluctance. "Get off me," he demands. However, the man above, inebriated and under the influence of medication, is lost in a haze of instinct and desire. All he knows is an overwhelming heat that demands relief. "Be quiet," the man growls, his voice low and raspy, clearly having reached his limit. Ignoring the protests, he proceeds with intent. Jing Yuran, having undertaken countless missions, finds this encounter to be both exhilarating and infuriating. Despite his indifference, he cannot remain unaffected. Yet, all resistance proves futile. The other's strength is too great for him to escape. Cursing inwardly, Jing Yuran resolves to relax, lest he endure further discomfort. Sensing his capitulation, the man above softens his approach, though it remains far from gentle. In the early hours of the morning, Jing Yuran gazes contemplatively at the man beside him, now asleep. The man's features are chiseled, with deep-set eyes, a prominent nose, and thin lips that retain an inscrutable chill even in slumber. He is undeniably handsome, a character of significance. Suppressing the ache coursing through his body, Jing Yuran rises to cleanse himself. As he tidies up, he accesses the system to review the world's plot and the memories of his body he now inhabits. Before proceeding, he checks the system's security center, noting a vulnerability that causes him to frown. As he clicks a button, the system jolts violently, accompanied by a deafening roar. Could the system be under attack? He ponders, abruptly halting as realization dawns. This is Leng Jue. Astonished, Jing Yuran comes to the startling revelation that not only is his system bound to him, but also to Leng Jue, the head of the tragic literature department. How could this be possible? Systems are designed to bind to a single individual, a rule set by the supreme deity. Considering the inexplicable tremors, he surmises that an attack may have led to a breach, allowing Leng Jue's binding. Opening the task world interface, he discovers Leng Jue's identity information displayed, albeit limited to that alone. Such a significant disturbance indicates a substantial assault. These systems are creations of the supreme deity, who must be aware and likely addressing the situation. Worry gnaws at him, leaving him uncertain whether he will complete his tasks and return, or if the deity has rectified the breach. However, dwelling on such matters is futile. He must focus on the tasks at hand. In this world, the male protagonist is Su Yu, the second son of a prestigious family, while the female lead is Lu Yin, a junior from Su Yu's university. The first half of the narrative chronicles their romance, while the latter half depicts the obstacles posed by Su Yu's parents, who disdain Lu Yan's humble background. This provides an opportunity for the illegitimate son, Su Cheng, who exploits Lu Yan to sabotage a significant government project, resulting in Su Yu's demotion. Simultaneously, he orchestrates the wrongful imprisonment of Su Yang, Su Yu's elder brother, on charges of assault, ultimately coercing the board to seize control of the Su family. Enterprise. Amidst this turmoil, a deeply affectionate male second lead, Lu Yizhou, harbors feelings for Lu Yan. After being drugged at a banquet, he inadvertently engages with Su Cheng, leading to his disdain for Su Cheng. Upon learning of Lu Yan's humiliation while pleading for Su Yang, Lu Yizhou resolves to assist Su Yu in reclaiming his position. They successfully gather evidence against Su Cheng, ultimately leading to his imprisonment. Lu Yan's unwavering loyalty to Su Yu eventually sways his parents, permitting their union. Jing Yuran's current persona is that of Su Cheng, while Leng Jue embodies Lu Yizhou, the affectionate male second lead. Without needing to look, he understands that the plot has now unfolded into Lu Yizhou being manipulated and drugged. Culminating in his encounter with Su Cheng, this is the root of Liu Yizhou's aversion towards Su Cheng, as the protagonists are entrenched in their relationship. They face relentless opposition from Su Yu's parents. Jing Yuran shuts down the system, inhaling deeply, his emotions a tumultuous mix. If only the individuals outside were merely inhabitants of this world, it would be bearable. After all, before the world reaches completion, they lack true souls. Yet, the man involved is Leng Jue, a fellow tasker from the Quickware Bureau, holding a position equal to his own. When Leng Jue awakens tomorrow, he too will access the system and learn of their actions. Jing Yuran has had minimal interaction with Leng Jue, who was recently appointed head of the Tragic Literature Department. While others describe him as gentle, Jing Yuran feels otherwise. Gentleness is merely a facade. Beneath lies a core of coldness, a gut instinct he cannot ignore. What will Leng Jue's reaction be to this predicament? Suddenly, a smile flickers across Jing Yuran's face, his curiosity piqued regarding Leng Jue's response upon awakening. Turning off the shower, he dons a white bathrobe and steps out, glancing at the man on the bed before seeking his phone and clothes, heading to the adjoining room. Morning light filters into the room, rousing Jing Yuran from slumber. He shifts slightly, only to be met with severe soreness and a slight fever. Gathering himself, he eventually sits up, checking his phone to find it's already 10 o'clock, with several missed calls. Upon opening his phone, he sees a call from the male lead, Su Yu, and returns the call. Shortly after, the call is answered. "Where are you? Why haven't you come to work? You haven't answered your phone." Su Yu, the vice president, oversees Su Cheng, who is a project manager under his wing. Jing Yuran begins, only to realize his voice is hoarse. He clears his throat before continuing, "I have a cold and a fever. I'm taking a sick day." "Fever? All right. See Dr. Liu and remember to obtain a sick leave note from HR upon your return." Su Yu instructs, referring to the family doctor. "Okay." Jing Yuran replies that, at this point, Su Cheng has not yet severed ties with the Su family. While they do not share a close bond, it is not one of outright coldness either. After freshening up and changing clothes, Jing Yuran heads to the adjacent room, knocking before entering, only to find Liu Yizhou emerging from bathroom. Clad in a bathrobe, his chest exposed, revealing defined abs adorned with droplets of water trailing down into his waistband. "You're still here?" Liu Yizhou's brow furrows, his displeasure evident. Clearly, he has recalled the events of the previous night. Leaning against the doorframe, Jing Yuran's delicate features appear somewhat pale, his gaze and tone both subdued. "Leng Jue, we need to talk." As the words fell, Liu Yizhou's brow furrowed even more tightly. Who is Leng Jue? Chapter 2. The affectionate second male lead does not follow the plot. 2. Jing Yuran paused, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Had he been deprived of his memories by the system? It was not entirely impossible. This system was originally bound to him, and due to an attack that caused a vulnerability, it inadvertently bound another individual. Since this person would not serve as the host to complete tasks, it was highly likely that he could lose his memories and completely assimilate into that individual. Liu Yizhou, noticing the genuine bewilderment in his gaze, felt a sudden discomfort in his heart. The person he had shared intimacy with last night was undeniably him, yet he was being mistaken for another man. He inquired once more, "Who is Leng Jue?" Jing Yuran's tone was considerably weaker than before. "No one." With that, he turned to leave. If he had no memories, then he might as well be treated as an inhabitant of this world. There was nothing more to discuss. The primary concern now was his health. He felt an intensifying fever and dizziness, prompting an urgent need to visit the hospital. "Wait!" Liu Yizhou called out, but before he could react, Jing Yuran collapsed sideways. Instinctively, he rushed over and caught him. "Su Cheng?" Liu Yizhou looked down at the pale, feverish figure in his arms, his brow furrowed. "Su Cheng?" There was no response. Jing Yuran had already lost consciousness. Liu Yizhou promptly carried him horizontally and laid him back on the bed, then picked up his phone to call his personal physician. After hanging up, he gazed intently at the unconscious figure before him. Su Cheng resembled his mother, possessing striking features and delicate, fair skin. Yet he did not exude a feminine aura. Instead, it was evident that a man could possess such beauty. However, at that moment his complexion was pale, and he appeared quite frail, evoking a sense of compassion. Previously, Lu Yizhou had never closely observed Su Cheng's appearance. Now, after scrutinizing him, he found himself experiencing an indescribable sentiment, causing his initial aversion to diminish considerably. Over half an hour later, Lu Yizhou's personal physician arrived. After examining Su Cheng, he prescribed antipyretic medication and a topical ointment for the specific area. Once the physician had departed, Lu Yizhou contemplated the medications in his hand, deciding to administer only the fever reducer. As for the ointment, Su Cheng could manage that himself. Shortly after, he received a call from his assistant, instructing him to have clothing brought for him. Half an hour later, after changing into fresh attire, he was about to leave when he hesitated and returned to the bedroom. He picked up Su Cheng's phone and saved his number before finally departing with his assistant. In the car, Lu Yizhou instructed his assistant, Zhou Jin, in a cold tone, "Investigate who drugged me last night." "Understood, Mr. Lu," Zhou Jin replied promptly. Jing Yuran slept until after 6 in the afternoon. Fortunately, it was summer, and the sun had yet to set, though it was close to doing so. Upon awakening, he felt significantly better. His fever had subsided, but he was both hungry and thirsty, prompting him to call room service to order a bowl of congee. After hanging up, he noticed the medicine box on the bedside table and immediately spotted the ointment designated for the specific area. Jing Yuran raised an eyebrow slightly, sensing a deviation from the storyline. In the narrative, Lu Yizhou had left immediately that day, neglecting the feverish Su Cheng, who had made his own way to the hospital. However, he paid little heed to this inconsistency, as Lu Yizhou had transformed into a different character. Such minute discrepancies would not affect the overarching plot. After applying the medication, the porridge arrived. Jing Yuran consumed the porridge, tidied himself up, and, with his phone in hand, departed the hotel to return to his apartment. In the morning, Jing Yuran donned a crisp white shirt, his long legs encased in tailored trousers and polished leather shoes, standing before the full-length mirror. His neatly arranged attire and refined features rendered him reminiscent of a well-behaved university student stepping into the professional world. Yet beneath the surface, neither Su Cheng nor Jing Yuran bore any resemblance to the archetype of a compliant college graduate. Jing Yuran grabbed the car keys and drove to the Su Group. Su Cheng held the position of project manager at the Su Group, while Su Yang and Su Yu served as the president and vice president, respectively. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Jing Yuran's phone rang, displaying Lu Yizhou's name as the caller. Momentarily perplexed, he answered the call. "Hello." The deep voice of Lu Yizhou resonated from the other end. "Why haven't you called me?" Jing Yuran replied with confusion. "Why would I call you? Are you pretending that what happened the night before yesterday never occurred?" Lu Yizhou's tone was laced with inquiry, as if he were the one wronged. Jing Yuran exited the car and closed the door, strolling towards the elevator. "Isn't that preferable?" Lu Yizhou on the line furrowed his brow, and after a brief silence, he responded, "That sounds fine. I hope you refrain from mentioning it to anyone." "I understand," Jing Yuran concluded, promptly ending the call. The narrative had reached its latter half. All he needed to do was fulfill the role of the antagonist, allowing events to unfold naturally to lead the story towards its conclusion. Ascending to his office, Jing Yuran noted the disdainful glances from the employees along his path, contemptuous, indifferent, and discontented, all due to his status as an illegitimate child. He disregarded their judgment, focusing instead on familiarizing himself with the company's projects to avoid errors that could complicate his quest for power. The day passed swiftly, and in the evening, Jing Yuran had a business meeting to attend, leaving work early to arrive at the designated location. It was a high-end entertainment establishment, lavishly decorated, with an abundance of glittering embellishments that strained Jing Yuran's eyes. The business discussions proceeded smoothly. Initially, the other party had looked down upon Su Cheng, the illegitimate child, but upon realizing his capabilities, they agreed to collaborate. After bidding farewell to the other party, Jing Yuran made a brief detour to the restroom to splash some water on his face and shake off the effects of alcohol. The restroom mirrored the opulence of the exterior, bright and spacious, with floors polished to a reflective sheen. After refreshing himself, Jing Yuran exited the restroom and encountered a few acquaintances at the corner, individuals from the same social circle, a group of idle, second-generation wealthy heirs. "Hey, isn't that Su Cheng?" one exclaimed. "Indeed. Is it possible for an illegitimate child to afford such a high-end venue? Do not speak so lightly. Surely the Su family provides you with a modest allowance of around 80 to 100,000 each month? 100,000? That barely covers the cost of a single bottle of wine." Laughter erupted as several individuals mocked and derided Jing Yuran, eagerly anticipating the familiar expression of suppressed anger that he had previously worn. However, he remained impassive, his countenance unchanged, devoid of any signs of frustration. "Are you finished? Kindly make way." Their astonishment was palpable, and his indifference only fueled their desire to humiliate him further. "Want to come over?" Sun Iha, the ringleader among them, planted a foot against the wall and gestured toward his own groin. "Sure, go ahead, crawl through here." As he spoke, the others joined in the raucous encouragement. "Crawl through. Su Cheng, if you are a man, then crawl through. Indeed, if you manage it, I shall present you with a check for 100,000. Enough to buy a bottle of wine." "Ha." Jing Yuran cast a cool glance at them, initially disinclined to provoke a confrontation, but having endured such humiliation, he felt compelled to retaliate. Taking a step forward, he appeared poised to indeed crawl through the gap. The group, witnessing his movement, lit up with excitement. Su Cheng possessed a beauty that captivated both men and women, exquisitely charming, particularly with his enchanting peach blossom eyes that seemed to beg for preservation. In the past, Su Cheng had been subservient to ensure a comfortable life within the Su family, perpetually ridiculed as an illegitimate child, which fostered a deep-seated insecurity that dulled even the most striking of appearances. Yet now, the unmasked Jing Yuran exuded an effortless elegance that was magnetic, complemented by his refined features. This group of idle second-generation, wealthy individuals reveled in their frivolity, unrestrained by gender norms, and the thought of Su Cheng crawling through only heightened their exhilaration. Jing Yuran discerned their thoughts with a cold smirk, then raised his foot and delivered a sharp kick between Sun Iha's legs. "Ah!" Sun Iha doubled over, clutching his groin, retreating with a cry of anguish. The others were taken aback, momentarily stunned by his unexpected aggression, before they finally reacted. "Damn it!" Jing Yuran did not afford them the opportunity to finish their exclamations, swiftly dispatching the remaining individuals to the ground. Towering over the writhing figures, he remarked coolly, "A bunch of parasites who only know how to beg for money. How dare you mock others? You, Su Cheng, you will pay for this." Sun Iha, still clutching himself, glared menacingly. "I shall repay this blow tenfold." Unfazed, Jing Yuran maintained his composure, responding with a tranquil tone, "I shall await your return." "Su Cheng," another voice thundered, "you are nothing but an illegitimate child. Cross us, and you shall regret it." Such empty threats bore no weight in Jing Yuran's mind. He remained indifferent, eager to observe the unfolding events. After speaking, Jing Yuran turned to leave, but at that moment, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly emerged from behind, inquiring, "What are you all doing?" Upon hearing the voice, the group turned to see Lu Yizhou, clad in a silver suit, standing tall with an imposing demeanor. His gaze, profound and unwavering, was fixed squarely on them. More precisely, it was directed at Jing Yuran. The others, recognizing Lu Yizhou, felt a wave of awkwardness wash over them as they assisted each other to stand, with Sun Iha awkwardly shielding his groin. Though Lu Yizhou was merely 5 or 6 years their senior, he had already ascended to the helm of the Lu group. Despite being of the same generation, their instinct was to display deference in his presence. "What are you all doing?" Lu Yizhou repeated, his eyes never straying from Jing Yuran. Sun Iha, sensing the weight of the moment, chuckled nervously and replied, "Just running into acquaintances and sharing a joke." At this, the others nodded in agreement. They were all individuals concerned with their reputation, acutely aware of the potential consequences should Lu Yizhou report their behavior to their parents. In truth, Lu Yizhou had witnessed everything, their humiliation of Su Cheng and how Su Cheng had retaliated. Joking was permissible, but within certain bounds. Finally, Lu Yizhou shifted his gaze, regarding Sun Iha and the others with an implicit warning. They nodded repeatedly, eager to dismiss the matter. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. Lu Yizhou responded with a non-committal sound, and Sun Yihe and the others hurriedly exited. Jing Yuran cast a glance at him, exhibiting no intention of greeting, and turned it apart. Just as he took a step, he was called back by Lu Yizhou. Wait. Jing Yuran turned to look at him, his expression as indifferent as still water. Is there something you need? Jing Yuran, still adorned in a crisp white shirt that perfectly accentuated his physique, had the hem tucked into his trousers, sculpting his waistline. Below, his long, straight legs formed a breathtaking tableau under the club's lighting. In that instant, Lu Yizhou was transported back to that memorable night, recalling the irresistible sensation that lingered, tightening his throat slightly. He then diverted his gaze, asking, "What brings you here?" "Business," Jing Yuran replied. Lu Yizhou's brow furrowed slightly at this, and he looked at Jing Yuran again. "Have you finished?" "Yes," Jing Yuran nodded. "If there is nothing else, I must take my leave." Left without words, Lu Yizhou could only watch as Jing Yuran walked away. Behind them, Zhou Jin, who had been maintaining a low profile, spoke up. "President Lu, time is running short. We also have appointments here for business today." Lu Yizhou acknowledged, stepping towards the reserved private room. Yet, his thoughts remained consumed by Su Cheng, who appeared markedly transformed, exuding an air of nonchalance, coupled with the agility displayed earlier, qualities that seemed uncharacteristic of him. He had assumed that Su Cheng would pursue him. Yet surprisingly, Su Cheng acted as if nothing had transpired. One would think he ought to feel relieved at the absence of such a nuisance. Yet in truth, he felt anything but happy. The following day was Saturday, and according to the customs of the Su family, weekends were reserved for returning to the old family residence. Jing Yuran arrived at the Su family's old residence around 5 in the afternoon. Upon entering, he immediately noticed the other members of the Su family chatting and laughing in the living room, creating a warm atmosphere. However, as soon as they spotted Jing Yuran, their smiles diminished somewhat, for his identity as an illegitimate child served as a reminder of the family's imperfections. It was originally a scheme that led Su's father to have an affair with Su Cheng's mother, resulting in an unexpected pregnancy. Tragically, Su Cheng's mother passed away due to illness shortly thereafter, prompting Su's father to bring the child back to the Su family for upbringing. "Xiao Cheng, have you recovered from your cold?" Su Yu stood up to greet him. In truth, Su Yu was the most caring towards Su Cheng within the Su family, at least showing concern for him. Jing Yuran glanced at Su Yu, whose appearance was a perfect blend of their father and mother's finest traits, handsome and striking, the kind of visage many women admired. "Yes," Jing Yuran nodded, offering a faint smile. Su's mother merely cast a cursory glance in his direction before diverting the conversation. "You all get so busy that you hardly return. You promise to come back every week, yet you barely make it home." Although Su's father held the title of chairman, he had delegated company matters to Su Yang and Su Yu, choosing instead to enjoy a leisurely life at home. "Mom, the company is just too busy," Su Yang replied helplessly. Tall and robust, Su Yang might have been mistaken for a fitness instructor were it not for his formal suit. Upon hearing this, Su's mother chided. "Busy is just an excuse. Don't think I'm unaware." Seeing this, Su Yu interjected, "Mom, it's truly not an excuse. It really is overwhelming." With that, Su's mother turned her attention back to Su Yu, her displeasure evident as she remarked, "If the company is so busy, how come you can find time for dates, but not to come home and spend time with us?" Her words caused Su Yu's expression to darken. He felt frustrated. Xiao Yin was such a wonderful person, and yet their ordinary family background seemed to be an insurmountable barrier to their relationship. Su's father supported Su's mother, asserting, "Your mother is right. You should end things sooner rather than later to avoid future complications." "Dad," Su Yu retorted angrily, "is a person's family background truly that significant? Isn't our wealth sufficient? What more do we need? How can you speak like that?" Su's father felt provoked, declaring that marriage was no trivial matter and should adhere to the principle of social compatibility. Su's mother chimed in, "You are simply not from the same social circle. Even if you were to stay together, it would inevitably lead to separation." "Mom and Dad, perhaps you should refrain from speaking so much," Su Yang advised. "What is wrong? Have we said something incorrect?" Su's mother rose, pointing at Su Yu. "I worked hard to raise you, only for you to rebel against us? Mom and Dad are merely looking out for your best interests. Why can't you understand that? Su Yu suppressed his anger and replied in a low voice. Regardless of the circumstances, I will not break up with Xiao Yan. With that, Su Yu stood up and walked out, stating, I have documents to review and will not be dining at home today. Su Yu! Su's father shouted, but Su Yu ignored him and walked straight out the door. Both Su's father and mother were quite incensed, with Su's father coldly huffing, he has truly developed wings. Upon catching sight of Su Cheng, who was quietly observing from the side, Su Mu directed her anger towards him, exclaiming, what are you still staring at? Hurry and bring him back. In response, Jing Yuran, somewhat timid, stood up and proceeded to do just that. As he dashed outside, he fortuitously encountered Su Yu, who was just driving out of the garage. Without hesitation, he obstructed her vehicle with his body. Su Yu halted, annoyance etched on her face, and commanded, move aside. Mother instructed you to return. Jing Yuran feigned compliance, adopting a demeanor akin to that of the original Su Cheng, addressing the Su family with utmost politeness, too fearful to retort. In her current state of agitation, Su Yu was resolute. I will not go back. You must move. After a moment of pretended hesitation, Jing Yuran slowly stepped aside. With a press of the accelerator, Su Yu sped away from the villa. Upon returning, Jing Yuran whispered, second brother said he won TB back. Hearing this, Su Mu erupted in anger. What on earth are you doing? You can't even stop one person? Mother. Although Su Yang harbored little affection for this younger brother, Su Mu had indeed overstepped. You know how second brother is. How could Su Cheng possibly stop him? Upon hearing this, Su Mu huffed lightly, but refrained from further comment. Su father, observing the situation with evident displeasure, instructed, hurry and serve dinner. After we eat, you all can leave. Jing Yuran stood to the side, head slightly bowed. It appeared he needed to quickly establish a connection with the female lead and utilize her support to orchestrate the male lead's downfall. After the meal, they were originally supposed to stay overnight, but due to the unpleasantness of the day, they did not insist. Jing Yuran drove back to his apartment, preparing to visit the female lead on Monday. The female lead, having just graduated a year prior, was currently employed as a junior clerk at the headquarters of the Lu Corporation. An important plot point was set to unfold the next day, as Su Mu had arranged a private meeting with the female lead, presenting her with a check while threatening her to distance herself from the male lead. This would be an excellent opportunity for him to gain the female lead's trust. At 10 o'clock in the morning, within the cafe on the first floor of a shopping mall, two individuals sat on a sofa adjacent to the transparent glass. The woman on the left, adorned in a fitted chi-pao with her soft, curled hair cascading over her right shoulder, exuded an air of noble elegance. She was He Yuanya, Su Yu's mother. Opposite her sat a young girl, possessing a petite and refined beauty, embodying the essence of a cultured youth, her smile revealing two charming dimples. She was the female lead. Lu Yan. Aunt, Lu Yan said, a hint of nervousness in her tone. Did you summon me for something significant? He Yuanya, crossing her legs with an air of superiority, replied, I prefer to be direct and will not beat around the bush. I refrained from commenting before out of respect for my son, but to be frank, neither he nor I approve of your relationship. At her words, Lu Yan's anxious expression faltered, her previously uplifted smile now vanishing. Why? She inquired. We have only met twice. Why the disapproval? He Yuanya scoffed lightly. Do you understand the concept of social standing? With this, Lu Yan comprehended. He Yuanya regarded her family as unworthy, believing she was not a suitable match for Su Yu. Upon witnessing Lu Yan's silence, He Yuanya promptly produced a prepared check, amounting to 5 million. Take this. It would suffice for your family's expenses for the rest of your lives, on the condition that you sever ties with my son. Lu Yan cast a glance at the check, pressed her lips together, exhaled deeply, and responded earnestly to He Yuanya. I sincerely apologize, Annie, but I cannot part ways with you, Ge. If a separation were to occur, it would be due to his disinterest in me or my lack of affection for him, rather than any external influence. Upon hearing this, He Yuanya's expression faltered momentarily, followed by a frown as she looked at Lu Yan. I am his mother. I hold the authority over whom he marries. Lu Yan felt discomfort, not due to He Yuanya's demeanor, but for Yu Ji's sake. She had not anticipated his mother to behave in such a manner. Even as a mother, Should one not refrain from treating their son as a possession, dictating the course of his life? Would it truly bring her joy to see her son spend a lifetime with someone he does not cherish? Shouldn't a mother wish for her son's happiness? Auntie, Lu Yin spoke patiently. I believe Yu Ji's feelings are paramount. If he is content, then that is what matters. Should he be unhappy, I would willingly end our relationship. However, dousing him with cold water during his moments of joy would surely incite his anger. Yuanya's expression grew solemn, a hint of embarrassment surfacing as she recalled their argument from the previous night, which had culminated in his abrupt departure. That is of no consequence to you. Yuanya retorted, her anger flaring. Take the check. End things with my son at once. Realizing that communication was futile at this moment, Lu Yin rose, grasped her small bag, and said, Auntie, I have other matters to attend to. I shall take my leave for now and hope for another opportunity to converse. With that, she proceeded to settle her bill and departed from the cafe. Yuanya stood momentarily stunned, her ire escalating as she witnessed Lu Yin settle the bill. What did this signify? Did she truly require Lu Yin to pay? What sort of attitude was this? How dare she leave first? Regardless of Yuanya's fury, Lu Yin did not look back. She indeed had urgent matters to attend to. Having just received a message from her supervisor instructing her to retrieve a document from Yuanju, Jing Yuran had been observing them from a car across the street. Upon seeing Lu Yin emerge and hail a taxi, he started his vehicle and followed suit. Lu Yin first made a stop at the Lu Group's headquarters. After about 10 minutes, she acquired a document and was preparing to hail a taxi once more. At that moment, Jing Yuran exited his vehicle and approached her. Second sister-in-law, where are you headed? Allow me to give you a ride. Lu Yin was taken aback, turning to look at Jing Yuran. Su Cheng, what brings you here? It is worth noting that Su Cheng and Lu Yin were of the same age, having graduated from the same university, albeit in different fields. I happen to be passing by, Jing Yuran replied, maintaining his composure. Where are you off to? I shall drive you. Lu Yin hesitated, aware of Su Cheng's ties to the Su family, concerned about causing trouble for Su Yu. Second sister-in-law, Jing Yuran discerned her unease with a gentle smile. Our parents may not support your relationship with the second brother, but I do. In this day and age, one should have the freedom to love and marry as they choose. Jing Yuran remarked that family background and such are merely ancillary. What truly matters is the bond between two individuals. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 5. The affectionate second male lead does not depart from the plot. 5. Lu Yin found herself in agreement, unconsciously lowering her guard against Su Cheng. Thank you, she said. You're welcome. Jing Yuran then inquired, You're delivering documents, aren't you? Since I have some free time, allow me to accompany you. Lu Yin, recognizing the situation, could no longer refuse and nodded in affirmation, providing the address of Yushuan residence. It was not far from there, a mere 15 minutes by car. Throughout the journey, Jing Yuran was quite conversational, predominantly expressing support for her and Su Yu, which endeared him to Lu Yin a bit more. Upon arriving at Yushuan residence, Jing Yuran even exited the vehicle to escort Lu Yin inside, lingering at the entrance for a moment. Unbeknownst to him, this scene of him seeing her in was observed by Lu Yizhou, who occupied a seat by the window on the second floor. Witnessing Jing Yuran escorting Lu Yin and even stepping out of the car, Lu Yizhou furrowed his brow, perplexed as to how they ended up together. He was acutely aware of his previous fondness for Lu Yin, but after his involvement with Su Cheng, she had slipped from his thoughts. As Jing Yuran drove away, Lu Yizhou averted his gaze just as the doorbell rang. Zhou Jin went to open the door, revealing Lu Yin with the documents. Here you go. Thank you. Lu Yin replied, handing the documents to Zhou Jin. Just as she was about to leave, Lu Yizhou suddenly called out, Wait, come inside. Lu Yin paused, uncertain. Me? Yes. Lu Yizhou replied, glancing at her. I have something to ask you. Zhou Jin, puzzled, stepped aside to allow Lu Yin entry before closing the door. Lu Yin approached with trepidation, pondering why the CEO would suddenly wish to speak with her. You came with Su Cheng, Lu Yizhou stated, pointing at the table, his gaze imposing as it bore down on Lu Yin. Why did he bring you? Lu Yin blinked, feeling a moment of anxiety, but soon realized that both Su Cheng and Lu Yizhou belonged to the same circle. Perhaps he was merely inquiring out of curiosity. We happened to cross paths. And he offered me a ride, Lu Yin replied candidly. Lu Yizhou was not satisfied with this answer. Where did you encounter him? At the headquarters building, Lu Yin responded. A flicker of contemplation passed through Lu Yizhou's eyes. What was Su Cheng doing at the Lu Corporation building? What a coincidence it was to have met there. Observing Lu Yin's expression, he wondered if she was unaware of being followed. Understood. It's none of your concern, Lu Yizhou said coolly. Lu Yin, upon hearing this, replied, All right, CEO Lu, I shall take my leave now. Lu Yizhou appeared lost in thought. CEO Lu. Zhou Jin interjected cautiously, seizing the opportunity while no guest had arrived. It seems you are particularly concerned about Su Cheng. Perhaps you should reach out to him? Zhou Jin was the only person, aside from the private physician, who knew about the relationship between Lu Yizhou and Su Cheng. He sensed that the CEO had not quite moved on. Before he could finish his thought, Lu Yizhou cast a cold glance in his direction, prompting Zhou Jin to immediately fall silent. Zhou Jin initially believed he had misunderstood the situation. But little did he know that after their meal, Lu Yizhou called Su Yu. What are you doing? Lu Yizhou inquired bluntly. Confused, Su Yu replied at the company. What's the matter? It was Su Cheng who sent your girlfriend to deliver documents to me, Lu Yizhou stated before abruptly ending the call. As Zhou Jin drove, he pondered Lu's intentions. Was he attempting to sow discord between the brothers? Or perhaps he wanted Su Yu to caution Su Cheng to keep his distance from Lu Yin. Did Lu Yizhou favor Su Cheng or Lu Yin? Instead of approaching Su Cheng directly, Su Yu first called Lu Yin to inquire about the situation before reaching out to Su Cheng. I heard from Xiaoyan that you were the one who took her to deliver the documents, so I wanted to thank you, Su Yu said, omitting the fact that it was Lu Yizhou who informed him. Jing Yuran was not surprised that Su Yu was aware of the matter. No need for thanks. I happened to pass by and offered a ride to my second sister-in-law. The term second sister-in-law elicited a chuckle from Su Yu. He contemplated asking Jing Yuran whether he supported their union, but ultimately deemed it futile, as the approval of Su Yu's parents remained paramount. How did the project you discussed the day before yesterday go? Su Yu shifted the conversation. Quite smoothly. We can sign the contract on Monday, Jing Yuran replied. Once this project was completed, the next endeavor would be the significant government land project that would pose a risk for Su Yu. That's good to hear, Su Yu said, inquiring a bit more before hanging up. Reclining on a lounge chair on the balcony, Jing Yuran gazed at the artificial lake within the community, reflecting on the unfolding narrative. The summer sun was rather scorching. Although the balcony was shaded, the heat was palpable. In the corner of the balcony, a fan lazily circulated air, while a small round table held the shaved ice he had prepared. Just as he took a bite, his phone rang. To his surprise, it was Lu Yizhou. After a moment's hesitation, he answered, Hello. Su Cheng, I have a project I would like to discuss with you. Are you interested? Lu Yizhou stated directly. Jing Yuran raised an eyebrow, his tone revealing no inclination either way. What project? Real estate, Lu Yizhou replied, withholding the specific location. If you're interested, we can arrange a time to discuss it in detail. Jing Yuran immediately recalled the pivotal land plot in the narrative, realizing that there were still 3 months before the government announcement. How had Lu Yizhou acquired this information so early? All right, Jing Yuran agreed, unwilling to miss any valuable insights. Lu Yizhou promptly proposed a meeting time, Wednesday at 7 in the evening. I won't be available, Jing Yuran said, his words slightly muffled as he enjoyed another bite of shaved ice. That evening is my mother's birthday banquet, and I must attend. He paused, then asked with curiosity, Did Lu Yizhou not receive an invitation? Typically, such birthday banquets served as networking events within the business community. Lu Yizhou should have received an invitation. Why then had he chosen this specific time? Apologies, I forgot, Lu Yizhou replied after a brief pause, seemingly sincere in his forgetfulness. However, Wednesday is the only time I have available. How about we discuss it after the banquet? Fine, Jing Yuran conceded, feeling agreeable to the arrangement. Jing Yuran expected that after discussing the matter, the call would be concluded, but unexpectedly, Lu Yizhou inquired, What are you eating? This sudden question took Jing Yuran by surprise. Were they that familiar? Nonetheless, she replied, Shaved ice. He responded with a brief acknowledgement before falling into silence, the only sound being a slight change in his breathing before he abruptly ended the call without further pleasantries. Jing Yuran stared at her dimmed phone, perplexed. Was Leng Jue always this inexplicable? Their offices faced each other, yet they were often engrossed in tasks and departmental matters, rarely crossing paths, and when they did, it was merely a nod of acknowledgement. Others in the office described him as gentle, cheerful, and good-natured, yet when she encountered him, Leng Jue rarely smiled. In fact, he appeared somewhat aloof. On Wednesday evening, Su Mu's birthday banquet was held at the finest five-star hotel in the city. The banquet commenced at 7, and Jing Yuran arrived at 6:30. She first visited Su Mu's lounge to present her gift, exclaiming, "Mom, happy birthday." Chapter 6. The affectionate second male lead does not depart from the plot. 6. Su Mu donned a dark red qipao, her hair elegantly styled, adorned with ruby earrings that exuded opulence. Today, she appeared cheerful, casting a more favorable gaze towards Su Cheng, and remarked with a smile, "How thoughtful." However, she did not open the gift to see its contents, merely instructing someone to place it aside. Noticing her indifference, Jing Yuran asked, "Have the eldest and second brothers arrived yet?" "Not yet. Why don't you check by the door?" Su Mu gestured toward the exit. Jing Yuran complied and stepped outside. The banquet was set in the grand hall on the 18th floor, while the lounge was on the 20th floor. This level had been reserved entirely by the Su family to provide resting quarters for other guests. Jing Yuran understood that her intention was to minimize his stay, and her suggestion to check was merely an excuse, so he proceeded directly to the banquet hall on the 18th floor. With over 10 minutes remaining before the event began, most guests had arrived, with only a few still missing. Su Yang and Su Yu had already arrived when Jing Yuran descended, and they had also gone to the 20th floor to accompany Su Mu. "Sister-in-law, you're here as well?" Jing Yuran spotted Lu Yin in a corner. She wore a cream-colored gown, her hair elegantly styled, and when she smiled, 2 small dimples appeared, making her look lively and adorable. "Su Cheng." Lu Yin greeted him with a smile, visibly more relaxed. "You look quite handsome today." Jing Yuran was dressed in a white suit, his hair styled in soft waves, his exquisite features flawless under the lighting. From a distance, he resembled a prince attending a ball. Yet, he intentionally restrained himself, speaking and walking with his head slightly bowed, appearing much like the original Su Cheng. "Thank you. You look beautiful as well," Jing Yuran replied with a smile, then feigned hesitation before asking, "Isn't the second brother afraid of upsetting our parents?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yin felt a bit awkward. "I was hesitant to come myself, but Yugo insisted, saying that if I didn't, Aunt might arrange a blind date for him." Jing Yuran raised an eyebrow to himself. Indeed, tonight, Su's mother was indeed arranging a blind date for Su Yu, with her sights set on Chen Yutong, the daughter of the Chen family. His elder brother was correct. Jing Yuran nodded, affirming the accuracy of the observation. Lu Yin, upon hearing his words, relaxed and smiled gently. At that moment, the commotion at the entrance caught their attention, and they turned to see Lu Yizhou, clad in a royal blue suit and adorned with a limited edition Patek Philippe watch, making his entrance. Lu Yizhou's features were chiseled and alluring, particularly his ebony eyes, which seemed to draw one in when he gazed at them. He strode in with the poise of a runway model. While he typically exuded an air of coldness, in the realm of business, he was a consummate charmer. As he arrived, many rushed to greet him, and soon a throng had gathered around. Lu Yizhou greeted each one with a smile, though his gaze occasionally flickered towards the corner where Su Cheng and Lu Yin were engaged in light-hearted banter, causing the warmth of his smile to wane slightly. Once Lu Yizhou had attended to the crowd, it was time for the banquet to commence. Su's father and mother emerged, hand in hand, followed closely by Su Yang and Su Yu, with Su Cheng notably absent. None had thought to invite him. Some attendees glanced at Su Cheng, curious to discern his reaction, but he merely smiled, seemingly oblivious. Lu Yizhou, too, observed Su Cheng, a frown creasing his brow. Was this indifference habitual or merely a facade? After exchanging pleasantries, Su's parents encouraged everyone to mingle and partake in the buffet, which offered a variety of both Chinese and Western cuisine. Su Yu had initially intended to seek out Lu Yin, but was persistently held back by Su's mother, who directly introduced him to Chen Yutong. Concurrently, to deter Lu Yin from approaching, Su's mother had arranged for other affluent young men to engage her attention. Once the banquet commenced, Jing Yuran excused himself to retrieve some food, intentionally distancing himself from Lu Yin to later assist her if needed. However, just as he settled down, Lu Yizhou took the seat beside him. "Do you have time?" he inquired, holding only a glass of champagne, neglecting other offerings. As they conversed, Lu Yizhou's gaze fell upon Jing Yuran's lips, recalling their last phone call when he had mentioned enjoying a slushie. And he instinctively envisioned how Jing Yuran's lips would appear, frost-kissed and red, eliciting a reaction within him. Yet, he had not kissed him that night, and was now left curious about the sensation of his lips against his own. Jing Yuran leisurely sliced a piece of steak, countering with a question, "Aren't you going to eat something, Mr. Lu?" He was acutely aware of Lu Yizhou's icy demeanor, and, considering their past encounter, he chose not to disguise his true self in Lu Yizhou's presence. "I've already eaten," Lu Yizhou replied, shifting his gaze to Jing Yuran's hand as it wielded the knife and fork. Jing Yuran's hands were long and fair, akin to warm jade, and he vividly recalled the sensation of those hands resting upon his shoulder. Jing Yuran consumed a piece of steak, oblivious to Lu Yizhou's gaze, instead casting a glance towards Lu Yin. Did President Lu not mention discussing matters after the banquet? His foremost priority was to assist the female protagonist in her predicament, thereby earning the trust of both leads. Lu Yizhou observed his actions with a deepening gaze, pondering if he harbored feelings for Lu Yin, who was soon to become his sister-in-law. Jing Yuran paused mid-bite, casting an inexplicable look at Lu Yizhou. "What makes you think that? Was Lu Yizhou regarding him as a rival? Was it not the case?" Lu Yizhou's expression remained inscrutable, and he refrained from elaborating. Jing Yuran swallowed and replied nonchalantly, "It seems irrelevant to President Lu." He chose not to explain further, as they were destined to be adversaries, and an additional reason for opposition would make little difference. This remark caused Lu Yizhou to furrow his brows, and just as he was about to respond, Jing Yuran noticed a few wealthy gentlemen approaching Lu Yin. Among them Sun, Yi, and several acquaintances. Jing Yuran wiped his mouth, stood, and declared, "President Lu, pardon my departure." With that, he strode purposefully towards Lu Yin. Lu Yizhou observed this scene, his eyes narrowing and lips pressed tightly. It appeared that Su Chang had indeed developed feelings for Lu Yin. Meanwhile, Lu Yin noticed Su's mother leaving the hall with Su Yu and a strikingly beautiful woman, seemingly to engage in a private conversation. She was eager to approach them, but was obstructed by several men. "Hey, who is this stunning beauty? I haven't seen her before. Which family do you belong to? Are you here alone?" Lu Yin's expression hardened as she replied, "I'm sorry, but please move aside." As she attempted to pass, no matter the direction she took, they continued to block her path. Realizing that these individuals were intentionally hindering her, she understood that escaping would require some unconventional means. Just then, Jing Yuran arrived. "Sister-in-law," Jing Yuran called out naturally, "my brother asked me to bring you to rest. Please follow me." The group momentarily hesitated upon seeing Jing Yuran, but then Sun Yi glared at him and questioned, "Did Su Yu tell you that?" Su Yu had just been taken away by Su's mother, who had explicitly instructed to detain Lu Yin. Su Chang smiled faintly, feigning ignorance to their hostility. "Indeed, my brother has always been concerned about my sister-in-law, which is why he sent me to ensure her well-being." The group exchanged glances, clearly unconvinced, with someone remarking, "Is she truly your sister-in-law? Wasn't he? It just mentioned that Su's mother intended to ally with the Qin family?" "That was directed at my elder brother," Jing Yuran replied, maintaining his composure. "My brother merely intends to accompany her for a brief check-in." Considering that Su Yang was not currently in the banquet hall, his assertion bore some credibility. Hesitation flickered across their faces, yet Sun Yi remained skeptical of Jing Yuran's claims, still harboring resentment from their previous encounter. "What could a bastard like you possibly know? The matters between Su Yang and Su Yu are none of your concern. Mind your own business, or don't blame us for being rude." With that, the others echoed his sentiment. A love child must possess the awareness befitting their status. One should not take oneself too seriously. Should you fail to recognize your place, it will not be us who faces the consequences. Lu Yin, upon hearing these unpleasant words, felt a surge of anger. Do not go too far. At this moment, Jing Yuran was expected to feign being threatened, yet he refrained, for his aim was to gain the trust of the female protagonist. Create a scene? Jing Yuran chuckled softly. Obstructing a woman's path. Is this an attempt at sexual harassment? As he spoke, Jing Yuran took out his phone. Wait until I call the police. And let them see who truly causes a scene. Lu Yin quickly interjected, yes. They are indeed harassing. You. The expressions on Sun E and his companions turned grim. Do not spout nonsense. We did not. In truth, sexual harassment holds little weight among the affluent, but to be taken to the police station would be an immense embarrassment. Then why do you not allow her to leave? Jing Yuran pressed. Sun E and his companions fell silent. Jing Yuran pocketed his phone, grasped Lu Yan's wrist, and said, let us go. Very well. Lu Yan followed him, circumventing the group, who, fearing the police, ceased their obstruction, and the two departed the banquet hall unimpeded. However, Sun E's resentment towards Jing Yuran deepened. He vowed to teach him a stark lesson, ensuring he understood he was not to be trifled with. Jing Yuran escorted Lu Yin to the elevator. Lu Yin expressed her gratitude. Thank you for earlier. No need for thanks. Jing Yuran pressed the elevator button. You should hurry to find your second brother. As Lu Yin entered the elevator and noticed he did not accompany her, she inquired, what about you? I have some matters to attend to. You will manage on your own with your second sister-in-law. Jing Yuran smiled faintly. Lu Yin nodded in understanding. Offered her thanks once more. Thank you. Jing Yuran smiled back, watching the elevator doors close. His assistance would suffice. Lu Yin would inform Su Yu that it was he who aided her, which would carry more weight than if he were proclaimed himself. Next, he needed to discuss the project with Lu Yizhou. Turning around, he spotted Lu Yizhou emerging from the banquet hall, striding purposefully towards him. Jing Yuran stood still, observing Lu Yizhou approach. He walked against the light, his chiseled features more pronounced in the interplay of shadows, his eyes deep as the ocean, and his lips pressed in a thin line, exuding a formidable presence. To be candid, both Su Yu and Lu Yizhou were strikingly handsome. Yet Jing Yuran found himself drawn more to Lu Yizhou's masculine allure. As Lu Yizhou drew near, Jing Yuran subtly redirected his gaze. Where shall we discuss? Lu Yizhou's expression was somewhat pensive, as if suppressing something within. My home. Your home? Jing Yuran, momentarily distracted by those two words, overlooked his tone. I believe a cafe would be more suitable. Lu Yizhou pressed the button for the descending elevator, his voice low. My home has coffee. Jing Yuran was rendered speechless. The issue was not the coffee itself, but rather the peculiar nature of visiting each other's homes given their current awkward relationship. However, seeing Lu Yizhou's nonchalant demeanor, Jing Yuran chose to remain silent. The two ascended to the underground parking garage, where Lu Yizhou stated, ride with me. Very well. Jing Yuran was quite pleased not to drive. As for his car, it would be just as fine to take in the morning. Lu Yizhou's vehicle was a silver Maserati, impeccably maintained and appearing as if it were brand new. Throughout the journey, Lu Yizhou refrained from conversing with Jing Yuran, who, unfazed, leisurely gazed at the nocturnal scenery outside. After 20 minutes, Lu Yizhou entered a high-end residential community in the city center. Jing Yuran followed him into the elevator, observing as he pressed the button for the 30th floor. Upon arrival, Jing Yuran realized that this community featured one unit per floor, with the door directly accessible from the elevator. Lu Yizhou unlocked the door with his fingerprint and stood at the entrance, retrieving a pair of new slippers from the shoe cabinet for Jing Yuran to change into. It was then that Jing Yuran perceived a subtle melancholy in Lu Yizhou's tone, suggesting he was somewhat displeased. However, he dismissed the thought, reminding himself that he was merely there to discuss a project, and Lu Yizhou's mood was of no concern to him. After changing his shoes, Jing Yuran stepped out of the foyer into a spacious and bright living room, with a large balcony connected to the left, seemingly overlooking a small garden. To the right was a bar-style kitchen equipped with both Chinese and Western culinary utensils. Lu Yizhou unfastened his suit jacket, shedding it and tossing it casually onto the sofa. Jing Yuran regarded the scene as though appreciating a work of art. It must be said that a handsome man makes even the act of undressing look appealing. Once Lu Yizhou had removed his suit, He undid the first 2 buttons of his shirt and turned to say, "Have a seat." Jing Yuran replied with a slight acknowledgement, settling onto the sofa, thinking that perhaps it would be more efficient to be direct, given Lu Yizhou's limited time. Lu Yizhou remained still, his deep-set eyes fixed on Jing Yuran, his gaze traversing the contours of his refined face before gradually descending to his subtly pronounced Adam's apple, and then further down to his elegantly crossed legs. Jing Yuran furrowed his brow slightly, feeling as though he was being undressed under Lu Yizhou's intense scrutiny. "Lu, are we still discussing business?" "Indeed," Lu Yizhou responded, taking 2 steps forward. "You suggested being direct." With that, unexpectedly, he pressed Jing Yuran down, one hand cradling the back of his head while he leaned in, capturing his lips with precision. Jing Yuran, taken aback, instinctively reacted. In that fleeting moment, he grasped Lu Yizhou's shoulder, pivoted, and exerted force, flipping him onto the floor. With a thud, Lu Yizhou landed heavily, the sound resonating dully. Jing Yuran quickly rose, distancing himself from the sofa and maintaining a cautious space between them. Lu Yizhou, lying on his back, was unharmed by the fall, as the sofa was low. He swiftly regained his footing, his gaze fixed intensely on Jing Yuran, who stood at the entrance. With a stern expression, Jing Yuran inquired, "Lu, do you understand what you are doing?" Lu Yizhou no longer concealed his fervent desires, his eyes regarding Jing Yuran as though he wished to consume him whole. "I do know, and I want you." Jing Yuran couldn't help but laugh in exasperation at his bluntness. "Lu Yizhou, if I am not mistaken, you also have an affection for Lu Yan. Now you wish to pursue me as well. Truly, you seem to have an appetite for both genders." Jing Yuran had not experienced such intense emotional fluctuations for a long time. Becoming Leng Jue, Lu Yizhou's alter ego, had dealt him a significant blow upon entering this world. And now, it seemed, he possessed remarkable abilities. Chapter 8. The deeply affectionate second male lead does not depart from the plot. 8. Lu Yizhou was momentarily taken aback, puzzled over how Su Cheng had learned of his past affection for Lu Yan. Then, with an air of nonchalance, he replied, "You are mistaken. I have always preferred men." Jing Yuran let out a light laugh, utterly unconvinced. After all, Lu Yizhou was the archetypal, deeply affectionate second male lead. If he truly favored men, how could the narrative unfold with him ultimately aiding the male protagonist in reclaiming his position for the female lead? Wait a moment. While Lu Yizhou might not be interested in men, what of Leng Jue? The current Lu Yizhou was merely Leng Jue, stripped of his previous memories and believing himself to be Lu Yizhou. "I do not favor men," Jing Yuran retorted coldly, "so Mr. Lu should seek someone else." With that, he turned on his heel to leave. Lu Yizhou observed his retreating figure, a confident smile gracing his lips before leisurely making his way toward the entrance, appearing in no rush whatsoever. Just as he reached the threshold, he noticed Jing Yuran pivoting to face him, voice icy as he commanded, "Open the door." This door required either a password or a fingerprint for access, regardless of whether it was open from the inside or outside. "Do you truly believe I would allow you to leave?" Lu Yizhou advanced towards him, his sharp features taking on a hint of wickedness. Jing Yuran pressed his back against the door. If Lu Yizhou insisted on using force, he would not hesitate to resort to other methods. Every system contained a marketplace, stocked with an array of items from various realms. Purchases could only be made freely within the main city, while in the task realm, one could only acquire items permitted within that world. "Are you attempting to coerce me?" Jing Yuran regained his composure, his gaze as indifferent as still water. Lu Yizhou halted before him, speaking slowly, "I do not wish to coerce you, but I will not permit you to leave." "Illegal confinement?" Jing Yuran raised an eyebrow, showing no signs of intimidation. Lu Yizhou found himself rather fond of Jing Yuran's calm demeanor, which only heightened his desire. However, tonight, Lu Yizhou had no intentions of imprisoning him. He sought more than just fleeting pleasure. Jing Yuran felt somewhat perplexed by Lu Yizhou's intentions. Was this truly meaningful? "Indeed," Lu Yizhou replied, suddenly leaning down to kiss Jing Yuran. Taken aback by the unexpected gesture, Jing Yuran could not evade it, his expression darkening. "Lu Yizhou, Should you dare to touch me again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. He had discreetly purchased a wooden stick from the marketplace. If Lu Yizhou dared to lay a hand on him again, he would not hesitate to strike him down. Had Lu Yizhou not been the pivotal second male lead, Jing Yuran's purchase would have been far more formidable than a mere wooden stick. Lu Yizhou suddenly chuckled, his voice dripping with allure. Su Cheng, I recall you mentioned that night was quite pleasurable. Do you not wish to experience it once more? Jing Yuran replied, that night, aside from the initial pain, it indeed became quite enjoyable. Lu Yizhou noticed a slight flutter of his eyelids and a flicker in his gaze, confirming that he had not misspoken. He continued to entice. Last time, I was intoxicated and under the influence of drugs, unaware of my actions. This time, I shall be gentler. It will be much more pleasurable. Would you care to try? Jing Yuran lifted his gaze to meet his expression a tapestry of complexity and indecipherability. Lu Yizhou bore a striking resemblance to Leng Wan, their facial features deeply chiseled, both possessing alluring fox-like eyes that could easily tempt when desired. He pondered whether Leng Wan would feel a twinge of embarrassment upon recalling the events of this world once they severed ties with the system. Shall we give it a try? Lu Yizhou assumed Jing Yuran was merely hesitating and leaned in closer, his breath brushing against Jing Yuran's ear. Jing Yuran instinctively shifted away slightly, casting a sidelong glance at him before suddenly breaking into a smile. All right then, let us proceed. He had never been one to deny himself pleasure. If comfort awaited him, why not embrace it? Moreover, he was eager to witness Leng Wan's reaction after their detachment from the system. Surely, it would be entertaining. As his words settled in the air, Lu Yizhou's eyes darkened, and he swiftly lowered his lips to meet Jing Yuran's. This was not the gentle brush of before, but a fervent kiss, their breaths intertwining in a passionate embrace. Having acquiesced, Jing Yuran no longer resisted, reciprocating with enthusiasm. After a moment, Lu Yizhou released him, his breath uneven as he urged to the bedroom. Without hesitation, he scooped Jing Yuran into his arms and strode towards the bedroom. Just when Jing Yuran thought the encounter had concluded, Lu Yizhou initiated once more. As he began to speak, his lips were sealed by Lu Yizhou's. At that moment, Jing Yuran's phone, discarded on the floor, began to ring. Someone was calling him. He patted Lu Yizhou's back, prompting him to release his hold. Wait, Lu Yizhou said, curiosity piqued about who would be calling at such a late hour. He climbed off the bed, rummaging through Su Cheng's pants pocket to retrieve the phone, only to discover it belonged to Su Yu. Whose is it? Jing Yuran inquired. Lu Yizhou returned to the bedside, holding the phone aloft. It's Su Yu's. Jing Yuran assumed Lu Yizhou would hand it over and reached out. But Lu Yizhou flashed a knowing smile, then answered the call himself. Hello, this is Lu Yizhou. He introduced himself. Seeing this, Jing Yuran sprang up to seize the phone. But Lu Yizhou, maintaining eye contact, quickly retreated a few steps. Meanwhile, Su Yu's voice on the other end was laced with confusion. Why is Su Cheng's phone with you? Where is he? Lu Yizhou observed Su Cheng approaching to reclaim the phone. A sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth, because he is in my bed. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Lu Yizhou. Jing Yuran snatched the phone from him, only to find the call had been terminated. Infuriated, he glared at him. Are you out of your mind? This is the third time. Lu Yizhou stepped forward, tossed the phone onto the bed, and wrapped his arms around Jing Yuran's waist, leaning down to plant a kiss on his lips. I merely spoke the truth, did I not? Jing Yuran gazed at him with a scrutinizing look, perplexed by Lu Yizhou's intentions. He pushed him away, declaring, I'm going to take a shower. He needed to leave and ponder the forthcoming developments in the narrative, as well as Lu Yizhou. Lu Yizhou's eyes lingered on his slender back, descending to rest upon his well-rounded posterior, his expression darkening, throat tightening. As he stepped forward to follow, before long, the bathroom echoed with Jing Yuran's exasperated voice. Lu Yizhou, you in the early morning. A beam of sunlight filtered through the slightly ajar curtains, illuminating the foot of the bed and casting a warm glow on a foot that had emerged from the covers. The fair and plump toes shimmered in the light like pearls. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a mobile phone startled the two still lost in slumber. Jing Yuran fumbled for his phone on the bedside table, squinting to see it was yet another call from Su Yu. He answered, "Hello? Su Cheng, where are you?" The urgency in Su Yu's tone suggested he sought confirmation of something. After the initial shock of the previous night, Su Yu had regained his composure, finding it hard to believe. Yet now it was past 10 o'clock, and Su Cheng had yet to arrive at the office, which raised his suspicions. Jing Yuran cleared his throat before responding, "At home." "Really?" Su Yu sighed in relief. Su Cheng's attitude towards him and Lu Yin, coupled with his assistance to Lu Yin on 2 occasions, had fostered a deeper sincerity in Su Yu towards Su Cheng. Chapter 9. The affectionate second male lead remains in the storyline. 9. Jing Yuran murmured in acknowledgement, preparing to speak when the arm around his waist suddenly tightened, pulling him into an embrace, causing him to frown. He glanced at Lu Yizhou, who feigned sleep, then replied to Su Yu, "I drank too much last night. I'll go to the office this afternoon." "All right, come to my office when you arrive," Su Yu responded. Jing Yuran replied with a non-committal hum, ending the call and placing the phone back on the bedside table. He desired to catch a few more moments of sleep, but the hand around his waist began to wander, making restful slumber impossible. "Lu Yizhou," Jing Yuran firmly grasped his hand, warning, "Know your limits." As his words fell, Lu Yizhou opened his eyes, scrutinizing the person so close, and softly inquired, "Did you enjoy last night?" Jing Yuran chose to ignore him, shaking off his hand and rising to wash up in the bathroom. Lu Yizhou raised an eyebrow, getting out of bed to follow suit. Upon emerging, Jing Yuran bluntly stated, "Bring me a set of clothes." Lu Yizhou cast him a glance, then retrieved a shirt and trousers from his own wardrobe, handing them over. Without hesitation, Jing Yuran changed right in front of him. Lu Yizhou stood by the wardrobe, admiring him as he donned the attire. Once he was fully dressed in the formal shirt and trousers, an impulse arose within Lu Yizhou to undress him. "What are you standing there for?" Jing Yuran asked, somewhat exasperated by his nudity. Lu Yizhou averted his gaze, turning his back to Jing Yuran. "Wait in the living room. I just ordered some food." Jing Yuran acknowledged before heading to the living room. Lu Yizhou swiftly changed his clothes, taking his phone with him to join Jing Yuran in the living room. Jing Yuran sat on a single sofa, engrossed in his phone, methodically responding to messages. Upon seeing Lu Yizhou emerge, he inquired, "Is the real estate project genuine?" Last night, he hadn't given it much thought, but upon waking this morning, he realized that Lu Yizhou had already orchestrated last night's events when he called about the project. One could not help but liken him to a cunning fox. It is indeed true. Although Lu Yizhou had schemed against Jing Yuran, the project was authentic, for he understood, well, that should it be false, Jing Yuran would be incensed. Jing Yuran raised an eyebrow, since it is true and time is still on our side. "Please, speak plainly." Lu Yizhou, without further ado, elucidated the details of the project. Jing Yuran's heart comprehended. It was indeed that land project, and he found himself quite intrigued. "This project cannot be pursued by you alone. Only the Su group can handle it." Lu Yizhou pointed out Su Cheng's current precarious situation. Jing Yuran replied nonchalantly, "I am aware. I will discuss this with my second brother upon my return." Lu Yizhou tapped his thigh with a meaningful expression, saying, "Are you truly willing to let Su Yu take the lead?" Jing Yuran met his gaze, and they exchanged a silent understanding. Afterwards, Jing Yuran feigned resignation. "What can I do if I am unwilling? I am merely a bast road." Hearing this, Lu Yizhou furrowed his brow. "I can work with you exclusively." "No need," Jing Yuran firmly rejected. Partnering with him would impede Su Yu's narrative. Lu Yizhou appeared to be on the verge of persuading him, but the doorbell rang. Jing Yuran remained seated, opting to answer the door himself. Lu Yizhou reluctantly retrieved the food from the entrance and placed it on the dining table for their meal. It was already 11 o'clock, perfectly timed for lunch, although Lu Yizhou had ordered rather light fare. After they had dined, Jing Yuran prepared to leave. Lu Yizhou offered to escort him, to which Jing Yuran acquiesced. It was his due. However, instead of heading directly to the company, Jing Yuran requested Lu Yizhou to take him back to his apartment. Outside the community, as Jing Yuran unfastened his seatbelt to exit the car, Lu Yizhou grasped his arm, saying, "Wait, is there something more?" Jing Yuran turned to look at him. Lu Yizhou locked his gaze onto Jing Yuran's calm eyes, his tone resolute. "You agreed last night to work with me. From now on, It can only be with me, no other man or woman. Jing Yuran was momentarily taken aback, then found it amusing. Lu Yizhou, this is a mutual arrangement. Do not speak as if we share a deeper bond. Even if we do, it is merely that of bed partners. With that, Jing Yuran shrugged off Lu Yizhou's hand and exited the vehicle. Lu Yizhou watched Jing Yuran's retreating figure, his expression darkening. A bed partner is not all I desire. After being drugged and having relations with Su Cheng, he awoke in the morning feeling repulsed. However, upon seeing Su Cheng passed out, that disgust dissipated entirely. He found himself involuntarily recalling their intimate moments, contemplating that if Su Cheng were to pursue him, he would allow it. Yet, to his surprise, Su Cheng was quite straightforward, not pursuing him at all, leaving him feeling rather displeased. Subsequent encounters left him increasingly reminiscent of the sensations from that fateful night, and he became acutely aware of what he truly desired. Once he resolved upon a goal, he would employ every means necessary to attain it. Jing Yuran returned to change into his own attire before hailing a taxi to the hotel where he had spent the previous evening and subsequently drove to the office. In the office, Jing Yuran took a seat across from Su Yu, who was affectionately referred to as Xiao Su by the staff. In this corporate setting, Su Cheng did not address him as big brother or second brother, but instead referred to him as President Su and Xiao Su, with no other agenda. Su Yu expressed a desire to dine together that evening. Jing Yuran nodded in understanding. All right, I shall return to my work. Indeed, go ahead, Su Yu replied. That evening, Su Yu reserved a private room at an upscale Chinese restaurant, inviting Lu Yin to join him in expressing gratitude to Su Cheng for his assistance the night before. Jing Yuran, smiling, remarked, Second brother, you are too modest. Second sister-in-law is one of us. Naturally, I would help her. But what transpired in the inn last night? Upon hearing this, Su Yu and Lu Yin exchanged glances, and Su Yu sighed. Mother was quite upset. We had a quarrel, and she even declared she would no longer acknowledge me as her son. You go, Lu Yin softly consoled. There will always be a way to reconcile. Su Yu smiled at her words. Perhaps with time, Mother will come to understand. Indeed, Jing Yuran concurred. Mother still cares for you deeply. Her words were likely spoken in anger. After some time, when tempers cool, you both can sit down and discuss things calmly. Su Yu nodded in agreement. Jing Yuran then seized the opportunity to discuss the land project with Su Yu, who immediately inferred that Jing Yuran had been negotiating with Lu Yizhou regarding the project the previous night. This endeavor piqued Su Yu's interest, leading to an extensive conversation between them. Upon returning home, Jing Yuran found himself with the time to contemplate the matter of Lu Yizhou. He pondered whether Lu Yizhou's interest in him was fleeting, and regardless of the circumstances, if Lu Yizhou ceased to favor the female lead, who would assist the male lead in making a comeback after he had been toppled. Jing Yuran felt a twinge of hesitation. His initial plan was to navigate the narrative as scripted, effortlessly reaching the conclusion. However, he had not anticipated that becoming Lu Yizhou's cold juncture would introduce significant uncertainty. He found himself deliberating whether to adopt a different approach to reach the finale. The objective of all transmigrators was singular, to ensure that the protagonist achieved a satisfactory conclusion. Typically, adhering to the original plot was optimal, yet alternative, swifter, and more advantageous methods were not out of the question. As the supreme deity did not mandate strict adherence to the established storyline, Jing Yuran usually followed the original narrative, only deviating in exceptional circumstances. And this situation undoubtedly qualified as one such exception. Chapter 10. The passionate second male lead strays from the script. 10. Jing Yuran had expected Lu Yizhou to seek him out again. Yet a month had elapsed without any communication from him, not even a message. This left Jing Yuran in a state of uncertainty, unable to ascertain Lu Yizhou's true intentions. Fortunately, there were still 2 months until the project's announcement, allowing time for contemplation. It was during this period that Jing Yuran discovered that the Su family's business was recently under pressure, though the identity of the perpetrator remained unclear. However, both Su Yu and Su Yang were aware that it was Lu's family, specifically Lu Yizhou. Given Su Yu's frequent dealings with Lu Yizhou, Su Yang urged her to approach him. In the Lu Group's headquarters, within the presidential office, Lu Yizhou sat comfortably behind his desk in a pale azure suit, observing Su Yu with a self-satisfied demeanor. "What brings the esteemed Su General to my office? Is there an important project on which you wish to collaborate?" he inquired. Su Yu frowned slightly in response. "President Liu, please do not feign ignorance regarding the recent pressures faced by the Su group." With a raised brow and a smirk, Liu Yizhou admitted, "Yes, it was indeed my doing." "Why?" Su Yu asked, perplexed. Their families had not been on poor terms. In fact, they had maintained a relatively good relationship, leaving her bewildered as to his motivations. Liu Yizhou toyed with a pen in his hand, a calculating glint flashing in his fox-like eyes. "Because the Su family possesses something I desire." "What is it that you seek?" Su Yu rapidly reviewed all of the Su family's current projects, but could not discern what it was he wished to acquire. Liu Yizhou smirked, speaking slowly. "I want Su Cheng." "Su Cheng?" Su Yu was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp the meaning of his words. Liu Yizhou chuckled softly before continuing. "I want Su Cheng to marry me. Once he agrees, I will cease my actions and even offer you 2 projects as compensation." Su Yu was utterly astonished. She had never anticipated that Liu Yizhou's intentions would be of such nature. Suddenly, she recalled that night. "Were your words true that evening?" Liu Yizhou raised an eyebrow. "What do you think?" Su Yu's expression darkened as anger brewed within her. "Did you force him?" Liu Yizhou merely smiled nonchalantly. "You are mistaken. It is not coercion, but mutual consent." He himself expressed this. Su Yu could not bring herself to believe it. She knew Su Cheng well. Despite the changes he had undergone in recent months, it seemed implausible that he would so swiftly develop feelings for a man. "Liu Yizhou," Su Yu rose, resolutely rejecting his proposition. "I refuse your condition." Liu Yizhou was not surprised by her response. He merely narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Then we shall see what unfolds. While you may refuse, your parents may not." With a disdainful huff, Su Yu turned to leave. Upon returning, she refrained from disclosing this matter to Jing Yuran, considering it too absurd. Even if they had previously shared an intimate relationship, it was unacceptable to use him as a bargaining chip. Meanwhile, contemplating future prospects, Jing Yuran aided the female lead once more. Chen Yutong, favored by Su's mother, felt slighted at the banquet and sought trouble with Liu Yan. Jing Yuran happened to be passing by and intervened, assisting the female lead once again. Now, the female lead wholly trusted Jing Yuran and sincerely regarded him as a friend. This matter, which had been closely monitored by Liu Yizhou regarding Su Cheng, led him to believe that Su Cheng still harbored feelings for Liu Yan. Consequently, he intensified the pressure on the Su family. He also disseminated information to Su's parents, who were living in retirement, about the ongoing suppression faced by the Su family. Under the pressing inquiries of Su's father, Su Yu was compelled to disclose Liu Yizhou's terms. Initially taken aback, Su's father quickly weighed the pros and cons and decided to acquiesce. Liu Yizhou would marry Su Cheng, and thereafter, they would become one family, with both families collaborating to achieve greater heights. While a direct confrontation between the Su and Liu families was not out of the question, the inevitable result would only lead to mutual destruction. Su's father was unwilling to go to such lengths for a bastard child. "Dad!" Su Yu felt a pang of disappointment. Su Cheng should not be treated as a mere tool for profit. He had the right to choose his own marriage. Su's father, upon hearing this, grew displeased. "What do you mean? Are you implying that I should support your relationship with Liu Yan?" "That is not my intention." Su Yu replied earnestly. "I am merely stating facts. Do you not consider Su Cheng's wishes at all? Would he not agree to such a favorable proposition?" Su's father believed Su Cheng was fortunate. After all, Liu Yizhou was the head of the Liu family, and securing him as a husband was indeed a remarkable opportunity. Given that the marriage law was revised just a year ago, Su's father continued, "What is there to be dissatisfied with?" Listening to his words, Su Yu closed his eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, this matter must be discussed with Su Cheng. After saying this, Su Yu ended the call and sent a message for Jing Yuran to come to his office. 2 minutes later, Jing Yuran sat in Su Yu's office. "What is the matter? You seem troubled." Su Yu took a deep breath and replied, "You are aware that our group is currently under pressure, right? Have you discovered who is behind it?" Jing Yuran nodded knowingly. "It's Liu Yizhou," Su Yu confirmed. "Liu Yizhou?" Jing Yuran's brow furrowed. "What does he intend to accomplish?" The plot had deviated significantly. The seemingly devoted second male lead was now suppressing the male protagonist as company. Was he turning into a villain? Suyu met his gaze and, with a troubled expression, said, "I approached him, and he stated that if you agreed to marry him, he would cease the oppression of the Su family." Upon hearing this, Jing Yuran was momentarily stunned. "Marry? Me? With Lu Yizhou?" Recalling the last words spoken during their previous encounter, it seemed he was indeed serious. "If you are unwilling, I will advocate on your behalf," Suyu asserted solemnly. Jing Yuran snapped back to reality and shook his head. "Let me think it over." Noting his calm demeanor, Suyu felt a twinge of curiosity. Had something transpired between them, perhaps some budding affection? However, Jing Yuran had seldom interacted with Lu Yizhou, and their meetings had been few. How could feelings have developed? Jing Yuran glanced at Suyu, sensing his curiosity but offering no further explanation. He stood and declared, "I will give this matter serious consideration and provide you with an answer by tonight." Suyu paused and replied, "Do not force yourself." The affair between him and Lu Yin made him acutely aware of the feeling of helplessness, while Su Cheng had consistently supported them. He did not wish to make Su Cheng an instrument of profit. "I understand. Thank you, second brother," Jing Yuran smiled. Upon returning to his office, Jing Yuran first addressed the urgent tasks at hand, before leisurely contemplating the matter. Lu Yizhou's move indeed took him by surprise, yet it also enabled him to make a decision. He had been observing Lu Yizhou's stance, and now that it was clear, he could ascertain the next steps to take. Chapter 11. The affectionate second male lead remains in the plot. 11. Jing Yuran called Lu Yizhou. "Hello." Lu Yizhou's deep, magnetic voice came through. "Su Cheng, is there something you need?" Jing Yuran recognized that Lu Yizhou was feigning ignorance and replied directly, "Are you free tonight? Let us have dinner together." "Of course, for you. I'm always available." Lu Yizhou chuckled lightly, likely having guessed his intentions. Jing Yuran raised an eyebrow and promptly ended the call. Lu Yizhou wanted to say more, was met with silence as Jing Yuran hung up. It had been a long time since he had heard Su Cheng's voice. Lu Yizhou paused momentarily, then chuckled softly, realizing there was no escape. The summer nights were always accompanied by a warm breeze, prompting pedestrians to hurry along the streets, either seeking refuge in their cars or retreating into shopping malls. In a private room of a high-end Western restaurant, the air conditioning was set low, and upon entering, one could immediately feel a refreshing chill. President Lu had arrived quite early. Jing Yuran had anticipated arriving first, but upon opening the door, he saw Lu Yizhou already seated. Clad in a silver suit, Lu Yizhou sat upright at the table, his hands resting on it, revealing a glimpse of his wrist bone and a limited edition watch. His chiseled features softened under the warm yellow light, and the slight upward curve of his lips evoked thoughts of a phrase as gentle as jade. "Just arrived," he remarked, his gaze following Jing Yuran as he entered. After sitting down, Jing Yuran handed him a tablet to place their order. "What do you like to eat?" Lu Yizhou inquired. Taking the device, Jing Yuran, feigning innocence, replied, "Doesn't President Lu want to marry me? How can you not know what I like to eat?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yizhou raised his eyes to meet his. Although it seemed like an accusation, Jing Yuran was not genuinely upset, and thus he smiled. "In that case, I'll go ahead and order." Lu Yizhou had indeed done his homework. Yet he had a sense that some of what he learned about Su Cheng's preferences did not align with her true likes. After placing their order, Lu Yizhou handed the tablet back, asking if there was anything else she wished to eat. Jing Yuran perused the options, feeling a peculiar sensation. Lu Yizhou had chosen all of her favorites, along with several dishes that Su Cheng had not enjoyed but that she relished. Jing Yuran couldn't help but glance up at him. "President Lu, you possess remarkable skills." "Too kind," Lu Yizhou replied with a gentle smile. Jing Yuran placed the order. "That'll be all." As the dishes would take a while to prepare, Jing Yuran took a sip of water and then got straight to the point. "Regarding the condition you mentioned, I am willing to agree." I know Lu Yizhou was not surprised. "What terms do you have?" Jing Yuran's lips curled into a smile. Conversing with an astute individual was indeed effortless. "I require your assistance in facilitating the marriage between my second brother and Lu Yin, ensuring that our parents wholeheartedly accept her as a daughter-in-law." As her words echoed, Lu Yizhou's expression darkened, subtly suppressing the ire within him. Do you truly hold such affection for Lu Yin that you would sacrifice your own happiness for her? Jing Yuran paused, her brow furrowed in confusion. What are you implying? Is it not evident? Lu Yizhou replied in a low tone. You cherish Lu Yin and wish to see her happiness, which is why you have consented to marry me. I do not harbor such feelings for her, Jing Yuran asserted earnestly. Never have I. Do you expect me to believe that? Lu Yizhou discerned the indifference in Jing Yuran's demeanor towards him. Her interest seemed limited to physical pleasure rather than genuine affection. After a moment of silence, Jing Yuran shrugged. If you choose not to believe me, you need not agree. Frankly, I am indifferent to the Su family's opinion. At her words, Lu Yizhou's eyes flickered momentarily. Then a faint, melancholic smile graced his lips. Indeed, your indifference is quite apparent. If that is the case, what difference does it make? So? Jing Yuran raised an eyebrow. Lu Yizhou fixed his gaze upon Jing Yuran's tranquil, almond-shaped eyes. I accept the terms you proposed. Regardless of Su Cheng's feelings, if he is to marry, it shall be me he weds. Jing Yuran's lips curved into a smile. Very well. When shall we obtain our marriage certificate? At your convenience, Lu Yizhou replied. His availability contingent upon Jing Yuran's schedule. After a moment's contemplation, Jing Yuran determined that it was imperative to inform Su's parents about this arrangement, planning to do so when she returned home for the weekend, specifically next Monday. Agreed, Lu Yizhou nodded. As soon as the conversation concluded, their order arrived, and they began to discuss the preparations required for their impending nuptials while dining. Once their meal was finished, they approached the car, but Lu Yizhou halted Jing Yuran from driving, his tone laden with unspoken significance. Come to my house. I shall drive you to work tomorrow. Jing Yuran arched an eyebrow, leaning against the car. If I go, will I still make it to work on time tomorrow morning? Lu Yizhou responded with a playful smirk, stepping closer, resting his hand on the car, and leaning in toward Jing Yuran. How about just twice? What do you think? Jing Yuran scoffed lightly. I do not believe you. Lu Yizhou's lips curled into a slight grin as he leaned in even closer, nearly close enough to kiss her. A month without intimacy. Are you not tempted? As Jing Yuran gazed into his dark eyes, she opened her mouth to respond, but Lu Yizhou mischievously silenced her with a kiss, holding her gaze intently without further action. Just as Jing Yuran was about to push him away, a sharp female voice cut through the air. Lu Yizhou, what are you two doing? They instinctively separated and turned to see a woman clad in a light blue pleated skirt standing at the elevator entrance. She possessed a classic oval face, her features delicately attractive, especially her round, almond-shaped eyes that lent her an almost doll-like beauty. Sun Xiaowei? Lu Yizhou's brow furrowed slightly. What brings you here? Jing Yuran glanced at Lu Yizhou and then at the visibly irate Sun Xiaowei, instantly comprehending the situation, her expression shifting to one of amusement as she observed the unfolding drama. Sun Xiaowei gazed at Lu Yizhou, her expression shifting from anger to a sense of grievance. What's wrong with me? I merely wished to invite you to dinner. I never anticipated finding you here. Engaged in a kiss with another man, a man who happens to be a bastard. Lu Yizhou's countenance darkened. Whom I kiss is of no concern to you. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaowei was devastated. But our families agreed to a union. How can you treat me this way? Lu Yizhou cast a glance at Jing Yuran, who bore a look of amusement, seemingly indifferent to the situation. This only compounded Lu Yizhou's irritation as he retorted, I have already declined. Do not bring up the matter of our union. The idea of their union had merely been a casual suggestion from their elders and had never been formally established. Moreover, he had previously rejected the notion and had recently expressed to his parents that he desired only Su Cheng. Jing Yuran's eyes flickered. If his memory served him right, it was Sun Xiaowei who had drugged Lu Yizhou. Her motive stemmed from Lu Yizhou's rejection of the union. She was unwilling to accept defeat and sought to force the issue, yet she had failed in her endeavor. With tear-filled eyes, Sun Xiaowei pointed an accusing finger at Jing Yuran. Is your refusal of me because of him? But he is a man. How can you compare him to a woman? How could he ever provide an heir for the Lu family? Chapter 12. The affectionate male lead remains unwavering, unnecessary. Lu Yizhou retorted coldly. And it is of no concern to you. With that, he opened the car door, ushering Jing Yuran into the passenger seat before entering the vehicle himself. He pressed the accelerator, departing from the garage. Truly heartless. Jing Yuran observed Sun Xiaowei's sorrowful figure through the rearview mirror, shaking his head in disapproval. Lu Yizhou glanced at him, conveying a deeper meaning. There is no need for sentiment towards others. As he recalled the incident involving the drugging, he smirked. She is the one who drugged me that day. Coming to a halt at a red light, Lu Yizhou turned to gauge Jing Yuran's reaction. However, Jing Yuran's expression remained indifferent. Oh, are you not angry? Lu Yizhou could not help but inquire, astonished that Jing Yuran displayed neither anger nor surprise. Jing Yuran shot him a sidelong glance. What good is anger now that the deed is done? Though he stated this, few could maintain such composure as Jing Yuran did. Lu Yizhou chuckled softly, acknowledging Jing Yuran's uniqueness. It is good that you are not angry, he replied. Upon arriving at Lu Yizhou's residence once more, Jing Yuran made himself at home, casually changing his shoes and heading towards the bedroom. Lu Yizhou raised an eyebrow and followed him inside, only to find Jing Yuran at the bathroom door, calling back, If you're going to do it, hurry up. I do not wish to be late tomorrow. Lu Yizhou chuckled lightly, approaching him. This cannot be rushed. He was careful not to overstep, personally escorting Su Cheng to work the following morning before heading to his own office. On the weekend, Jing Yuran returned to the Su family estate. Upon his arrival, Su's mother confronted him with irritation. So, you do remember to come back? Do you have any idea how much the group has lost because of you? In the preceding weeks, Jing Yuran had not returned to the Su family's ancestral home, and neither Su father nor Su mother had voiced any concerns. However, with the interests of the conglomerate at stake, this illegitimate son had suddenly gained significance. The family servant, perceptive and quick-witted, hurried upstairs to inform Su father. Jing Yuran lowered his head slightly, appearing quite remorseful, as he had returned solely for this matter. Upon hearing his words, Su mother scoffed, remarking that at least he had a conscience and that they had not raised him in vain. Just then, Su father descended the stairs, his expression icy as he stated that he had already contacted Lu Yizhou, and their marriage had been arranged for 2 months hence. Jing Yuran raised an eyebrow inwardly. This timing coincided precisely with his discussions with Lu Yizhou, though it seemed Lu had not informed Su father of his prior consent. I understand. Jing Yuran feigned reluctance, declaring that he would abide by their arrangements. Seeing his compliance, Su father and Su mother's expressions softened somewhat. Jing Yuran then inquired, Father, did President Lu mention when we would obtain our marriage license? At this, Su father remembered, saying, Wait, I will fetch the household registration book. Remember to return it on Monday after use, and do not lose it. Of course, Father, Jing Yuran replied. Su mother regarded Jing Yuran with a disdainful huff, questioning what Lu Yizhou saw in him to warrant such fortune. Jing Yuran pretended not to notice, adopting a demeanor of indifference. When Su father handed the household registration book to Jing Yuran, Su mother hastily dismissed him, stating, There's no food prepared for you today. You'll have to fend for yourself. Jing Yuran acknowledged with a slight hum and turned to leave, only for Su father to remind him. Since you're to marry Lu Yizhou, take the initiative. We wouldn't want them to think the Su family lacks manners. Indeed, nurture your relationship. Feelings must be cultivated. Su mother echoed. Jing Yuran inwardly scoffed, but outwardly complied, saying, Understood. That evening, Lu Yizhou took Jing Yuran out for dinner and then brought him to his home, justifying it as a means to acclimate to each other's living habits prior to their impending marriage. Jing Yuran chuckled, teasing, Is President Lu so impatient after just 2 days? I cannot wait a second longer, Lu Yizhou replied, pressing Jing Yuran onto the bed. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to move your belongings. Jing Yuran, bracing against his solid chest, retorted, I will pack, you shall carry. Lu Yizhou relished his assertiveness, grinning, Very well, I shall carry. As long as he stayed obediently by Lu Yizhou's side, he would acquiesce to any request. Originally, they had planned to move things the following morning, but Lu Yizhou had overindulged the previous night, leaving Jing Yuran unable to rise early. They only made it to the apartment in the afternoon to retrieve his belongings. On Monday morning at 9, Lu Yizhou and Jing Yuran went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain their marriage certificate. Following this, They got into a car driven by Lu Yizhou's assistant, who was focused on driving, yet his admiration for his boss swelled like an uncontainable torrent. Just over a month prior, he had speculated whether his boss favored Su Cheng or Lu Yin. Now, merely a month later, his boss had married Su Cheng. The swiftness of this progression was faster than a rocket launch. In the rear seat, Lu Yizhou tightly grasped Jing Yuran's hand. "I've made a reservation at a restaurant for this evening. Call me after work, and I shall come and pick you up." "I'll drive myself," Jing Yuran replied nonchalantly. Lu Yizhou, with an air of authority, reiterated, "I will pick you up." Jing Yuran cast him a sidelong glance, somewhat perplexed by his insistence, yet chose not to argue. Replying simply, "Fine." Lu Yizhou smiled contentedly and raised Jing Yuran's hand, planting a gentle kiss upon it. Jing Yuran's fingers curled slightly as he glanced at Lu Yizhou and suddenly inquired, "Lu Yizhou, do you like me?" At this, Lu Yizhou looked at him with a tender and focused expression, affirming, "Yes, I like you very much." Jing Yuran was momentarily taken aback, gazing into those fox-like eyes, causing him to momentarily think he was conversing with Leng Jue. But in the next instant, he pondered, is he not just Leng Jue? Thus, does Leng Jue harbor feelings for him? Jing Yuran found this notion improbable, attributing it to an unforeseen divergence in the narrative. He responded softly, leaving it at that. Lu Yizhou's gaze deepened, his grip tightening unconsciously. He then pulled Jing Yuran towards him, pressing his other hand against the back of his head, and kissed him fervently. Jing Yuran was startled, but did not push him away. Instead, he gradually reciprocated the kiss. Zhou Jin, glancing in the rearview mirror, nearly slammed on the brakes, astonished by the audacity of the two. Once the kiss concluded, Lu Yizhou released Jing Yuran only to bite him playfully. "It matters not if you do not like me. As long as you are by my side, over a lifetime, I shall make you fall for me." Jing Yuran surmised the reason behind Lu Yizhou's playful bite, but refrained from commenting. Upon arriving at the office, Jing Yuran first visited Su Yu's office, presenting him with the household registration book, requesting his elder brother to take it back. Su Yu, taking the book, felt a tumult of emotions. After Su Cheng conveyed his decision, he had inquired once, and now he could not help but ask again, "Do you truly not regret it?" "No regrets," Jing Yuran replied with a slight smile. "This is the best outcome, is it not? Moreover, I perceive no loss. One could even argue it is entirely beneficial." Upon hearing this, Su Yu sighed softly, "That is good to hear." Chapter 13. The affectionate second male lead remains unmoved by the plot. Jing Yuran smiled again, saying, "Elder brother, I have devised a method to alter our parents' perception of second sister-in-law and gain their approval for your union." "What method?" Su Yu's eyes brightened as he looked at Jing Yuran. Jing Yuran withheld specifics for the moment, stating, "I need to refine the details further, and I'll inform you once my plan is ready. However, I must forewarn you that this approach may cause some discomfort to our parents and second sister-in-law. If that is unacceptable, we shall have to consider alternative strategies." "Discomfort? What kind?" Su Yu asked, confused. Jing Yuran raised an eyebrow slightly. "Perhaps something akin to surviving on a deserted island." "Su Yu?" After work, Jing Yuran called Lu Yizhou, estimating his arrival time, and descended early to await him. However, rather than venturing outside, he chose to wait in the lounge area of the lobby. Not long after I had taken my seat, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly cried out, "Su Cheng, do you have no shame? A man actually seducing my fiancée." It was the end of the workday, and the lobby was bustling with people, all of whom turned their attention upon hearing the outburst. Jing Yuran looked up at son Xiaowei standing before him, set aside the magazine in his hand, and slowly rose to his feet. "Am I seducing your fiancée?" Jing Yuran thought to himself, unable to suppress a smile. "May I ask who your fiancée is?" "Don't play dumb," son Xiaowei huffed, glaring at him. "It's Lu Yizhou, the president of the Lu Group." Upon hearing Lu Yizhou's name, the crowd could not help but pause and watch the unfolding drama. "Is this a tale of a wealthy family?" they whispered. "Ah, the plight of modern women. Not only must they guard against other women, but also against men. Isn't that the illegitimate son of the Su family? How could he possibly be interested in men? I doubt it. He likely covets Lu Yizhou's status and wealth, hoping to ascend the social ladder." Listening to the murmurs around her, Sun Xiaowei wore a triumphant expression. How could this illegitimate son possibly deserve to be with Lu Yizhou? And whatever she could not have, Su Cheng, as a bastard, should not even dream of acquiring. The commotion of the day would undoubtedly reach the ears of Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu, who would never approve of a man, especially an illegitimate one, entering their family. Jing Yuran smiled faintly. I must say, I admire your audacity to cause a scene without having the facts straight. What do you mean by that? Sun Xiaowei's expression shifted slightly. Jing Yuran chuckled softly, retrieving the marriage certificate he had just obtained that day from his pocket, opening it for her to see. Look closely. This is the marriage certificate between Lu Yizhou and me, which we just acquired today. What? Sun Xiaowei's eyes widened in disbelief. The crowd around them was equally astonished. A marriage certificate? Is this real? This unexpected turn of events had taken everyone by surprise. So, who was truly seducing whom? As Sun Xiaowei regained her composure and attempted to seize the certificate, Jing Yuran reacted swiftly, retracting it and placing it back into his pocket. This is impossible. Your certificate is fake, Sun Xiaowei shouted. At that moment, a deep, magnetic voice interjected. It is indeed real. The crowd fell silent and turned to see Lu Yizhou striding toward Jing Yuran in a silver suit. He naturally took Jing Yuran's hand and addressed the onlookers. The certificate was obtained this morning, and our wedding will take place in 2 months. The crowd gasped, covering their mouths in astonishment, too stunned to speak. Sun Xiaowei refused to accept the truth. Do Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu know? Do they know you are marrying a man? Lu Yizhou's dark eyes were filled with frost, yet his tone remained gentle. They are aware and quite pleased. In truth, Lu Yizhou had not yet introduced Jing Yuran to them. But that would happen soon. Arrangements were already in place for this week. No, this cannot be. Sun Xiaowei shook her head, unwilling to accept this reality. Lu Yizhou gazed at her, shaking his head in resignation. I turned you down 6 months ago. Now that I am married, I kindly ask you to refrain from disturbing us further. Initially, he chose not to hold her accountable for the incident involving the drug, considering their family's relationship and the good he discovered in Su Cheng. However, given her blatant lack of self-awareness, he could not be blamed for his lack of mercy. Jing Yuran observed Lu Yizhou's helpless expression and thought to himself, truly a master of theatrics. Had it not been for the crowd surrounding them, Lu Yizhou would have likely shown his displeasure much sooner. Sun Xiaowei's eyes brimmed with tears as she took a few steps back, stammering. The onlookers shook their heads in disbelief, initially thinking it was the legitimate wife confronting the mistress, only to realize it was the mistress attempting to usurp the position. Lu Yizhou displayed remarkable courage, remaining both polite and gentlemanly, which was quite admirable. How unfortunate that she was utterly unaware of the fact that he was already married. The blow to her pride was indeed severe. Just moments ago, she had accused Su Cheng of seducing her fiancé, only to find out he had already tied the knot. Such a deliberate act on her part. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Sun Xiaowei seethed with anger and yelled at them. Silence. After her outburst, she cast a resentful glance at Lu Yizhou, then shot a fierce glare at Jing Yuran, her jealousy palpable before huffing away. Jing Yuran remained unfazed, not allowing Sun Xiaowei's outburst to affect him. Lu Yizhou offered an apologetic smile to the crowd before leading Jing Yuran out of the hall. Once back in the car, Lu Yizhou's demeanor instantly shifted to one of coldness. I will handle this matter and ensure she never appears before you again. Jing Yuran shrugged, teasingly remarking, Mr. Lu, your ability to change expressions is quite impressive. Lu Yizhou was momentarily taken aback by his words, his anger dissipating as he gritted his teeth and replied, You truly seem indifferent to everything. If she approaches me, I can't handle it myself, Jing Yuran replied nonchalantly. Lu Yizhou, hearing this, let out a knowing grunt. I understand, but as your husband, it is my responsibility. Jing Yuran raised an eyebrow, choosing not to respond. After dinner, upon returning home, they naturally indulged in a passionate display of affection, their compatibility in this regard leading to exquisite enjoyment each time. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaowei returned home and wreaked havoc in her room, throwing belongings in a fit of rage. Wretched woman, shameless vixen, if she is so desperate for men, why not sell herself? She fumed. Sun E, and, upon arriving home, was met with the sounds of her tirade and crashing objects. Turning to the maid, he inquired about the commotion. The maid, trembling, replied, "I'm not entirely sure, sir, but I know Miss went out and returned in such a state." Furrowing his brows, Sun E and ascended the stairs, opening the door to find chaos strewn about the room. "Sun Xiaowei, what on earth are you doing?" he exclaimed. Sun Xiaowei turned, and upon seeing him, broke down in tears. "Brother, what's wrong?" Sun E and S anger dissipated as he navigated the shards on the floor, asking, "Who has wronged you?" Through her sobs, Sun Xiaowei recounted the events involving Su Cheng and Lu Yizhou with embellishments. "Why is a man vying for my man?" she lamented. Sun E and, after hearing her tale, felt his teeth clench in anger. "Ah, Su Cheng, what remarkable skill you possess. I have yet to settle the score from our previous encounter, and now you dare to compete with my sister for a man." He scoffed. He must teach him a lesson and help his sister reclaim Lu Yizhou. Chapter 14. The affectionate second male lead does not depart from the plot. 14. Weili, I will assist you with this matter, so rest assured. Sun E patted Sun Xiaowei's back. Sun Xiaowei paused for a moment and asked, "How will you help?" "So what if they are married?" "Marriage certificates are merely pieces of paper. They can still divorce." Sun E retorted with a cold smile. "Just wait and see." During the weekend, Lu Yizhou had a rare moment of leisure and intended to take Jing Yuran on a date. However, after breakfast, Jing Yuran said, "Now that we have the certificate, it is time to fulfill your promise, isn't it?" At these words, Lu Yizhou's good mood plummeted. He hesitated before replying, "The wedding has yet to be held. It doesn't count as a real marriage." Jing Yuran pondered for a moment and replied, "That's fair, but I can share my plan with you first." "You even crafted a plan for her?" Lu Yizhou swallowed a mouthful of jealousy, exclaiming, "You really went to great lengths." Observing his sullen and irritable expression, Jing Yuran couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you jealous? What do you think?" Lu Yizhou pulled him closer, gripping his chin and kissing him. Jing Yuran stifled a laugh, feeling that Lu Yizhou was somewhat endearing. Lu Yizhou released Jing Yuran and said solemnly, "Now, tell me your plan." He added, "But this time, after helping, you must not mention her name again." Jing Yuran was genuinely curious. "When did you start believing that I liked Lu Yan?" Lu Yizhou gently traced Jing Yuran's features with his fingers, replying, "It was when you delivered documents to her at Yuxuanju." "Yuxuanju? You mean she was there for a document delivery?" Jing Yuran was taken aback. Lu Yizhou scoffed. "If I'm not mistaken, you intentionally followed her there to curry favor." Jing Yuran raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying it, acknowledging that while he did follow her, it was not out of affection. Lu Yizhou playfully bit his lip and whispered, "I originally planned to take you on a date today, but I have discovered that dating in bed is far more enjoyable." "Wait a moment." Jing Yuran pushed him away. "I have something to say." Lu Yizhou narrowed his eyes, a warning in his tone. "I do not wish to hear Lu Yan's name. Let us not speak of her. Let us talk about me." Jing Yuran straightened up, leaning against the sofa. Lu Yizhou was eager to learn everything about him, so he momentarily set aside his thoughts. "What do you wish to say?" Lu Yizhou had always assumed he liked Lu Yan, and while it might not matter in the short term, he feared it could ultimately affect their future, necessitating a clear explanation now. Jing Yuran gathered his emotions and slowly began. "As you all know, I am an illegitimate child, and I do not belong in the Su family." Upon hearing this, Lu Yizhou's brows furrowed slightly. Jing Yuran continued, "I have not spent these years happily in the Su family. I have always been cautious around them, believing that this would make life easier. However, the situation with my second brother and Lu Yan has made it clear to me. As long as I remain in the Su family, I must adhere to their wishes, and a future alliance is inevitable. In comparison to wealth and luxury, my desire for freedom outweighs all. I yearn to depart from the Su family, which is why I support my second brother's relationship with Lu Yan. Following Lu Yan was merely a means to earn her trust. I wish for my brother to assist me in leaving the Su family." As the words fell from my lips, Lu Yizhou's eyes brimmed with compassion, and he reflected upon his previous actions, which were contrary to his own preferences. Yet, the thought of him marrying another filled him with a sense of resolve. I can help you leave the Su family, Lu Yizhou declared, clasping Jing Yuran's hand tightly. Jing Yuran inquired, how will you assist me? The government land project. I can forego any profit and give it all to them in exchange for your disassociation with them. Jing Yuran regarded his earnest expression, her heart fluttering, before averting her gaze. The project, once initiated, promised profits in the billions. Were you truly willing to relinquish all of it to them? Even the vastest wealth cannot compare to having you, Lu Yizhou said gently and affectionately. His dark eyes resembled an abyss filled with irresistible allure, capable of drawing one in with a mere glance. Jing Yuran diverted her gaze to the balcony, speaking in a slow and profound tone. I do not harbor feelings for Lu Yan. Upon hearing this, Lu Yizhou paused, belatedly realizing that Jing Yuran was opening her heart to him, and moreover, she did not like Lu Yan. The jealousy that had weighed heavily upon him dissipated, leaving him invigorated and unable to contain his joy. So, do you currently have someone you admire? Jing Yuran met his deep, luminous gaze and replied honestly, no. In truth, he could have fabricated a lie, which would have endeared him to Lu Yizhou even more and facilitated his mission. Yet he found no desire or necessity to do so. Lu Yizhou felt a fleeting sense of disappointment, though it was anticipated. Yet, having no one he liked was certainly preferable to having someone. Then why not attempt to cultivate feelings for me? What do you think? Lu Yizhou murmured. Jing Yuran's expression remained unchanged. I shall give it a try. Lu Yizhou frowned. Are you merely humoring me? Indeed, I am. Jing Yuran replied languidly. Su Cheng, Lu Yizhou cradled his face. Say it earnestly. Declare that you will endeavor to like me. Jing Yuran's eyelids fluttered, concealing her gaze, and she offered a non-committal response. I shall observe your conduct. Lu Yizhou, unsure whether to feel satisfied or not, asserted, just you wait. Jing Yuran remained silent. The word held a certain irony for him. It was precisely because of such sentiments that he had faced betrayal from loved ones and had been cast off a cliff by his fiancée. Unbeknownst to him, these memories cast a shadow upon his demeanor, causing his previously serene facade to fracture, revealing a hint of unrecognized sorrow and desolation. Lu Yizhou sensed a change in mood and asked with concern, Su Cheng, what are you pondering? Jing Yuran snapped back to reality, blinking to seal the fissure, returning to his calm self. Nothing of consequence. Shall we continue with our date? Lu Yizhou furrowed his brows, gazing intently at Jing Yuran for a considerable time. Ultimately, he refrained from further inquiries and simply stated, let us go. We shall leave now. The two returned to the bedroom to change their attire. Since they were not heading to work, Jing Yuran donned a simple white t-shirt paired with jeans, his delicate features and youthful complexion making him appear as though he were still a high school student. Upon seeing Jing Yuran in such attire, Lu Yizhou felt a slight gulp in his throat, pondering if it might be better to just stay home for a date. Jing Yuran cast him a fleeting glance, and though he uttered no words, his presence was undeniably commanding. Lu Yizhou chuckled and said, all right, let us go out for a date. Subsequently, he matched Jing Yuran's casual look with a black t-shirt and jeans, shedding the seriousness of a suit, and he too resembled a student, albeit a college one. Once they were ready, they stepped outside. Jing Yuran did not inquire about their destination, simply following along. However, he was taken aback when Lu Yizhou led him to a haunted house within a park. Chapter 15. The passionate second male lead does not depart from the plot. 15. As it was the weekend, the amusement park was bustling with visitors, primarily parents accompanied by their children, the air filled with the sounds of joyful laughter. The haunted house was situated at the far end of the park. Although its facade was modest, the decor suggested a meticulous effort had been invested in its design. The aged wooden door stood slightly ajar, with varying lengths of faux blood streaming down and chaotic handprints smeared in red, inscribed with the ominous phrase, "Return my life." Peering through the partially open door, one could only glimpse a dimly lit foyer, where a skeleton was nailed to a cross on the wall, its eye sockets glowing with eerie lights. Despite the throngs populating the amusement park, there were scarcely any patrons before the haunted house, leaving only the two of them at the entrance. Lu Yizhou turned his gaze towards Jing Yuran and inquired, "Are you afraid? What do you think?" Jing Yuran replied with a raised eyebrow. In truth, Lu Yizhou already knew that Jing Yuran harbored no fear. Consequently, his expression shifted, and he inched closer to Jing Yuran, stating in a flat tone, "I am afraid." Jing Yuran, skeptical of his words, retorted, "Then let us choose another place." As he turned to walk away, Lu Yizhou grasped his arm, insisting, "I want to go. I have never been to a haunted house before." "Are you not afraid?" Jing Yuran questioned, his indifferent gaze laced with a hint of mockery. Lu Yizhou lowered his head slightly, whispering, "Aren't you here with me?" Jing Yuran smirked, exposing his intentions. "We are already registered. Just say you want to be affectionate. You were never this coy before we registered." Lu Yizhou denied it, feigning innocence. "I merely wish to accompany you to the haunted house. There is no ulterior motive." Jing Yuran responded with a nonchalant "Oh." Lu Yizhou then took Jing Yuran's hand as they entered. Next to them stood the ticket booth, where he promptly purchased 2 tickets before leading them through the entrance. The haunted house lacked set scenes, offering only a singular pathway. As the curtain at the entrance fell, only faint ground lights illuminated their way, guiding them forward. Lu Yizhou shivered, gripping Jing Yuran's hand tightly and stating, "You must hold on to me. I am scared." Jing Yuran silently pulled Lu Yizhou forward. Initially, they encountered an array of frightening props, but upon turning a corner, a ghostly figure emerged from a nearby room. Draped in a flowing white gown, weeping tears of blood, the apparition approached them menacingly, coming so close to Jing Yuran that he could discern the foundation on her face. Unfazed, Jing Yuran regarded the ghost with an impassive expression, showing no signs of fear. However, he sensed Lu Yizhou trembling beside him, unsure if it was genuine fright or a feigned reaction. Just as Jing Yuran was about to speak, Lu Yizhou abruptly pulled him forward, coldly admonishing the specter. "Stay away from my beloved. He is already married." The ghost was taken aback, unable to suppress a chuckle. Jing Yuran's eyes sparkled faintly in the dim light. Was he no longer afraid? Lu Yizhou stiffened momentarily before swiftly dragging Jing Yuran ahead. The ghost, who should have pursued them, stood bewildered, her performance yet to commence while the two had fled. After running a short distance and turning another corner, they entered a room designed as a graveyard, surrounded by numerous tombstones, with some coffins partially visible. Just as Lu Yizhou was about to explain, eerie music filled the air, accompanied by the unsettling sound of wood being struck. Moments later, 2 coffin lids were flung open, revealing 2 ghoulish figures sitting up. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yizhou, feigning terror, clutched Jing Yuran tightly, trembling slightly. "Sucheng, I am so scared." Jing Yuran glanced at him in the faint light. Lu Yizhou's performance was remarkably convincing. His eyes squeezed shut in a pretense of fear. "You would make a splendid actor," Jing Yuran remarked, attempting to move forward. Yet Lu Yizhou clung to him fiercely, unwilling to let go. Meanwhile, the 2 risen ghosts crawled closer, ominously uttering, "I am so lonely. Come down and keep me company." "Lu Yizhou, let go of me," Jing Yuran urged, patting him gently. Lu Yizhou reluctantly opened his eyes, shaking his head. "No, I'm frightened." Jing Yuran contemplated giving him a light smack on the back of the head, but refrained. Just as he began to speak, the 2 approaching ghosts grasped one of their feet each. Startled, Lu Yizhou let out a half-hearted yelp, shaking off the ghostly grip and pulling Jing Yuran towards the graveyard. Jing Yuran was caught off guard, nearly stumbling, but Lu Yizhou turned back to steady him. Then, before the ghosts could react, Lu Yizhou shoved Jing Yuran into a coffin and followed suit, hastily closing the lid behind them. The coffin barely accommodated 1 person, with Lu Yizhou completely atop Jing Yuran, facing downwards. The moment the lid was shut, even the faintest light vanished, leaving them enveloped in utter darkness, accompanied by the sound of their synchronized breaths. Jing Yuran was momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure. He lightly kicked Lu Yizhou's foot and whispered, "You did that on purpose." Upon hearing this, Lu Yizhou suddenly chuckled, his voice deep and resonant. Having maintained his facade moments ago, he now openly admitted, "Indeed, I did it intentionally." Jing Yuran found it amusing, a smile creeping into his tone. "Aren't you being a bit childish?" In response, Lu Yizhou kissed the earlobe of Jing Yuran, softly murmuring, "This is not childish. It is a matter of romance." The gentle kiss made Jing Yuran shiver instinctively, eliciting a low laugh from Leng Jue. So sensitive? Outside the coffin, two spirits exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of astonishment. One of them pointed at the coffin and took a couple of steps forward. The other, understanding, followed suit, and they both leaned against the edge of the coffin, vigorously pounding on it. The thumping echoed in the cramped and dark surroundings, combined with eerie music, causing adrenaline to surge, breaths to quicken, and hearts to race. For someone who feared ghosts, such a scene would likely have incited terrified screams. Yet neither of them was afraid. Jing Yuran sensed a shift in the person beside him. The atmosphere they had just cultivated dissipated. Leng Jue, are you a weirdo? Leng Jue chuckled lightly. If you say so, then I am. Jing Yuran shot him a glare, but alas, the darkness concealed his expression. Get up. Leng Jue remained still. His voice hushed. Let us wait a little longer. As he spoke, he lowered his head, burying it in the crook of Jing Yuran's neck, his warm breath cascading against Jing Yuran's skin. Jing Yuran's breath, warm and ticklish, brushed against Leng Jue's ear, almost overwhelming him with desire. In the end, fearing that he might lose control if this continued, Leng Jue raised his hand to push aside the wooden panel. This sudden movement startled the two spirits who had been pounding on the panel, and as they saw him emerging, they quickly lunged forward, intending to frighten him. However, Leng Jue cast a cold glance, warning, "Don't come any closer." The two spirits, intimidated by his presence, hesitated before obediently halting their advance. Leng Jue then stepped out, extending his hand to pull Jing Yuran along with him. Once outside, Leng Jue led him away, and Jing Yuran glanced back at the dutiful spirits, chuckling, "You worked hard." Following this, Leng Jue no longer pretended to be afraid, but continued to hold Jing Yuran's hand tightly. Upon their exit, Jing Yuran observed the children running about and jested, "Do you want to play? I'll treat you." Hearing this, Leng Jue raised an eyebrow. "Only if you accompany me." "Oh, let us just go home then," Jing Yuran replied, not wishing to embarrass himself further. Leng Jue chuckled lightly, leading him on a leisurely stroll through the park. And when mealtime approached, they drove to a restaurant they had reserved in advance. In the afternoon, they watched a movie together, and in the evening, they returned home with groceries to prepare a meal. Leng Jue insisted that Jing Yuran not lift a finger, so Jing Yuran settled at the bar, watching him. Leng Jue donned a comfortable and loose-fitting loungewear, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his sturdy forearms. His movements while washing and chopping vegetables were both leisurely and graceful, indicating a man well-versed in the art of cooking. As she observed him, Jing Yuran was suddenly enveloped by a serene sense of domestic bliss, as if she truly possessed a home and led a life akin to that of an ordinary family. On weekdays, they would work, while weekends were spent either resting at home or venturing out, occasionally preparing a meal together. Simple yet heartwarming moments. "What are you thinking about?" Leng Jue inquired, noticing Jing Yuran lost in thought, seemingly oblivious to his presence, which irked him slightly. Jing Yuran snapped back to reality, responding nonchalantly, "Nothing." This only exacerbated Leng Jue's displeasure. He leaned against the bar with both hands, pressing, "You truly have nothing on your mind?" Jing Yuran supported her head with her hand, a faint smile gracing her lips as she languidly replied, "Guess." Leng Jue fixated on her alluring peach blossom eyes, her thick lashes casting delicate shadows reminiscent of butterfly wings. The languor in her indifferent gaze evoked imagery of a cat. "I cannot guess," he murmured, lowering his head to gently nibble on her lips. "You tell me," he urged. Jing Yuran licked her lips, her voice deliberately lowered and laced with seductive allure. "I was pondering when you would finish cooking. I'm quite hungry." Leng Jue's gaze darkened slightly as he intensely focused on her lips, his voice low. "I am hungry too." Jing Yuran leaned in closer, exhaling softly then. She paused deliberately, noting Leng Jue's breath quicken before abruptly shifting her demeanor, pushing him away and hastily returning to the stove. "Wait for me to kiss you," Leng Jue remarked with a light chuckle, his tone laced with mischief after dinner. Jing Yuran, undeterred, even seemed to anticipate whether Leng Jue had any new surprises in store. However, he had a dinner engagement that evening, while Jing Yuran had to work late, not finishing until 9 o'clock. He drove home alone. As he approached his car, Jing Yuran suddenly halted, her keen senses picking up on something amiss. In the next moment, over a dozen individuals surged from behind various obstructions, encircling Jing Yuran menacingly. A quick glance revealed their fierce expressions, with some displaying alarming tattoos on their exposed arms, unmistakably belonging to a rough crowd. Without uttering a word, they confirmed their target and advanced towards her. Jing Yuran's eyes sharpened as she raised her hand to block a punch from her right, forcefully kicking away the man in front of her, then executing a swift side kick to repel another assailant from the left. After several exchanges, it became evident to the attackers that they were no match for her formidable prowess. "Produce the goods," demanded one of the crew cut men, seizing a tattooed companion's arm. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the tattooed man fumbled in his pocket for a small spray bottle. The crew cut man snatched it away and charged towards Jing Yuran, shouting, "Everyone, stand clear." Having discerned their intentions were not merely to fight, but to abduct her, Jing Yuran reacted swiftly, kicking his outstretched hand, causing the spray bottle to fly from his grip. Jing Yuran cast a fleeting glance, quickly deducing that it was something capable of rendering him unconscious in an instant. His gaze chilling slightly, he then acted with greater decisiveness, having previously held back, now targeting their pressure points with precision, each move ensuring they would be unable to rise. Soon enough, the ground was strewn with their sprawled forms, their cries of anguish echoing through the air. Approaching the spray, Jing Yuran bent down to retrieve it, subsequently pulling out his phone to call the police. The crew cut man, their leader, immediately faltered upon witnessing Jing Yuran dialing, pleading, "Brother, let us talk this over. Please don't call the police." Jing Yuran disregarded him entirely, completing the call to the authorities, detailing the situation before hanging up. Regardless of who had employed these thugs, there was no need for mercy. Anyone who would resort to hiring ruffians to kidnap him surely bore a grudge, and he felt no obligation to show compassion towards his enemies. Seeing the predicament, the crew cut man and his associates attempted to flee before the police arrived. However, Jing Yuran had anticipated this. Having struck their pressure points earlier, it would likely take them over half an hour to rise. While waiting for the authorities, Jing Yuran received a call from Lu Yizhou. Still not off work, Lu Yizhou's voice sounded weary, laced with a hint of drowsiness, likely a consequence of having drunk too much. Jing Yuran replied with a simple estimating, "I should be home around 11. Is it that late?" Lu Yizhou paused before offering, "I'll come pick you up. You've been drinking. Can you drive?" Jing Yuran responded coolly. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Yizhou replied, "Zhou Jin hasn't been drinking. He'll drive." Typically, as an assistant, Zhou Jin would share in the drinking, but Lu Yizhou distrusted the outside crowd, ensuring that Zhou Jin abstained during social events, solely responsible for driving him home. Jing Yuran chuckled softly at this. "It's late. Let us not trouble your assistant." "You're concerned for him?" Lu Yizhou's tone turned sour with jealousy. The sound of approaching police sirens grew louder in his ears, and Jing Yuran had no time to soothe him, stating firmly, "Stay home and wait." With that, he hung up the call. Once the police arrived, they took all of them to the station for questioning. The crew cut man and his accomplices, unwilling to take the fall, willingly disclosed the identity of the one who had paid them, Sun Yihua. They further revealed that Sun Yihua had instructed them to incapacitate Jing Yuran and take him to an abandoned building, where they were to call in several others to assault him and record the ordeal for Sun Yihua. Upon learning this, Jing Yuran remained surprisingly calm. With both witness and material evidence at hand, could they not simply apprehend the culprit? The police were astonished by his tranquility, asking, "So, will you wait?" "I should head home," Jing Yuran replied coolly. With nearly 11 o'clock approaching, and knowing Lu Yizhou was both intoxicated and envious, the last thing he wanted was for Lu Yizhou to venture out in search of him, which would only complicate matters. The police offered no further objections, allowing Jing Yuran to leave. As Jing Yuran returned home, he found Lu Yizhou reclining on the sofa, his coat discarded, clad only in a white shirt and black trousers. One hand was raised over his eyes, suggesting he had drifted into slumber. Approaching him, Jing Yuran nudged him with his leg, urging Lu Yizhou, "Go to bed." Awakening, Lu Yizhou turned to embrace Jing Yuran's thigh, his voice husky. You care for my assistant, yet neglect me. Jing Yuran glanced down at him, arching an eyebrow slightly. Was Lu Yizhou indulging in a bit of playful petulance? He instinctively envisioned the face of Leng Jue, unable to suppress a chuckle, finding the situation somewhat intriguing. Noticing that instead of comforting him, Jing Yuran laughed, Lu Yizhou's mood darkened further. He reached out and pulled Jing Yuran down onto him, flipping over to pin him firmly beneath. Jing Yuran had the opportunity to respond, yet he remained still, gazing into Lu Yizhou's dark eyes, slowly inquiring, What are you doing? Lu Yizhou gritted his teeth. Doing you? With that, he lowered his head, capturing Jing Yuran's lips in a fierce kiss. The following morning, Jing Yuran awoke first. Glancing at the slumbering Lu Yizhou and recalling the night's fervor, he could not resist delivering a playful kick before stretching his sore back and heading to wash up. Lu Yizhou stirred shortly after Jing Yuran left, checking the time on his phone to find it was already 9 o'clock. Su Cheng? Lu Yizhou called out a couple of times, only to be met with silence. As he washed up, memories of the previous night brought a smile to his face. Perhaps his indulgence indicated a burgeoning affection. With this thought in mind, Lu Yizhou's spirits remained high until he arrived at the office, where Zhou Jin reported on matters concerning the Sun Group. The cash flow of the Sun Group had been abruptly severed, and if the deficit was not addressed within 3 days, bankruptcy loomed. Furthermore, news had just emerged that last night at midnight, the police had taken Sun Yi into custody. Lu Yizhou raised his head in confusion. What crime has he committed? Zhou Jin, noting Lu Yizhou's lack of awareness, hesitated before responding. He attempted to hire someone to kidnap and blackmail us with a video. Lu Yizhou's brow furrowed, realization dawning upon him that the intended target was Su Cheng. Indeed, Zhou Jin confirmed it was Su Cheng who reported him last night. At this revelation, an icy aura enveloped Lu Yizhou, his demeanor chilling several degrees. Zhou Jin felt a wave of apprehension, uncertain of Lu Yizhou's intentions, and chose to remain silent. After a moment, Lu Yizhou spoke in a low, commanding tone. Proceed as planned. Understood, President Lu, Zhou Jin replied, sensing the gravity of the situation. If there is nothing else, I will return to my duties. Upon receiving a nod from Lu Yizhou, Zhou Jin hastily exited the office. Lu Yizhou pressed his lips together, retrieving his phone to scroll through Su Cheng's number. However, just as he was about to press dial, he hesitated. Subsequently, he locked his screen, tossing the phone onto his desk in exasperation while rubbing his temples. He was aware that Su Cheng was not the type to rely on others. Yet after such a significant incident last night, Su Cheng remained utterly silent. Even if he had not yet developed feelings for him, they at least shared a harmonious relationship in bed, coupled with a legally recognized marriage. He ought to have said something. Lu Yizhou felt a surge of frustration, particularly at the thought of what might have transpired last night if Sun Yi had succeeded, making him want to confine the man at home and give him a thorough reprimand. After brooding alone for a while, Lu Yizhou reassured himself that there was still plenty of time ahead, and subsequently immersed himself in his busy work. Later that evening, in the bedroom, Jing Yuran noticed that Lu Yizhou was even more fervent than the previous day. After yet another encounter, he halted Lu Yizhou's continued advances. Have you taken gunpowder today? Lu Yizhou fixed his dark, profound gaze on Jing Yuran and, after a long pause, hoarsely replied, I am aware of what happened last night. Jing Yuran blinked, processing the information, and responded calmly. The matter was resolved smoothly, and Sun Yi has been dealt with. Isn't that a good outcome? He knew that Lu Yizhou had recently taken action against the Sun Corporation, with the Su family involved as well. It was likely that the Sun Corporation would face bankruptcy soon. Sending Sun Yi to prison at this juncture would only exacerbate their plight. Lu Yizhou met Jing Yuran's indifferent peach blossom eyes, which reflected only rationality devoid of the understanding he desired. He failed to grasp his meaning. Thus, he lowered his head and bit Jing Yuran fiercely, asserting in a commanding tone, From now on, no matter what happens, I must be informed immediately. Jing Yuran let out a soft hiss, his brows knitting slightly. The light above them was obscured by Lu Yizhou, casting a shadow over his face, making his features appear more defined. and rendering his serious demeanor somewhat cold. Jing Yuran lowered his eyelids and replied coolly, understood. Satisfied, Lu Yizhou momentarily released him. 3 days later, the Sun Corporation declared bankruptcy and was swiftly divided between the Lu Group and the Su Group. Jing Yuran merely glanced at the news before losing interest. That evening marked another day of working late and driving home alone. At the parking lot, at the same spot and around the same time, Jing Yuran paused by his car. "Get out," he commanded. As the words fell, a disheveled woman suddenly emerged from behind a nearby pillar. With a thud, she collapsed to her knees. "Su Cheng, please, let Lu Yizhou spare our family." Recognizing the woman in front of him as Sun Xiaowei, Jing Yuran raised an eyebrow. "What good would pleading with me do?" Sun Xiaowei lifted her head, revealing an excessively haggard face. "Of course it would. Is it not because of you that Lu Yizhou is bringing our family down? If you plead with him for mercy, he will surely comply." Jing Yuran's eyes flickered, and he smiled gently. "Why should I help you plead with him?" With that, he turned to open the car door. Sun Xiaowei, seeing this, disregarded everything else and rushed forward to clutch his leg. "Su Cheng, you cannot leave. It is all because of you that our family is in this state. You must take responsibility." Jing Yuran furrowed her brow, unflinchingly pulling away from Sun Xiaowei. "Miss Sun, please maintain some dignity. The plight of the Sun family is a reflection of your own actions. You should introspect rather than seek to blame me." Sun Xiaowei fell to the ground, shrieking in despair. "It's all because of you. Lu Yizhou was supposed to be my fiancé. He was meant to marry me. You stole him away." Upon hearing this, Jing Yuran's gaze lowered slightly, a faint smile playing on her lips. "You don't truly believe your underhanded schemes were executed flawlessly, do you?" Chapter 18. The affectionate second male lead remains in the plot. 18. Sun Xiaowei was momentarily taken aback, her face a mask of shock. "How do you know?" Jing Yuran let out a derisive scoff. "Care to guess how I came by this knowledge?" Instantly, Sun Xiaowei's thoughts turned to Lu Yizhou. He must have discovered her actions and informed Su Cheng. Jing Yuran, in a rather benevolent manner, informed her. "Do you know who he was with that night when you resorted to your devious tactics?" Sun Xiaowei looked up at Jing Yuran, a suspicion forming in her heart. Yet she dare not believe it. Jing Yuran's lips curled into a slight smirk. "It's precisely as you suspect. He was with me that night." "No," Sun Xiaowei screamed, unwilling to accept this nearly devastating truth. Her intention in drugging Lu Yizhou was to consummate their relationship, yet it had merely benefited another, who now stood as his bride. Had she been the one that night, would she not have been the one marrying Lu Yizhou? Even now, Sun Xiaowei did not perceive her own culpability, and her thoughts bordered on the delusional. "Su Cheng, Lu Yizhou was meant for me." Sun Xiaowei glared at Jing Yuran, her eyes filled with resentment and malice, as though Jing Yuran had truly usurped her husband. Jing Yuran saw through her intentions and could not suppress a laugh. Clearly, Lu Yizhou had far better pursuits than engaging in dialogue with such a foolish woman. She chose to disregard Sun Xiaowei and turned to enter her vehicle, starting the engine. With her eyes fixed on Jing Yuran's car, Sun Xiaowei, fueled by intense hatred and unwillingness to accept her fate, conceived a frantic idea. As the car accelerated forward, she sprang to her feet with unprecedented speed and dashed toward the vehicle. Screeching to a halt, Jing Yuran saw Sun Xiaowei rushing toward her and braked. It still made contact. However, she was certain the impact was no more forceful than a gentle shove. Once more, Sun Xiaowei fell to the ground, clutching her abdomen and wailing, "Ah, it hurts, it hurts." Jing Yuran exited her car, standing beside it with an indifferent tone. "Sun Xiaowei, should you wish to stay to scene next time, do remember to run faster." Sun Xiaowei glared at Jing Yuran, indignantly proclaiming, "You hit me with your car. You must compensate for my medical expenses and emotional distress. If you refuse, I shall accuse you of attempted murder." Desperation had truly set in for her. The Sun family was in ruins, with her father and brother imprisoned, burdened by debts exceeding millions, leaving them unable to survive without substantial financial aid. She craved money, a significant sum, and sought to make Jing Yuran's life as difficult as her own. After hearing this, Jing Yuran raised an eyebrow slightly and said, "Very well. I will cover the medical expenses. I kindly request Miss Sun to accompany me to the hospital for an injury assessment." I refuse. Sun Xiaowei certainly could not accompany him to the hospital. She had merely stumbled and sustained superficial injuries with no damage to her bones. Just give me the money. I demand 10 million. Jing Yuran cast a calm glance in her direction and immediately called Su Yu. Second brother, I require access to the surveillance footage from the parking lot. Su Yu, having developed a strong trust in him, did not inquire further and replied, I'll have someone check it for you. Which time frame do you need? From now to 15 minutes prior, Jing Yuran instructed. Su Yu responded affirmatively. I will have it sent to you. Thank you, second brother. Jing Yuran ended the call and turned to Sun Xiaowei, his tone devoid of emotion. Do you require me to assist you in filing a police report? In his indifferent peach blossom eyes, Sun Xiaowei's stunned expression was mirrored. She seemed unprepared for this cold and unfeeling side of Su Cheng, which starkly contrasted with the rumors she had heard. After a moment, Sun Xiaowei regained her composure and, believing she had found a weakness, laughed. Su Cheng, I never imagined you had two faces. Do you dare to let Lu Yizhou know the real you? Sun Xiaowei Jing Yuran's patience wore thin. If you truly wish to die, just remain seated. With that, he returned to his vehicle, starting the engine, appearing intent on driving past Sun Xiaowei. She initially did not comprehend his words until the sound of the engine filled the air, at which point she understood. As the car moved forward, she immediately scrambled to the side, just as Jing Yuran's vehicle brushed past her. Watching the departing car, Sun Xiaowei felt a wave of panic. It was a near miss. Had it been any closer, the vehicle would have collided with her. Jing Yuran showed no inclination to halt. He was nothing short of a madman. Upon returning home, Jing Yuran recalled Lu Yizhou's earlier words and conveyed the incident to him. Lu Yizhou swiftly resolved the matter, informing Jing Yuran later that evening. I've arranged for someone to send Sun Xiaowei abroad. You need not worry about her returning to trouble you. Jing Yuran acknowledged with a simple choosing not to elaborate further. With both families having merged to engulf the Sun family, their conglomerate was poised to grow even larger, and with the upcoming land development project, their status in Yucheng would become unparalleled. Our gown is ready. Let us try it on this weekend. Lu Yizhou shifted the topic. Jing Yuran responded with an affirmative hum. For now, he merely needed to wait for the wedding with Lu Yizhou and, as planned, ensure that Su's parents experienced some hardship, allowing them to recognize Lu Yan's worth and consent to her union with Su Yu. Ultimately, with Su Yu and Lu Yan married, a perfect conclusion would be achieved. Once this conclusion was reached, he and Leng Wan would sever ties with this world. He pondered whether this departure would lead him back to the main city, where he would have to confront a memory-laden Leng Wan. To be candid, he had enjoyed his time with Lu Yizhou immensely, particularly in their intimate moments. Yet he feared that such experiences might not be replicated upon returning. As the time leading up to the wedding unfolds, it is essential to cherish and relish these moments. Recently, Lu Yizhou has noticed that Jing Yuran has become significantly more proactive than before, displaying a touch of warmth that was previously absent, no longer appearing as indifferent as he once did. This change brings him great joy, adding a layer of certainty to his earlier speculations. Their wedding is to be held at a 5-star hotel owned by the Lu Group, which will be closed for the day, transformed entirely into a venue for the celebration. In a bid to assert his claim, Lu Yizhou has invited everyone he could, including business partners he had only met once or twice in the past. The grandeur of the wedding aims to demonstrate to skeptics just how much Lu Yizhou values Su Cheng. On the evening following the wedding, Lu Yizhou gathered both families in a private room and reiterated the words he had once spoken to Su Cheng. Su Cheng is now my wife and will henceforth be a member of the Lu family. I do not wish for her to suffer any indignities, he declared as he firmly grasped Jing Yuran's hand, his tone earnest and solemn. I hope that starting tomorrow, the Su family will sever all ties with Su Cheng. As compensation, my Lu Group will not seek any profit from the government land project. In essence, the Lu Group would solely invest without claiming any dividends. What? The astonishment in the room was palpable. However, after an initial shock, Lu Yizhou's parents came to comprehend their son's rationale, remaining silent. Jing Yuran's surprise stemmed from his belief that Lu Yizhou was merely speaking hypothetically. He had not anticipated such decisive action, leaving him with a peculiar feeling. Su Yu, After her initial surprise, also understood their position and even considered the severance of ties between Su Cheng and the Su family to be beneficial. For she believed that with Lu Yizhou's support, Su Cheng would fare far better than she would in the Su household. Su Yang held a neutral stance, indifferent to the matter. Su mother internally concurred with the move. Had she not feared being labeled as cold-hearted, she would have never allowed Su father to bring Su Cheng back into the Su family. Conversely, Su father, who was more preoccupied with vested interests, pondered the implications. While the offered compensation was enticing, he reasoned that as long as Su Cheng remained a member of the Su family, the opportunities for collaboration with the Lu family would only increase, yielding substantial benefits that could rival those of the proposed project. Anticipating Su father's hesitation, Lu Yizhou produced the pre-prepared document for the severance of ties from his folder, a draft agreement awaiting only Su father's signature. Upon seeing it, Su father's expression darkened. Su Cheng is my son. There is no way we can sever ties. At that moment, Su mother discreetly tugged at Su father's sleeve under the table. But he ignored her, his voice low and firm. Our families have just united. You wish to cut Su Cheng off from the Su family? What'll others think of him? Turning to Su Cheng, he added, was this idea yours? I have taken you in and raised you well. For you to want to sever ties with the Su family, now that you are married, seems excessive. He wanted to label Su Cheng as an ungrateful wretch. But out of respect for Lu Yizhou, he refrained from voicing such harsh sentiments. This exchange elicited no emotional response from Jing Yuran. However, had it been the former Su Cheng, he would have harbored disdain internally while feigning remorse outwardly. Consequently, Jing Yuran exhibited a facade of guilt, his tone wavering as Lu Yizhou recognized the pretense and played along. Do not speak. I shall handle this. Uncle Su, the Su family has not deprived him materially, but what of other facets? Su Cheng, upon his arrival at the Su household, was deprived of paternal affection and faced various challenges imposed by Mother Su. Once he ventured out, he was mocked and humiliated by peers within the same social strata. Surely not a single day passed in joy. I am convinced that Su father is not oblivious to these circumstances. Rather, he is indifferent. Upon uttering these words, the Su family fell into silence. No one understood the hardships Su Cheng endured better than they, and they had never genuinely cared for him. Breaking the silence was Su Yu, who first glanced at Jing Yuran and said, Father, please sign. Following this, Su Yang added, Father, do sign. Although Su Cheng has severed ties with us, our family's collaboration shall not be affected. Lu Yizhou tapped his fingers lightly on the table, shifting from his earlier solemn demeanor to a gentle smile. Indeed, this matter pertains solely to our families and is unrelated to the corporation. Hearing this, Su father turned to Lu Yizhou, noting his mild smile, which stood in stark contrast to the earlier aggression, realizing why he was dubbed the Smiling Tiger, one who smiles while compelling others to concede. Nevertheless, reassured by Lu Yizhou's previous statement, he hesitated briefly before signing the document. Upon completion, Lu Yizhou addressed Su Yu and Su Yang regarding the government land project. Let us arrange another time to discuss it in detail. The conditions mentioned earlier will also be included in the contract. Su Yang nodded in agreement. Su father and mother, wishing to depart, stood up, followed by Su Yang and Su Yu. The private room was left with only the four of them. Lu mother grasped Jing Yuran's hand. Xiao Cheng, from now on, we shall be one family. Old Lu and I will be your parents. After obtaining their marriage certificate, Lu Yizhou had introduced Jing Yuran to his parents, who had always felt compassion for him and never once looked down upon his background. In response, Jing Yuran smiled and nodded. Understood. All right, Mom and Dad, I will have the driver take you home while Su Cheng and I head to our new house. Lu Yizhou pulled Jing Yuran to his feet. Lu father, somewhat irked, retorted, Why the rush? Is it as though you have never married in several lifetimes? It is not impossible, Lu Yizhou replied. Lu father, Jing Yuran raised an eyebrow and smiled. Having ascended from an ordinary quick travel tasker to a department head, completing countless tasks, it was indeed not unreasonable to suggest he had never married across several lifetimes. After exiting the hotel, the driver took Lu father and mother away, while Lu Yizhou secured a designated driver to escort them to their new apartment. This new residence was not the one Lu Yizhou had previously inhabited. He had purchased a different apartment closer to the Lu group. Upon returning to the new home, Jing Yuran had scarcely had the chance to admire the surroundings before Lu Yizhou whisked him into the bathroom, commencing their wedding night. 3 days after the wedding, Jing Yuran resigned from the Su group. Having severed ties with the Su family, it was inappropriate for him to continue working there. Before leaving, he visited Su Yu's office. "Are you available?" Jing Yuran inquired. Su Yu set down the documents in his hands. "I am free. Speak your mind." Jing Yuran took a seat and said, "Do you remember, I mentioned a way to persuade them to accept your relationship with Lu Yin?" Su Yu nodded thoughtfully. "Have you devised a plan?" "Almost." Jing Yuran replied nonchalantly. Their objections stem largely from preconceived notions. In truth, they do not truly understand Lu Yan's character. Adversity reveals one's true nature. If they could spend time together during challenging circumstances, they would come to appreciate Lu Yan's virtues. Su Yu pondered this. What kind of adversity? With their family backgrounds and the current societal context, genuine difficulties seem scarce. Jing Yuran smirked slightly. "If none exist, we shall create them. First, a kidnapping. Then we transport them to a deserted island, returning them after 3 days. On that desolate isle, devoid of sustenance and fraught with peril, one's humanity is most vividly revealed." "Kidnapping? A deserted island?" Su Yu exclaimed, astonished. "Isn't that rather extreme?" Now he understood why Jing Yuran had previously remarked on the challenges of survival on an isolated island. Jing Yuran anticipated Su Yu's reaction and shrugged. "If not this way, there are no other alternatives." Su Yu frowned in deep contemplation. Given their current circumstances, it seemed that only such measures could create a true predicament. What they found out. Su Yu voiced his concern. "If my parents discover that we orchestrated this behind the scenes, they might harbor even greater disdain for Lu Yan, perhaps even extending their disfavor to me." Jing Yuran was well aware of this potential outcome. He had already devised a plan, but could not disclose it to Su Yu. "Rest assured, with Lu Yizhou's assistance, they will remain oblivious to our actions. I will employ resources from the mall to erase all pertinent surveillance footage and travel records." Lu Yizhou is also helping? This revelation surprised Su Yu. Jing Yuran nodded. "Thus, there is no need for concern, but this matter must remain confidential from Lu Yan." Su Yu pondered for a moment. "I need to think it over." Chapter 20. The affectionate second male lead does not depart from the plot. 20, all right. Jing Yuran said as he rose. "Inform me once you have made a decision." Su Yu replied affirmatively. After resigning, Jing Yuran initially planned to take a break to resolve matters concerning the protagonists. However, Lu Yizhou insisted he assist him and even arranged for a new desk to be placed in his office. Jing Yuran, thinking that the end was near, decided to indulge Lu Yizhou and serve as his assistant. That day, after finishing work, Jing Yuran stood to stretch and coincidentally received a call from Su Yu. "Su Cheng, I've made my decision. Let us proceed with your plan," Su Yu stated directly, his tone indicating he was quite upset. Jing Yuran speculated that he might have quarreled with Su's parents again over Lu Yan's affair, leading him to make a hasty decision. However, Jing Yuran paid no heed to whether it was a spur-of-the-moment choice. All that mattered was his agreement. "Very well, we shall discuss the specifics and arrangements in due course," Jing Yuran replied. Upon hearing this, Su Yu ended the call. Lu Yizhou closed his computer and inquired of Jing Yuran. Did he agree? "Indeed," Jing Yuran nodded. "We can commence our preparations." Lu Yizhou rose and wrapped his arms around Jing Yuran's waist, murmuring, "Why do I not see you so invested in my matters?" Now that he had distanced himself from the Su family, why was he still so concerned about Su Yu and Lu Yan? Lu Yizhou couldn't help but wonder why he was so inclined to assist them. Jing Yuran met his gaze and replied slowly, "One must honor their word, from beginning to end." At this, Lu Yizhou raised an eyebrow, unsure whether to trust his words, yet he stated, "All right. As long as it is something you wish to do, I shall support you." Jing Yuran found comfort in his words and rewarded him with a gentle kiss. Lu Yizhou felt it was insufficient and pursued Jing Yuran's lips, deepening the kiss. Moments later, Lu Yizhou released Jing Yuran and suggested in a hushed tone, "How about we stay in the office tonight?" His office occupied an entire floor, with a third of it designated as his lounge. Jing Yuran instantly understood his intentions and softly replied with a single word, "All right." The following morning, coinciding with Saturday, Jing Yuran arranged to meet with Su Yu, and together with Lu Yizhou, the three convened in a private room at a cafe for a confidential discussion. They ultimately decided to wait until the government land project bidding concluded before taking action, as this project held significant value for them. Although the Lu Group would not receive dividends, failing to secure this project would necessitate a re-evaluation of the compensation previously agreed upon to sever ties. However, they believed that the collaboration between the Lu and Su families would ensure a smooth acquisition of the project, only to be met with an unexpected obstacle. Just 3 days before the bidding, a friend of Lu Yizhou's working for the government discreetly informed him. The Qin family had allied with several other major groups, networking effectively, and had learned of your bid's pricing. "Thank you. I will find a way to address this," Lu Yizhou concluded the call. Jing Yuran turned to him and inquired, "What is it?" Lu Yizhou relayed the conversation and added solemnly, "We have already submitted our bid. This cannot be altered. We must devise another strategy to prevent them from participating." Jing Yuran's eyes flickered with contemplation. In the original narrative, this project had indeed been secured by the Chun family and other groups, largely due to Su Cheng's involvement. Now that he was assuming Su Cheng's role without aiding the Chun family, and with Lu Yizhou's involvement, it would seem illogical for them to succeed. Was there perhaps a deeper intrigue at play? "We could approach the Chun family," Jing Yuran suggested after a moment's reflection. Lu Yizhou nodded slightly, agreeing with this line of thought. Subsequently, Lu Yizhou conveyed this information to Su Yu, requesting their assistance in investigating the other groups involved. In the afternoon, news reached them that Chun Yutong from the Chun family was to be engaged to the son of the mayor. It was through this connection that they obtained the bidding quotes from the Su and Lu families. Simultaneously, Lu Yizhou discovered that their swift decision to become engaged was due to an incident of indiscretion following a night of drinking. Recently, Chun Yutong had visited a gynecologist, confirming her pregnancy. Upon hearing this, Jing Yuran pondered, "What a coincidence! An indiscretion with the mayor's son." Lu Yizhou smiled, pleased that Jing Yuran shared his astuteness. "I've already sent someone to investigate. We will know by tonight if it is indeed mere coincidence." Jing Yuran, confidently toying with the pen in his hand, replied, "It is likely not a coincidence. I believe we can arrange a meeting with the mayor's son." Lu Yizhou, captivated by Jing Yuran's assured demeanor, playfully beckoned him closer. "Come here, I want to kiss you." Jing Yuran cast a fleeting glance at him, though his expression was as calm as water. It held an allure that stirred one's heart. Lu Yizhou's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. When Jing Yuran did not approach, he decided to go to him instead. Jing Yuran gazed at him, his previously indifferent eyes now reflecting a hint of helplessness mixed with an unacknowledged delight. With one hand resting on the table and the other on the back of Jing Yuran's chair, Lu Yizhou leaned down to kiss the corner of his eye, whispering, "Why are you so irresistible?" Typically, Jing Yuran appeared nonchalant and indifferent, yet to Lu Yizhou, every gesture he made was enchanting. Just as Jing Yuran was about to speak, Lu Yizhou silenced him with a kiss. After the kiss ended, Jing Yuran gently pushed Lu Yizhou away. "Is it appropriate for the boss to slack off during work hours?" "I am the boss. My word is final," Lu Yizhou replied, brushing his thumb across Jing Yuran's lips before obediently returning to his seat. Later that evening, upon returning home after dinner, the two received more news. After reading it, Lu Yizhou turned to Jing Yuran and said, "It is indeed not a coincidence. It was orchestrated by the Chun family. That night, Gao Yupeng was drugged, the dosage was minimal, and with the alcohol, he was oblivious. That simplifies matters. Do you have Gao Yupeng's contact information?" Jing Yuran replied coolly. Lu Yizhou nodded and called Gao Yupeng directly, straightforwardly stating his purpose. Although Gao Yupeng initially intended to refuse, he ultimately acquiesced. The following morning, the two met with Gao Yupeng, presenting the compiled evidence, and they emerged from the private room over half an hour later. 2 days later, the bidding concluded. Half a month later, the government announced the results of the bidding, awarding the project to both the Lu Group and the Su Group. After winning the bid, the two groups established a dedicated project team to manage the undertaking, relieving Lu Yizhou of further concerns. The time had come for them to execute their plans. To celebrate their success in securing the government project, the Lu group and the Su group hosted a celebratory banquet. The guests arrived, all smiles, congratulating them, though the sincerity of those congratulations remained uncertain. After the banquet concluded, Su Yu urged Su Yang to leave first, stating, "I will have the driver take our parents home." Su Yang, without further thought, replied, "All right, thank you for your effort." Su Yu remained silent, watching Su Yang depart. Before calling for their father and mother to get into the car, the couple settled in, and midway through their journey, drowsiness overtook them, soon leading to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Su Yu arranged for a designated driver to accompany Lu Yin, expressing her concern for her safety and insisting on joining her home. However, it wasn't long before both of them succumbed to sleep in the vehicle. In a vast expanse of the ocean, scattered islands of varying sizes emerged. Some developed into resorts by humankind, while others remained uninhabited. On the pristine beach, the waves crashed rhythmically, occasionally interrupted by the calls of passing birds, their meanings lost to the wind. Su's mother slowly opened her eyes, the deep blue sky and pale yellow sand startling her into an upright position. "Where am I?" The unfamiliar surroundings ignited a sense of panic within her. Terrified, she scanned her surroundings and, upon spotting her husband, rushed to him, shaking him urgently. "Su Mingpeng, wake up! Please wake up!" After calling out, she noticed Su Yu and hurried over to him. Xiao Yu, wake up!" She also saw Lu Yin, who she frowned at but chose not to address, instead returning to Su Mingpeng's side. One by one, the three of them regained consciousness, overwhelmed by the suddenness of their arrival in this strange place. Su Yu, however, feigned confusion. The original plan had been for the three of them to survive on the island, but Su Yu, feeling apprehensive, decided to pretend to have been captured alongside them. Who could have done this? Su Mingpeng, realizing the gravity of their situation, erupted in anger. How dare they abduct us to this deserted island? Su's mother, accustomed to a life of comfort, began to cry in fear upon realizing they were on an uninhabited island. "What are we going to do? Are we going to die here?" Seeing her distress, Su Yu reassured her, "Mother, we will surely be fine. Since they have kidnapped us, they will likely demand something from elder brother, and he will come to rescue us. Annie, what you just said is correct. Someone will definitely come to save us." Lu Yin chimed in. Su's mother shot her a fierce glare. "It's all your fault that we are in this predicament. For decades, we lived peacefully without ever being kidnapped. The moment you got involved with my son, we were taken. What do you have to say for yourself?" Su Yu, filled with anger, retorted, "Can you not be so irrational and emotional?" "Irrational? How many arguments have you had over this woman? It seems you are utterly bewitched, disregarding your own parents." Su's mother shouted, unleashing her fear and fury upon them. In response, Su Yu shielded Lu Yin, declaring, "You are the ones who refuse to listen to reason. This abduction cannot be blamed on Xiao Yan. If anyone is to be blamed, it is us." "What do you mean by that?" Su's mother glared at him. With a scoff, Su Yu remarked, "This abduction is merely for financial gain. We all know which family is wealthier. If one were to truly assess the situation, it appears we have inadvertently burdened Xiaoyan." My mother, Su, was momentarily rendered speechless. Observing this, my father, Su, impatiently interjected, "Enough. This is not the time for such discussions. We do not know when help will arrive. If it takes 3 to 5 days, we may very well perish from hunger and thirst here." Lu Yin glanced towards the forest behind her and said, "I have some knowledge of wilderness survival. There should be edible resources in the woods." She recalled that her training in survival skills was acquired during a university event, which at the time seemed of little use, yet now proved invaluable. My mother scoffed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Just don't let yourself starve first." "Mother." Su Yu tugged at Lu Yin, ready to depart. "If you are worried, then don't eat. Just don't blame me for being an unfilial son later." My father observed their retreating figures and quietly warned, "The situation is unique. Survival is of utmost importance. Let us go." With that, he grasped my mother's hand and followed them. Jing Yuran and Lu Yizhou were enjoying their vacation in Haicheng, the nearest coastal city to the island, engaging in leisure while awaiting news from Su Yu. Lu Yizhou had booked a standalone seaside villa. complete with a private beach that was pristine and secluded. Jing Yuran, clad in beach shorts, reclined beneath an umbrella, with a small table beside him holding 2 coconuts with straws. Lu Yizhou lounged on another deck chair, also dressed in beach shorts, revealing a sculpted upper body. His 8-pack abs defined like a masterpiece crafted by an artist, captivating to behold. Jing Yuran sipped the coconut water and, admiringly glancing at Lu Yizhou's abs, inquired, "Didn't we plan to go surfing? Why are we not doing so? If you don't join me, what joy is there in going alone?" Lu Yizhou rose and moved to sit beside Jing Yuran. Jing Yuran lazily shifted over. This was already the 3rd day. Lu Yizhou lay down next to him, pulling him close and murmuring, "With Suyu around, there's no need for you to worry." He felt that Jing Yuran was overly concerned about the situation. Despite having expressed his lack of fondness for Lu Yin and mentioning his desire for closure, the level of concern exhibited was far beyond mere obligation. Jing Yuran remained silent. Leng Jue, lacking memory, was unaware of the task's significance. He would come to understand once he exited this world. That evening, Jing Yuran received a message from Su Yu, indicating that he could inform his elder brother of their location for rescue. Jing Yuran promptly replied, anonymously relaying their coordinates to Su Yang. After discovering their disappearance, Su Yang refrained from alerting the authorities immediately, choosing instead to wait for a call from the kidnappers. However, after 3 days of silence, just as he was about to report their absence, he received the location details and immediately mobilized a team for rescue. Upon their return, they reported to the police. But given the scant information they provided and the tampering with surveillance footage, there was little to pursue. Even more perplexing was the fact that the kidnappers had merely taken them to a deserted island without demanding a ransom or threatening their lives, leaving their motives shrouded in mystery. Ultimately, the kidnapping case fizzled out due to insufficient leads. 2 months later, Lu Yizhou received an invitation to the wedding of Su Yu and Lu Yin. After perusing it, he handed it directly to Jing Yuran, expressing his reluctance. "I would rather you not attend, but should you wish to go, I can accompany you." Jing Yuran smiled gently, replying, "Of course we must go. This marks the climax of the narrative. I must witness it with my own eyes." Lu Yizhou clicked his tongue, though internally hesitant. He nonetheless arranged for a gift and attire. On the day of the wedding, guests filled the venue. Lu Yizhou and Jing Yuran walked in together, encountering Su's mother, who greeted them at the entrance. After her time on the deserted island, she appeared less flamboyant than before. Although slightly awkward upon seeing Lu Yizhou and Su Cheng, she still smiled and welcomed them inside. The ceremony proceeded smoothly, providing Jing Yuran with a sense of assurance. When Su Yu and Lu Yin approached to offer a toast, Jing Yuran smiled faintly, sincerely wishing, "Congratulations. May you enjoy a harmonious union for 100 years. Su Yu beamed with joy, patting Jing Yuran's shoulder. "Thanks to your unwavering support." Lu Yin, oblivious to the deeper meaning of this statement, assumed it referred solely to his consistent attitude and echoed, "Indeed, I truly appreciate it." "No need for thanks," Jing Yuran replied with a smile. That evening, Jing Yuran and Lu Yizhou returned home and took turns showering. Lu Yizhou trapped Jing Yuran against the floor-to-ceiling window on the balcony, asserting, "I have fulfilled the conditions you set. From now on, you are not to concern yourself with their affairs." Jing Yuran gazed into Lu Yizhou's eyes, softly responding, "Yes, I will not." Lu Yizhou could see his own reflection in Jing Yuran's eyes, a satisfying feeling swelling within him. He leaned down to kiss the corner of Jing Yuran's mouth, saying, "From now on, only look at me, all right?" Jing Yuran wore a teasing smile, refraining from answering the question, and instead whispered gently in his ear, "Do you wish to try something different tonight?" Lu Yizhou's breath caught, and he asked hoarsely, "Such as?" Jing Yuran whispered something in his ear, noticeably causing Lu Yizhou's breathing to quicken. Pleased with himself, Jing Yuran thought it worthwhile to savor the moment once more before departing. Lu Yizhou gazed deeply at Jing Yuran, then seized his chin and kissed him fiercely. Chapter 22. The protagonist does not follow the plot. 1. Jing Yuran awoke to find himself not in his familiar office, but in a dimly lit stone chamber. The walls appear to have been meticulously sliced by some sharp instrument, smooth and seamless. The door was a curtain made of animal hide, flanked to the left by 2 stone benches covered in fur and a stone table, while to the right, a wooden frame supported a stone basin that burned with fire. In the corner stood 3 large earthen jars, covered with a thin wooden board, their contents a mystery. Looking down, Jing Yuran realized he was seated on a spacious stone bed, which was layered with thick animal hides, overlaid with a mat of grass. He donned garments fashioned from animal hides, adorned with a necklace of beastly teeth around his neck, resembling a primitive savage. Jing Yuran furrowed his brow slightly. He had initially configured a singular task world, with the intention of returning to the main city upon its completion. Yet it was evident that he had now entered a new realm. He promptly accessed the system interface, and indeed discovered that the system glitch persisted, accompanied by new narrative arcs within the task interface. This was a world of orcs set against a backdrop of primitive society, where all orcs appeared male, yet were categorized into male and female. Upon their inception, orcs were entirely beastly in form, transitioning to a semi-beastly state by the age of 10, and upon reaching adulthood, they could fluidly shift between complete beast form, semi-beast form, and full human form. Adult males were robust and possessed formidable combat prowess, with their strength peaking in complete beast form. Conversely, females were comparatively weaker, their combat abilities amounting to merely a third of their male counterparts. However, females possess the capacity to bear offspring, rendering them the objects of protection sought after by the males, despite their relative fragility. The orcs existed in tribes within delineated territories, typically refraining from encroaching upon another tribe's domain, lest they provoke an attack. The protagonists of this narrative were the university student Shi Qinghe, who traversed into this realm, and Bei Qi, the young chieftain of the lion tribe. Shi Qinghe reincarnated as the playful female Qinghe, who tragically drowned, and having grown accustomed to modern life, he profoundly perceived the backwardness of primitive society. Consequently, he began to impart knowledge on cultivating crops, foraging for herbs, and crafting convenient tools, thereby elevating their living standards and gradually gaining a degree of respect within the tribe. Subsequently, the lion tribe engaged in a fierce conflict with the tiger tribe, resulting in significant casualties for both sides and attracting the covetous gaze of the wolf tribe. Ultimately, to safeguard the future of both tribes, a coalition was established to confront the wolf tribe, necessitating a marriage alliance to solidify their cooperation. This union was to be forged between Bei Qi of the lion tribe and Enyu, the younger son of the tiger tribe's chieftain. However, Enyu, harboring affections for another, vehemently rejected the union. The chieftain, prioritizing the tribe's future, took a firm stance and forcibly incapacitated Enyu to facilitate the arrangement. Upon regaining consciousness, Enyu was incensed, hurling scathing insults at Bei Qi, who perceived him as ungrateful. Nonetheless, for the sake of the tribe, Bei Qi maintained a superficial relationship with Enyu. During a confrontation with the wolf tribe, Enyu intentionally undermined Bei Qi, resulting in Bei Qi sustaining injuries. This provoked the ire of the lion tribe's chieftain, who expressed dissatisfaction with Enyu, while Bei Qi contemplated dissolving their bond once the wolf tribe was vanquished. During Bei Qi's convalescence, Qinghe tended to him, recognizing early on the superficial nature of his relationship with Enyu. She frequently offered solace and guidance to Bei Qi, who began to realize that the kind and gentle Qinghe was the companion he truly desired, gradually developing feelings for her. Qinghe, too, found herself drawn to Bei Qi. Yet aware of his bond with Enyu, she persistently evaded his advances. Meanwhile, Enyu, suspecting that Qinghe was enticing Bei Qi, targeted her on multiple occasions, attempting to ensnare her, yet was consistently defended by Bei Qi. The conclusion of the tale unfolds as the two clans successfully expel the wolf clan. In the aftermath, Bei Qi promptly reveals a series of misdeeds committed by Enyu. With the unwavering support of the entire tribe, he severs ties with Enyu, who is subsequently banished back to the Tiger clan, while Bei Qi openly embraces Qinghe. At this moment, Jing Yuran absorbs the memories of this body, discovering that he is, in fact, Enyu, who had come to forge an alliance through marriage. The current timeline coincides precisely with the night he was rendered unconscious by the chieftain and delivered to the Lion Clan. Jing Yuran opens the page of Leng Jue, which indicates his identity as Beiki, the young chieftain of the Lion Clan. Young chieftain, Jing Yuran murmurs softly, a smile gracing his lips. At that moment, the door curtain is lifted, revealing a tall, muscular man clad in animal hides. Jing Yuran raises his gaze, arching an eyebrow delicately. The man possesses long hair, tied back with an unknown material, exposing a smooth and full forehead. His skin is a wheatish hue, appearing somewhat darker in the flickering firelight. His features are chiseled, yet harmoniously arranged, exuding a gentle warmth devoid of any aggression, akin to their beastly forms, seemingly languid felines in repose, yet revealing formidable ferocity when hunting. I am Beiki. As Jing Yuran observes him, Beiki scrutinizes him in return. Jing Yuran's current form is feminine, petite, and slender, with skin that, while not flawlessly fair, is markedly more refined than the coarse texture of the male's. His delicate features are accentuated by a pair of round, endearing almond-shaped eyes that reflect both the firelight and his own silhouette. Oomph! Jing Yuran steps into character, scoffing softly before attempting to leave the bed. However, as he passes Beiki, the latter seizes him firmly. Where do you think you're going? Jing Yuran, filled with disdain, shakes him off, retorting, I am returning to the Tiger Clan. I refuse to form a bond with someone like you. Someone like me? Beiki furrows his brow, confusion etched upon his face. What do you mean? Jing Yuran huffs, his eyes brimming with contempt. Don't feign innocence. If it weren't for your clan proposing this marriage, I would never have been knocked unconscious and brought here. It is because of you that I was separated from the male I cherish. Upon hearing these words, Beiki's brow tightens, his expression grave. The marriage proposal came from your father. We had no idea you were unwilling. Impossible. Jing Yuran's face contorts with disbelief. My father would never propose such a condition. You are merely attempting to vilify him, projecting your own darkness onto my father. I refuse to believe you. In truth, the proposal originated from the chieftain of the Tiger Clan, who had not anticipated Anyu's reluctance or that he harbored affections for another male. Fearing that the Lion Clan would perceive him as lacking sincerity and withdraw from the alliance, Anyu resorted to rendering him unconscious and delivering him. After voicing his thoughts, Jing Yuran attempts to exit once more, yet Beiki grabs him again. Release me. This time, Jing Yuran cannot shake him off, as Beiki exerts his strength. Standing with his back to the firelight, Beiki's expression is dark and foreboding, particularly his pitch-black eyes, which instill a sense of dread. You cannot leave, Beiki coldly remarked. Both clans are aware that today marks our bond. Are you departing to undermine the alliance between our peoples? Chapter 23. The protagonist resists the narrative. 2. Consider this. Should war erupt, both sides will suffer grievously. Without collaboration, we will be systematically defeated by the Wolf Clan. Upon hearing this, Jing Yuran paused momentarily before retorting with anger. There are countless ways to cooperate. Why must I be the one to make sacrifices? Oomph. Someone as dark-hearted as you is utterly unworthy of me. I shall never develop feelings for a male like you. The deliberate insults and denigrations deepened a frown on Beiki's face. Though he possessed a pair of clear, bright eyes, his words were laced with venom. Beiki fixed his gaze on those incredulous eyes, his ears filled with the malice of Jing Yuran's words, which continued to belittle him. Do not use the tribe as an excuse. Even if I were to bond with a wild boar, I would not, before he could finish. Beiki swiftly captured his lip in a fierce bite. Jing Yuran was taken aback. Why was he straying from the script? Moreover, there were countless ways to silence him. Why resort to this method? Finally, the cacophony in Beiki's ears fell silent. He stared into Jing Yuran's astonished eyes, a peculiar thrill rising within him. Seizing the moment while Jing Yuran remained stunned, he transformed the bite into a kiss, gradually deepening the connection. Jing Yuran snapped back to reality and bit down on his tongue, then forcefully pushed him away, vigorously wiping his lips while glaring at him. Beiki retreated a couple of steps, an uncharacteristic flush crossing his face. He was not one to act so recklessly. Had he lost control just now? Yet, He could not deny that the kiss had left him somewhat addicted, and he yearned for more. Beiqi's gaze lowered as he observed the corners of Jing Yuran's eyes reddening with anger. "You shameless fiend," Jing Yuran chastised. "What a rogue." Beiqi remained unperturbed. Aside from the deepening of his gaze, his expression remained as gentle as ever. "We are bonded now. That is not being a rogue." "Bah!" Jing Yuran continued to curse. "Who wants to bond with you? You are utterly shameless." Beiqi took a step closer, prompting Jing Yuran to retreat in alarm. With each step Beiqi took, Jing Yuran backed away until he found himself at the edge of the bed, inadvertently sitting down. "What do you intend to do?" Jing Yuran revealed a hint of fear. Beiqi stood at the bedside, noticing his trepidation and seemingly discovering a method to manage him. "As long as you behave and obey, I shall not harm you. I can even promise that once the wolf clan is driven away, I will release you from our bond." "Really?" Jing Yuran blinked, his cautious demeanor appearing somewhat pitiable. Beiqi contemplated taking advantage of him, but merely considered it, maintaining a serious expression. "Indeed. That is your word. You must not go back on it." Jing Yuran confirmed. Beiqi nodded. "I shall not retract my statement." Jing Yuran quietly exhaled, regaining his previous disdainful expression. "Then keep your distance." Beiqi let out a soft scoff, bending slightly as he replied, "Listening to me includes speaking to me properly. Should you continue to speak in such a manner, do not blame me for my impulsive affection." Jing Yuran, filled with trepidation, leaned back, unable to meet his gaze. Beiqi rose, positioning himself beside Jing Yuran. "You shall sleep inside. Must we share a bed?" Jing Yuran hesitated, seemingly reluctant. Beiqi turned to him, noting the solitary bed. Jing Yuran remained silent. Perceiving his apprehensions, Beiqi reassured him, "As long as you obey, I shall not intrude upon your space." With a sense of relief, Jing Yuran shifted to the inner position and lay down. Beiqi extinguished the fire before reclining on the outer side of the bed. As he closed his eyes, he gently reminded, "We must rise early to pay respects to father and my dear one." Jing Yuran replied, "Understood." Silence enveloped the stone dwelling as Beiqi ceased his conversation. Jing Yuran closed his eyes, pondering. Although the circumstances were somewhat altered, the outcome of the night mirrored the original narrative. The subsequent events would unfold in due course. "Onyo, awaken." Beiqi's voice roused Jing Yuran from slumber. As he opened his eyes, he was momentarily disoriented to find that the figure before him was not Lu Yizhou. After a fleeting moment, he sat up and inquired, "What is it?" "We must visit my father," Beiqi reminded gently, though his thoughts lingered on Jing Yuran's drowsy visage, pondering how adorable his beastly form must appear. Jing Yuran acknowledged with a simple "oh" and rose from the bed. Following Beiqi outside, they stood at the heart of the tribal gathering place, surrounded by stone dwellings of varying sizes. To deter other beasts from intruding, a stone perimeter had been erected. At dawn's break, the horizon illuminated with the glorious ascent of the sun, casting a resplendent blend of crimson and gold. Jing Yuran accompanied Beiqi to the largest stone dwelling. Beiqi stood at the threshold and called out, "Father, I have brought on you." Upon the utterance, a resonant voice echoed from within, "Enter." Beiqi parted the curtain and entered alongside Jing Yuran. Glancing around, Jing Yuran noted that while this stone structure was more spacious, its layout bore a striking resemblance to others. Beiqi's father, Beiqiong, the chieftain of a lion clan, sat at a stone table with his partner, Yu Exine. Beiqi bore a notable resemblance to Beiqiong, though the latter sported a long beard and a grass band around his forehead, presenting a rugged appearance. Yu Exine, strikingly handsome despite being female, exuded an undeniable authority, not only as the chieftain's mate, but also as the clan shaman. Shamans held a prestigious position within the tribe, dedicated to healing the ailments of the beastmen. "Father, dear one," Beiqi knelt, casting a glance at Jing Yuran. Understanding the cue, Jing Yuran joined him in kneeling and performed 3 bows to Beiqiong and Yu Exine. Beiqiong nodded and stated, "You have formed a bond. Henceforth, you must work in harmony, supporting one another. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Beiqi, recalling their conversation from the previous night, lowered his gaze slightly and affirmed, "Understood." Jing Yuran echoed, "Understood." Uxin scrutinized Jing Yuran without reservation, then cryptically advised, always look forward. Unexpected rewards may await you. They only realized after the person was sent over that and Yu was unwilling. Had they known this earlier, they would not have consented to such an arrangement. Now that the situation has unfolded as it has, they can only make the best of a mistake. If this leads to a fortunate union, it may well be deemed a serendipitous occurrence. Jing Yuran feigned a moment of surprise before lowering his head and responding, I understand. Uxin, witnessing this, smiled and nodded. Bei Qi, however, turned to glance at Jing Yuran, pondering whether he truly understood or if he was merely intimidated. All right, go attend to your tasks. Bei Qiong waved his hand. Bei Qi complied and departed the stone house alongside Jing Yuran. Upon reaching the entrance of their own stone dwelling, Bei Qi paused and said, I will prepare the meal. You may continue to rest. Jing Yuran, without uttering a word, directly entered the stone house. Bei Qi paid him no mind and proceeded to cook. Adjacent to their stone house was a small kitchen, also constructed from stone. Qing had been in this world for some time and had already taught them how to consume grains. Thus, the breakfast Bei Qi prepared was rice porridge. When Bei Qi called Jing Yuran for the meal, Jing Yuran feigned curiosity and inquired, What is this? I have never seen it before. Bei Qi glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, This is called rice, derived from the husked grains of rice paddy. Rest assured, it is safe to eat. It is not poisonous. Jing Yuran responded with an O and asked, How did you discover that this could be consumed? It was Qing He who discovered it. Bei Qi said, taking a sip of porridge. He has unearthed many new things. He is a great contributor to our tribe. Upon hearing this, Jing Yuran raised an eyebrow slightly, realizing that Bei Qi had developed a fondness for Qing He. However, he questioned whether this affection was genuine, considering Bei Qi's behavior the previous night. He must be quite remarkable, Jing Yuran complimented. Bei Qi quickly finished his meal, set down his wooden bowl, and said, After we finish eating, I will take you around to explore. Jing Yuran nodded obediently. Bei Qi raised an eyebrow slightly, wishing he could remain this compliant. After their meal, Bei Qi led him through the tribe, introducing various fascinating objects they encountered. As lunchtime approached, they fortuitously came across Qing He. Qing He possessed exquisite features, each aspect perfectly balanced, and when he smiled, adorable dimples appeared, evoking an immediate sense of familiarity. At that moment, he was instructing the tribespeople on how to dig wells, saying, It is quite hot now. Once we have dug the well, we can store meat in the well water, prolonging its freshness for several days. The tribespeople responded with joy, praising Qing He for his intelligence and capability. Qing He was the first to notice Bei Qi and Jing Yuran, greeting them with a smile. Young clan leader, when he spotted you standing beside Bei Qi, he paused, pondering, So this must be in you? Bei Qi nodded and introduced, This is my mate. Iu. While he only needed to state the name, he deliberately added those 4 words after a brief pause. No one found it odd, except for Qing He, who cast a lingering glance at Bei Qi. They greeted Jing Yuran, appearing quite amicable and warm. What was the well you just mentioned? Jing Yuran feigned curiosity. In response, Qing He smiled and replied, It's a source of underground water. Soon we will be able to draw water from the well without having to trek all the way to the riverbank. You are truly impressive. Jing Yuran had asked that question merely to praise him. Qing He smiled bashfully, revealing a charming dimple. It's nothing really. As he spoke, he glanced at Bei Qi and shyly lowered his head. Jing Yuran observed this scene, his expression unchanged. I heard from Bei Qi that many things in the tribe were made by you, and you have also discovered numerous edible foods. Upon hearing this, before Qing He could respond, the surrounding tribespeople began to chime in. Indeed, that grain was something we had never noticed before. It turns out it is edible, and the rice cooked from it is delicious. There are also many wild vegetables that Qing He discovered. Now he is teaching us how to dig wells, which will make fetching water so much more convenient. Listening to their enthusiastic exchanges, Jing Yuran suddenly pondered a question. Were these people not curious about how Qing He came to know all this? With a smile playing on his lips, Qing He spoke with a sense of righteousness. It's not as remarkable as everyone says. It's all for the tribe, so we can live better lives. Jing Yuran scanned the crowd, Noting that each person felt genuine gratitude and respect for Qing He, his standing among the tribe was quite high. He turned to Bei Qi, expecting him to be captivated by Qing He, only to find him staring intently at himself. "What are you looking at?" Jing Yuran immediately altered his demeanor. Bei Qi's gaze softened, and disregarding his tone, he casually inquired, "It seems you hold Qing He in high regard?" Hearing this, Jing Yuran raised an eyebrow inwardly and replied in agreement. "He is remarkable, having done so much for the tribe. It is only natural to admire him. But he is also a female, and you," Bei Qi paused, glancing at Qing He and the others before suddenly grasping Jing Yuran's wrist. "It's almost lunchtime. We should head back to prepare the meal." With that, Bei Qi pulled Jing Yuran back. The others looked over, then resumed their previous conversation. Qing He smiled as he followed the retreating figure of Bei Qi with his gaze until he vanished from sight. Upon returning home, Bei Qi led him into the stone house, his tone serious. "Although our bond is merely superficial, we must not let others know, especially that you have someone you care for." Jing Yuran, observing his grave expression, felt a smile creeping in and huffed lightly. "I am aware. There is no need for your reminder. As long as you know," Bei Qi replied. Jing Yuran blinked at him. "Did you specifically remind me because you were jealous?" "I'm not." Bei Qi instinctively denied it. How could he possibly feel jealous over him? Jing Yuran responded with an "oh." "So what did you mean when you said Qing He was also a female? Was it not because I was staring at him?" "I understand now. You have feelings for Qing He." Bei Qi was taken aback, and then looked at him with a complex expression, admonishing, "If you don't know, refrain from speaking recklessly." "Oomph." Jing Yuran shot him a glance, though he felt a tinge of curiosity. How could Leng Jue, having had his memories stripped away, exhibit jealousy? Could it be that due to a flaw in the system, the memory erasure was not complete, and some vestiges of Lu Yizhou's emotional memories lingered? He needed to observe further. Additionally, there was Qinghe. He had sensed something subtle in her demeanor earlier, and he required further observation to discern the precise cause. The males, endowed with great strength, had managed to dig a well in just one day. Upon witnessing the water gushing forth, everyone was filled with excitement. Rushing to announce the news and calling upon the entire tribe, including the elders, they gathered around the well, peering in one after another, and indeed saw the water gradually rising. Bei Qiong stroked his beard, exclaiming with delight, "Excellent! With this well, our access to water will be greatly facilitated." Yusin smiled slightly, praising, "Since Qinghe awakened last time, she has brought so many surprises to our tribe, enhancing the lives of our people. She is a true benefactor." "Indeed," Bei Qiong chuckled. "I propose we slaughter 2 wild boars tonight to properly reward Qinghe and our valiant warriors." It had been a long time since they had indulged in such a hearty feast, especially after their recent confrontation with the tiger tribe, which had left them severely diminished. "Yes, yes, the chief is magnificent." The tribe members cheered enthusiastically, each more boisterous than the last, while they reveled in their jubilation. Jing Yuran quietly positioned himself at the periphery, ever vigilant of the situation outside the tribe. Before long, he observed the trees in the distant forest swaying unnaturally. In the original plot, the wolf tribe would ambush them today, catching the lion tribe off guard and inflicting substantial losses. Contemplating this, Jing Yuran resolved to issue a warning, aiming to mitigate their losses and expedite the process of driving the wolf tribe away. Just as he was about to speak, Bei Qi pulled him by the wrist, having been jostled out of the crowd. Bei Qi intended to inquire why he had ventured to the outskirts, but before he could utter a word, Jing Yuran interjected. "The wolf tribe is coming." Bei Qi was startled. "What did you say?" "Look," Jing Yuran pointed towards the distant forest, where the absence of wind was evident. In such stillness, the branches within the woods swayed slightly, accompanied by startled birds taking flight. Bei Qi's expression hardened as he raised his voice. "Everyone, be alert. The wolf tribe is approaching." This warning abruptly silenced the jubilant cries. Soon after, Bei Qiong swiftly commanded, "All able-bodied young warriors, follow the young chief to confront the enemy. The rest must take cover." The tribe still harbored numerous injured members, leaving only a handful capable of combat, while the fighting prowess of females did not match that of males. They too would join the fray when faced with external threats. During the conflict, males could only engage with males and females with females. This was an unspoken accord between tribes. "Follow me," Beiki called out, then turned to Jing Yuran beside him, urging her to take care of herself. Jing Yuran retorted with irritation, "I know, just mind yourself." At this moment, there was no time for sentimental exchanges. Beiki swiftly moved to the front, leading his kin out of the tribe. Outside the tribe lay a flat expanse, originally designated for the training of young orcs, now transformed into a battlefield for the two tribes. The hidden wolf clan, realizing their exposure, charged forth with ferocity. The wolf clan had fully embraced their beastly forms, and as Beiki and his kin sprinted ahead, he too morphed into his beastly shape. With a resounding roar, a magnificent lion, measuring 3 to 4 meters in length, descended upon the ground. Its mane was long and thick, its body sculpted with powerful muscles concealed beneath its fur, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. Following suit, one by one, his kin transformed into imposing lions, their roars echoing through the air. The wolf clan, undeterred, responded with piercing howls. Soon the two sides clashed, plunging into a ferocious melee. The lions, larger in stature, held a natural advantage, yet the wolves were relentless, fighting to the bitter end. Amidst the chaos, a striking white tiger emerged, its sleek and lustrous fur setting it apart from the tumult of wolves and lions. Measuring 2 meters in length, its black and white coat gleamed, with a conspicuous pattern on its forehead resembling a regal symbol. Fixating on a she-wolf, it raised its powerful paw and struck down, sending the she-wolf flying several meters away. In a swift leap, it pounced, clamping its jaws around the she-wolf's neck. The she-wolf struggled in vain, but the white tiger shook its grip forcefully, and soon the she-wolf fell silent. This marked the first casualty among the beasts, and the death of the she-wolf revealed the formidable prowess of the white tiger to the wolf clan. Following a piercing howl, all the she-wolves converged towards the white tiger. In the thick of battle, Beiki couldn't help but spare a fragment of his attention for Jing Yuran. Upon noticing the situation there, he immediately instructed all female kin to protect her. Qinghe made his way towards Jing Yuran's position, astonished by Yu's prowess. The moment the white tiger seized the she-wolf's neck left Qinghe momentarily stunned. He was not a true beastman. Despite adapting to the brutal skirmishes between tribes, he had never taken a life, unable to bring himself to do so. Jing Yuran, however, bore no such hesitations. Having traversed numerous worlds and faced myriad challenges, she had witnessed and done far worse. This fierce battle concluded in just over half an hour, for the white tiger's combat prowess surpassed their wildest imaginations, resulting in the demise of 3 she-wolves. The wolves, known for their vengeful nature, recognized that further conflict would only lead to greater losses. The alpha wolf, begrudgingly, ordered a retreat for his kin, vowing to seek vengeance another day. Meanwhile, the lion clan sustained only a few injuries, with no fatalities among their ranks. A resounding roar escaped from Beiki, filled with excitement, as he marveled at Yu's exceptional prowess, which even rivaled that of a male. Subsequently, they transformed into their human forms, their gazes ardently fixed upon Jing Yuran. Suddenly, someone cried out, "Aniu, Aniu," and the clan members spontaneously joined in. "Aniu, Aniu, Aniu." Had it not been for Jing Yuran, this battle would have continued for at least another half hour, concluding only when they were utterly exhausted. Furthermore, Jing Yuran had vanquished 3 of their adversaries' females, ensuring that a challenge would not arise from them in the near future. Jing Yuran proudly lifted his chin, basking in the well-deserved accolades of the crowd. Beiki felt a stirring in his throat. He was irresistibly drawn to Jing Yuran's demeanor, akin to the sensation of a feather teasing the most sensitive part of his heart. Despite the turmoil within, Beiki maintained a gentle exterior. "All right, let us return swiftly. Those who are injured should seek Father A." However, instead of departing, the clan members began to tease. "The young clan leader seems reluctant to part with us. He and you are quite the match. It appears the young clan leader is quite fond of you. Before long, our tribe will welcome a lion-tiger beast." Listening to the playful banter, Jing Yuran remained unfazed internally, though he feigned shyness on the outside, casting a reproachful glare at Bei Qi. The latter, nearly reacting to the look, instinctively stepped forward, enveloping him in an embrace, and then feigned sternness, commanding everyone, disperse. The clan members, understanding the need for restraint, chuckled as they turned to leave. As Qing He departed, he cast a glance at the two in each other's arms, a flicker of unnoticed jealousy crossing his features. Once everyone had left, Jing Yuran subtly shifted, freeing himself from Bei Qi's embrace, exclaiming, "Do not think you can take advantage of me." With the emptiness of his arms, Bei Qi felt a void within, his gaze darkening. Some necessary contact could not be avoided in front of outsiders. Jing Yuran let out a soft huff, offering no rebuttal. Suddenly, Bei Qi's expression shifted. He had no intent to argue. Today was not only a time to reward Qing He, the great hero, but also to celebrate their splendid victory. The initially planned feast of 2 wild boars had transformed into 1 wild boar and 1 wild buffalo. Injured members sought out UXIN for treatment, while the rest gathered to slaughter the domesticated boar and buffalo, preparing their meat. Jing Yuran, being a significant contributor to their success, was not permitted to lift a finger, so he sat aside, observing. Qing He, also spared from labor, naturally approached Jing Yuran upon seeing him. "Aniu, I had no idea of your remarkable strength. It is truly impressive." Qing He expressed, astonished. Jing Yuran turned to him, puzzled. "Did you know me previously?" Qing He paused, shake his head. "No, why do you ask?" Chapter 26. The protagonist does not follow the script. 5. Then why would you say I am impressive? Jing Yuran blinked, his expression of confusion genuine, devoid of any trace of pretense. Qing's complexion appeared somewhat unnatural. "I merely spoke without much thought, harboring no ulterior motives. Please do not misunderstand." Jing Yuran raised an eyebrow slightly, finding the tone quite peculiar. "I do not misunderstand. I simply do not comprehend." Jing Yuran smiled enigmatically. It seemed that this protagonist diverged somewhat from the character in the original narrative. Should that be the case, he would need to tread a different path. Subsequently, Qing He shifted the topic, inquiring about his life within the Tiger clan. On the surface, their conversation appeared to be quite cheerful. As night fell, the gentle evening breeze wafted through the air. The deep blue sky sparkled with myriad stars, and a crescent moon hung high, draping the dark earth in a veil of silver. In the clearing designated for celebrations within the tribe, several bonfires blazed, with clan members gathered around, roasting freshly prepared beast meat while laughing and chatting. Jing Yuran sat beside Bei Qi, intending to roast the meat himself, but Bei Qi interjected, "I shall handle it." Jing Yuran, not wishing to impose, acquiesced, as he preferred not to draw attention to himself by remaining idle. "Thank you," he said. Bei Qi shot him a glance, retorting with a hint of sarcasm. "You can express gratitude? I am not unreasonable." Jing Yuran countered, mocking, unlike some, who resort to physicality when outmatched in argument. Bei Qi fell silent, unable to refute his words. Jing Yuran ceased speaking, his attention drawn to the half-beast boy across from him. The boy, still in his youth, sported 2 fluffy ears atop his head, which made Jing Yuran yearn to pet them. However, as the boy's ears were off-limits, he redirected his gaze to a cub that had yet to transform, nestled in the arms of its father. The cub's eyes were fixated on the roasted meat in its father's hand, its little tail wagging adorably. Just as Jing Yuran contemplated approaching, Bei Qi's voice broke the moment, sounding heavy and somewhat displeased. "What are you looking at?" Jing Yuran turned to see Bei Qi's face illuminated by the firelight, casting a shadow that hinted at his displeasure. Before Jing Yuran could respond, Bei Qi quietly warned, "Do not forget what I mentioned earlier." Jing Yuran caught sight of Qing He, who was seated just 1 position away from Bei Qi, observing them with an expression that, while curious, held an unmistakable edge. Jing Yuran lowered his gaze, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he leaned closer to Bei Qi, engaging in conversation while discreetly monitoring Qing He's reaction. "I understand. I merely wish to hold that little lion." In his peripheral vision, he noted a fleeting moment of darkness cross Qing He's features, only to be swiftly replaced by a mask of normalcy, leading one to question if it had been a mere illusion. However, Jing Yuran was not deceived. It was evident that Qinghe had indeed strayed from his original characterization. In the source material, Qinghe was depicted as kind-hearted and optimistic, utterly incapable of such a sullen expression. Generally speaking, when a protagonist deviates from their established persona within a narrative, they often adopt a darker, more obsessive temperament, with some even harboring a strong desire for destruction and chaos. The deviation of character design can lead to a collapse of the narrative, ultimately precipitating the destruction of the entire world of the novel. When a tasker encounters such a predicament, they may choose a new protagonist based on the circumstances or assume the role themselves to achieve a satisfactory conclusion, thereby restoring the world's integrity. Jing Yuran withdrew his peripheral gaze, meeting a pair of eyes gleaming with fiery intensity, beneath which lay a profound desire. Bai Qi, sensing Jing Yuran's approach, instinctively softened his breath and cast his gaze downward to focus on him. Leng Jue's appearance could not be described as beautiful, yet he possessed a charming grace, accentuated by a pair of clear, almond-shaped eyes that irresistibly drew others in. As he gazed, his previously softened breath deepened slightly, and he pondered. Jing Yuran, momentarily taken aback, feigned ignorance to the desire reflected in his eyes and pretended to be annoyed, asking, "What's wrong? Can't I embrace you?" Bai Qi snapped back to reality, averting his gaze, and replied, "No." "Why not?" Jing Yuran inquired, his expression tinged with disappointment. Bai Qi's heart softened somewhat, yet he remained resolute, adding, "Only his family is allowed to embrace him." "How can that be? Our tiger clan has no such rule," Jing Yuran replied, his innocence apparent. Bai Qi, maintaining his composure, countered, "That pertains to your tiger clan. Our lion clan operates differently, and we have such rules in place." Jing Yuran huffed in response. "Your lion clan has so many rules." In truth, he had already devised a plan for the upcoming task in his mind. Bai Qi presented the grilled meat to Jing Yuran, his expression betraying a hesitation. "What's the matter?" Jing Yuran genuinely could not guess what he wished to convey. After a moment of internal conflict, Bai Qi awkwardly stated, "If you truly wish to embrace me, I can allow it." "Ah!" Jing Yuran was momentarily stunned, and upon realizing the implication, he couldn't suppress a chuckle. Bai Qi's ears flushed with a subtle hue, though it was not overtly noticeable in the firelight. "If you don't want to, then don't." Jing Yuran ceased his laughter, insisting, "I want to embrace you." Upon hearing this, Bai Qi's embarrassment lessened considerably, and his mood brightened. "Let us embrace when we return tonight," he said earnestly. Jing Yuran nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll follow your lead." It must be said, this version of him was quite endearing. Perhaps his transformation into a lion had rendered him more charming. Qinghe, observing the interaction between the two, felt a surge of jealousy and, seizing a skewer of grilled meat, abruptly inserted himself between them, saying, "Young master, this is what I grilled. Would you like to try some?" Bai Qi, lost in thoughts of how Jing Yuran would embrace him, was suddenly interrupted, frowning slightly. "No thanks, I have my own." However, Qinghe did not depart so easily. Instead, he cheerfully remarked, "The one in your hand isn't even cooked yet. After today's battle, you must be famished, right?" He glanced at Jing Yuran, who was enjoying his meat. Jing Yuran scoffed internally, then offered the piece of meat he had bitten into to Bai Qi, asking, "Would you like some?" Bai Qi hesitated, first glancing at Jing Yuran, then at the bite mark on the grilled meat, softly replying, "I will." Subsequently, he lowered his head and took a generous bite from the very spot where Jing Yuran had bitten. Jing Yuran cast a sidelong glance at Qinghe, noticing a shift in his expression, and then, with a sorrowful demeanor, remarked, "I merely wish for the young clan leader to sample my culinary skills. I had no intention of jeopardizing your relationship." Upon hearing this, Bai Qi appeared utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend why the topic of relationship disruption had suddenly arisen. Jing Yuran discreetly raised an eyebrow, realizing that his earlier suspicions were not mere illusions. It was indeed a genuine matter. He feigned confusion, asking, "What does this have to do with our relationship? Your words are rather peculiar." Faced with two bewildered expressions, he found his words caught in his throat. Momentarily at a loss for what to say, the atmosphere grew suddenly awkward. Chapter 27. The protagonist does not follow the plot, 6. Ching, he let out a nervous chuckle. Muttering, "It's nothing, I misspoke. I won't intrude any longer." With that, he returned to his previous spot, clutching the roasted meat. Upon witnessing this, Jing Yuran inquired of Bei Qi, "Has he always spoken so oddly?" Bei Qi shook his head, stating that he had not done so in the past. Perhaps it was due to today's merriment. Jing Yuran replied with a simple, "Oh." As the gathering concluded, everyone returned to their respective homes, leaving their belongings to be tidied up in the morning. Jing Yuran and Bei Qi made their way back to their stone dwelling, igniting the fire in the stone basin, which instantly illuminated the dark room with a warm yellow glow. Jing Yuran sat at the head of the bed, gazing expectantly at Bei Qi, recalling their earlier agreement that he would embrace him. Bei Qi gave a non-committal sound before transforming into his beast form and approaching Jing Yuran's feet, nudging him gently with his head. A smile graced Jing Yuran's lips as he reached out to stroke Bei Qi's head, then playfully rubbed his ears. "Apart from your father and Appa, has anyone else touched your ears?" he inquired. "No," Bei Qi replied softly. Jing Yuran chuckled, squatting down to envelop Bei Qi in a warm embrace. Although Bei Qi remained still, his tail instinctively rose, swaying gently. After a moment, Jing Yuran remarked, "So this is the sensation of hugging a lion. It must be quite warm to sleep beside you in winter." Bei Qi felt a tremor in his heart. Could their relationship endure until winter? Suddenly, he found himself less inclined to drive away the wolf clan, or perhaps his feelings had shifted. He no longer yearned for that individual, but rather for the one who would not hold him while sleeping. Bei Qi mused with a bit of effort. It might not be impossible. Jing Yuran raised an eyebrow, a silent smile playing on his lips. "You are correct. I cannot sleep while holding you." With that, Jing Yuran released Bei Qi, declaring, "It's getting late. Let us retire for the night." Bei Qi's tail drooped as he looked up to see Jing Yuran already lying on the bed, adding, "Please extinguish the fire." Bei Qi gazed at him for a moment before suddenly asking, "Whom do you like?" Jing Yuran turned to meet Bei Qi's gaze, replying, "Even if I told you, you wouldn't know him." After a brief silence, Bei Qi pressed further, "Does he like you?" "He should," Jing Yuran responded, though his tone lacked certainty. Bei Qi decided to accept it as mutual affection and, feeling a spark of frustration, retorted, "If you both like each other, why not bond sooner? Had you formed a bond earlier, even if a marriage alliance were to occur, it wouldn't have necessitated an Yu's involvement." He gazed at you. "As you were given to me by your father?" Jing Yuran was well aware of the entire narrative and knew that an Yu harbored affection for a male named Qing Ji within the tribe. As Bei Qi had stated, Qing Ji indeed had feelings for an Yu, yet he never expressed his sentiments openly. When an Yu was about to enter a marriage alliance, Qing Ji displayed considerable hesitation, ultimately saying nothing and taking no action. In truth, aside from his fondness for an Yu, he was also enamored with another female in the tribe, and his inability to choose between the two led to his indecisiveness. Jing Yuran felt disdain for Qing Ji in his heart, but was compelled to speak on his behalf, asserting, "I was forced into it. He couldn't possibly know, and even if he did, he surely has his own burdens to bear." Bei Qi, upon hearing this, became even more incensed, stating, "If he truly cared for you, he would not act as though nothing had transpired. A male devoid of responsibility and courage is not worthy of your affection." "You speak nonsense," Jing Yuran retorted. Sitting up, "He is not that kind of person." Bei Qi's gaze deepened. "Then what is it that you admire in him?" Jing Yuran pondered for a moment before responding, "Of course, I admire his prowess. He is the strongest warrior in our tribe." With that, Bei Qi looked at him with penetrating eyes. "If there were someone stronger than him, would you shift your affections?" Jing Yuran grasped the underlying implication. According to Yu's character, she certainly would not, but it would depend on whether he was deserving of her admiration. "Very well. Remember your words," Bei Qi concluded before transforming back into his human form, extinguishing the fire by the stone basin, and returning to lie down beside Jing Yuran. He lay quietly beside him, a faint smile gracing his lips. The following morning, Bei Qi intended to take Jing Yuran and 3 selected male tribesmen to the Tiger tribe to discuss strategies for driving away the Wolf tribe. The Tiger tribe bordered the Lion tribe, yet each tribe's territory was extensive, encompassing a radius of several dozen miles centered around their gathering place. They would depart that day and reach the tiger tribe's gathering site by the following morning. Each individual carried a leather bag crafted from animal hides, filled with a water pouch made of cowhide and dried meat. They needed to traverse a forest and scale a great mountain to reach the territory of the tiger tribe. Just as they were about to set off, Jing He suddenly emerged. "Young tribe leader, I wish to accompany you. May I?" Bei Qi disapproved, stating, "We are on a serious mission, not a leisurely outing." "I understand," Jing He replied urgently. "I merely wish to look for other herbs along the way to collect some. It will be too dangerous for me to venture out alone." Hearing this, Bei Qi hesitated. At that moment, Bei Qiong and Yu Xian arrived. Aware of Jing He's desire to join an herb gathering, and agreed. "Let him come," Yu Xian said calmly. "There have been many injuries lately, and the herbs are running low." Reluctantly, Bei Qi consented to include him. Bei Qiong valued Jing He highly and specifically reminded Bei Qi to ensure his safety along the way, to which Bei Qi nodded in acknowledgement. Jing He was overjoyed and hurriedly returned to gather their belongings before rejoining the group. Jing Yuran remained silent throughout the journey, and it was evident that Jing He's exuberance would be uncontainable. Once everything was in order, the party finally set off. They departed late in the morning, and by the time they reached the mountain summit, dusk was upon them. The summit revealed a vast expanse of grassland, offering a breathtaking view of the scenery below and beyond, but adjacent to the grassland lay a steep cliff. They decided to rest here for the night. Bei Qi halted their progress, deeming it unsafe to proceed further. Dense woods ahead concealed an unknown number of wild beasts, but it was not fear that held them back, merely a sense of prudence. "Little clan leader, there's a perfect clearing here for a fire." Jing He cheerfully indicated a nearby spot. Bei Qi nodded and instructed, eyeing Xiaoyong, "Go find some dry firewood nearby, but do not wander too far." "Understood, little clan leader." The two responded enthusiastically as they ventured into the woods. The remaining four tidied the clearing and sat down in succession. Jing He deliberately positioned herself on the opposite side of Bei Qi and engaged him in conversation. "Little clan leader, along our journey, I have gathered quite a few herbs. My bag is nearly bursting. If it's too full, just share some with Ying and the others." Bei Qi replied gently. Jing He glanced at Jing Yuran, who was drinking water, and continued speaking to Bei Qi. "Little clan leader, I have yet to visit the tiger clan. What is it like over there?" Chapter 28. The protagonist does not follow the plot. 7. Bei Qi slightly furrowed his brow, feeling a tinge of impatience, as he wished to converse with Jing Yuran, but Jing He's incessant chatter made it difficult to find an opening. "Ask on you. He knows better than I do." Finally, an opportunity arose. Jing Yuran set down his water pouch, a note of confusion in his voice. "Didn't we discuss this at length yesterday? Have you forgotten already? Is your memory not very good?" Jing He's expression momentarily stiffened before returning to normal. She was about to explain when DeChong interjected, "Jing He has an excellent memory. She can recall all those different herbs, while I cannot." The word she had intended to say had to be diverted. "I am merely curious whether the Tiger Clan is similar to our own." "You will find out tomorrow," Bei Qi responded with an impassive expression, though internally he felt something was amiss. Jing Yuran smiled slightly and added, "Indeed, there is no need to rush. You will see when we arrive tomorrow." Jing He chuckled awkwardly in agreement. Bei Qi turned to Jing Yuran and gently inquired, "Are you hungry? Would you like to eat something first?" They were all waiting for Ying and Xiaoyong to return. Jing Yuran cast a glance at the envious Jing He and, having an idea, deliberately adopted a harsh tone. "Why do you care? I can take care of myself." Bei Qi frowned slightly, perplexed by Jing Yuran's sudden change in demeanor. "What is the matter?" DeChong asked, bewildered. Jing He, mistakenly believing that Jing Yuran was feeling jealous, seized the moment to say, "Could it be that you are upset because I was talking to the little clan leader just now? And you, please do not be upset. It is merely my first time departing from the clan's territory. My excitement led me to converse incessantly with a young clan leader, devoid of any ulterior motives." DeChong glanced at them, genuinely believing that Jing Yuran was displeased for this reason, and thus urged, "Indeed, I too am experiencing this for the first time, and I am brimming with exhilaration along the way." Jing Yuran huffed. "Who is angry with you? We are not familiar enough for that." I simply wish to refrain from engaging with certain individuals. Aniu. Bei Qi's expression darkened. He was cautioning him not to let slip any words. Jing Yuran glared at him. What are you doing? Is this a contest of volume? Bei Qi fixed his gaze upon him, his dark eyes deep and inscrutable. Speak respectfully. How am I not speaking respectfully? Jing Yuran retorted loudly. Bei Qi's lips pressed down slightly. And as he observed Jing Yuran reverting to his demeanor from that evening, his heart sank. Was it because they would soon arrive at the Tiger Clan, where he could encounter the male he fancied? Qing He, witnessing this, felt a surge of delight and cautiously advised, "And you, the young clan leader." Yet, before he could finish a sentence, the scene before him halted him in his tracks. Bei Qi and Jing Yuran were locked in a fierce gaze, with Jing Yuran showing no signs of backing down, as if they were on the verge of an argument. In an unexpected turn, Bei Qi reached out, grasped Jing Yuran's nape, and leaned in to kiss him. Jing Yuran struggled momentarily, but Bei Qi firmly subdued him, and he soon fell into compliance. Bei Qi gently nipped at his lips, pulling back slightly to softly whisper near his mouth, "Behave." Jing Yuran looked at him, obediently nodding, and only then did Bei Qi release him. At that moment, Ying and Xiao Yong returned from gathering firewood, catching sight of the scene. Ying exclaimed, "Wow, the young clan leader is formidable." Xiao Yong queried, "Did we miss something?" De Chong nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with admiration for the young clan leader. Subsequently, as they prepared the fire, De Chong succinctly recounted the earlier events. However, Qing He fell silent, his head bowed slightly, lost in thought. Jing Yuran also lowered his gaze, appearing shy as if he'd been kissed by Bei Qi, avoiding eye contact. In reality, he was contemplating how he had intended for Qing He to witness how Bei Qi engaged in playful banter, only for Bei Qi to defy expectations, leaving him at a loss. Bei Qi retrieved some jerky from his bag, noting Jing Yuran's reluctance to meet his eyes, a smirk betraying his amusement. This disobedient little tiger only settled down when kissed. Nevertheless, he did not mind the disobedience. The more it happened, the better. After their meal, the night had completely fallen, the sky obscured by clouds, hiding the stars from view. A breeze wafted from the cliff's edge, carrying a hint of coolness. They all transformed into their beast forms during their rest. The thick fur provided warmth, and in case of wild beasts, their beast forms offered the strongest combat capabilities, enabling them to enter a battle-ready state swiftly. Bei Qi lay on the grass, beckoning to Jing Yuran, "Come lie beside me." Jing Yuran obediently complied, settling next to Bei Qi. Upon witnessing the scene, Qing He's gaze flickered with intrigue. Why was Bei Qi, despite being so dismissive towards him, not the least bit angered and instead treated him with such kindness? Could it be that he had genuinely developed feelings for someone he had known for merely a few days? Qing He found this notion hard to believe. After all, true love at first sight was a rarity in this world. Surely, Bei Qi's affection stemmed from the fact that he was sent by the Tiger Clan for a political alliance, acting out of duty to the tribe. Just wait. Once the Wolf Clan was driven away, Bei Qi would surely not treat him with such warmth. On the following morning, they descended the mountain, traversing a vast expanse of grassland and forest until they finally arrived at the gathering place of the Tiger Clan. The settlement bore similarities to that of the Lion Clan, with stone fences encircling the area and numerous stone houses of varying sizes within. At the entrance, someone was drying jerky when they noticed an approaching figure, startled at first, only to realize it wasn't Yu. "Chief, and Yu has returned," the person exclaimed loudly, turning to rush into the village. As Jing Yuran and his companions entered the tribe, Chief and Wu and his elder brother and Yi emerged, accompanied by several clan members. "Aniu, why have you returned? I instructed you to prioritize the greater good. Do you intend to jeopardize the tribe?" And Wu's voice echoed before he arrived, immediately questioning in Yu, only to discover that he was not alone. Bei Qi raised an eyebrow at the words, pondering if Wu cared only for the tribe. And Wu, though not tall, was robust, lacking a beard, and appeared slightly younger than Bei Qiong, despite their similar ages. "Oh, Bei Qi is here as well?" And Wu coughed awkwardly. "What brings you here?" Bei Qi, maintaining a composed demeanor, replied coolly, We have come to discuss strategies to swiftly drive away the wolf clan. I see, and Wu responded. You must be weary from your journey. Please come inside to rest. We shall confer this afternoon. Beiqi nodded in agreement and followed Wu into the settlement. Jing Yuran walked alongside Beiqi, casting a glance at Wu and inwardly scoffing. Had Beiqi not been present, Wu would not have been so accommodating. As they walked, Jing Yuran suddenly felt a piercing gaze upon him. Turning to investigate, he was unsurprised to find Qing Ji. Qing Ji, the mightiest warrior of the Tiger clan, was tall and imposing, his dark skin not concealing his striking features. Alas, the depth of emotion in his eyes cast a subtle shadow over him. Upon noticing Jing Yuran's gaze, Qing Ji's eyes brimmed with unspoken affection, silently calling out his name, and you. Chapter 29. The protagonist strays from the plot. 8. Jing Yuran averted his eyes, choosing to disregard him. Qing Ji was taken aback for a moment, but quickly realized that Yu's displeasure stemmed from his inaction. He pondered for a moment. Now that Yu was bonded with Beiqi, their chances of intimacy were nearly non-existent unless Yu chose to sever that bond. Given the current circumstances, it was improbable that Yu would dissolve his connection with Beiqi. Thus, Qing Ji understood that he must quell his affections. However, witnessing Yu walk beside Beiqi stirred a tumult of emotions within him. After lunch, Wu had some matters to attend to, instructing Beiqi and the others to rest a little longer before sending someone to summon them. Beiqi followed Jing Yuran to his stone house, while Qing He and a few others were assigned to different stone houses belonging to the Tiger clan. Jing Yuran's stone house was relatively smaller, with a similar layout, but it was adorned with an assortment of patterned pebbles piled in a corner. Curious, Beiqi asked, what purpose do these serve? Can't they just be decorative? Jing Yuran, sitting on the edge of the bed, replied, I'm going to sleep now, so be quiet. Raising an eyebrow, Beiqi approached. Then I shall take a nap as well. Jing Yuran huffed and made room for him. Beiqi's gaze flickered as he lay down beside Jing Yuran, slowly closing his eyes. Before long, the sound of steady breathing filled the air. Jing Yuran had fallen asleep. However, Beiqi found it difficult to drift off. When a female transforms into a semi-beast form, she must sleep alone, and typically no one enters her room, let alone shares her bed. Yet at this moment, Beiqi lay on his bed, the first and yearning to be the only one. Turning onto his side, Beiqi opened his eyes to gaze at Jing Yuran. In his slumber, Jing Yuran appeared especially gentle, resembling a porcelain doll that one would wish to cherish. If the person he cherished was himself, could he not hold him close and sleep together? Unbeknownst to him, weariness began to envelop Beiqi, and he gradually succumbed to slumber. Young clan leader, clan chief, and Wu has sent me to call you to the grand stone house. Qing He's voice echoed from outside. Upon hearing the call, both Jing Yuran and Beiqi opened their eyes simultaneously. Jing Yuran, momentarily taken aback, noticed how close Beiqi was, so near that just a little more would bring their lips together. Their breaths intertwined, laden with ambiguity and heat. Beiqi swallowed hard, his gaze darkening with the urge to kiss, only to be pushed away by Jing Yuran, who had snapped back to reality. What are you doing? Jing Yuran glared at him. You said you would behave and not touch me. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Beiqi muttered, sorry, I couldn't help it. That's unacceptable. Jing Yuran commanded, you must resist. You said we are merely superficially bonded, and after driving away the wolf clan, we will sever our ties. You cannot go back on your word. Upon hearing this, emotions surged within Beiqi, and after a long silence, he hoarsely replied, I will abide by it. Jing Yuran gave a light huff. Now that's more like it. He silently thought, please don't go back on your word. Otherwise, my performance will falter. The two of them got out of bed and exited the stone house, Beiqi leading the way. When he paused to look at Qing He outside, he asked in a low voice, have you been waiting outside this whole time? Qing He replied, I was just checking to see if you had come out yet. Beiqi nodded, uncertain of whether to believe him. Jing Yuran cast a glance at Qing He, unconvinced, as he was certain Qing He had overheard their earlier conversation. It seemed this act could continue. Together, Beiqi and Jing Yuran made their way to the Grand Stone House, wherein Wu and Yi and several brave warriors including Qing Ji, were present. Clan Chief and Wu. Father. And Wu observed Jing Yu with a slight frown and said, "And you, why don't you take Qing He for a stroll? Such matters typically involve only the males, and once arrangements are made, the females merely follow suit." Jing Yu replied obediently, "Of course, father." As he stepped outside, Beiqi watched his retreating figure with a sense of unease, though he could not quite pinpoint the source of his concern. Once outside, Jing Yu found Qing He and smiled. "Aren't you quite interested in the tiger tribe? Allow me to show you around." Qing He nodded enthusiastically, "Sure." Jing Yu guided Qing He on a tour through the tribe, eventually leading them to the rear where a small river flowed. The water was crystal clear, shallow enough to reach only up to their thighs. Standing by the riverbank, they gazed out at the distant meadow, the gentle breeze alleviating the afternoon heat. Suddenly, Qing He spoke up. "Actually, I overheard your conversation earlier." Jing Yu's heart raced, his face a mixture of surprise and panic. "What? You heard everything?" Qing He beamed at his startled expression. "Indeed, I did. You and the young clan leader have merely a superficial contract. In reality, there is no genuine relationship. You've even agreed to dissolve the contract once the wolf tribe is driven away." Jing Yu stepped back, looking flustered. Can you keep this to yourself?" Qing He smiled gently, assuring him, "Rest easy. I understand you are all acting for the tribe's sake. I wouldn't dream of revealing it. I'm just a bit curious. Though the young clan leader seems quite admirable in every regard, why do you hesitate?" Jing Yu turned his head away, uncomfortably replying, "No matter how good he is, he's not my type." "Oh." Qing He's eyes widened in realization. "So, you already have a male you fancy?" "No." Jing Yu shook his head vehemently denying it. Qing Yu noticed the telltale signs of his dishonesty and chuckled. "Oh, no worries, I won't spill the beans." "Thank you." Jing Yu managed a relieved smile, expressing his gratitude. "You're welcome. It's the least I could do," Qing He replied. Jing Yu averted his gaze, suppressing a laugh. "There's nothing more to see here. Let us head back." "All right," Qing He replied with a knowing smile. Until they reached a conclusion, they would remain within the tiger tribe, and he would have ample opportunities to uncover who and Yu favored. Upon returning to the entrance of the stone house, they encountered in Wu and in Yu, who appeared to have emerged from a discussion that did not seem to have gone smoothly. And Wu glanced at Jing Yu and spoke kindly. "Child, come and talk to your father." Hearing this, Jing Yu pouted but reluctantly approached. Once inside the stone house, and Wu settled down and said, "Child, your father knows you are unhappy, but there is little I can do. It is all for our people." Jing Yu lowered his head in silence, appearing to sulk like a petulant child. And Wu sighed softly. "And you have grown up now and are even contracted. You must consider matters carefully and not act on impulse. In the present day, the wolf clan poses our greatest threat. If we do not drive them away, not only will we be in peril, but the lion clan will also face complete annihilation at their hands. And you, do you comprehend this?" Chapter 30. The protagonist strays from the plot. 9. Jing Yuran lowered his head, remaining silent for an extended period before softly responding, "I understand, father. I shall not act impulsively in the future." And Wu nodded with evident satisfaction. "Good, my child." Upon exiting, Jing Yuran discovered that Beiqi and an Yi were waiting for him. He noticed Beiqi's lips curve into a slight smile for a fleeting moment before returning to a neutral expression. "Elder brother," Jing Yuran called out, and he nodded in acknowledgement. He was tall, though not as robust as Qing Ji. In contrast, he appeared somewhat lean, yet his physique bore ample muscle. "Father acts for the sake of the tribe. Do not hold it against him," and Yi advised. Jing Yuran nodded, "I understand." Hearing this, and Yi smiled. "Well then, you should go rest. I have matters to discuss with father." With that, and Yi re-entered the stone dwelling. Jing Yuran glanced at him before turning to Beiqi. "Let us prepare dinner." Indeed, Beiqi seemed poised to inquire further, but hesitated, unsure how to articulate his thoughts. Jing Yuran surveyed his surroundings and suddenly asked, "Where is Qing He?" "I do not know," Beiqi replied nonchalantly. Jing Yuran raised an eyebrow, but refrained from pressing the matter further. By the river behind the tribe, Qing He stood opposite Qing Ji, their figures partially obscured by the great trees and bushes. With a tense expression, Qing He asked, "Did you summon me here for something specific?" After Jing Yuran had followed and Wu inside, Qing He had departed, only to be called back by Qing Ji along the way. Maintaining a respectful distance, Qing Ji said, "I apologize for bringing you here, but please do not misunderstand. I merely wish to ask you a few questions." "What questions?" Qing He inquired. Qing Ji hesitated before asking, "How hasn't you fared since his departure? Has anyone been unkind to him?" Qing He blinked and, after scrutinizing Qing Ji's expression, smiled knowingly. "Of course not. No one has mistreated him." "It's just what?" Qing Ji pressed. Qing He hesitated. "It seems he is not very happy, and I inadvertently overheard a secret today." "A secret?" Qing Ji felt a surge of curiosity. Qing He appeared indecisive before shaking his head. "I promised in you I wouldn't reveal it." Upon hearing that it wasn't you who had spoken, Qing Ji reassured, "It is of no consequence. As long as I do not disclose it, no one will know." Yet, Qing He still hesitated. Qing Ji continued, "I have grown up alongside in you. I would never betray him." At this, Qing He finally resolved, "Very well. But you must not speak of it. This matter concerns both our clans." "Agreed. I vow to keep it confidential," Qing Ji affirmed earnestly. Only then did Qing He divulge, "I accidentally overheard that Bei Qi and an U.S. bond is merely superficial. In reality, nothing has transpired between them. Furthermore, they have agreed to dissolve their bond once the Wolf clan has been expelled." Qing Ji was taken aback. "What? Is this true?" "Indeed," Qing He confirmed. Qing He nodded vigorously. "I heard it with my own ears, and you also admitted it, forbidding me from speaking out." After listening, Qing Ji appeared contemplative. Was Yu's unhappiness due to him? Furthermore, was the superficial contract and the subsequent dissolution of the bond after driving away the Wolf clan also his doing? Indeed, it must be so. And Yu still harbored feelings for him. He still wished to be together. Thus, there was no reason for hesitation. As long as Yu severed ties with Beiki, he would immediately petition the chieftain for a contract. Qing He observed the changing expressions on Qing Ji's face, his eyes flickering. He had not anticipated that Qing Ji would find someone Yu liked so soon. It truly was a stroke of fortune. However, he hoped that Qing Ji would exercise discretion and refrain from revealing secrets at this critical moment, lest the future of both clans be jeopardized. Qing Ji was indeed a person of prudence. How could he feel secure with the one he cherished if the Wolf clan was not driven away? 3 days later, they finally devised a plan and agreed upon a time for action. Subsequently, Beiki returned to the Lion clan with Jing Yuran and the others. He conveyed the results of their discussions to Beiqiong, who, alongside Beiki, arranged for the personnel involved in this operation and instructed them to prepare in advance. Once everything was set, Beiki took Jing Yuran out under the pretense of hunting. They ventured into the mountains, where the trees grew densely, blocking out the glaring sunlight and oppressive heat, casting the forest into a dim and cool ambience. As the two walked through the woods, their feet barely made a sound upon the thick, dry earth. They traversed for quite some time without uttering a word, creating a somewhat peculiar atmosphere. Jing Yuran had sensed something amiss with Beiki since their departure from the Tiger clan. Although Beiki appeared outwardly unchanged, Jing Yuran could feel that Beiki's emotions were not quite right when he was around him, as if he were suppressing something. Having brought him out alone today surely indicated he had something to say. Suddenly, Beiki halted, turning to gaze at Jing Yuran. Jing Yuran also stopped, confused, and asked, "Why have we stopped?" Beiki's emotions were no longer concealed. They were a tumultuous mix of anger, heartache, jealousy, and frustration. "I have something to say." "Speak," Jing Yuran replied, glancing back before leaning against a nearby tree. Seeing Jing Yuran's casual posture, Beiki's gaze darkened. "Are you aware of the relationship between Qing Ji and Luo Lian?" "What?" Jing Yuran was genuinely surprised. Beiki had spent most of the past few days discussing tactics. How could he know about Luo Lian? Luo Lian is another female that Qing Ji likes, and she reciprocates his feelings. "I'm already aware of everything," Beiki said solemnly. "The person you like is Qing Ji." Jing Yuran straightened up, his anger flaring as if someone had stepped on his tail. "So what? What does that have to do with you?" Beiki's hands, which had been hanging by his sides, clenched into fists. "Do you know what relationship Qing Ji and Luo Lian share?" "What do you mean?" Jing Yuran feigned ignorance. Beiki took a deep breath. knowing that although he did not wish to hurt him, it was better than Jing Yuran being deceived by Qingji later on. He and Luo Lian are together. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Jing Yuran was taken aback, then shook his head in denial, proclaiming, impossible. Beiqi must be fabricating tales. Their relationship is merely ambiguous, and they cannot possibly be together. Aware of his disbelief, Beiqi insisted the following afternoon. After I emerged from the stone house, I saw Luo Lian inviting Qing Ji to dine with her. Subsequently, I encountered them together 2 more times, and it was evident that she harbors feelings for him, which he did not reject. Does this not imply they are indeed together? Moreover, when they departed from the tribe, he observed the deep affection in Qing Ji's gaze directed at Yu. Otherwise, he would not have surmised that Yu's affections lay with Qing Ji. Upon hearing this, Jing Yuran understood, yet his expression betrayed devastation mixed with disbelief. How could this be? It's impossible, he muttered. Beiqi gently grasped his shoulder, drawing him into an embrace. Leaning against Beiqi's shoulder, Jing Yuran soon began to sob softly, his shoulders trembling slightly. Cried out, Beiqi murmured, patting his back. Once you have wept, forget him. Such a person is unworthy of your affection. Chapter 31. The protagonist strays from the plot. 10. After a considerable time spent weeping, Jing Yuran felt he had sufficiently released his emotions and fell silent. Beiqi patiently allowed him a moment before releasing him from the embrace. Lifting Jing Yuran's chin, Beiqi noticed the redness at the tip of his nose and the corners of his eyes, glistening with unshed tears, which tugged at his heart. Did you hear what I just said? Beiqi reiterated, do not harbor feelings for him. He is not worth it. Jing Yuran gazed at him, blinking in confusion. If I don't like him, then who should I like? Me, Beiqi replied softly, like me if you would. Jing Yuran remained silent, contemplating. Internally anxious, yet outwardly composed, Beiqi rationally stated, we are already bonded. Is it not fitting to like me? Jing Yuran couldn't suppress a smile at the cleverness of this approach. It was both opportunistic and reasonable. How could one so swiftly develop feelings for another? He murmured, averting his gaze. This remark brought Beiqi silent joy, for the absence of a clear rejection suggested that Jing Yuran was not averse to the idea and might even harbor a budding affection for him. No need to rush, Beiqi reassured him, suppressing his elation. Let us take our time. We have an abundance of it. Jing Yuran hesitated, but eventually nodded, suddenly recalling something about what was mentioned earlier, dissolving our bond after driving away the wolf clan. You sought to dissolve our bond for Qing Ji, but that necessity no longer exists. Besides, are you not to attempt liking me? Beiqi spoke gently, guiding him. If you come to like me, is there still a need to sever our bond? Jing Yuran pondered this. Very well. Let us postpone the dissolution. Beiqi smiled, knowing that while his suggestion was intended as temporary, should Jing Yuran truly come to like him, the temporary state would transform into permanence. Shall we continue hunting? Beiqi asked with a smile. Jing Yuran nodded, walking alongside Beiqi once more, then inquired, but what if I come to like you, and you do not feel the same? That will not be the case, Beiqi assured him. Beiqi grasped his hand as he paused once more, placing Jing Yuran's hand over his heart. I have already developed feelings for you. Jing Yuran's fingers curled slightly, his face flushing at the admission, and he shyly inquired, is that true? Indeed, Beiqi replied, stepping closer. Feel my heartbeat. It's quite rapid. And it was rapid. Jing Yuran felt at the moment their hands touched. As he experienced the quickened pulse, a myriad of emotions surged within him. Curiosity, contentment, joy, and a sense of reassurance. With a soft "oh," Jing Yuran withdrew his hand, acknowledging the moment. We should get back to hunting. Yet, in that instant, Beiqi had no desire to hunt. Jing Yuran's bashful demeanor was too endearing. His eyes glistening with moisture, cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. He softly called out, on you. Jing Yuran responded, parting his lips, but before he could speak, Beiqi leaned down and kissed him. Jing Yuran feigned surprise, allowing Beiqi the opportunity to deepen the kiss, indulging in tender caresses. Moments later, overwhelmed by sensation and recalling the pleasures of his past life, Jing Yuran pushed Beiqi away, fearing he might lose control. Beiqi stumbled back, hastily apologizing, I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself. Umph. Jing Yuran huffed before turning to leave. Beiki quickly followed, promising, I'll be more careful next time. Please don't be upset. I don't believe you. I swear it's true. Half a month later, Beiki led a select group of tribesmen toward the wolf clan's territory. This venture required special herbs, and Xinghe accompanied them as well. Their mission was to covertly infiltrate the wolf clan's domain, using the herbs to mask their scent, and upon rendezvousing with the tiger clan, mount an offensive against the wolf clan. Concurrently, they intended to dispatch individuals to infiltrate the tribal gathering point and capture the wolf clan's chief. The chief, though advanced in age, had delegated many responsibilities to his son, yet remained the alpha, the leader of the tribe. The strategy was clear: to capture the king before the thieves, thereby resolving the conflict. The operation unfolded seamlessly. The wolf clan chief was apprehended, and on the battlefield, the alliance of the lion and tiger clans inflicted severe casualties upon the wolves. Reluctant to face annihilation, the elderly chief consented to vacate the territory immediately, pledging never to return. Subsequently, he led the remaining tribesmen away, and the land was divided among the victors. Amidst this turmoil, another incident transpired. In the aftermath of their triumph and the exhilarating chaos of battle, Beiki found himself uncontrollably aroused, a state that all beastmen experienced, albeit typically post-maturity and usually under self-control, except for their first encounter. Beiki had endured his initial bout of arousal alone, and since then, he had refrained from succumbing to such desires. However, due to the peculiar circumstances this time, the long-suppressed emotions, the exhilarating battle, the joy of victory, and the fervent affection for Jing Yuran unleashed an uncontrollable fervor within him. With a roar, Beiqi, still in his beast form, immediately fixed his gaze upon Jing Yuran and charged towards him. Just as Jing Yuran transformed back into human form, Beiqi seized the hem of his garment, vigorously tossing him onto his back. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of all the beastmen, they dashed into the mountains like an arrow released from its bow. Once their figures vanished, the onlookers regained their senses. The young patriarch was in heat. Thankfully, there was a new present. Otherwise, the young patriarch would have suffered greatly. Was this not the second time the young patriarch had gone into heat? Surely it would last several days. Qing He and Qing Ji's expressions mirrored one another, both dark as the bottom of a pot. No one anticipated Beiqi would succumb to such uncontrollable fervor, leaving them no chance to react. In everyone's eyes, they were a bonded pair with no reason to intervene. Even if there were, given Beiqi's strength, they would be powerless to stop him. Within a deserted cave, Jing Yuran was cast to the ground, letting out a soft gasp of pain. Beiqi's large paw pressed firmly on Jing Yuran's shoulder, pinning him down as he leaned in, his tongue lapping clumsily at his face. Jing Yuran, drenched in saliva, exclaimed in anger, "Get off me. If you don't, I'll hit you." Beiqi hesitated momentarily, as he retained some rationality, yet feared rejection. "And you, I am in heat. Please help me," he implored, his tone urgent and pleading, as if he could barely contain himself. Jing Yuran had long desired this, but he could not show it. "Isn't this what it is?" he retorted. "I and you." Beiqi nuzzled against him. "Only you can help me. We are already bonded. This is the most natural thing." Jing Yuran feigned hesitation for a moment and whispered, "I don't like you. Do you mind?" Chapter 32. The protagonist strays from the plot. 11. Beiqi transformed into human form and embraced Jing Yuran, whispering softly in his ear, "No. And you? You do like me. You already like me." Jing Yuran was uncertain. "Is that so?" "Yes." Beiqi's subsequent words were almost swallowed by Jing Yuran's lips. As he kissed him, Jing Yuran did not resist. Beiqi, sensing this, grew increasingly fervent and aggressive, as if he wished to consume him whole. Jing Yuran closed his eyes, relishing the familiar intimacy, inwardly reflecting, "This performance is truly exhausting." Beiqi's heat persisted for 3 days, during which he ventured out to hunt and fetch water, lest they struggle to survive those 3 days. "Little you." Beiqi transformed into his beast form to serve as a mattress for Jing Yuran. "Are you awake?" Jing Yuran murmured in response, rolling over. Once fully awake, he climbed down from Beiqi's back. Beiqi resumed his human form and gently kissed the corner of Jing Yuran's mouth. "We should return." Jing Yuran replied lazily, appearing rather lackluster. The female body is well suited for mating. Thus, after 3 days, Jing Yuran merely felt sore and fatigued, with no other issues. The two of them exited the cave, one after the other, when suddenly Jing Yuran halted, expressing his reluctance to continue. "You carry me." Beiqi turned to glance at him, fatigue evident on his delicate face, his eyes fluttering as if he might succumb to slumber at any moment. "Very well." Beiqi's heart softened profoundly. He then crouched down and said, "Climb on." Jing Yuran draped himself over Beiqi's back, wrapping his arms around his neck, while Beiqi's large hands grasped his legs, lifting him as he descended the mountain. To commemorate their victory, the two clans decided to gather around a bonfire in celebration, with the location chosen to be the Lion clan's territory to signify the Tiger clan's sincerity. However, only those who had participated in the battle were present, as the injured remained in their own clan to celebrate once they had healed. In the open space beyond the enclosure, bonfires blazed brightly, surrounded by clusters of people, with beast meat resting on large leaves, readily available for those in need. The elder generation sat together, while Beiqi and his contemporaries formed another group. To Beiqi's left sat Jing Yuran, and to his right was Qing He. On Jing Yuran's left were Qing Ji and Ani. Concerned that Jing Yuran still harbored feelings for Qing Ji, Beiqi urged him to change seats, stating, "Let us switch positions." Understanding his unease, Jing Yuran obediently complied. During the shift, he noticed that Qing He appeared rather unwell, and he silently smirked. Beiqi was in heat, and many had witnessed him taking Jing Yuran away. Qing He had hoped to wait for their bond to dissolve, but given the current circumstances, that seemed nearly impossible. As Jing Yuran settled down, he intentionally nestled closely against Beiqi, showcasing his reliance on him. Beiqi delighted in this display, wrapping his arm around Jing Yuran's shoulder and drawing him closer. Witnessing this tender scene, Qing He felt compelled to intervene. However, before he could speak, Qing Ji interjected, I have something I wish to discuss with you privately. Could you accompany me?" Jing Yuran glanced over Beiqi at Qing Ji, huffing defiantly, "I won't go." Beiqi fixed a steely gaze upon Qing Ji and warned softly, "Qing Ji, keep your distance from my little you." Qing Ji's expression darkened, yet he persisted, "I grew up alongside Ni. Now that he is in the Lion clan, I cannot help but worry. I merely wish to converse with him alone." Upon witnessing this, Qing He's eyes flickered as he interjected, "What's the issue? Why doesn't Anyu agree?" He intentionally paused, casting a meaningful glance at Anyu. Understanding the depth of his gaze, Anyu feigned a demeanor of secrecy, exclaiming, "It's nothing. I'll go." With that, Jing Yuran rose and headed towards the village, noting that everyone was gathered in the clearing, leaving the village eerily empty. Upon seeing this, Qingji promptly stood and followed suit. Beiqi observed their departing figures, his dark eyes igniting with a flicker of fire, his aura heavy and foreboding, making him appear somewhat intimidating from a distance. This was the first time Qinghe had seen Beiqi display such a somber expression, a stark contrast to his usual gentle demeanor, leaving him momentarily stunned. Ani, having also noticed, assumed it was merely his masculine possessiveness at play, and offered a reassurance. "Qingji and Anyu are just good friends. There's no need for concern." Snapping back to reality, Qinghe articulated a different perspective, questioning if they're merely good friends, then what words must be kept from us? This remark only deepened Beiqi's already brooding demeanor. Subsequently, he abruptly stood and strode towards the village. Ani attempted to voice his thoughts, but saw Qinghe rise as well, stating, "I'll go take a look, lest things escalate." Ani frowned slightly, feeling this female was meddling, and unable to shake his apprehension, followed after her. Jing Yuran paused at the well's edge in the village, turning to face Qingji with an irritable tone. "If you have something to say, speak quickly." The dim light of a solitary torch illuminated the well's mouth, casting the shadows of the two figures upon the ground. Anyu, feeling a pang of sadness, questioned, "Do you no longer like me?" "You do not deserve my affection," Jing Yuran interrupted. Qingji was taken aback, pondering the implications of such a statement. Had he learned of something? On you, you once admired me greatly. Why now do you claim I am unworthy? He thought, holding on to a glimmer of hope. Jing Yuran scoffed. Do not feign innocence. I am well aware. You and Luo Lian are together. You two are a couple. No, that's not true. Qingji vehemently denied, his heart racing. I have no relationship with Luo Lian. Realizing his slip, he inquired, who informed you? It was Beiki, wasn't it? He merely saw Luo Lian invite me to dinner. There is nothing between us. He is deceiving you. Jing Yuran shook her head. He did not deceive me. It is you who lies. Do not try to argue your way out. Before I came to negotiate the union, your relationship with Luo Lian was already strong. I regret being so naive back then. It is not like that. Qingji reached out to grasp Jing Yuran's shoulder, but she evaded him, asserting, do not touch me. His hand froze in midair, a wounded expression adorning his face. Jing Yuran scoffed. I am now Beiki's female. Do not seek me out again. As she turned to leave, Qingji suddenly called out, he forced you into this, didn't he? I understand that you are reluctant. After all, you had a prior agreement to dissolve the bond once the Wolf clan was driven away. Had it not been for his sudden passions, you would never have formed this connection with him. In the shadowy corner of the stone dwelling, the trio from Beiki stood, attentively listening to the dialogue between the two. Beiki furrowed his brow, pondering how Qingji could possibly know of this matter. And however, was taken aback. They had not even forged a bond before that bout of fervor, and they had even discussed the dissolution of their connection. A flicker of intrigue passed through Qinghe's eyes as he feigned surprise, exclaiming, so, and you had a favored male before. In the darkness, he could not discern Beiki's expression. Yet he continued, Qingji harbors feelings for you as well. Their affections are mutual. However, he refrained from voicing the subsequent thoughts, for the three present comprehended the implication. And Yi's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated the clandestine entanglement between Qingji and his younger brother. Had he known, he would have never consented to the union. Yet, and Yu was now bound to Beiki, even if he had just heard those words and recognized the previous pretense. Following that battle, it was clear to all that they had formed a bond. Meanwhile, Jing Yuran halted in his steps, turning to gaze at him with a look of panic. How do you know of this? Did Qinghe inform you? Jing Yuran stated with conviction. In the shadows, both Beiki and an exchanged glances at Qinghe, their expressions inscrutable. Qinghe feigned ignorance, waving his hands dismissively. It wasn't me. I know nothing. Beiki and an remained silent. Qingji tacitly acknowledged, thus you are coerced. If you reveal the truth and sever your bond with Beiki, you shall be with me. Jing Yuran found this statement utterly perplexing. Such overconfidence in men was truly ubiquitous. We will not dissolve our bond. Jing Yuran was about to confess his waning affections when suddenly Beiki emerged from the shadows, declaring emphatically, not only that. Qinghe and an are right behind me. Qingji was taken aback, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him, coupled with apprehension that Beiki's involvement might incite a rift with the Tiger clan, thus marking him as a traitor. Beiki approached Jing Yuran, draping an arm over his shoulder, and coldly addressed Qingji, and you is my female. We shall never dissolve our bond. And he observed them with a slight frown. Qingji, what are you truly contemplating? Had those events not transpired, perhaps there would be room for negotiation. Yet, with matters as they stand, your persistent entanglement will only exacerbate the situation. Qingji found himself at a loss for words. Qinghe inwardly cursed. Why is Qingji so ineffectual? Is he truly not a man? Externally, Qinghe forced a light-hearted smile. Everyone, let us not be so contentious. Our two clans are united through marriage. We are all one family. Let us not allow trivial matters to escalate. And turned to Beiki, valuing the relationship between their clans. Beiki, Qingji may have momentarily misjudged. Now that the truth is revealed, let him extend an apology to you, and we shall consider the matter settled, ensuring it does not tarnish the bond between our clans. And he called out to him, her tone laced with a warning. Qingji fixed his gaze upon Jing Yuran, who remained quietly nestled in Beiqi's embrace, his heart brimming with resentment, rendering him reluctant to speak. Qingji, and issued one final admonition. Do you wish for our clans to plunge into war once more because of you? Jing Yuran gritted his teeth. He certainly did not desire that. What he sought was to be the mightiest warrior of the tribe, an object of reverence for all, not a pariah. I am sorry. Jing Yuran managed to utter those 3 words with considerable effort. Bei Qi's eyes flickered momentarily as he replied coolly, I accept your apology, but I must challenge you. What? Jing Yuran was taken aback. Jing Yuran raised an eyebrow discreetly, clearly having taken his words to heart. And perplexed, asked Bei Qi this, understanding in Yi's concern. Bei Qi reassured, fear not. It is merely a challenge, unrelated to the clans. He then turned his gaze towards Jing Yuran, his expression calm, yet brimming with provocation. Do you dare? As a male, being thus provoked, naturally compelled a response. What was there to fear? Yet, mere challenges lacked meaning. It must be a contest of victory and defeat. Bei Qi's eyes darkened slightly. What do you mean? If you lose, you will sever your bond within you. Jing Yuran felt a surge of confidence. He was the strongest warrior of the Tiger clan, certain he could defeat Bei Qi and reclaim what was rightfully his. And Yi's expression darkened. Jing Yuran, do not act recklessly. This time, Jing Yuran stood resolute. The challenge was proposed by him. I merely appended a condition. I accept. Bei Qi's eyes sparkled with determination. But should you lose, you are never to appear before you again. Very well. Jing Yuran acquiesced, unable to prevent it. And turned to Jing Yuran. And you, do you truly wish to witness their duel? Jing Yuran blinked, feigning hesitation as he said, I do not know. He then glanced at Bei Qi, his tone laced with concern. Bei Qi, Jing Yuran is the strongest warrior of the Tiger clan. Are you truly certain you wish to challenge him? Upon hearing this, Bei Qi's temper flared. He could not fathom how he could defeat Jing Yuran, for in his heart, Jing Yuran would always remain the strongest. However, he refrained from lashing out, merely gritting his teeth and declaring, You will regret this. With that, he grasped Jing Yuran's hand and led him away. Come, let us return. As Jing Yuran departed, he cast a glance back at Jing Yuran, who wore a smug expression, as if he had already bested Bei Qi. He silently smirked, for this was precisely the reaction he desired. Bei Qi believed that his lack of faith, coupled with jealousy, would drive him to give his all in the duel, while Jing Yuran, confident from the outset, would likely underestimate his opponent due to his pride. Jing Yuran and regarded him with a complex expression, regardless of the duel's outcome. Do not let it affect the relations between our clans, or else, I know, it will not. Jing Yuran replied with unwavering confidence. The challenge had been Bei Qi's proposition, and the terms were of his own making. Should Bei Qi fail to uphold his end, the disgrace would fall upon him. And he sighed gently, less hope. Having said that, he too departed. Just as Jing Yuran intended to leave, he was called back by Jing Yuran. Wait, what is it? Jing Yuran halted, contemplating for a moment before apologizing. I'm sorry, the situation was urgent earlier. It wasn't my revelation, but rather in Yu's own deduction. Jing Yuran smiled gently. It's quite all right. I merely wish to inquire if you possess absolute confidence in your victory for this duel. Certainly, Jing Yuran replied. However, Jing Yuran interjected, I fear you may be underestimating Bei Qi's strength. It's not that you lack prowess. In my eyes, your skills are quite comparable. What exactly are you implying? Jing Yuran furrowed his brow, harboring disdain within. Lowering his voice, Jing Yuran proposed, I have a method that could guarantee your triumph in this duel. What method? Though confident in his own abilities, Jing Yuran was open to additional assurances. As Chapter 34 unfolds, Jing Yuran stepped closer and whispered a few words into Jing Yuran's ear. Upon hearing, Jing Yuran promptly rejected the idea, insisting that the duel must be fair. Anything less would be improper. What is improper about it? Jing Yuran countered. Isn't Yu's well-being not more important than fairness? Jing Yuran's expression wavered, and Jing Yuran continued. The conditions you proposed were for Yu's sake, were they not? Should you lose the duel, and you would never be free from Bei Qi. This final assertion swayed Jing Yuran. The duel was indeed for Yu, and a loss would not only mean losing her, but also incurring disgrace. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Due to the implications of the contract release and the relations between the two clans, only the 5 individuals present the previous night were privy to the duel. Originally, the members of the Tiger clan intended to return the following day, but having encountered numerous fascinating aspects of the Lion Clan's tribe, they resolved to extend their stay for further learning. This serendipitously provided them with the time needed to depart the tribe together and seek an open area in the mountains for the duel. Just prior to the commencement of the duel, Jing suddenly reminded Jing Yuran, and you, perhaps the young clan leader, should have some water and also offer him some encouragement. At this, Jing Yuran glanced at him, instantly alert but maintaining a neutral expression, sure. He then opened the water pouch from Beiki and approached the latter. In the process, he appeared to casually sniff the contents. Initially, there was no issue, but at the moment he opened it, he detected a faint floral fragrance. This scent was so subtle it could easily be overlooked. It required a discerning mind to catch it. Jing Yuran lowered his gaze, realizing that Qinghe had resorted to such underhanded tactics. His character had veered significantly from its intended path. Upon reaching Beiki, he first offered the water pouch, allowing Beiki to take a sip. Simultaneously, he discreetly gestured, purchasing an antidote from the system's marketplace and concealing it within his fingertips. After Beiki drank, he returned the pouch, and Jing Yuran held his hand over the opening, squeezing the antidote inside. I'm parched as well. He took a sip and then turned to Beiki. Would you care for another sip? Beiki, taken aback as he watched Jing Yuran drink from the spot where he had just sipped, felt his heart race. A mere indirect kiss rekindled memories of those 3 fervent days, leaving him suddenly parched. Drink. North Chi took a few more sips of water, and only then did Jing Yuran return with the water pouch in hand. Across from them, Qing Ji observed the intimate interaction between the two, his heart filled with doubt. Could it be true what you had said yesterday? Did he truly no longer hold feelings for him? Yet, time was of the essence, a duel was imminent, and he must emerge victorious. Qing Yi watched as North Chi consumed the drug-laced water, a confident smile gracing his lips. Surely, victory belonged to Qing Ji in this bout. And he stepped forward, announcing, the challenge officially begins. Let it be a fair fight. As the words echoed, both combatants transformed into their beast forms, unleashing a roar that reverberated through the air as they clashed. Qing Ji's physique mirrored that of North Chi, both towering at 3 to 4 meters, their muscular bodies engaging in a fierce exchange. Both Qing He and Qing Ji awaited the moment when the effects of the drug would incapacitate North Chi, allowing Qing Ji to seize the advantage. However, half an hour passed with North Chi still brimming with vitality, while Qing Ji, distracted and growing impatient, began to falter. Qing He felt a surge of anxiety. What was happening? Hadn't Team North Chi consumed the water? Why was it ineffective? Jing Yuran, glancing at the anxious Qing He, suddenly chuckled. Sensitive to the sound, Qing He turned to him, inquiring, what are you laughing at? I'm pleased that North Chi is on the verge of winning. Jing Yuran replied, his smile widening. Qing He forced a smile, replying, that's wonderful. The young clan leader is indeed remarkable. Indeed, North Chi is so formidable. I should have developed feelings for him sooner. Jing Yuran intentionally remarked. Taken aback, Qing He stammered, you like North Chi? I thought you. Jing Yuran interrupted. I do. How could I not, after all? He feigned shyness, lowering his gaze. Qing He, aware of his unspoken words and recalling their past intimacy, felt a surge of jealousy. In the midst of their conversation, a thunderous crash echoed as Qing Ji was forcefully slammed to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. Stop! And he immediately called out. Qing Ji, you have lost. Struggling to rise, Qing Ji seemed reluctant to accept his defeat, still believing he could prevail. Moreover, Qing He had explicitly stated that he would administer a drug to render North Chi powerless. Yet North Chi appeared utterly unaffected. Qing Ji, and Yi's voice rang out. You are the strongest warrior of our tiger clan. Even in defeat, you must retain your dignity. At these words, Qing Ji hesitated before reluctantly shifting back to his human form. North Chi followed suit, transforming back as well. Jing Yuran rushed forward, embracing North Chi, exclaiming, you were incredible. His clear apricot eyes sparkled with admiration, glistening with moisture, stirring a tumult of emotions within North Chi. I am stronger than he is, North Chi said, his words laden with significance. Jing Yuran, finding the situation amusing, nodded vigorously, yes, you are the strongest. Do you remember what you said before? North Chi inquired. Jing Yuran pondered briefly, then replied, I do. Nervously, North Chi licked his lips, asking, So, should you not have feelings for me now? Indeed, Jing Yuran nodded, blushing as he added, And you did say as much that day, did you not? I am fond of your words. And Bei Chi laughed joyfully. However, I would prefer to hear you express it yourself. Jing Yuran feigned shyness, burying his head upon his shoulder in silence. Bei Chi embraced him, turning to face Qing Ji, declaring, You have lost. Since the moment you departed from the lion tribe, you are henceforth barred from appearing before you. The members of the tiger tribe had yet to leave, so any encounter would be unlikely unless you remained confined within the stone house. Qing Ji watched the two entwined with misty eyes, his countenance darkening, yet he was compelled to state, I shall uphold my promise. With that, he turned and walked away. And Yi sighed in resignation. Although he wished for Qing Ji to possess greater combat prowess, the current outcome was, in fact, his most fervent desire. Qing he felt a pang of dissatisfaction that rivaled even Qing Ji's. He had indeed administered the drug, yet it appeared to have no effect. Was it possible that in beast form, the dosage was insufficient? Regardless of his thoughts, Bei Chi and Yu would not dissolve their bond, and their mutual affection left no room for interference from others. Yet, it was impossible for Qing He to concede. That night, under a dark and windy sky, Qing He discreetly summoned Qing Ji outside, and they conversed quietly amongst the trees. I am certain I administered the drug during the day, yet I cannot fathom why it failed to work. Qing He explained, It is not that I am unwilling to assist you, nor am I intentionally deceiving you. Qing Ji scoffed. What purpose does discussing this serve now? After a brief silence, Qing He continued, In 2 days, you will depart. Do you truly intend to surrender so easily? Chapter 35. The protagonist does not deviate from the plot. 14. Qing Ji remained silent, clearly unwilling to accept defeat, yet feeling powerless. Qing He had calculated on his dissatisfaction and helplessness. You have 2 days left. Try once more. Perhaps you may yet find yourself within you. What do you mean? How else can I attempt this? Qing Ji was increasingly agitated, questioning, And why do you persist in aiding me? Qing He, blushing, replied, Because I admire Bei Chi, and I wish to be with him. We are mutually supporting one another. If we succeed, will it not be a joyful outcome for all? Qing Ji grasped the implication, feeling a surge of discontent. What is so special about Bei Chi that everyone is enamored with him? What do you propose? After deep contemplation, Qing Ji recognized the wisdom in Qing He's counsel. If he did not make a final effort, he would lose his chance forever. Qing He smiled softly. Tomorrow, I will venture out to gather herbs, and will summon you as well. You shall follow behind us. Once we reach a secluded spot, I will discreetly depart, and the rest will depend on you. Fearing that Qing Ji might not grasp the deeper significance of his strategy, Qing He added, Make yourself aroused. I trust you understand what I mean? Qing Ji was taken aback. Aroused? You mean for me to? Precisely, Qing He affirmed with a nod. Only in this manner do you stand a chance of reuniting. Qing Ji hesitated. If Yu was unwilling, would it not be coercion? Had Bei Chi not, in his own fervor, disregarded Yu's consent? Qing He seemed to anticipate his thoughts, yet they still proceeded, did they not? Thus, you need not bear any psychological burden. You merely failed to restrain your desires, did you not? In the darkness, a flicker of enigmatic light glimmered in Qing Ji's eyes. You are correct. I simply could not control my urges. At this, Qing He smiled with satisfaction, pondering how Yu would respond. Would Bei Chi still want him then? Inside the stone house, dry wood crackled in the stone basin, occasionally flickering due to the breeze seeping through the door's crevice. On the stone bed, Bei Chi pressed down on Jing Yuran, kissing the nape of his neck. Jing Yuran slightly tilted his head back, letting out a soft hum. After a while, Bei Chi lifted his head and reiterated, Xiao Yu, do you truly like me now? A faint mist clouded Jing Yuran's eyes, the corners tinged with a delicate flush. Innocent yet alluring. Bei Chi's throat tightened, and he leaned down to kiss him. Their shadows danced upon the wall, suddenly stirred by a gust of wind, causing the flames to flicker wildly, making their silhouettes sway in unison. The following day dawned gray and overcast, the sky heavy with dark clouds, hinting at impending rain. Qing He, with a satchel slung over her shoulder, walked alongside Jing Yuran through the forest. I am grateful for your company. Otherwise, I would feel somewhat endangered alone. Qing He remarked cheerfully. Jing Yuran stifled a yawn, responding lazily. Last night, Bei Qi had indulged for too long, and he had barely rested before being summoned to gather herbs. What is wrong? You seem a bit off. Are you unwell? Qing He inquired with concern, though inwardly she felt relieved. Jing Yuran cast a languid glance at her. Lacking energy and with no one else around, he saw no point in feigning vigor. I am not ill, merely weary, he replied in a casual, unperturbed tone, noting the subtle shift in his demeanor. Qing He attributed it to his fatigue. Ah, I see. Let us walk a bit further. We should be able to return soon. Jing Yuran nodded in agreement. The two continued onward for about a mile until they reached a cave formed by rocks and the mountainside. Shall we rest here for a moment? Qing He suggested, seemingly inquiring about Jing Yuran's opinion, yet already finding a clean spot to sit. Jing Yuran followed suit, asking, have you gathered enough herbs? Qing He peered into her satchel. Almost, but I still need one more type. You stay here to rest. I will go find it myself. At her words, Jing Yuran raised an eyebrow. You intend to go alone? Are you not afraid of danger? It's fine. I won't stray far. Qing He replied with a smile. If I encounter any peril, I shall call for you. Jing Yuran felt more alert. Sensing Qing He was up to something, he acquiesced. Very well. I shall wait for your return. All right, Qing He declared, rising to her feet. I shall go now. The sky threatens rain. The sooner I gather the herbs, the sooner we can return. Jing Yuran nodded. Yes, go ahead. Once Qing He departed, Jing Yuran found himself alone in the cave. Propping his head on his hand, he pondered idly what Qing He intended by leaving him here. Did she plan for him to become lost in this unfamiliar wilderness? Or perhaps to attract wild beasts, forcing him to confront them in battle? It is impossible to be lost. He was simply lacking energy, not intelligence, and he remembered every path he had traversed. As for the beasts, he felt no fear. Perhaps he could even kill one to bring back for a hearty meal. Just as he pondered whether Qing He had ulterior motives for this, a faint sound of footsteps suddenly broke the silence. Jing Yuran set his hands down and, with keen eyes, fixed his gaze on the cave entrance. In the next moment, a tall and robust figure clad in animal skins, Qing Ji, appeared. Jing Yuran was momentarily taken aback, but then realized that Qing He was attempting to bring them together. What brings you here? He exclaimed, feigning surprise as he stood. Qing Ji stepped into the cave and halted before Jing Yuran, stating, I was concerned about you, so I came to check. Jing Yuran did not believe this. Moreover, Qing Ji rarely lied, and his eyes had flickered with uncertainty as he spoke, revealing his unease. Oh, Jing Yuran replied, resuming his seat, displaying an air of indifference. A wave of discomfort washed over Qing Ji, mingled with confusion. And you once cherished me. Why have you so swiftly turned your affections to another? Jing Yuran scoffed lightly. That was in the past. I was unaware of your true nature. But now that I know, my feelings have changed. And you, trust me, Qing Ji implored, crouching to meet Jing Yuran's gaze. My relationship with Luo Lian is truly nothing. Jing Yuran turned away, unwilling to meet his eyes. Are you willing to assert that you harbored no feelings for her at all? Qing Ji opened his mouth but found no words. Jing Yuran shrugged. See, you can't even voice it. What more is there to discuss? On you. Qing Ji's fists clenched tightly. But I only wish to be with you now. Does our years of affection not outweigh your fleeting connection with Bei Qi? Jing Yuran remained silent, exhibiting a disinterest in his words. On you. Qing Ji gazed at him, but Jing Yuran still offered no response. Qing Ji's heart sank gradually. He had thought that if Yu still held feelings for him, he would never force her. However, her refusal to even glance at him made him feel justified in his actions. Suddenly, Qing Ji rose, his gaze upon Jing Yuran turning icy and gradually igniting with intensity. Chapter 36. The protagonist does not follow the script. 15. Jing Yuran sensed something amiss and quickly stood, maintaining distance from Qing Ji. Thunder rumbled ominously, and within moments, torrential raindrops began to fall, enveloping the forest in a thin mist that obscured vision. And you leave me no choice. Qing Ji's eyes were dark and fiercely intense. Upon finishing his words, he lunged towards Jing Yuran, who had anticipated this and deftly dodged. Qing Ji, I once believed you to be honorable. Now I see you are truly despicable. Jing Yuran twisted his wrist, his gaze indifferent as he scoffed. You are indeed unworthy of my affection. With that, he threw a powerful punch at Qing Ji, the force nearly overwhelming him. How can your strength be so formidable? Qing Ji was astonished. Previously, they had fought, and the strength of Yu could not possibly be so formidable. Jing Yuran coldly scoffed. It is of no concern to you. Subsequently, the two began to engage in combat within the cave, the cacophony of thunder and rain muffling their clashes. Only those standing at the cave's entrance could witness and hear the unfolding struggle. The more Qing Ji fought, the more alarmed he became, facing a female opponent. He was unable to subdue her even after such an extended bout, which further undermined his confidence. Jing Yuran appeared to be handling the situation with ease, yet in reality, she was calculating her escape. The disparity between males and females was too vast, and with such inherent conditions, even her strength could only lead to a stalemate. Over time, it would be she who suffered. Meanwhile, the two engaged in combat remained oblivious to the fact that two others were hastening towards them. Qinghe, accompanied by Beiki, made their way to the cave. The torrential rain rendered the ground slippery, causing their pace to slow compared to dry conditions. Beiki, anxious to find Jing Yuran, had not brought anything to shield himself from the rain, and was now drenched, water streaming down his cheeks, wiping it away with his hand in a careless manner. Hurry up, Beiki urged Qinghe. Seeing his urgency, Qinghe felt a twinge of jealousy and replied, the ground is too slick. Moving too quickly may result in a fall. Beiki, with a stern expression, demanded, how much further? Qinghe surmised he wished to proceed alone, thinking that after such a delay, Qing Ji must have succeeded, and said, continue straight in this direction for another 2 miles. He is in the cave. With that, Beiki turned and sprinted ahead, urging Qinghe to follow. At last, Beiki reached the cave Qinghe had mentioned, calling out, on you. Upon emerging at the entrance, he witnessed Jing Yuran locked in combat with Qing Ji, and his fury surged uncontrollably. He was not foolish. Jing Yuran alone in an unoccupied cave with Qing Ji's presence could only mean that he intended to do something to her. And her resistance had led to this confrontation. Both Jing Yuran and Qing Ji were taken aback by Beiki's arrival, though Jing Yuran's surprise was tinged with delight. Beiki rushed over and forcefully pulled Jing Yuran aside, stepping in to take her place. Beiki, listen to me. Qing Ji attempted to defend himself, but Beiki had no intention of hearing him out. Reluctantly, Qing Ji found himself compelled to fight Beiki, who was inherently stronger and, having already expended considerable energy battling Jing Yuran, quickly found himself on the receiving end of several blows. Jing Yuran retreated to the cave's entrance, rubbing her sore arms, her gaze absently falling on Beiki. His timely arrival was certainly no coincidence. Had it been the original Yu, at this very moment, he would have been pinned to the ground by Qing Ji, and Beiki would have witnessed this scene, the implications of which were all too clear. A cold smile crept across Jing Yuran's thoughts. Her initial plan was to supplant Qinghe's status among their kin and devise a means to drive him away, keeping him distanced from Beiki and herself. However, Qinghe's actions today had sparked a new notion within her. Lost in contemplation, Jing Yuran suddenly heard footsteps. Turning to look, she saw Qinghe hastening towards them. Qinghe was drenched. Having stumbled on the road, his legs caked with mud. Upon spotting Jingyu, he paused momentarily before noticing the intense altercation between Beiki and Qing Ji. Any injuries on you? Qinghe inquired with evident concern, scanning Jingyu's figure. Jingyu's animal skin attire appeared intact, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern signs of disarray, a consequence of the scuffle. Qinghe instinctively assumed that Jingyu had been overpowered by Qing Ji and hastily donned his attire upon Beiki's arrival, spurred by the violation of his mate, hence the confrontation with Qing Ji. I'm fine, Jingyu replied with a strained smile. Qinghe perceived this as a facade. Are you truly unscathed? What provoked this fight? Jingyu's gaze flickered slightly as he muttered. Because Qing Ji was bullying me, and Beiki is retaliating on my behalf. This revelation further solidified Qinghe's belief that a prior encounter had transpired between Jing Yu and Qingji. Witnessed by Beiki. How could Qingji possibly bully you? Suddenly, Jing Yu fixed him with a penetrating stare, remaining silent, merely observing him. Qinghe felt a wave of unease wash over him. Is something the matter? As Jing Yu was about to confront him, Qinghe abruptly exclaimed, "On you." Jing Yu turned to see Qingji, now exhausted, being pummeled mercilessly by Beiki. "On you, if this continues, he might not survive. You must intervene and dissuade the young clan leader." Qinghe tugged at Jing Yu's sleeve. Jing Yu raised an eyebrow, deliberately misinterpreting his concern. "You seem quite invested in Qingji's well-being. Could it be that you harbor feelings for him?" "What?" Qinghe was taken aback, shaking his head vigorously. I haven't. Please don't say such things." Jing Yu seized upon his reaction. Qinghe was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in astonishment. Jing Yu found amusement in his expression, chuckling softly, then called out to Beiki, "Beiki, cease this. It will end badly if you continue." Upon hearing this, Beiki's raised fist hesitated for a moment, only to descend heavily upon Qingji once more before he stood up, snorting, "You should be grateful that your tribe backs you." Most beastmen were affiliated with their tribes, though some lived independently. Had it not involved the ties between their clans, Beiki would have truly ended Qingji's life today. Qingji bore a bruised visage, blood trickling from his mouth, gasping for breath, utterly devoid of thoughts. Beiki returned to Jing Yu's side, initially intending to embrace him, but hesitated, soaked as he was, and remained still. "What brings Qingji here?" Beiki inquired, directing the question at Jing Yu while also including Qinghe. Since Jing Yu's previous statement, Qinghe had been in a daze. The revelation of Onyu being a time traveler left him astounded and anxious. Jing Yu glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, "I am unaware. I was merely resting here when he arrived." Beiki furrowed his brows, realizing that only Qinghe knew of Jing Yu's presence in this location. Either Qinghe had disclosed it, or they had been followed from the outset. "Qinghe, what troubles you?" Jing Yu called out to him. Qinghe regained her composure, her countenance betraying a sense of unease. It's nothing," she murmured. Casting a glance at Qingji on the ground, a wave of despondency washed over her. Regardless of whether he was a time traveler, the situation had escalated to such a degree that a decisive approach seemed most prudent. Chapter 37. The protagonist deviates from the plot. 16. Young clan leader. Qinghe lifted her gaze to Beiki. Such an event was unwelcome to all, yet it had transpired, and a resolution was imperative. In response, Beiki stated solemnly, "Indeed, I shall inform the clan leader of this matter, allowing them to make a judgment." Upon hearing this, Qinghe felt a pang of disappointment. "But what about Onyu?" Beiki turned to gaze at Jing Yuran, asserting that he had erred and did not deserve punishment. This declaration incited urgency within Qinghe. Although Jing Yuran had made no mistake, he and Qingji had already crossed a line. Could it merely be overlooked? "Young clan leader, what are you implying?" Beiki furrowed his brow, his expression grave. Qinghe paused, yet remained oblivious to her overthinking. "Did you not witness it with your own eyes?" At that moment, Jing Yuran finally spoke. While Beiki had indeed seen the confrontation, he had only observed Qinghe and Qingji engage in a fight, not what Qinghe presumed. "What do you mean?" Qinghe exclaimed, astonished. "How could that be?" Jing Yuran smirked slightly. "Your surprise suggests you were already aware of what would transpire." Just as Qinghe opened her mouth to respond, Jing Yuran interrupted. "I wondered why you suddenly invited me to gather herbs. When we reached the cave, you conveniently left me alone, and not long after, Qingji arrived. Furthermore, Beiki followed closely behind. Isn't it an extraordinary coincidence?" After hearing these words, Beiki could no longer feign ignorance. "Qinghe, how could you?" He was unusually furious. "You have colluded with outsiders to betray your own kin." "I did not." Qinghe shook her head, stepping back. "Onyu is speaking falsehoods. He is slandering me. Furthermore, Onyu is not one of our own." Beiki scoffed. "Onyu is my mate. We have formed a bond, making him one of us. As for whether it is slander, I am capable of discerning that myself." No sooner had he uttered those words than Qingji, having regained his composure and risen from the ground, pointed an accusatory finger. It is not slander. I can attest to that. Qingji, you are merely bitter because you cannot have on you, and now you seek to defame me. You shall not succeed. Qinghe bellowed. Qingji chuckled, wiping the blood from his lips, undeterred by her outburst, as he began recounting their previous interactions. You were the one who informed me that Anyu and Beiki would dissolve their bond after driving off the wolf tribe. Furthermore, during yesterday's duel, you told me you would poison Beiki's drink, rendering him powerless, ensuring my victory. You also revealed your affection for Beiki, urging me to follow you today, claiming you would abandon Anyu, allowing me to succumb to desire and mate with Anyu. Yet, I did not foresee you would summon Beiki here. Fortunately, he has arrived. Having danced on the precipice of life and death, Qingji had come to realize many truths and finally discerned Qinghe's true nature. Fortunately, Anyu is sufficiently strong. Had Beiqi arrived later, the consequences could have been irrevocable. These words left Beiqi profoundly shaken. On ordinary days, he greeted everyone with a smile. Yet he never anticipated the malice harbored within. So many actions undertaken behind their backs. He's complexion paled. It's not like that, young clan leader. Please believe me, I did not enough. Beiqi's expression hardened with frost. Once the rain ceases and we return to the tribe, my father shall decide. With that, Beiqi grasped Jing Yuran's hand and led him inward, finding a clean spot to sit. Qingji disregarded he and turned to Jing Yuran, saying, I am sorry. You are right. I do not deserve your affection. After this departure, I shall honor my promise and no longer appear before you. I sincerely hope you find happiness in each passing day. Without awaiting a response from Jing Yuran, he turned and made to leave the cave. Jing Yuran watched his departing figure, and at the moment Qingji stepped out of the cave, he suddenly spoke, Let us wait until the rain stops. His intentions were purely practical. The downpour was intense, he was injured, and the mountain paths were perilous. As the most crucial witness, should anything transpire, Qinghe's cunning could complicate matters greatly. However, Beiqi misinterpreted Jing Yuran's concern for Qingji, his gaze darkening. And you, I am your true male. Jing Yuran nodded, albeit somewhat dismissively, I understand. Beiqi grew displeased. Suddenly, Jing Yuran turned and planted a kiss on him. I know. I merely fear that if something happens to him, there will be no one to testify. Standing at the cave entrance, Qingji felt a twinge of emotion. Yet he reasoned that he must remain to support Anyu. Thus he returned to the cave and settled in a different spot. Beiqi was momentarily stunned, the corners of his mouth lifting involuntarily. Little Yu was indeed considerate. Jing Yuran rolled his eyes inwardly, pondering who had been jealous just moments ago. Nevertheless, Beiqi found himself puzzled. Yesterday my drink was tampered with, yet I felt nothing. Why? Jing Yuran shrugged. How should I know? You ought to inquire with Qinghe. He surely knows. Yet Qinghe did not concede. I did not drug anything. Both Jing Yuran and Beiqi merely glanced at him, refraining from further questioning. Qingji, too weary to continue the conversation, closed his eyes to rest. Qinghe, feeling a surge of frustration, could no longer articulate his thoughts, standing silently at the cave entrance, casting glances between Beiqi and Jing Yuran. His head bowed in contemplation. Jing Yuran propped his elbow on his knee, resting his palm against his head, gazing out at the rain-soaked scenery beyond the cave entrance. Beiqi, still damp, kept his distance from Jing Yuran, inquiring, Are you cold? Jing Yuran, without altering his posture, replied, Not at all. Beiqi felt a sense of relief. That is good. Jing Yuran remained silent, his peripheral vision keenly observing Qinghe, a hint of irritation etched upon his brow. Before Qingji could confess and apologize, he had already devised a plan to return the favor in kind, utilizing the herbs that incite Orcish lust to provoke Qinghe's desires. They would subsequently take Beiki away, allowing Qinghe and Qingji to engage in a relationship. Ultimately, Qinghe would find herself compelled to bond with Qingji. Once he departed for the Tiger tribe, opportunities to disturb them would be diminished, essentially marking the conclusion of their tale. Yet, Qingji was not beyond redemption. Allowing Qinghe to be with him would be akin to granting her an unearned favor. It appeared that the original plan must be adhered to, diminishing Qinghe's standing among her kin before exiling her from the tribe. The rain fell incessantly, only ceasing by afternoon. As soon as the downpour ceased, they departed the cavern and returned to the tribe. Qinghe appeared remarkably composed, seemingly untroubled by the impending events. They returned to the tribe just as dusk approached, greeted by an outpouring of concern from the members. Some keen observers noted Qingji's injuries, though they appeared not to be inflicted by wild beasts. Beiqiong and Anwu, sensing something amiss, summoned the individuals to the stone house for inquiries, which aligned perfectly with Beiqi's intentions. Inside the stone house, apart from the four of them, were Beiqiong, Yusin, Anwu, and Ani. Qingji, how did you sustain your injuries? Anwu was the first to inquire. Yusin interjected, let me examine it first. Qingji remained still, instead kneeling on one knee, confessing, Leader, I have betrayed your trust. I implore you to punish me. What transpired? What exactly happened? Anwu questioned, perplexed. Ani observed the group, surmising it was related to the events of the previous night. Beiqiong furrowed his brow, lost in thought. As Beiki was about to speak, Qinghe suddenly knelt as well, declaring, Leader, it is all my fault. In a moment of impulsiveness, I acted wrongly, yet I am willing to accept your punishment. The four were utterly bewildered by Qingji and Qinghe's actions. Beiqiong struck the stone table, demanding, what on earth happened? Beiki, you explain. Nodding, Beiki provided an objective account of the recent occurrences, deliberately omitting the duel from the previous day, as he had initially stated it was irrelevant to the tribe. However, Jing Yuran, listening intently, found the omission troubling, as it hindered revealing Qinghe's foul play and undermining Beiqiong and Yusin's trust in him. There's one more thing. Jing Yuran spoke after Beiki concluded. The four, initially incredulous, turned their gazes toward him, seemingly taken aback. Yesterday, Beiki and Qingji dueled. Qingji emerged victorious, and I intended to sever my bond with Beiki. Had Beiki won, Qingji would have been forbidden from appearing before me ever again. Qinghe, harboring feelings for Beiki, had drugged his water to ensure Qingji's victory, yet for some unknown reason, the potion seemed ineffective, resulting in Beiki's triumph. Beiqiong and Yusin were left astounded, grappling with disbelief. How could Qinghe, a person of such benevolence and eagerness to assist others, commit such a nefarious act? Is what you say true? Yusin, having nurtured Qinghe as the next shaman, felt a deeper emotional connection, making it even more difficult to accept such a betrayal. Qinghe could not possibly confess, stating emphatically, It is not as you think. I did not administer any drugs. How could I inflict harm upon a young clan leader? If I had truly done so, he would not have emerged unscathed from yesterday's duel. Given that Jing Yuran had only recently arrived in the tribe, the others were more inclined to believe Qinghe. Beiqiong, gazing at Jing Yuran, spoke in a low voice. How did you come to know of this matter? Is there perhaps a misunderstanding? Before Jing Yuran could respond, Beiqi and Qingji spoke in unison. There is no misunderstanding. Qingji added, I can attest to this. He reiterated the content of the two conversations Qinghe had sought with him, declaring, I swear by my title as a warrior that every word I speak is the truth. Within the tribe, the title of warrior symbolized strength and honor for the males, holding a sacred significance in their hearts. Thus, his oath represented his unwavering resolve. The crowd witnessed his determination, and both Beiqiong and Yu Xian's expressions darkened as a result. From the outset, Qinghe had surmised that Beiqi would refrain from disclosing the duel, which was why he had never admitted to administering any drugs. However, he had not anticipated Jing Yuran would reveal it. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Was Beiqi not unharmed? Clan leader, I acknowledge that I acted impulsively and committed those errors. Yet I truly did not resort to any drugs. Qinghe articulated passionately, I had indeed spoken to Qingji, but in the end, I did not administer any drugs. Hence the young clan leader exhibited no reaction. Qingji turned to him. You did not say that to me last night. You claimed you had administered drugs, yet you were unsure why they failed to take effect. I was deceiving you. Qinghe retorted, presenting a logical defense, fearing he might be harmed due to losing the duel. This statement left Qingji momentarily taken aback, as he could not discern the truth from the falsehood. Jing Yuran scoffed inwardly. To conceal the source of the antidote and maintain his facade, he had refrained from revealing it, ultimately granting Qinghe the opportunity to defend himself. However, it was of little consequence, as his actions extended beyond this single incident. Bei Qiong and Yu Xan exchanged glances, feeling somewhat relieved, yet still burdened. Bei Qi was incensed not by the matter of the drugs, but rather by today's events, which demanded an explanation for Yu. Upon hearing this, Qingji lowered his head, stating, "I admit my fault and am willing to accept the clan leader's punishment." And Wu glanced at Jing Yuran, recalling the earlier incident of having rendered Yu unconscious and binding him, feeling a pang of guilt. "Since you acknowledge your mistake, your title of warrior shall be revoked. For the next decade, you are forbidden from leaving the territory and must labor for the tribe." "Yes, clan leader," Qingji responded solemnly. Bei Qiong then turned to Qinghe, who was not one to show favoritism, and after a moment of contemplation stated, "First, you must apologize to Yu. Secondly, you too shall face a decade of exile from the territory, and you are to gather an adequate supply of medicinal herbs daily. Otherwise, your food rations will be reduced." "Yes, clan leader." Qinghe breathed a sigh of relief inwardly, finding this level of punishment manageable. "And you, I am truly sorry." Qinghe readily offered his apology. Jing Yuran let out a soft huff, refusing to accept his apology. Qinghe immediately donned a perplexed expression, prompting Yu Xin to interject, "And you, although he has erred, he has come to you in remorse." Bei Qi interrupted Yu Xin, asserting, "Do not speak for Yu. I shall not forgive him either." What Yu Xin wishes to articulate is irrelevant. For today, it is Yu's strength that has sustained him until my arrival. Had it been any other female, untoward events would have transpired. What then? We cannot trivialize his mistakes simply because the consequences have yet to unfold. I shall never forgive his actions today. On you, let's depart. Bei Qi grasped Jing Yuran's hand and exited the stone house. Yu Xin fell silent, recognizing the truth in Bei Qi's words, leaving him with no retort. Bei Qiong sighed in resignation. "So be it. It is late. Let us all retire for the night." And Wu and Ni rose, with Wu adding, "We shall return tomorrow." Given the circumstances, they felt it inappropriate to linger any longer. "Very well," Bei Qiong replied without further comment. Subsequently, Ni assisted Qingji as the three departed together. "Chieftain, I sincerely regret my actions," Qingji lamented, his eyes glistening. Bei Qiong waved a dismissive hand. "Words mean little to me. You must seek their forgiveness." Hearing this, Yu Xin responded, "Qinghe, I hope you truly grasp your misdeeds. Refrain from such behavior in the future, lest the next time be far more severe." "I understand," Qinghe murmured, lowering his head, though he pondered how much weight his contributions to the tribe could hold against his transgressions. Inside the stone house, Bei Qi changed out of his damp bee skin attire into something clean, asking Jing Yuran, "Please wait a moment. I shall prepare our meal." They had not eaten since noon and were quite famished. Jing Yuran nodded, "I will assist you." Bei Qi smiled gently, "Very well." In the evening, they prepared a simple porridge, enjoying it alongside dried meat. After their meal, while cleaning the dishes, Bei Qi sneezed. Jing Yuran looked at him with concern. "You aren't falling ill, are you?" Bei Qi touched his nose confidently, replying with a smile, "I am in good health. Illness shall not be my fate." Jing Yuran remained skeptical, saying, "That is not a certainty." As predicted, in the dead of night, Jing Yuran was awakened by Bei Qi's feverish warmth. Feeling his forehead, she noted the heat of a fever. Seeking medicine from Yu Xin would take too long. So Jing Yuran opened the system's marketplace and purchased a bowl of pre-made herbal soup with her points. Once it cooled to a suitable temperature, she fed him the concoction directly with her mouth, followed by a sip of water to wash away the bitterness. After tending to him, Jing Yuran managed to drift back to sleep. As dawn broke, the distant mountains emerged clearly after yesterday's rain, and the grass blades nearby were adorned with glistening dew, reflecting the gentle sunlight. After Bei Qi awoke, he felt a throbbing pain in his head and a heaviness that weighed him down. His brows instinctively knitted together. Was he truly ill? He was awake, indeed. Jing Yuran had risen before him and noticed that his fever had subsided. Bei Qi propped himself up, His voice somewhat hoarse. Xiao Yu, I am unwell, my head aches. Hearing such a pitiful tone from a grown man was rather endearing. Just yesterday, you claimed you would not fall ill, Jing Yuran remarked while already descending from the bed. Beiqi grasped Jing Yuran's hand. Where are you going? Are you abandoning me? I'm going to find father to fetch some medicine for you, Jing Yuran replied, turning to reveal his concern unmistakably in his eyes. Beiqi immediately broke into a smile. All right. He released Jing Yuran's hand, who then exited the stone dwelling to seek Uxin. Upon learning of Beiqi's illness, Uxin first returned to their stone house to check on him, then brought Jing Yuran to the herb storage to select some remedies. Just as they reached the entrance, a frantic tribesman rushed towards them, exclaiming, Lord Ux, my child accidentally ingested a poisonous fruit. Please, you must save him. Very well. Please find Qing He and ask him to select some herbs that can remedy the cold. Uxin instructed the tribesman before hastily making his way in the other direction. The tribesman, anxious about his child, dashed to Qing He's stone house, relayed the message, and then hurried back home. Jing Yuran waited at the entrance, and before long, Qing He arrived. Upon seeing Jing Yuran, Qing He's expression darkened. Come inside with me. The two entered the house, which was lined with wooden racks filled with dried herbs. Qing He quickly chose the herbs, wrapped them in leaves, and handed them to Jing Yuran. As Jing Yuran turned to leave, Qing He called out, Wait. Jing Yuran paused and turned back. Is there something else? Before Qing he shed his pretense. The innocence of an youth faded, replaced by his habitual nonchalance, as though nothing could affect him. You have indeed traversed through time, Qing He asserted, sensing the change in him. Leaning against the wall by the door, Jing Yuran replied coolly, And so? You truly are adept at pretending. Qing He scoffed. You must have been an actor in the modern world, right? Jing Yuran smirked slightly, regardless of what I did. It must be superior to your status as a university student. Wouldn't you agree? How do you know? Qing He was taken aback. Do you know me? Jing Yuran scoffed lightly, not particularly keen on knowing you. Qing He's expression darkened, frustration evident in his eyes. What on earth do you want? That is a question I should be asking you. Jing Yuran straightened. Isn't it better to live your life honestly? Honestly? Qing He sneered without you. Beiqi and I would have been a pair. You are the one who disrupted our relationship. Am I wrong to reclaim him? Jing Yuran's expression remained unchanged. His tone flat. There are no what-ifs in this world. Rather than dwelling on the impossible, perhaps you should consider how to live your life moving forward. Qing He was taken aback. What do you mean? Jing Yuran merely smiled with profound meaning before turning to exit the stone house. Qing He lowered his gaze, lost in thought. How should one live? Did he truly wish to take his own life? Who would end up killing whom was still uncertain. After taking medicine twice, Beiqi fully recovered, yet he was particularly fond of the attentive Jing Yuran, clinging to him daily after his recovery. Once again, when Beiqi took him out hunting, Jing Yuran swiftly pushed away the hand resting on his waist, exclaiming, Keep your distance. I'm too hot. The hottest days had passed, yet the sun still blazed fiercely every day. Although the mountain forest was somewhat cooler, being so close together made it uncomfortably warm. Beiqi obediently released him but took his hand, asking, Is this better? Jing Yuran shot him a glance filled with exasperation, but reluctantly accepted, muttering, I suppose it's tolerable. Beiqi smiled, noting that in half a month the sacrificial ceremony would take place, so they needed to hunt more during this period. Jing Yuran simply responded with an affirmative hum. In the afternoon, Beiqi carried a wild boar on his shoulder, while holding 4 or 5 wild rabbits in his hands. Jing Yuran followed closely behind, also carrying 2 rabbits. Their harvest today was quite abundant, and upon entering the tribe, fellow clansmen praised their prowess. Upon reaching the designated area for storing the game, Jing Yuran overheard several tribesmen conversing. I just saw it. The wound was truly deep, all the way to the bone. Fortunately, it was on the leg. If it had been elsewhere, but I heard him say that the beast he encountered was unfamiliar, tall and robust, with thick fur. No one seems to know what kind of creature it was. Beiqi, having caught wind of the conversation, inquired who was injured by the beast. The clansman turned to him and briefly recounted the incident. It was a Ing who, while hunting on the mountain, encountered an unknown beast that could walk on 4 legs as well as 2. It It was well built with thick fur. Aang could not overpower it and was clawed on the leg, with a wound deep enough to see the bone. Thankfully, he managed to flee back to the tribe swiftly. Upon hearing that Aang had been injured, Bei Chi set down his catch and hurriedly went with Jing Yuran to see him. Aang lay on the bed at home, with Xin sitting beside him, tending to his wound, while Qing He assisted. Aang, how are you holding up? Upon entering, Bei Chi noticed Aang drenched in sweat from the pain. Aang merely shook his head at them, unable to speak due to the intensity of his suffering. Xin meticulously cleaned the wound with water, instructing Qing He to crush the herbs for external application in the meantime. Jing Yuran glanced at Qing He, noting that he had been relatively obedient in recent days, though this was likely just the calm before the storm. Once the medicine was applied, Aang succumbed to the pain and fainted. Xin, also sweating profusely, suggested, "Let him rest. Don't disturb him here." He then turned to Qing He, saying, "You will take care of the dressing changes from now on." Qing He nodded in response. "Understood. I will ensure to change the dressings on time." Chapter 40. The protagonist does not follow the plot. 19. Bei Chi and Jing Yuran walked out together. Qing He glanced at Jing Yuran, who had just reached the door, and suddenly remarked, "Lord Yusin, I believe it would be beneficial for you to learn as well, to ensure we are adequately prepared for any unforeseen circumstances." Upon hearing this, Yusin turned his gaze towards Jing Yuran, who was just about to respond when he heard Beiki suggest, "Let Xiaoyu follow his father in learning." Beiki was uneasy about allowing him to remain with Qing He. What if something happened and he couldn't arrive in time? Yusin understood his concerns and agreed, "Very well, let him accompany me." Qing He forced a smile, feeling that as long as he was with Yusin, opportunities would surely present themselves. Jing Yuran had no objections. He too intended to follow Yusin once Qing He was dismissed. "Thank you for your hard work, father." After they departed, Yusin took Jing Yuran under his wing, starting from the very basics. Yusin soon discovered that Jing Yuran was exceptionally bright and learned swiftly, surpassing even Qing He's expectations. Within a few days, Jing Yuran was able to prepare some simple external medicines, which brought Yusin great satisfaction. He began to ponder whether to appoint Yu as the next shaman or to pass the mantle to Qing He. Qing He, perceiving Yusin's sentiments, began to wonder if Jing Yuran might be a descendant of an esteemed family of traditional Chinese medicine in the modern world, given his performance over the past few days. On this day, another clan member had been injured while hunting, struck by an unfamiliar wild beast, and it was a young boy named Xiaoyong, whom Jing Yuran knew. Yusin took Jing Yuran and Qing He with him. Just as he finished cleaning Xiaoyong's wounds, another injured individual arrived. Overwhelmed, Yusin instructed Qing He and Jing Yuran to apply medicine to Xiaoyong while he attended to another wounded person. After the medicine was applied, Qing He, adopting a businesslike tone, instructed Jing Yuran, "Go inside and fetch the herbs to prepare for him. I will assist Lord Yusin." Jing Yuran said nothing and promptly exited. When he returned with the herbs, he sat on a small stone bench outside to prepare the medicine for Xiaoyong. Half an hour later, Qing He suddenly rushed over, his expression frantic. "And you, the young clan leader, has returned from hunting, and he too is injured. You must go and check on him." Upon hearing this, Jing Yuran immediately sprang to his feet and dashed home. As soon as Qing He saw him leave, a peculiar smile crept onto his face, and he took a seat in the spot Jing Yuran had just vacated, surveying the surroundings. Today, there were quite a few injured clan members, and everyone had gone to the front. Now, he was alone. Thus, he boldly retrieved a dried herb from his backpack, lifted the lid, and was about to toss it in when Jing Yuran suddenly reappeared. "What are you doing?" Qing He halted mid-motion, startled by his unexpected return. With no time to think, he instinctively withdrew his hand, attempting to conceal the herb, but Jing Yuran was too swift to grant him such an opportunity. In an instant, Jing Yuran lunged forward, deftly seizing the hand that held the herb, while his other hand pressed firmly on Qing He's shoulder, forcing him to the ground. "Aniu, let me go." Qing He struggled, but alas, his strength was insufficient. Jing Yuran restrained him, a cold smirk gracing her lips. "Attempting to slander me? You must first ascertain whether you are worthy." Caught in his thoughts, Qing He appeared somewhat disconcerted. "You're talking nonsense. Stop spouting such lies." With that, Qing he shouted someone, "Help! I need assistance." As his cries echoed, several individuals rushed to the scene, including Bei Qi, who bore slight injuries, and Yu Exine, who had just finished tending to the wounded. Upon their arrival, they beheld Yu firmly pinning Qing he to the ground, while Qing he struggled desperately and shouted, "What is happening here? Has a fight broken out? Quickly separate them." Yu Xin stepped forward, her voice laced with anger. "What are you doing? Release him at once." Bei Qi approached as well, yet he refrained from physically intervening. Instead, he inquired of Jing Yuran, "Has he bullied you again?" A subtle smile played on Jing Yuran's lips as she lifted her gaze to him. "Take that herb from his hand." "Understood." Bei Qi knelt to retrieve it, but Qing he held on tightly. With considerable effort, the herb was torn apart, though its type remained discernible. Once Bei Qi secured the herb, Jing Yuran finally released Qing he. Yu Exin, observing the scene, furrowed her brows. "What do you need that herb for? Show it to me." Bei Qi glanced at Jing Yuran for confirmation, and upon receiving a nod, he presented it to Yu Exin. Upon inspection, she realized it was a toxic herb, which could only be rendered harmless and effective through a specific concoction. The small stone pot before them still simmered with the medicinal brew, making the presence of this herb rather intriguing. "Qing he, what were you planning to do with that in your possession?" Qing he appeared visibly nervous. "I meant no harm. I merely wanted to take a look, fearing I might misuse the medicine." "That is not true," Jing Yuran retorted vehemently. "I distinctly saw you lift the lid, intending to throw it inside." "I did not." Qing he denied, turning the accusation back on her. "You charged at me without any reason." The villagers, unaware of Qing he's previous actions, still regarded him as the kind-hearted, helpful individual he once was. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. One cannot simply malign him for his amiable demeanor. Regardless, it is never justifiable to strike someone without cause. Listening to the crowd defend him, Qing he lowered his head, a smug smile creeping across his face before feigning sorrow. "I have done nothing wrong. Why must you strike me? Why must you slander me?" Jing Yuran chose to ignore him and instead addressed Yu Xin with conviction. "This medicine was originally being brewed by me." He suddenly rushed over, claiming Bei Qi was injured and urging me to take a look. In my haste, I left, but remembering the medicine was not yet complete, I returned. Just as I did, I caught him attempting to toss that herb into the pot. "Father, you know that this herb can only be used in specific combinations. Carelessly discarding it could be toxic." As her words settled, the villagers were filled with shock. "Toxic? If that were to be thrown in, wouldn't it be harmful? This medicine is for Xiaoyong, right?" The matter remains unresolved. Yet I refuse to believe that Qing He could commit such an act. Indeed, I share your disbelief. In the past, Yusin would have never doubted him. But following the recent incident, her trust in Qing He has waned significantly. However, was it only you who witnessed this? If it was merely between them, no one can validate the truth of their claims. Bei Qi interjected, "I have faith in Xiaoyu. He would not lie." Just as Jing Yuran was about to speak, a voice from within the room suddenly called out, "Lord Yusin, I saw it." "What?" Qing He gasped, a flicker of panic and unease crossing his eyes. Upon hearing this, Bei Qi promptly entered and assisted Xiaoyong out. Weakly facing the crowd, Xiaoyong declared, "What you said is indeed true." Chapter 41. The protagonist strays from the plot. 20. To facilitate ventilation, the curtain of the stone house was lifted and secured. Xiaoyong's position allowed him a clear view of the potion brewing area from the entrance. They all assumed he had been in a deep slumber. Yet he had awakened when Jing Yuran returned with the medicine to brew it. However, at that moment, he kept his eyes closed until Qing He rushed in, exclaiming that Bei Qi was injured. Only then did he open his eyes and witness the entire sequence of events. Jing Yuran was taken aback. He had means to persuade everyone of the truth, yet Xiaoyong's testimony spared him considerable effort. After speaking, Xiaoyong glared at Qing He, bewildered as to why he would wish him harm. Upon hearing Xiaoyong's words, the tribespeople wore expressions of disbelief. "I still find it hard to accept. How could he be so foolish? Xiaoyong had a decent rapport with him. Why would he wish to harm him?" Yusin's face darkened as she coldly remarked, "Qing He, I am profoundly disappointed in you. Once or twice, one might attribute such errors to momentary impulses. But to repeat such malevolent actions time and again renders it impossible to believe you possess a kind heart. Someone, take Qinghe before the chieftain. Let him decide. Lord Yusin, I realize my mistakes. Qinghe, unable to defend himself this time, could only confess and plead for another chance. Jing Yuran would not let this opportunity slip by. His emotions surged as he indignantly replied, "This is not the first instance. You nearly allowed me to be assaulted by another male, and you drugged Bei Qi during his duel. You claimed to understand your wrongs then, yet here we are again. This is the third occurrence. Did you intend to poison Xiaoyong with the toxic herb you added to the broth? Father, do not be deceived by him. He will never comprehend his faults." Qinghe harbored a deep-seated loathing for Jing Yuran, disregarding everything else as he glared viciously at him. Silence. All of this is your doing. It is all your fault. Observing Qinghe's sinister and frenzied demeanor, the tribespeople were left in shock. How could he have transformed into such a person? He has committed so many vile deeds. It seems I was blind before, believing him to be genuinely kind-hearted. Beiki grasped Jingyu's hand and took 2 steps back, casting a cold glare at Qinghe. Do not project the darkness within your heart onto others. Yusin was taken aback, realizing the true nature of Qinghe. He hastily instructed the 2 uninjured males to subdue Qinghe and escort him to Beiqiang. As Qinghe struggled and shouted, he completely shed his usual amiable and cheerful demeanor, leaving the clan members disillusioned and shaking their heads in disappointment. Beiki first assisted Xiaoyong back into the house to rest before moving towards Jingyu. Outside the stone dwelling, Beiqiang had already been apprised of the situation. Observing Qinghe pinned to the ground, he spoke in a low voice, "Qinghe, we have already granted you a chance." Upon hearing this, Qinghe exclaimed, "Chief, do not forget that it was I who contributed to the prosperity of the tribe. Without me, you would not even know what rice is, nor would you be aware of the existence of groundwater. I have done so much for the tribe, and yet I am granted only one opportunity for redemption." At this declaration, an oppressive silence enveloped the gathering. These were undeniable truths. Jingyu surveyed the crowd and intoned, "Merit and fault cannot be weighed in such a manner. Minor transgressions may be forgiven, but grave errors are intolerable. Your intent to harm Xiaoyong today may lead to the peril of Ying, Daqiang, or even the chief tomorrow. One cannot disregard the lives of the clansmen simply because of your contributions. Father, such a person cannot remain in the tribe. I implore you to expel him." With that, Jingyu fixed his resolute gaze upon Beiqiang. He had anticipated that it would take a sacrificial offering to gather evidence against Qinghe. Yet Qinghe's impatience had led to his own downfall. Beiqiang's expression remained calm, his fists clenched tightly upon his knees, indicating he was earnestly deliberating this matter. Beiki concurred with Jingyu, asserting, "Father, for the sake of our kin's safety, Qinghe is no longer fit to stay in the tribe." Yusin remained silent, seemingly conflicted. The other clan members also held their tongues. Expelling a female beast-man from the tribe would likely result in a harsh existence outside. Yet, as Jingyu pointed out, Qinghe's presence in the tribe posed a grave danger. Today, Xiaoyong was fortunate to have his actions discovered and halted. What if, on another day, his misdeeds went unnoticed, endangering himself and the clan? "Onyu," Qinghe glared fiercely at Jingyu. "You did this on purpose. You wish to expel me from the tribe to monopolize Beiki, do you not? Who would act for Beiki?" Jingyu replied with righteous fervor, "I act for the entire tribe." Beiki interjected as Qinghe began to speak. "Enough." He raised his gaze to the assembly, his tone grave. To expel a clansman from the tribe is a momentous decision, one that should not rest solely upon my shoulders. Now, aside from the injured, summon all remaining clansmen here for a vote. Excluding the injured, the remaining members were few, and they quickly gathered at the designated location. The newcomers were informed of the unfolding events, leading to a profound shift in their perceptions. As the gathered individuals of the tribe assembled, Beiqiang spoke loudly. "The circumstances are well known to all. We shall now proceed to a vote. Those in favor of expelling Qinghe from the tribe, please raise your hands." After his words resonated, the tribespeople exchanged glances, none willing to be the first to raise their hand. Qinghe, feeling a sense of triumph, thought to himself, How could these individuals, whom he had aided, have the audacity to expel him? It was Jing Yuran who first raised his hand, followed by Beiqi. With their lead, others slowly began to raise their hands in agreement. Eventually, both Beiqiong and Yu Xin also raised their hands. Qing He gazed at the number of hands raised in agreement, his expression darkening. What a pack of ingrates. Beiqiong counted and lowered his hand, stating, "Half of the tribe agrees to expel Qing He." Before he could finish, Qing He erupted in a furious tirade. "You old fool. If you favor in you, just say it outright, instead of resorting to a vote. Bah, if I must go, then so be it. Just wait. I will have my revenge." With that, Qing He struggled, insisting, "Let me go. I shall leave at once." Beiqiong's expression soured as he angrily commanded, "You. Very well. Release him. Let him go." The onlookers, who had refrained from voting, now regretted their hesitance upon witnessing Qing He's outburst. Clearly at fault, how dare he insult the chieftain, truly deserving of expulsion. The two males restraining him loosened their grip, and Qing He stood, casting a malevolent glare at Jing Yuran. "On you, you shall pay for this," he vowed. "One day, I will bring about your demise." Jing Yuran retorted provocatively, "I shall await your attempt. Come at me." With a disdainful snort, Qing He turned and departed, soon crossing the threshold of the tribe and venturing into the mountains. Beiqiong gestured to the remaining tribespeople. "Very well, from this moment forth. Let us act as if Qing He never existed." "Dismissed." "Yes, chieftain," they replied. Chapter 42. The protagonist does not depart from the plot. 21. The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only Beiqiong and the three others in front of the stone dwelling. "Beiqi, you must protect Yu diligently," Beiqiong instructed. "Do not let him wander alone while hunting." Beiqi nodded earnestly, assuring, "Father, you need not worry. I will." Jing Yuran chuckled. "It's fine. I am stronger than him. He cannot best me." Hearing this, Yu Xin disapproved, saying, "That does not mean you should venture out alone." "Understood, father." Jing Yuran responded obediently. Yu Xin, shaking his head in resignation, added, "In the future, follow my teachings closely. When I am no longer here, you shall be the next shaman." "I understand, and I will study diligently," Jing Yuran affirmed. Taking Jing Yuran's hand, Beiqi remarked, "Then I shall seek you out whenever I am ill or injured." "Who wishes ill upon themselves?" Jing Yuran shot him a glare. Beiqi laughed. "You are right." Beiqiong and Yu Xin exchanged glances, their faces reflecting satisfaction. Initially, they had feared their decisions might lead to disaster, but it appeared that fate had serendipitously forged a union. As for Qing He, they resolved to put him out of their minds. Yet, expelling Qing He was merely the first step. Jing Yuran must ensure that he could no longer pose a threat to the tribe or to them in the future. As Qing He departed, he expressed his intent for revenge, and Jing Yuran felt compelled to intervene. He contemplated sneaking away to find Qing He in the mountains while Beiqi slumbered that night. However, plans often succumb to unforeseen changes. "Did you not claim it was not for me?" Beiqi pressed, pinning him against the bed, his voice a soft inquiry. "With so many present, I certainly could not admit it was for you." Jing Yuran defended himself. Beiqi remained unconvinced, biting him gently. "Did you not profess your affection for me? Yet I see no anger." Jing Yuran pushed his chin away. "You do not care for him. I am not unreasonable." Despite this, a pang of discomfort lingered in his heart. Beiqi brushed aside Jing Yuran's hand. "You must appease me." Jing Yuran glared at him. "Who is truly the male here?" "I am," Beiqi declared, leaning in to kiss him, whispering against his lips, "I wish to mate with my female." Jing Yuran was taken aback. Beiqi, genuinely displeased, continued to torment Jing Yuran throughout the night until the dawn approached, finally succumbing to sleep. In the morning, Yusin wondered why Jing Yuran had not sought him out, prompting him to inquire with Beiqi. Beiqi explained, "He was too exhausted last night. He will visit father later this afternoon." Yusin understood and nodded in agreement. Upon awakening, Jing Yuran was in a foul mood, resolutely ignoring Beiqi. Yet, Beiqi remained unfazed, soothing him with gentle words. That evening, Jing Yuran seized the chance to act independently. To ensure Beiqi remained oblivious, he purchased a bowl of soothing herbal medicine from the system shop and fed it to him before departing alone. 2 days passed without knowledge of Qinghe's whereabouts, but he surmised it must be near the tribe. As Qinghe would require rest at night, he would likely seek refuge in a cave. Jing Yuran accompanied Beiki on a hunting expedition, aware of several cave locations. After some contemplation, he chose the smallest cave to investigate. This cave was merely an hour's journey from the tribe and was relatively safe, not deep in the mountains. Under a starlit sky and a radiant moon illuminating his path, Jing Yuran ventured into the forest. However, as he entered the thicket, dense foliage obscured the moonlight, rendering the woods pitch black. Fortunately, the Lion clan possessed commendable night vision, allowing him to discern the path ahead. Approaching his destination, a sudden chill ran down his spine. As though something were watching him, he swiftly turned, locking eyes with a pair of yellow-green orbs, mere meters away, towering over him by two heads. Jing Yuran immediately realized this was the infamous beast that had injured many of his kin. He remained still, studying the creature, which he discovered to be a standing bear, adorned with a crescent-shaped patch of white fur on its chest. This bear was significantly larger than ordinary bears, likely due to the nature of the Beastman world, where creatures tended to be of grander stature. The bear emitted a small growl, yet did not exhibit any aggressive intentions. Jing Yuran gazed into its eyes and perceived a glimmer of pleading, evoking a sense of pity within him. "Are you hungry?" he speculated. As the conversation concluded, the bear surprisingly nodded, appearing quite endearing. Jing Yuran raised an eyebrow, daring to speculate boldly. "Are you a beast man?" The bear hesitated for a moment, then nodded again. Finally speaking, "I have no clothes to wear." Jing Yuran mused. "Is that the reason you haven't transformed into human form? Why are you here all alone?" The bear, feeling a bit shy, replied, "When I was little, I was swept away by a flood while playing. I don't know where I ended up, so I just wandered aimlessly." Jing Yuran was left speechless. It was remarkable that he had survived thus far. "Did you encounter any other tribes along the way?" Jing Yuran inquired, her curiosity piqued. The bear, looking even more embarrassed, admitted there were some, but they complained that I ate too much. Unable to stifle a chuckle, Jing Yuran said, "All right, I have some questions for you. Answer me, and I shall provide you with food." "Yes, yes." The bear nodded vigorously. Jing Yuran purchased a jar of honey from the shop and casually asked, "Have you seen a female around here these past few days? She also resides in the mountains." "Yes, indeed." The bear responded, "I encountered her yesterday, but I frightened her away." "Do you know where she lives?" Jing Yuran pressed further. "In the cave, just ahead." The bear pointed to a spot behind Jing Yuran. Raising her brow, Jing Yuran realized her fortune. She had found the right place on her first try. "Thank you." She smiled gently. "I have a jar of honey, but I haven't brought it with me. Tomorrow, I will leave in a spot for you to collect. Is that acceptable? Is it really honey? You wouldn't deceive me, would you?" The bear's mouth watered at the mention of honey. Jing Yuran nodded. "Yes, in the cave ahead." "That sounds wonderful." The bear was already eager. Jing Yuran added, "I'm heading to that cave now." "You go ahead. I'll wait until dawn to follow," the bear replied. Turning back, Jing Yuran found the Beastman rather likable. If the tribe leader permitted, perhaps he could stay with their clan. As she pondered, she recalled his earlier words, and a new thought suddenly emerged in her mind. Stopping in her tracks, she reconsidered and promptly turned to pursue the bear. "Wait." The bear turned back upon hearing her voice. "What's wrong? Do you have more questions?" Jing Yuran asked directly, "How long will you be staying here? Will you continue to wander or seek a tribe to settle down?" Chapter 43. The protagonist does not follow the plot. 22. The bear scratched his head with a paw. Admitting, honestly, I've grown accustomed to wandering. It feels quite nice. I can see more scenery and experience new things. Most importantly, I don't feel comfortable in other tribes. They tend to look down on me, so it's better to be free and alone. Jing Yuran smiled faintly at his words. "Then how long do you plan to stay here?" The bear pondered for a moment, perhaps 3 to 5 more days. Jing Yuran smirked. "May I ask you for a favor?" "What is it?" "Will you give me food?" The bear inquired pragmatically. Jing Yuran replied, "Of course. As long as there is food, I will do anything I can." The bear thumped his chest in assurance. Jing Yuran continued, "Alas, the orc residing in that cave belongs to our tribe. He was cast out for his wrongdoings. What wrong could lead to such banishment?" The bear inquired, intrigued. Jing Yuran, filled with indignation, replied, He coveted the male I have bonded with, and, in an attempt to sabotage our relationship, deceived other males into violating me. Fortunately, my partner arrived in time to thwart his sinister intentions. Subsequently, he escalated his malice, even attempting to poison his own friends to frame me. He was caught red-handed, and the chief allowed the tribesmen to vote, resulting in his expulsion from our tribe. The bear gasped. How could such a vile person exist in this world? The societal backdrop of the orcs was not particularly intricate. Most were still in a phase of straightforward simplicity, lacking deceit. Therefore, hearing such a tale would shatter their understanding of human nature. Indeed, Jing Yuran concurred. He even threatened revenge as he left. That's why I felt compelled to come and check during the night. The bear, concerned, suggested, "Isn't it dangerous for you to go alone? Perhaps I should accompany you?" Not at all, Jing Yuran thought to himself. The bear was quite commendable. I have devised a plan that requires your assistance. What plan? The bear asked. Are you not planning to leave and wander? Could I impose upon you to take him along when you depart? The bear was taken aback. Take him with me to wander? That doesn't seem quite right. Jing Yuran gently shook his head. You need only to transport him to another location, ensuring he cannot find his way back here. Afterwards, you may continue your journey alone, free of further obligation to him. The bear blinked, hesitating. But isn't it wrong to leave him alone? What if he dies? Jing Yuran felt a pang of frustration. The bear's kindness was admirable, yet misguided. He nearly harmed our tribe and intends to return for revenge. If we do not act, the entire tribe may be at risk. I have no choice. I cannot allow one individual to endanger us all. Upon hearing this, the bear began to see the reasoning behind Jing Yuran's words. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Very well, I shall assist you. Thank you. Jing Yuran beamed. I will prepare food for you. It will be in the cave ahead. Splendid. The bear exclaimed, overjoyed. I have made up my mind. I shall set off in 3 days. Jing Yuran nodded. I will place the food in the cave before your departure. You can collect it yourself. Agreed. Jing Yuran then recalled the injuries inflicted upon the tribesmen. With the upcoming festival, there would be many hunters on the mountain. He pondered their next encounter. Before he could finish his thought, the bear interjected, It was not I who attacked them first. They regarded me as prey and attacked. And I merely defended myself. You are permitted to speak, Jing Yuran remarked. The bear shook his head. The lion tribe has a strong sense of territoriality. If they discover that another orc has intruded, they will not spare me. Jing Yuran, indeed. He chose not to elaborate further, for in 3 days, he would be departing. After expressing his gratitude once more, Jing Yuran returned directly to the tribe. Upon entering their stone dwelling and lying down on the bed, he felt a hand reaching out from beside him. Assuming it was a subconscious gesture from Bei Qi in his slumber, he was taken aback when, in the next moment, Bei Qi's entire weight pressed down upon him. Simultaneously, Bei Qi's deep voice resonated in his ear. Where have you been? Jing Yuran was momentarily startled, questioning why the soothing potion had failed him. When did you wake up? He ventured to ask. After a brief silence, Bei Qi replied, I awoke just as you left. At that moment, Jing Yuran felt a weight on his shoulder as Bei Qi's head rested there, accompanied by the sound of his steady breathing. Jing Yuran raised an eyebrow, realizing that the potion had indeed worked. It seemed Bei Qi had been holding on. Jing Yuran embraced him and turned over, guiding him back to his original position, while he himself lay on his side, gazing at his silhouette in the darkness. After a considerable time, he whispered softly, This is the second time. In the morning, the first thing Bei Qi did upon awakening was to seek out Jing Yuran. Onyu, I'm here, Jing Yuran replied, seated on a stone bench, with 2 bowls of steaming porridge placed on the table. Bei Qi got out of bed and sat next to Jing Yuran, asking, Where did you go last night? Jing Yuran resolved to speak truthfully to the mountains. Bei Qi frowned, suppressing his irritation. What were you doing in the mountains? Resolving lingering issues, Jing Yuran replied. Raising an eyebrow, Bei Qi paused. Lingering issues? Jing Yuran nodded. Indeed, Qing he is not in the tribe, but he remains within the territory and has expressed intentions of returning to seek vengeance against us. Bei Qi, puzzled, responded, Even so, you shouldn't venture alone to the mountains at night. Do you understand how perilous that is? Several tribesmen have been injured by that unknown beast recently. What if you encountered it? I know, Jing Yuran replied dismissively. But please let me finish. Beiqi gazed at him, relieved that he had returned unscathed the previous night, and sighed in resignation. Go on. I initially intended to confront Qing, he and force him to vacate the territory. But on my way, I encountered the beast you mentioned. What? Beiqi exclaimed, rising to inspect Jing Yuran for any unseen injuries. Jing Yuran restrained him. I'm fine. Moreover, that beast was actually a beast man, a wandering beast man who will only stay here for a few days before leaving. Beiqi was taken aback. A beast man? Yes. Jing Yuran affirmed. He belongs to the bear clan. We have none of them here, so you haven't seen one. Beiqi, upon hearing this, relaxed. What else did you discuss? Jing Yuran replied with a triumphant smile. He will be leaving in 3 days, and I persuaded him to take Qinghe with him to an unfamiliar place where he will never be able to return. Am I clever? Jing Yuran winked as he spoke. Beiqi, unable to resist the charm of his spirited and cunning demeanor, chuckled softly. Indeed, you are quite clever. This is not said merely to please him. I genuinely believe he is exceptionally intelligent. Chapter 44. The protagonist strays from the plot. 23. Qinghe being taken away is advantageous for both parties. However, since he has rendered us such a significant service, we must ensure he is provided with ample sustenance, Jing Yuran remarked with a smile. Beiqi nodded in agreement, stating, Of course, I shall prepare the provisions. Very well. Jing Yuran accepted without hesitation. Most of the supplies Beiqi gathered consisted of dried meat, while Jing Yuran only needed to discreetly add the promised honey when delivering the food. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Beiqi and Jing Yuran went to distribute the food and departed after setting it down. When Qinghe returned that evening to find an abundance of food, he was momentarily stunned. Could it be that someone, unable to bear his plight, had specially sent him provisions? Suddenly, he let out a cold laugh. Even if you bring me food, I will not abandon my quest for vengeance against you. The next morning, a large bear entered the cave, while Qinghe was still asleep. Startled awake by the noise, he inquired, Who is it? Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a robust black bear, causing a cold sweat to break out on his back. He knew he must remain still, lest he lose his chance to escape. However, the bear ignored him and strode directly towards the pile of food. Among the dried meat, it indeed discovered the honey contained in a leather water pouch, much to its delight. How wonderful! Honey is back on the menu. The bear eagerly sampled a couple of bites before smacking its lips, noting the limited quantity and deciding to ration it. Finally, it sealed the lid, hoisted the food onto its back, and turned to face Qinghe. Qinghe was taken aback. You are an orc? Indeed. The bear nodded. Let us depart. What? Qinghe was bewildered. Us? Yes. The bear approached and urged, Get up quickly, no time to waste. With an understanding that the bear was an orc, Qinghe felt less fear. Why should I follow you? Who do you think you are? Furthermore, this is the territory of the Lion Clan. Do you not fear their ambush? The bear had previously encountered Qinghe and found it hard to imagine him capable of such feats. Yet now, looking at him, the notion became more plausible. Are you truly not coming? The bear asked one last time. Qinghe scoffed. We are not acquainted. Why should I go with you? Very well. The bear had its own plans for wandering, and Qinghe's refusal was merely wasting its time, which was beginning to test its patience. With a swift motion, the bear knocked Qinghe unconscious before hoisting him onto its shoulder and striding out of the cave. Beiqi and Jing Yuran waited at the foot of the mountain, and upon seeing the bear carry Qinghe down, they felt entirely reassured. Hey, I'm leaving, the bear called out upon spotting them. Jing Yuran waved, bidding farewell, best wishes for your journey. The bear chuckled, thank you. Then, unexpectedly, it added, You two make a lovely pair. May your love endure through the ages. Upon hearing this, both Beiqi and Jing Yuran smiled softly, expressing their gratitude. Thank you. We shall. The great bear led Qinghe away, gradually vanishing from their sight. Upon returning, Beiqi and Jing Yuran shared the news with everyone, assuring them that there was no need to worry about the beasts or Qinghe. The tribesfolk, upon hearing this, indeed felt a sense of relief and proceeded to prepare for the upcoming ritual with ease. The Orsish ceremony was not particularly elaborate. It concluded after offering prayers to the heavens and earth for a prosperous year ahead. to avoid waste. The game offered to the deities was shared and consumed that very night. As night fell, Beiqi was unusually exhilarated, engaging in intimate moments with Jing Yuran multiple times before finally releasing him. Jing Yuran, contemplating his imminent departure from this world, willingly acquiesced. However, once Beiqi drifted into slumber, he accessed the system interface, only to discover that the task progress lingered at a mere 99%, still shy of achieving the final outcome. Perplexed, Jing Yuran pondered. With Qing he now taken away and no further threats looming, their relationship flourishing, it seemed they should have reached a perfect conclusion. What then was lacking? Was it necessary for Qing he to be rendered completely unable to return before it could be considered complete? Jing Yuran remained uncertain, left with no choice but to wait. This waiting persisted for 6 months, yet the task progress remained stubbornly at 99%. Now convinced that this final piece had nothing to do with Qing he found himself at a loss as to what it might pertain to. With no other recourse, Jing Yuran expended 100 points to check the task hint. Every world contained task and plot hints, with the latter being free, while the former required the expenditure of points. The task hint merely served as a suggestion. Regardless of the journey, one must ultimately achieve the final conclusion. Task hint: a happy and content family of 3. Jing Yuran mused. So, the missing element is a child? He had completed countless task worlds, many of which allowed men to bear children, yet he had never done so, as he was not among the capable. Moreover, prior to his unexpected binding with Leng Jue, all intimate encounters within the tasks had been facilitated by items from the system's marketplace. If not for the precise timing of his entry into the previous world, which trapped him under Leng Jue's influence, he would have resorted to using items to fulfill those encounters. Resolutely, Jing Yuran opened the system marketplace, searching for items related to reproduction. After browsing for a considerable time, he finally stumbled upon a substitute card. As the name implied, upon using the substitute card, the childbirth process could be enacted by the original self. Jing Yuran raised an eyebrow, bookmarking it before continuing his search. However, after thoroughly exploring, he found no other relevant item cards, indicating that this substitute card was his sole option. The process of pregnancy could not be substituted. Only the hours of labor could be replaced. After some contemplation, he decided to purchase one with his points. Nevertheless, to bear a child, one must first conceive. The distinction between orcs and true beasts is significant. For orcs, conception is a challenging endeavor. With a stroke of luck, one might conceive within 2 or 3 years. But with misfortune, it could take 7 or 8 years. This explains the sparse population within the tribe. Were they as prolific as true beasts, the world might struggle to accommodate them. Jing Yuran momentarily set aside thoughts of detaching from the world, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to creating a family with Beiqi. Naturally, Beiqi was overjoyed, believing this to be a sign of Jing Yuran's growing affection for him. After 3 years, Jing Yuran finally conceived. 8 months later, with the aid of a surrogate card, he successfully gave birth to a delightful male child. "Xiaoyu, I love you," Beiqi exclaimed, cradling the baby in one arm while embracing Jing Yuran with the other, his face radiant with happiness. Jing Yuran merely responded with a soft sound, offering no further reply, which Beiqi attributed to his fatigue, not giving it much thought. Jing Yuran had hoped that after giving birth, he could sever his ties to the world, but that was not to be. It was not until their child reached adulthood that Jing Yuran finally observed that the task progress had reached a complete 100%. Ultimately, as he departed from the world, Jing Yuran mused. Indeed, they were a blissful family of 3, filled with happiness. Chapter 45. The antagonist strays from the plot. 1. In an antiquated study, the warm yellow glow of candlelight illuminated the entire room, with a wooden desk positioned before a row of bookshelves. To the right of the desk, a small incense burner emitted fragrant sandalwood smoke, while to the left lay an orderly stack of bamboo slips and paper books, with an open bamboo scroll resting at the center of the desk. Seated in a chair behind the desk was a striking young man in a long robe with dark hair. This was Jing Yuran, once again entering a new task world. Having failed to return to the main city, Jing Yuran dismissed further thoughts and opened the system page to review the storyline. The tale primarily unfolds during the Great Xia dynasty, where the male protagonist is Prince Xian, the third son of the Xia emperor, and the female protagonist is Du Yingrong, the legitimate daughter of the general's manor. The emperor has 4 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest son, Xia Yinan, perished on the battlefield, while the second princess, Xia Yueqing, is already married. The third prince, Xia Yinxian, harbors ambitions for the realm. The fourth prince, Xia Yinqi, is driven by ambition, and the fifth prince, Xia Yinsheng, seeks vengeance for his mother. The sixth princess, innocent and carefree, is the emperor's favorite. The male and female leads were betrothed from a young age and, as they matured, found mutual affection. However, the female lead, born into a military family, yearned for the battlefield rather than the confines of the inner courtyard, leading to a cold war between them. This tension provided an opportunity for Prince Qi to sow discord. Fortunately, their mutual trust thwarted his schemes. As the male and female leads spent time together, enduring several perilous assassination attempts, they ultimately came to realize that the male lead's life was fraught with danger, prompting her to stay by his side to assist him in securing the position of heir. After their marriage, with the support of the general's manor, it became increasingly difficult for Prince Qi to undermine him. Consequently, he sought an alliance with Prince Cheng, who believed that the death of his mother was orchestrated by the male lead's mother, the deceased queen, unable to exact revenge upon her. He resolved to target her son instead and readily agreed to collaborate with Prince Qi. They devised a plan to dishonor the female lead, but fortuitously, the National Master intervened and rescued her. The National Master possesses a certain aptitude for divination and has long recognized that the male protagonist is the one truly destined by fate. Thus, he has consistently aided him. Upon discovering the National Master's allegiance to the protagonist, both King Chu and King Chun resolved to eliminate him. However, the National Master evaded their attempts each time and seized upon their weaknesses, causing them to lose their father's trust. Yet, the ambitious King Chu remained unsatisfied, while King Chun was solely driven by a desire for vengeance. The two then conspired once more, plotting to commit fratricide and parricide. Unfortunately for them, their scheme was thwarted in time by the National Master and the protagonist, leading to the Emperor's wrath, who ordered the execution of both King Chu and King Chen. In their final moments, King Chun discovered that his true enemy was none other than the mother of King Chu. After their demise, the Emperor had only the male protagonist as his son, and recognizing his potential to become a wise ruler, he bestowed upon him the title of Crown Prince. The tale culminates 3 years later with the male protagonist ascending the throne as the Great Xia dynasty flourished, and its citizens enjoyed peace and prosperity. Jing Yuran now assumes the role of National Master Zhuangmu, while Leng Jue is known as King Chen Xiaoyinshen. The current juncture finds King Chu, under the guise of a National Master, arranging a secret meeting with the female protagonist, intending for his accomplices to tarnish her reputation. This insidious plan serves a dual purpose: to besmirch the female protagonist's virtue and to sow discord between her and the male protagonist regarding the National Master. Jing Yuran, absently tracing the edges of a bamboo slip, let his gaze wander to a landscape painting adorning the wall, lost in contemplation. Lan Qing, he called out towards the door. In an instant, a youthful voice responded, "What is your command, my lord? What time is it?" Jing Yuran inquired, replying to "My lord." "It is nearly the hour of Su," Lan Qing answered. Jing Yuran closed the bamboo slip, rose, and made his way outdoors, stating as he reached the door, "I shall take a stroll. Light the way for me." Lan Qing, a lad of 17 or 18 with a charming visage and a lively disposition, flashed a smile revealing dimples before darting off like a gust of wind. Jing Yuran merely smiled faintly before striding out of the courtyard towards the back gate. The vast starry sky and the bright moon cast gentle shadows, sufficient for Jing Yuran to navigate his path clearly. King Chu, under the pretense of the National Master, had arranged a private conversation with the female protagonist, who would naturally await him at the back gate of the National Master's residence, while King Chu's men lay in ambush nearby. Upon Jing Yuran's arrival at the back gate, the hour of Su had yet to arrive, and the female protagonist was not present. He stood quietly, awaiting her arrival. Shortly, the faint sound of footsteps reached his ears, followed by a knock at the door. However, the knock had barely sounded when a flurry of hurried footsteps ensued, accompanied by a woman's voice. "Who goes there? Do not waste your breath. Seize her," a man's voice commanded, and the sounds of a struggle erupted. Jing Yuran raised his head, drawing upon his lightness skill to effortlessly leap over the courtyard wall. Landing behind them, all were taken aback, halting their actions as they beheld the strikingly handsome figure clad in white, resembling an otherworldly being. National Master, the female protagonist. "Doing wrong," exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. The remaining 5 individuals were all clad in coarse linen garments, each more unappealing in appearance than the last. They appeared to be thugs, yet in truth, they were formidable experts. Each bore an expression of astonishment, for none had anticipated his arrival at such a moment. Jing Yuran regarded them with indifference. The hour was growing late, and upon returning, he would convey his regards to His Highness, Prince Chu, on behalf of the National Master. The 5 were struck with fear. How did he know they were subordinates of Prince Chu? Could he truly be a divine being, capable of such foresight? However, Doing wrong's countenance darkened. Yet again, it was Xia Yin Chu. Jing Yuran, unfazed by their internal musings, remarked coolly, "Why do you not leave?" The 5, their faces grim, realized that with the National Master present, the day's mission was doomed to failure, and they could only retreat in shame. Once they departed, Doing wrong clasped her hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed National Master, for your rescue." Jing Yuran assessed her quietly. Indeed, she was the heroine, possessing a beauty that could captivate all. Yet, there was also a hint of valor in her brow, and had she donned armor, one might have mistaken her for a general ready for battle. "It was my duty," Jing Yuran replied coolly, adding a reminder, "We are of different genders and statuses. Even if we were to discuss matters privately, it would not be at this hour." Doing wrong paused, then quickly realized her oversight. Xia Yinxian had been away on official business in the capital these past few days. In her anxiety, she had failed to consider the implications. "Thank goodness for the National Master," she thought. "Otherwise, I shall escort you back," Jing Yuran said, turning to leave the alley. Doing wrong followed, "Esteemed National Master, what if someone sees us? If it is to be so, then let us proceed openly." Jing Yuran maintained his pace. Upon hearing this, Doing wrong ceased her objections and accompanied him toward the residence of Prince Xian. The National Master's estate was not far from that of Prince Xian, and they arrived in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. At the entrance, Jing Yuran stood tall, and before Doing wrong entered, he softly uttered, "Prince Xian will return safely." Doing wrong paused, then joyfully responded, "Thank you for your reassurance, esteemed National Master. With your words, Prince Xia Yinxian shall surely return unscathed." After watching Du Yingrong enter the residence, Jing Yuran turned to make his way home. Chapter 46. The villain does not depart from the plot. 2. Next to the National Master's estate lay the residence of the Dust King. As Jing Yuran passed by, he glanced over, pondering whether Leng Jue would adhere to the storyline this time. With no unexpected events or obligatory marital ties, and being on opposing sides, there seemed to be no opportunity to deviate from the plot. Upon returning home, he was greeted by the soft reproach of Lan Qing, "My lord, why did you leave without waiting for me? It is quite late. Are you not afraid of encountering danger?" Jing Yuran smiled gently. "I merely wish to stroll alone, and as you can see, all is well." Lan Qing pouted, "My lord, it is late. You should rest. Tomorrow, you have court to attend." "Indeed." Jing Yuran nodded in agreement. The following day, at the morning court, the grand hall was filled with civil officials and military generals standing in 2 rows, with Prime Minister Liang at the forefront of the civil officials and General Du leading the military. The 3 princes and the Grand Master stood on either side, with Prince Chu and Prince Chun on one side, and Prince Xian alongside the Grand Master on the other. However, Prince Xian had been absent these past few days, leaving the Grand Master without company. "Good morning, Grand Master." Du Hongyuan greeted Jing Yuran with a cupped fist. Jing Yuran nodded slightly. "General Du." The emperor had not yet arrived, and the 2 exchanged pleasantries. Just then, Xia Yinxiu and Xia Yinsheng arrived together, prompting everyone to bow in respect. "Your Highness, Prince Chu." "Your Highness, Prince Chen." The 2 acknowledged with slight nods and smiles. Jing Yuran raised his gaze to observe Xia Yinxiu, who donned a dark green court robe. Handsome in appearance, yet exuding an air of discontent, particularly with his sharp hawk-like eyes that bore a fierce intensity when fixed upon others. The court robes of the Xia dynasty were typically red or green, varying in hue according to rank, but both Xia Yinxiu and Zhuangmu's robes differed in color. As the Grand Master, Zhuangmu was tasked with observing celestial phenomena, divining auspiciousness, and serving as a vital link between heaven and earth during sacrifices. Thus, his robe was white, adorned with a small string of white jade beads on the right breast, and layered with a gossamer garment threaded with silver, embodying both elegance and grandeur. Xia Yinxiu's distinctiveness stemmed from being the youngest son of the emperor. Following the tragic demise of his mother when he was merely 10, the emperor indulged him, granting him the privilege to choose the color of his court robe. His attire was black with golden edging, the cuffs and hem embroidered with golden cloud patterns, exuding a sense of gravitas and authority. Xia Yinxiu's features were sharply defined, with slanting brows that soared towards his temples, and his elongated phoenix eyes concealed a profound bitterness. His thin lips curved slightly upwards, yet his smile did not reach his eyes, revealing an underlying chill. "Good morning, Grand Master," Xia Yinxiu greeted with a meaningful tone. Jing Yuran replied coolly, "It is no longer early, Prince Chu." As Xia Yinxiu's expression darkened, he was about to speak when the voice of the head eunuch resounded. "His Majesty has arrived." Upon hearing this, everyone stood straight in their respective places, bowing respectfully. And when the emperor ascended the dragon throne, they knelt in reverence. "We pay our respects to your Majesty. Long live the emperor." "All rise." The dignified Emperor Xia Zhenyan, clad in a dragon robe, took his seat upon the throne. "Thank you, your Majesty," head eunuch Yuan Kong announced. "If there are matters to address, please speak. If not, you may retire." As his words fell, Prime Minister Liang stepped forward. "Your Majesty, with the autumn festival approaching, which prince will be responsible this year?" Upon hearing this, Emperor Xia Zhenyan's gaze shifted between Xia Yinxiu and Xia Yinxiang before he decisively stated, "The third and fourth princes have each had their turn. This year, let be the fifth." "Yes, father." Xia Yinxiang bowed his head in response. The emperor added, "If you have any uncertainties, do not hesitate to consult the Grand Master." "I understand, father." Xia Yinxiang glanced toward Jing Yuran on his left, his eyes flickering momentarily. "Are there any further matters to address?" "Your Majesty, I have something to report." After the court session, Jing Yuran proceeded to the Astronomical Bureau, his place of duty. The bureau was located within the palace, but on the far right side, a considerable distance from the main hall, requiring a quarter of an hour's walk. As soon as he stepped out of the main hall, he heard the voice of Xia Yinxiang calling, "National Master." Jing Yuran halted in his tracks and turned to see Xia Yinxiang striding towards him. "Is there something you wish to discuss, Prince Chun? You must have been deaf just now. Did you not hear my father instruct me to inquire further?" Xia Yinxiang only restrained himself in the presence of Xia Zhenyan. Otherwise, he behaved with unbridled fervor, fierce and audacious. Jing Yuran maintained his composure, casting a fleeting glance at him. "If you have questions, direct them to the Qintian Bureau." With that, he turned and continued on his way. Xia Yinxiang remained stationary, deliberately opposing him. "I shall pose my questions right here." "This is not an appropriate setting," Jing Yuran replied, stopping once more and regarding him with an indifferent gaze. Xia Yinxiang smirked slightly. "What makes you think this place is unsuitable, National Master?" "The Qintian Bureau is equipped with tables and chairs and tea. Would you prefer to stand here indefinitely?" Jing Yuran replied coolly, "If Prince Shen insists on standing here, then let him." After stating this, he chose to ignore him and turned to leave. "You." Xia Yinxiang's expression darkened momentarily, but then he smiled, finding the situation somewhat more entertaining than usual. Upon reaching the Qintian Bureau, Jing Yuran had just seated himself at the desk when Xia Yinxiang strode in. "National Master, you appear to have leisure time. It seems there are no busy individuals in the Qintian Bureau." Though few in number, the staff at the Qintian Bureau had plenty to attend to, and their busyness varied by season. They were particularly occupied during the autumn festival, but today was a rare moment of respite. "Lan Qing, bring the tea," Jing Yuran called out, ignoring Xia Yinxiang's remark. Xia Yincheng settled lazily into the prominent seat on the right, reclining against the backrest. I have never overseen such a grand ceremony. Perhaps you could instruct me from the beginning, National Master? Jing Yuran replied calmly. Your earnestness, Prince Chun, will surely bring great comfort to His Majesty. At this, Xia Yincheng scoffed lightly, seemingly dismissive. Just then, Lan Qing entered with 2 cups of tea, placing one before Xia Yincheng and the other beside Jing Yuran. Lan Qing then took his position beside Jing Yuran, quietly listening to their exchange. Jing Yuran spoke to Xia Yincheng in a flat tone. The most crucial aspect of the autumn festival is the day of the ceremony itself, yet one must not underestimate the preparations that precede it. Xia Yincheng propped his head on his hand, listening to Jing Yuran's voice while his gaze roamed over his face. Previously, he found the national master to be insufferably aloof, but today he appeared much more agreeable, resembling a celestial being untouched by worldly dust. Lan Qing noticed that Xia Yincheng's gaze seemed somewhat peculiar, suspecting he was not paying attention. She hesitated to alert Jing Yuran. Xia Yincheng's temperament was notoriously unpredictable, and most would refrain from provoking him. Prince Chen, are you listening? Jing Yuran noticed and slightly furrowed his brow. Xia Yincheng subtly withdrew his gaze. I am listening. What of it? Could you summarize what I just stated? The autumn festival is of great importance and cannot afford any errors. Chapter 47. The villain deviates from the plot. 3. Xia Yincheng raised an eyebrow slightly, fixing his gaze on Jing Yuran, and remarked, before the autumn festival, we must prepare incense and offerings. After stating this, Xia Yincheng inquired, am I mistaken, Master National Teacher? The day of the ritual required Jing Yuran's input, but he did not respond, prompting Xia Yincheng to continue. With a scoff, Xia Yincheng refrained from interrupting him. Once all the details were recounted, it was nearly noon. Have you remembered everything, Your Highness, the Prince of Dust? Jing Yuran asked coolly. Xia Yincheng stood up, stretching lazily, and replied, I have indeed remembered. I shall set about it this afternoon. Jing Yuran acknowledged. The autumn festival is of great significance. Your Highness may summon the personnel from the Astral Bureau at any time, as they are always at the ready. Xia Yincheng, who was initially about to leave, turned back towards the desk upon hearing this, slightly bending forward, his hands resting on the surface, his sharp gaze fixed on Jing Yuran. Does this include you, Master National Teacher? Jing Yuran lifted his chin slightly, refusing to back down, and replied slowly, of course not. Xia Yincheng smirked, his interest visibly piqued. If the Master National Teacher does not lead the Astral Bureau, then why not? Because I am the National Teacher, Jing Yuran stated matter-of-factly. TCH, Xia Yincheng scoffed lightly. The Master National Teacher carries quite the air. Jing Yuran retorted calmly. Not as much as Your Highness. Xia Yincheng fell silent for a moment, then suddenly chuckled, lowering his voice and teasingly queried, how does the Master National Teacher know I have more? Your Highness, if there is nothing further, I must attend to my duties. Jing Yuran said, withdrawing his gaze and opening the bamboo scroll before him. Xia Yincheng smirked slightly and straightened up. Then I shall not disturb you any longer. Master National Teacher. At last, Xia Yincheng departed, and only then did Lan Qing dare to speak. Master, that Prince of Dust is too frivolous. You are, after all, the National Teacher. How can he behave thus? Jing Yuran did not turn back, merely replying, speak cautiously and act prudently. Lan Qing pouted and muttered, understood, Master. The Astral Bureau commenced its bustling activities, and Jing Yuran was not idle either. Furthermore, the male lead, Xia Yinxian, sought him out after his return. In the study of the National Teacher's residence, Xia Yinxian expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master National Teacher, for saving Ronger. His features were well-defined, emanating a gentle aura. And the blue embroidered robe he wore accentuated his refined demeanor. Jing Yuran took a sip of tea and, setting the cup down, responded, Your Highness, Prince Xian, you are too courteous. It is my duty. Xia Yinxian smiled faintly. One must not forget the proper etiquette. Jing Yuran chose not to comment further. Xia Yinxian shifted the subject. I have entrusted the autumn festival to my 5th brother. His temperament is unpredictable. Will it cause any trouble for the Master National Teacher? Not all. Jing Yuran recalled Xia Yincheng, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. In truth, Xia Yinsheng had been visiting the Astral Bureau frequently during this period, each time posing trivial inquiries that led Lan Qing to suspect that Xia Yinsheng might be somewhat unhinged. Is that so? Xia Yinxian paused, visibly surprised. Xia Yinsheng was well aware of his temperament, and he harbored animosity towards him. Upon realizing that the National Master was aligned with him, he also directed his hostility toward the National Master. With such a favorable opportunity at hand, how could he possibly refrain from troubling the National Master? Indeed, responded Jing Yuran, Your Highness, there is no need for concern on my part. Rather, I urge you to ensure they do not find an opportunity. Xia Yinxian nodded, assuring the National Master of his discretion. The two then discussed Xia Yinxing's actions. He had attempted to tarnish Du Yingrong's reputation. Although he had not succeeded, the matter would not be dismissed lightly. Initially, Xia Yinxian had considered their brotherly bond, but now, with intentions to harm the one he cherished, he could no longer tolerate it. After the autumn festival, he would commence a covert investigation into Xia Yinxing, gathering ample evidence to bring him down decisively, thereby eliminating his chances of contending for the position of heir. My lord, Prince Chun has arrived, came Lan Qing's voice from outside the door. The two fell silent, exchanging glances before Jing Yuran stood and declared, I shall meet him. Xia Yinxian rose as well, insisting, I will accompany you. It seemed that Xia Yinsheng had come alone to the National Master's residence, and his intentions were likely nefarious. In the main hall, Xia Yinsheng, clad in a flowing black brocade robe, lounged languidly in a chair, appearing as comfortable as if he were in his own abode. Upon hearing footsteps, he discerned the National Master's arrival without even glancing at the entrance, casually remarking, in broad daylight, the National Master is hiding. He had only spoken halfway when he turned to see Xia Yinxian entering with him, his expression darkening. What brings my third royal brother here? Seeing Xia Yinsheng's displeased countenance, Xia Yinxian became increasingly certain that he was seeking trouble, perhaps to inquire about the autumn festival. The autumn festival is under my purview. Why does my third royal brother not come to me with questions? Xia Yinsheng scoffed lightly, his frosty gaze clearly insinuating, you are undoubtedly scheming something. Jing Yuran offered a slight bow before taking his seat at the head of the table, deliberately ignoring Xia Yinxing's preceding remarks. What brings Prince Chun to me with such urgency? Is it forbidden to seek the National Master without a pressing matter? Xia Yinxing's gaze flicked from Xia Yinxian to Jing Yuran. Jing Yuran replied coolly, there is no necessity for that. At this, Xia Yinxing's eyes darkened, simmering with anger, as if he were on the verge of an outburst. Xia Yinxian, aware of the National Master's disdain for tyranny and his usual tact in conversation, wondered why he was being so direct today. Fearing an unpleasant escalation, he contemplated interjecting to diffuse the tension, only to witness Xia Yinxing suddenly smile. Yet, I am determined to seek the National Master for no particular reason. What will the National Master do in response? Xia Yinxian was taken aback. How could his younger brother, with such a temperament, possibly smile? Was he not infuriated? Jing Yuran glanced up, casting a fleeting look at him. If Prince Chun has no matters to address, it would be prudent to oversee the affairs below to prevent any mishaps during the autumn festival. Is this truly the National Master's method of dealing with the situation? Xia Yinxing smirked, intrigued. What about after the autumn festival? Jing Yuran regarded him briefly, disregarding his provocations, and turned to Xia Yinxian. Your Highness, the hour grows late. We shall reconvene another day. At this, Xia Yinxian glanced at Xia Yinsheng before rising. Then I shall not intrude further. Younger brother. Xia Yinxian wished to take Xia Yinsheng away from this place, as he did not want his brother to stir up trouble. They had not seen each other for quite some time, and he hoped to share a drink together tonight. I do not wish to drink this evening. Perhaps another day. Xia Yinsheng replied dismissively. Though he spoke to Xia Yinxian, his gaze lingered on Jing Yuran, revealing a hint of displeasure. Xia Yinxian furrowed his brow, his tone slightly grave. If you do not drink, we can merely reminisce. Upon hearing this, Xia Yinsheng finally turned to him, saying, Third brother, having just returned, it is only fitting that you enjoy a tender moment with third sister-in-law. It would be inappropriate for me to intrude. With this declaration, Xia Yinxian found it difficult to insist on taking him away. Yet, if he did not intervene, what if a conflict arose between the two? Then, let us depart together. We can share stories along the way, Xia Yinxian suggested. Chapter 48. The antagonist does not depart from the plot. 4. Xia Yinxian clicked his tongue in annoyance. Rising from his seat and walking out while humming a tune, there is hardly any brotherly bond in daily life. What old tales are there to share? Xia Yinxian remarked. Fifth brother, your tongue remains as blunt as ever. Master was sure. We shall take our leave now and converse another day, Xia Yinxian concluded, turning to follow suit. Jing Yuran watched their departing figures, lost in contemplation. Xia Yinxian believed that his mother-esque killer was the Empress, unaware that his true nemesis was the mother of Xia Yinxiu, concubine Ing. He had been harboring resentment against the wrong person and seeking vengeance in vain, only to uncover the truth moments before his demise, but it was far too late to amend his mistakes. Had he known the truth sooner, could he have allied with the male protagonist to overthrow Xia Yinxiu and thereby escape the fate of being executed? Jing Yuran was reluctant to see Xia Yinxiu perish, partly because the male protagonist's defection would hasten the plot towards its conclusion, and partly because he simply did not want him to die. However, the most pressing matter was the autumn festival. It would be prudent to reveal the truth to him gradually after the festivities. 3 days later, with the preparations for the autumn festival nearing completion and only a few trivial tasks remaining, Jing Yuran found himself with some leisure time. Seizing the opportunity, he made his way to a nearby pavilion, requesting Lan Qing to bring his guqin along. Zhuang Mu possessed exceptional skill in playing the guqin, though he seldom performed. Jing Yuran was also proficient, having learned it not in the realm of tasks but in his own world from a young age. As he sat in the pavilion, Jing Yuran delicately caressed the strings with his slender fingers, a trace of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. After his demise, he had not touched the instrument unless dictated by the necessities of character and plot within the task world. There was no particular reason for this, other than his singular focus on completing tasks, leaving no room for such leisure. However, after experiencing 2 task worlds with Yi and Leng Wan, his mindset had subtly shifted. With a rare moment of tranquility today, he felt an unexpected urge to play the guqin. My lord, allow me to brew some tea for you, Lan Qing offered as he turned to leave. Jing Yuran promptly called him back. No need. Tend to your own matters. I wish to be alone for a while. As Lan Qing paused in her steps, she realized that she had little to occupy her time. Jing Yuran remarked casually, Then do as you wish. You may leave the palace. For today holds no other obligations. Oh, splendid. It has been ages since I've last strolled outside, Lan Qing exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Jing Yuran offered a gentle smile. Go ahead. Very well. I shall take my leave now. With that, Lan Qing exited the palace, her spirits high. Once Lan Qing departed, Jing Yuran settled alone in the pavilion, fingers gracefully dancing over the strings of his zither. The music flowed like a gentle breeze, enchanting and ethereal. As the melody concluded, applause erupted, echoing in rhythmic claps. Jing Yuran turned to see Xia Yinxian clad in elegant black silk, his brows slightly raised. He stood and bowed. Your Highness. Lord of Dust. Xia Yinxian stepped into the pavilion, his gaze intense. Indeed, the National Master's musical prowess is truly remarkable. Your Highness is too kind. Jing Yuran replied with a calm demeanor, inquiring, Do you seek something from me, Lord of Dust? With a light snort, Xia Yinxian seated himself, saying, I have mentioned before that I simply enjoy finding reasons to seek you. Jing Yuran followed suit, remaining silent. Xia Yinxian paid no mind to her quietness. Propping his chin in his hand, might the esteemed National Master grace us with another piece? Upon hearing this, Jing Yuran placed her hands upon the strings, asking softly, What would you like to hear, Your Highness? Whatever you play, I shall listen, Xia Yinxian replied, his gaze fixated on her delicate hands, lost in thought. Jing Yuran caught a glimpse of him before averting her gaze. Xia Yinxian's frequent visits had begun to diverge from the original narrative, an alteration not too significant at first. Yet now his gaze held an unsettling intensity. She struck the strings, feigning concentration while discreetly studying Xia Yinxian's expression. As he watched her play, The music grew ever more captivating, and his eyes deepened with an undeniable fervor. When the final note faded, Jing Yuran withdrew her hands, her expression complex as she inquired, "Your Highness, at 21, why have you not yet taken a wife?" In this realm, one reaches adulthood at 16, and many are already parents by 20. Yet, not everyone chooses to marry immediately, as exemplified by the protagonists. Xia Yinxian, for instance, had only recently wed Du Yingrong at 25. Xia Yinxian raised an eyebrow at her question, countering, "And you, esteemed national master, at 27, why have you not wed?" Zhuang Mu was the youngest national master in the history of the Xia dynasty, having ascended to the role early due to the untimely passing of his predecessor. Fortunately, his abilities equaled those of his mentor, allowing him to secure his position despite his youth. Jing Yuran simply replied, "I am a national master." "And what of that?" Xia Yinshang scoffed lightly. "There is no decree that forbids a national master from marrying." Jing Yuran remained silent, acknowledging the absence of such a rule. However, historically, national masters had remained solitary for numerous reasons. Talents, power, and the constraints of the position itself had deterred successive national masters from considering marriage and family. Jing Yuran remained silent, while Xia Yinshan leaned slightly forward, pondering why the Grandmaster would suddenly pose such a question to him. Could it be that the Grandmaster was genuinely concerned about his lifelong affairs? Jing Yuran raised his hand, gently caressing the strings of the guqin, and replied softly, "It is merely a fleeting curiosity." "Is that so?" Xia Yinshan seemed skeptical, his tone teasing. "Why do I sense that the Grand Master harbors deeper intentions?" Jing Yuran hesitated for a moment. Indeed, there were deeper motives, yet it was not the time to divulge them. "Your Highness, you are overthinking," he stated, rising to embrace his guqin. "I have matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb your Highness's rest." As he turned to leave, Xia Yinshan grasped his wrist firmly, inquiring, "Is there something amiss?" "Grandmaster, I just witnessed your little attendant exiting the palace. I also visited the astronomical bureau, where it was confirmed that you had no pressing matters at hand. So why this sudden urgency?" Jing Yuran attempted to pull away, but found his efforts futile. He summoned a bit of inner strength, yet it proved ineffective. Puzzled, he wondered why he could never escape the grip of Leng Jue. Was it possible that Leng Jue, who had only recently become a tasker, possessed greater spiritual strength than he? Moreover, the established lore suggested that the Grand Master Zhuang Mu had the strongest inner power. Yet he remained ensnared. Xia Yinshan seemed to perceive his thoughts and leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "Surely, the Grand Master is aware of the saying, 'Beyond the heavens.' There are more heavens. Beyond mankind, there are others." Upon hearing this, Jing Yuran furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating whether Xia Yinshan had been concealing his true capabilities all along, undetected until the end. "Release me," he urged softly, instead of letting go. Xia Yinshan tugged him closer, wrapping his other arm around Jing Yuran's waist. He inhaled near Jing Yuran's neck, commenting, "Why do you possess such a captivating fragrance?" Jing Yuran raised his gaze, coldly regarding him. "That is the scent of sandalwood. Your Highness has overstepped your boundaries." He issued a stern warning. Xia Yinshan, unfazed, chuckled audaciously. "And what of it? If your Highness harbors an affection for man, you may seek another." Jing Yuran lowered his eyes slightly. Xia Yinshan chuckled lightly and whispered in his ear, "But I prefer to seek the Grand Master. For you are the most beautiful man in the Xia dynasty. If I do not pursue you, whom shall I pursue?" Jing Yuran sighed inwardly. Realizing it was the third time, "Does your Highness harbor feelings for me?" he asked directly. Xia Yinshan fell silent, his eyes reflecting a conflict of emotions. His grip around Jing Yuran's waist tightening unconsciously. Realizing his thoughts, Jing Yuran understood the dilemma. Xia Yinshan viewed Xia Yinshan as an adversary, yet he stood alongside that enemy. One could only choose between a foe and a beloved. Just as Jing Yuran was about to subtly hint at this, Xia Yinshan suddenly declared, "I do." Jing Yuran was taken aback. "You no longer seek revenge?" "You know?" Xia Yinshan's expression darkened, and he tightened his grip, inquiring, "How could you possibly know?" Jing Yuran winced slightly at the pressure, but maintained an impassive expression, asserting, "Do not forget, I am the national master. I am privy to all. As his words fell, Xia Yinsheng suddenly chuckled. Indeed, you are the national master. However, his demeanor shifted abruptly, and he declared with fierce intensity, Revenge I shall have. You I shall claim. Meeting his profound gaze, Jing Yuran felt a chill run through him, prompting him to avert his eyes and calmly reply, You may seek vengeance, but I advise you to ascertain the true identity of your enemy before proceeding. What do you mean? Xia Yinsheng's eyes narrowed. Is it possible that I have misidentified my foe? Without waiting for Jing Yuran's response, he asserted, Impossible. I can never mistake my adversary. Jing Yuran, maintaining his composure, stated, If you doubt my words, you might wish to investigate whether that sachet was embroidered by the Empress herself or received from another. Xia Yinsheng discovered that the sachet was indeed given to his mother by the Empress, thereby concluding that the Empress was his enemy. In truth, the sachet had been gifted to the Empress by concubine Ying, who in turn had presented it to Xia Yinsheng's mother. Those privy to this information were all dealt with by concubine Ying through various means, including the Empress herself, leaving Xia Yinsheng with no leads. However, one person remained knowledgeable, the wet nurse of concubine Ying, her trusted confidant, who had executed numerous tasks on her behalf. Suddenly, Xia Yinsheng seized Jing Yuran by the throat, coldly stating, You wish to eliminate an enemy for the third prince and are deliberately deceiving me, aren't you? Do you believe it necessary? Even with a hand constricting his throat, Jing Yuran's expression remained remarkably calm, as if nothing could perturb him. Observing his lack of panic or struggle, Xia Yinsheng relaxed his grip slightly. Do you think I have not investigated? Jing Yuran gazed at him serenely. I can reveal the answer. You may seek verification yourself. Xia Yinsheng fell silent, his obsidian eyes locked onto him, torn between disbelief and the temptation to trust his words. Jing Yuran blinked softly, directly providing the name, concubine Ying. Xia Yinsheng's heart jolted, tightening his grip once more, demanding, Is what you say true? Jing Yuran responded coolly, You may verify it yourself. Xia Yinsheng scrutinized him, his expression fluctuating before he finally loosened his hold and inquired gravely, Why does the national master choose to assist me? Anticipating this development, Jing Yuran purposely replied, Because you harbor feelings for me. This statement bore profound implications, the interpretation of which lay solely in his hands. Xia Yinsheng's heart quickened at this revelation. Was it his affection that stirred compassion within him, granting him one chance? Or was it his fondness that awakened genuine feelings, leading him to reciprocate? The two shared a silent gaze, Xia Yinsheng seeking some revelation in Jing Yuran's eyes, yet finding nothing. He was not interested in mere compassion. What he desired was Jing Yuran's complete heart. Very well. Xia Yinsheng smiled. I shall remember your words. I will return to verify this. If the assertions made by the esteemed national master are validated, then Xia Yinsheng lowered his voice and whispered in his ear, Dear national master, prepare yourself and await my presence in bed. With a light chuckle, Xia Yinsheng strode away from the pavilion. Jing Yuran glanced back at his departing figure, raising an eyebrow slightly, 2 worlds apart, and yet he finds no weariness in it. After this remark, Jing Yuran embraced his zither and returned to the astronomical bureau. 5 days later, the day of the autumn festival finally arrived. At the hour of Chun in the morning, the emperor would ascend his imperial palanquin and, accompanied by the ceremonial retinue, embark on a procession around a royal city, ultimately arriving at the altar for the sacrificial rites. As Xia Yinsheng was in charge of the autumn festival, Xia Yinxiu had made no arrangements, and Xia Yinxian would certainly not cause any disruption. Hence, the day's ceremonies proceeded smoothly. In the evening, a grand banquet was held in the palace to celebrate this year's abundant harvest, with granaries brimming and the populace thriving. After making his entrance, Emperor Shang Junyan shared a toast with everyone before soon departing with consorting. Once the emperor left, the attendees felt a newfound freedom, engaging in casual conversation. The seating arrangement at the banquet mirrored that of court sessions, organized according to rank. Xia Yinxian and Jing Yuran sat beside one another, silently raising their glasses in shared gesture before tilting their heads back to drink. This scene, witnessed by Xia Yinsheng, only served to exacerbate his already foul mood. Just the night before, He had finally uncovered some clues from consorting, confirming that Jing Yuran's words had indeed been accurate. He had mistakenly identified his enemy, and furthermore, had conspired with the son of that enemy against his own brother. He had intended to approach Jing Yuran for a private conversation after the autumn festival, to discuss matters of their relationship. Yet now he found him sharing a drink with the third prince in perfect harmony. With a scoff, Xia Yinsheng rose, clutching his wine cup as he approached. National Master, this cup is my toast to you. I thank you for your guidance during this autumn festival. Seeing this, Jing Yuran raised his cup and replied, Your Highness, you are too kind. It is my duty. They both drank. Yet Xia Yinsheng could not help but feel irked by Jing Yuran's demeanor, which remained unchanged. Do you still remember what I once said? Jing Yuran certainly recalled. Yet the present occasion was ill-suited for such discussions. Just as Prince Xia Yinsheng began to speak, Xia Yinxiu arrived with his own wine cup. National Master, I too raise a toast to you. Chapter 50. The antagonist strays from the script. 6. Jing Yuran regarded him, gracefully pouring himself a glass of wine, saying nothing, and simply lifted it to his lips. Xia Yinxiu, witnessing this, also drank heartily and remarked, I hadn't realized, National Master, that you are quite the connoisseur of wine. Such praise is unwarranted. Your Highness, Jing Yuran replied coolly. What did my fifth brother just say? Xia Yinxiu inquired, having overheard their exchange. Could it be that you share some secret between you that I am unaware of? In truth, he feared that Xia Yinsheng might glean some information from the National Master, though the likelihood was minimal, considering the National Master was still quite young back then. You worry too much, Your Highness, Jing Yuran replied with an air of indifference. Xia Yinsheng let out a cold snort. Isn't fourth brother meddling a bit too much? Even if I have secrets with the National Master, what does it have to do with you? Faced with Xia Yinsheng's unreserved tone, Xia Yinxiu felt somewhat taken aback. Have I done anything to provoke fifth brother? Since their alliance, Xia Yinsheng had tempered his speech, unlike today's blatant rudeness. Seeing Xia Yinsheng on the verge of an outburst, Jing Yuran swiftly interjected, Your Highness, regarding the matter you mentioned, I am willing to agree. Xia Yinsheng was momentarily stunned, swiftly turning his gaze with piercing intensity. Is that true? Jing Yuran nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Xia Yinxiu and Xia Yuxuan, curious about the nature of the agreement, refrained from inquiring further to avoid inciting Xia Yinsheng's ire. However, their silence was soon interrupted by an approaching figure. National Master, what has fifth brother asked of you? It was none other than the sixth princess, Xia Yueli, whose beauty was striking, an oval face, willow-like brows, and a pair of enchanting, smiling peach blossom eyes. At just 18, her vivacious and charming personality shone through. She always donned white garments, a choice stemming from her realization, upon reaching maturity, that she harbored feelings for the National Master, believing that wearing white would somehow bring her closer to him. Sixth sister, Xia Yuxuan greeted with a smile. How have you found your time at Qingyan Temple? Recently, the sixth princess had visited the temple with her mother to pray for blessings and had just returned to the capital last night. It was utterly dull at the temple. Xia Yueli complained. Each day was filled with vegetarian meals and chanting. How could that compare to being with my 3 royal brothers? Afterward, she cast a glance at Jing Yuran, adding, and the National Master. In response, Xia Yuxuan chuckled. Indeed, temples are rather monotonous and lack any particular charm. Xia Yinxiu interjected. Now that you are of age, shouldn't you be considering finding a husband who will cherish you? Upon hearing this, Xia Yuli instinctively glanced at Jing Yuran, jokingly remarking, if he were as handsome as the National Master, I would marry him. Everyone present perceived the underlying implications of her words, yet Jing Yuran dismissed it as mere jest. While Xia Yinxiu and Xia Yuxuan considered it improbable, only Xia Yinsheng took it seriously, his expression darkening as he felt a sense of threat. What kind of daydream are you indulging in? The National Master is unparalleled. How could anyone compare to him? Xia Yueli's countenance shifted slightly. She was well aware of this. Yet a sense of defiance rose within her. Then I shall marry the National Master. Xia Yinsheng scoffed. Why not ask him if he would marry you? With that, he fixed a penetrating gaze on Jing Yuran, which bore a subtle warning. Xia Yueli also looked at Jing Yuran, her eyes filled with anticipation. Your Highness is jesting. Jing Yuran refrained from meeting Xia Yinqing's gaze, but could easily surmise his expression. I implore you, sixth princess, not to jest thus. At this, Xia Yueli could not conceal her disappointment, lowering her head and murmuring, I am not joking. Everyone heard her words but pretended not to. Master was sure. I shall go and greet Prime Minister Liang. With that, Xia Yinqiu sought an excuse to take his leave, planning to inquire further with Xia Yinqing on the morrow. Xia Yinxian intended to find Du Yingrong among the ladies and also departed. Only Xia Yueli and Xia Yinqing remained, lingering in place. Fifth brother, why do you still tarry? Xia Yueli wished to converse privately with Jing Yuran. Xia Yinqing retorted, and why do you not depart? I have matters to discuss with Master was sure. Xia Yueli boldly declared. Xia Yinqiang, unwilling to concede, countered, I too have matters to convey to Master Guisher. Jing Yuran interjected, Prince Cheng, Princess 6. He noted the late hour and suggested, if there is anything to discuss, let us do so tomorrow. Rising from his seat, he added, the banquet is nearing its conclusion. I shall return to the residence now. With that, he turned and exited the grand hall. Xia Yueli stamped her foot, exclaiming, Fifth brother, before I left, you held Master Guisher in disdain. How is it that upon your return, you have changed your stance? Xia Yinqing lowered his gaze slightly, replying, I simply did not understand him before. To be precise, Master Guisher's presence now felt different to him. Xia Yueli scoffed. How much do you truly understand him now? More than you, at least, Xia Yinqing declared before making his exit. Xia Yueli wished to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. In the dead of night, under a darkened sky and with a brisk wind, a shadowy figure stealthily infiltrated the Guisher residence, navigating with the ease of familiarity. They approached the courtyard of the Guisher and reached the door of the bedroom. With utmost caution, they opened the door and slipped inside, softly closing it behind them. At that moment, Jing Yuran, who had been peacefully asleep, was suddenly roused by the faint sound of the door closing. Instantly, his body tensed. He then heard the barely audible sound of footsteps approaching the bedside. The steps halted at the edge of the bed, and a tall figure settled down beside him. After a moment of hesitation, he realized that this was not a threat to his life. Could it be? Master Guisher, I know you are awake, came the deep voice of Xia Yinqiang. Jing Yuran thought to himself, indeed it is he. As he opened his eyes, the darkness obscured his vision, leaving him only with a sense of the figure's proximity. Prince Cheng, what brings you to visit at such an hour? Master Guisher, have you forgotten the words exchanged at the banquet? Xia Yinqiang leaned closer, supporting himself on the pillow beside Jing Yuran. Unfazed, Jing Yuran replied, I have forgotten. Xia Yinqiang smiled suddenly, drawing even closer, their breaths mingling. Master Guisher, it matters not if you have forgotten, I have not. You promised to wait for me in bed. Jing Yuran responded coolly, Prince Cheng, that was merely to prevent your exposure. A temporary measure, not to be taken seriously. Xia Yinqiang licked his lips, murmuring, but I took it to heart. After all, a gentleman's word is his bond. Is not Master Guisher a gentleman? Jing Yuran spoke without any psychological burden. No. Xia Yinqiang chuckled lightly. Well, it suits me, for I am not a gentleman either. With that, Xia Yinqiang lowered his head and captured Jing Yuran's lips in a fervent kiss. Chapter 51. The villain strays from the plot. 7. Jing Yuran remained unresponsive, neither struggling nor reciprocating. Xia Yinqiang kissed him passionately, biting and nibbling, as if Jing Yuran were a delectable piece of meat that he was reluctant to release. After a considerable time, Xia Yinqiang finally paused, breathing heavily, and asked, what does the national master mean? His silence, neither accepting nor rejecting, left Xia Yinqiang perplexed. Jing Yuran inquired coolly, what do you wish for me? Hearing this, Xia Yinqiang's brows furrowed slightly. Naturally, he desired the national master's genuine heart, one that was willingly given. Jing Yuran did not answer immediately, but shifted the conversation. Do you now know who your enemy is? Xia Yinqiang fell silent for a moment before gritting his teeth and responding, yes, it is concubine Ing. Jing Yuran continued. She also orchestrated the death of the empress. What? Xia Yinqiang was taken aback. Does the third prince know of this? Jing Yuran replied, not for the time being. Xia Yincheng fell silent again, prompting Jing Yuran to suggest, "Now is the perfect time. You share a common enemy. Why not join forces?" Upon hearing this, Xia Yincheng suddenly laughed self-deprecatingly. "So all this has been for the third prince, has it not?" "Not entirely," Jing Yuran remarked, gently caressing his cheek in the dark. "It is also for you." This statement was not meant to engender deeper feelings in Xia Yincheng, but it was genuinely for his sake. After all, they had been partners in two worlds, and he did not wish to see him perish due to misdirected vengeance. In his original plan, he intended to reveal the true enemy first, then join forces with the male lead to confront Xia Yinxiu, fostering a most stable brotherly bond between them. However, he found himself falling for Xia Yincheng once more. Since that was the case, he decided to go with the flow. Xia Yincheng's breath hitched as he grasped Jing Yuran's hand, his voice hoarse. "For me? Does the national master have feelings for me?" Jing Yuran did not directly answer. "What do you think?" Xia Yincheng kissed the palm of his hand. "The national master's heart is so difficult to decipher. I cannot guess." Jing Yuran silently smiled. "Whatever you wish it to be, that is precisely what it shall be." Everything was for the sake of the mission. As long as the grand conclusion was achieved smoothly, what harm was there in portraying someone who deeply loved him? This notion was immensely tempting to Xia Yincheng, yet the absence of a definitive answer left him unsatisfied. The national master certainly had a knack for understanding people's hearts. With a slight smile, Jing Yuran softly said, "Then, shall I hold your heart?" Xia Yincheng took a deep breath, resigned. "Take it." A glimmer of joy sparkled in Jing Yuran's eyes, and a peculiar sense of satisfaction and delight blossomed within him. "Very well, from this day forth, your heart shall be mine." Xia Yincheng swallowed hard, his voice barely a whisper. "And what of the national master's heart? Do you desire it?" Xia Yincheng replied without hesitation, "I want to." "Then I shall grant you that," Jing Yuran said, gently lifting his head to plant a kiss on the corner of Xia Yincheng's lips. Xia Yincheng paused momentarily, then cradled his head in his hands, kissing him fervently, as if he sought to consume him entirely. This time, Jing Yuran reciprocated, and their kisses grew increasingly passionate, teetering on the brink of fervor, only to be restrained by Jing Yuran. Breathing heavily, Xia Yincheng questioned, "Why not? It is already late, and we have court tomorrow." Jing Yuran also gasped slightly. After several deep breaths, Xia Yincheng relented. "Very well, I shall heed your wishes." They lay quietly embraced for a while, and then Jing Yuran remarked, "You should return now. I will stay by your side as you sleep." Xia Yincheng had no desire to depart. Jing Yuran fell silent for a moment before saying softly, "For now, do not confront Xia Yinxiu. Let him believe you are unaware of everything." After a brief moment of contemplation, Xia Yincheng understood his intent. "I understand," he replied. Jing Yuran closed his eyes, calculating the time to leave discreetly, to avoid being discovered. "All right." Xia Yincheng felt a surge of joy. He was not being sent away, and he could hold him close as he slept. However, excitement coursed through him that night, with the object of his affections in his embrace, rendering him unable to sleep. He waited until dawn approached to gently release Jing Yuran and, as quietly as he had arrived, slipped away from the Grandmaster's residence. The following day, after court, Xia Yinxiu and Xia Yincheng walked together. "Fifth brother, what transpired last night?" Xia Yinxiu inquired, clearly concerned. Xia Yincheng avoided his gaze, fearing he might betray his emotions in his current mood. "Oh, who has upset you?" Xia Yinxiu asked with curiosity. "Speak to your fourth brother, and he shall avenge you." Xia Yincheng offered a prepared excuse. "It's nothing, just that I organized the autumn festival so splendidly, yet father did not commend me." Xia Yinxiu paused before chuckling. "I see. In that case, I cannot assist you. However, do not dwell on it. Father may not express it verbally, but he surely remembers." "MHM," Xia Yincheng responded, appearing disinclined to elaborate. Noticing this, Xia Yinxiu shifted the topic. "In a month, it will be Father's birthday. Have you prepared a gift for him?" "Not yet. Do you have any good suggestions, fourth brother?" Xia Yincheng inquired, suppressing his resentment. Xia Yinxiu smiled knowingly and whispered, "Do you not think this presents an excellent opportunity for you to provoke Father's ire?" Upon hearing this, Xia Yincheng's eyes flickered. His fourth brother implied that they should discuss this further in private. Xia Yinxiu said no more. Xia Yinsheng responded with a non-committal sound, internally scoffing, just a little longer. I shall endure. In the depths of night, under a starry sky with a gentle breeze, Xia Yinsheng stealthily entered Jing Yuran's chamber, moving as fluidly as water to slip under the covers. Jing Yuran stirred awake, slightly frowning. Could not His Highness arrive a bit earlier? Xia Yinsheng, holding him close and inhaling contentedly, replied, it was all for the sake of the Grandmaster. Jing Yuran let out a light hum, pondering the depth of his inner strength compared to his own. What difference does it make whether he arrives early or late? Hearing that soft sound, Xia Yinsheng felt as though he were being playfully teased, stirring a flutter of emotions within him. The esteemed national teacher. I believe Xia Yinsheng's voice has dipped in timbre since earlier. With his eyes closed, Jing Yuran remarked, is that all the composure Prince Yinsheng possesses? When we are alone, call me Aiken, Xia Yinsheng insisted. Throughout his life, only his mother had ever called him Aiken, and since her tragic demise, no one had dared to utter it again. Jing Yuran acknowledged with a hum, then inquired, what brings you here at such an hour? Is there some movement from Xia Yinxiu? Xia Yinsheng, feeling disgruntled, flipped over and pinned Jing Yuran beneath him. Could it not simply be that I wish to hold you and sleep? If you do not mind the inconvenience. I have no objections, Jing Yuran replied nonchalantly. Xia Yinsheng raised an eyebrow and whispered, so, does this mean I can come and hold you every night? Jing Yuran replied, as you wish. Chapter 52. The villain strays from the plot. 8. Xia Yinsheng, elated, planted a kiss on Jing Yuran. Then I shall come earlier from now on. After this declaration, he shifted to more pressing matters. In a month's time, it will be my father's birthday, and Xia Yinxiu intends to tamper with the gifts from the third royal brother to incite our father's anger. Upon hearing this, Jing Yuran fell into quiet contemplation. This plot was already in motion, so it did not come as a surprise. However, with Xia Yinsheng now aligned with their side, they could not only avert Xia Yinxiu's schemes, but also turn the tables. After court tomorrow, come to the Astronomical Bureau to find me. If he inquires, simply state that you seek my counsel regarding the weather, Jing Yuran instructed. Understood, Xia Yinsheng replied, lowering his head slightly, his warm breath brushing against Jing Yuran's ear. Now that the business is concluded, may we indulge in other pursuits? You. Xia Yinsheng did not require Jing Yuran's response. He sealed his lips, fervently exploring. Before long, Jing Yuran sensed a shift and gently pushed him away, signaling a pause. Xia Yinsheng's voice was husky. The national teacher is truly heartless, always thwarting my advances. Jing Yuran remained unfazed. I to blame? No, it is my fault for arriving too late, Xia Yinsheng softly bid him. Jing Yuran chose silence, settling down to sleep. Very well, Xia Yinsheng lay back, wrapping his arms around Jing Yuran once more. In just 2 days, it would be a day of rest, and come that time, even the deity himself could not deter him. The following day, after court, Xia Yinsheng kept his promise and headed to the Astronomical Bureau to find Jing Yuran. Meanwhile, Xia Yinxiu was preoccupied with his own affairs and departed after court, unaware of the unfolding events. Upon his arrival, Xia Yinsheng was guided by Lan Qing into the inner chamber, where Lan Qing then stood guard at the entrance, ensuring no one could approach. Why is the third royal brother here as well? Xia Yinsheng had assumed Jing Yuran would only summon him, eagerly anticipating a moment of intimacy after discussing serious matters. Xia Yuxuan was equally surprised. National teacher, this, Jing Yuran coolly gestured for Xia Yinsheng to sit beside him. Xia Yinsheng, feeling displeased, complied but refrained from retorting. Xia Yinxian felt a deeper sense of surprise. Why did it seem that her fifth brother had grown closer to the national master? Jing Yuran rose and offered a respectful bow to the two, before sitting down and stating, previously, His Highness Prince Chun held some misunderstandings towards Princess Xian. But now that these misunderstandings have been resolved, Prince Chu has become our common adversary. Misunderstanding? Xia Yinxian was perplexed. Jing Yuran turned to look at Xia Yinsheng, suggesting that it would be more appropriate for Prince Chun to elaborate on the matter. Xia Yinxian glanced over, noticing that Xia Yinsheng awkwardly averted his gaze. Their mother had met a tragic end, yet the perpetrator remained undiscovered. This matter had ended in ambiguity, but he was unwilling to let it go. As he spoke, his eyes brimmed with a chilling hatred. 3 years ago, I uncovered the truth behind our mother's demise and intended to avenge her. Xia Yinxian was taken aback, and then realization dawned upon her. No wonder Xia Yinxing's attitude towards her had drastically changed 3 years prior. She had thought he too was vying for the position of heir. It cannot be our mother, Xia Yinxian argued firmly. Though she may be strict, she would never commit such heinous acts. Xia Yinxing nodded, revealing that it was only recently, with the National Master's guidance, that he discovered the true culprit behind their mother's death was concubine Ying. What? Xia Yinxian exclaimed in shock. Could it be that she, at that moment? Jing Yuran interjected. Her ambition for the title of empress drives her to eliminate anyone who stands in her way. What does the National Master mean by this? A sense of foreboding washed over Xia Yinxian. Jing Yuran met her gaze and softly stated, the empress was also a victim of her schemes. What? Xia Yinxian rose abruptly, her eyes wide with disbelief. Suddenly, memories flooded back to her from the 2 years preceding their mother's death. After falling ill, her health had gradually deteriorated until she could no longer endure. Everyone believed it was due to her illness that the empress's health failed, leading to her passing 2 years later. No one suspected that it was the result of someone's treachery. With her head bowed, Xia Yinxian clenched her fists, gritting her teeth in restraint. For so many years, she thought their mother had succumbed to illness, never considering the possibility that concubine Ying could be behind it. Xia Yinxiu, such a malicious individual, was unworthy of being a mother to the nation and a future heir. After a moment, Xia Yinxian composed herself and asked in a grave tone, what clever plan does the National Master have? True to form, Xia Yinxian exhibited the composure of a future wise ruler, managing to regain her calm in such a short time. From Prince Chen, it was learned that Prince Chu intended to tamper with the gift prepared by Princess Xian for the emperor, aiming to provoke his majesty's ire. Jing Yuran glanced at Xia Yinxiang, noting that the implications of this matter were significant. Both Xia Yinxian and Xia Yinxiang grasped the underlying meaning. Prince Chen can serve as our inside man, repaying them in kind, Jing Yuran remarked coolly. They both found the plan feasible, but the specifics of what manipulations to employ would have to wait until after he prepared the gift. Jing Yuran picked up a nearby teacup, took a sip, and set it down, stating, in the meantime, Prince Chen should endeavor to gather as much evidence as possible regarding previous assassination attempts and plots against Princess Xian. Understood. Xia Yinxing nodded. Xia Yinxian hesitated before asking, did the fifth brother ever collaborate with him before? If evidence is obtained, it will ruin the portion that involves you. Xia Yinxian had previously blamed Xia Yinxiang, and even contemplated whether to take action against him after bringing Xia Yinxing down. However, upon learning the truth today, he could comprehend Xia Yinxing's past actions and did not hold it against him for colluding with Xia Yinxing. Jing Yuran also considered this matter, acknowledging that he could employ certain tools to erase the previous traces. Yet, Xia Yinxing nonchalantly remarked, if it exists, it exists. I acknowledge my actions. Do you realize that once you confess, it could very well lead to your demise? Jing Yuran's brow furrowed, and a hint of anger colored his tone. Upon detecting this, Xia Yinxiang burst into laughter. Ah, how concerned you are for me, esteemed master. Jing Yuran regarded him with a placid gaze, remaining silent. All right, forget I said anything. Sensing Jing Yuran's warning and ire, Xia Yinxiang obediently nodded. I will handle that evidence. Xia Yinxian found it peculiar. Why did it feel as if the fifth prince was teasing the esteemed master? Furthermore, the fifth brother seemed quite obedient in the presence of the esteemed master. Let it be for today, Jing Yuran stated calmly. We will respond once there is movement from the king of Chu. Hearing this, Xia Yinxian rose, esteemed master. Thank you for your efforts. Jing Yuran also stood. Your Highness, you are too kind. It is my duty. Xia Yinxian lightly hummed. I have matters to discuss privately with the esteemed master. You may leave first, third brother. Very well. Xia Yinxian, no longer worried about the fifth brother causing trouble for the esteemed master. Moreover, having learned the truth about his mother's death today, he needed to return and reflect deeply. Chapter 53. The villain does not depart from the plot. 9. After Xia Yinchuan's departure, Xia Yinxing eagerly rose, embracing Jing Yuran and leaning down to kiss him. Jing Yuran did not resist, slightly tilting his head to reciprocate, and they exchanged a passionate, lingering kiss. When the kiss concluded, Xia Yinxing smiled gently. "Esteemed master, you do not wish for my demise, do you? Do not pose such questions whose answers are already known." Jing Yuran replied, casting him a fleeting glance. Xia Yinxing laughed heartily. "I understand your sentiments, esteemed master. As long as you do not forsake me, I shall never let you down in this lifetime." Jing Yuran gazed into his soulful eyes, blinking in contemplation. Why was it that Leng Jue could fall for him in every role? He suddenly hoped the main deity would swiftly repair the system, allowing them to break free from it and return to the main city, where he could personally inquire with Leng Jue. Xia Yinxing desired to continue kissing him. But just as he leaned down, a voice from outside interrupted. "I humbly greet the sixth princess. The esteemed master is currently discussing matters with Prince Chun. Perhaps the sixth princess would prefer to wait? Fifth brother? Why is he here again?" Xia Yuli wondered, perplexed about his purpose in seeking the esteemed master. Lan Qing replied with a smile. "It seems he is here to have the esteemed master forecast the weather." Inside, Jing Yuran pushed the door open. "Let us step outside." Xia Yincheng, displeased, pulled Jing Yuran back, kissed him once more, and then released him, saying, "Tomorrow, I shall have father bestow a marriage proposal upon her." As Jing Yuran heard these words, a slight smile graced his lips, and a gentle light twinkled in his eyes. "Do remember to choose a suitable family. If she is unwilling, then so be it." He and Xia Yu Li had no future together. It was better to allow her to let go sooner rather than later. However, there was no need to compel her into marriage, as it pertained to a matter of one's lifetime. Xia Yinchen did not expect his agreement, and raised an eyebrow with a smile. "Indeed, the national master is quite heartless." Jing Yuran cast a glance at him and retorted, "And how heartless do you suppose I am towards His Highness, the Chan Wang? That is not permitted." Xia Yinchen's expression shifted slightly, realizing it was a jest, yet he harbored a fear that one day it might become reality. Regardless of what transpires in the future, the national master must not go back on his word. Jing Yuran paused for a moment before responding earnestly, "I shall not." With that promise, Xia Yinchen's demeanor improved, and he turned to leave, saying, "Wait for me tonight." Outside, upon seeing Xia Yinchen emerge, Xia Yuli inquired, "When did the fifth prince start to concern himself with the weather?" "What of today?" Though Xia Yinchen had stepped out, he did not leave. Xia Yuli noticed Jing Yuran following him out, holding his calculation tools. "National master." Her joy was palpable upon seeing him. Jing Yuran placed his items on the table and bowed slightly. "Greetings to the sixth princess." Xia Yuli waved her hand dismissively. "There is no need for such formalities." "National master, what is it that the sixth princess wishes to calculate?" Jing Yuran asked in a businesslike manner. Xia Yuli glanced at the still-present Xia Yinchen and replied, "There are some matters I wish to discuss privately with the national master." Jing Yuran turned to face Xia Yinchen. Xia Yinchen, with a sullen expression, coldly interjected, "Xia Yuli, is there not a distinction between men and women? Are you not afraid of the gossip that may ensue from being alone with the national master?" "Why should I care?" Xia Yuli retorted fearlessly. "Let them say what they will." Xia Yinchen's brow darkened. "If you are indifferent, does that imply the national master is also unconcerned? Or do you intend to tarnish his reputation deliberately?" "Not at all," Xia Yuli exclaimed, flustered. "I merely wish to ask a few questions." "Chen Wang." Jing Yuran regarded him, refraining from further commentary and simply gazing at him. After a brief moment of staring contest, Xia Yinchen succumbed and departed, huffing loudly in a display of his displeasure. Xia Yuli found this quite amusing, wondering if the fifth prince was truly so intimidated by the national master. The national master had scarcely uttered a word, yet he obediently left. Jing Yuran, hearing her thoughts, remarked lightly, "His Highness is not afraid of me. He simply has matters to attend to." Xia Yuli pursed her lips, unconvinced by his words. Lan Qing had already taken it upon himself to guard the entrance, leaving just the two of them. "What is it that the sixth princess wishes to convey?" Jing Yuran asked directly. At this, Xia Yuli lowered her head shyly. Well, last night, I was not jesting." She lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with affection. I truly have feelings for the National Master. National Master, I am not lacking. Could you perhaps make an exception for me just this once? Faced with the expectant gaze of Xia Yuli, Jing Yuran slightly averted his eyes and coldly stated, I am sorry, but I cannot. Why? Xia Yuli took a couple of steps forward, pressing for an answer. Why is it not possible? Jing Yuran replied with a hint of detachment. As the National Master, there is no precedent for my predecessors to marry or bear children. But, Xia Yuli clenched her sleeves. There is no rule stating that a National Master cannot marry or have children, is there? Jing Yuran raised an eyebrow internally, noting their sibling-like similarity in speech. Princess, he continued more directly, even if I were not the National Master, it would still be impossible for us. Xia Yuli's nose tinged with a hint of sorrow as she fought back tears and asked why. Because I am fond of men. Jing Yuran replied with stark honesty. What? Xia Yuli's eyes widened in disbelief, her entire being stunned. Even the tears that threatened to spill slowly receded. Jing Yuran fell silent, allowing her the time to process this deeply upsetting revelation. After an indeterminate period, Xia Yuli gradually regained her composure. Yet her gaze remained incredulous. Did the National Master truly have someone he cherished? In response, Jing Yuran replied nonchalantly, that is a private matter, not to be disclosed. Xia Yuli's expression dimmed, and she spoke sorrowfully, I understand. Jing Yuran slightly lowered his gaze, requesting, I ask that you keep this a secret, Princess. I will. Xia Yuli assured, wiping the corners of her eyes. Rest assured, National Master, I will not speak of it. Thank you, Princess. Jing Yuran said with a courteous nod. Avoiding his gaze, Xia Yuli turned to leave, saying, Then, I shall not disturb you any longer. Without waiting for a reply, she hurriedly exited. Jing Yuran sighed softly. The complexities of emotion were indeed burdensome, an entanglement best left untouched. The next day, during a break, Xia Yinshun stealthily entered Jing Yuran's quarters early in the evening, awaiting his return. However, after a prolonged wait, he found himself still alone. Just as he contemplated seeking him out, the door finally creaked open. Remaining silent, Xia Yinshun waited until Jing Yuran stepped past the screen before he abruptly enveloped him in an embrace. Jing Yuran exuded a faint chill. Xia Yinshun leaned in closer, inhaling deeply. Have you bathed? Jing Yuran responded with a soft hum, lazily leaning against him. Xia Yinshun's throat tightened, his hands gliding over Jing Yuran's waist. National Master, I trust there are no other distractions tonight? Jing Yuran offered another hum, recalling experiences from previous realms. And caution, do not overdo it. Chapter 54. The antagonist does not follow the plot. 10. Xia Yinshun's expression darkened. Then I cannot guarantee anything. With that, he swept Jing Yuran into his arms and carried him toward the bed, gently laying him down before pressing atop him. As the bed curtains fell, Jing Yuran's voice commanded, extinguish the light. A large hand, defined by strong knuckles, parted the curtains, releasing a surge of internal energy that snuffed out the flickering candlelight, plunging the room into darkness. Before long, the soft murmur of two voices filled the air, and after an indeterminate period, the faint sound of the bed shifting could be heard. Although Xia Yinshun claimed he could not guarantee anything, he was mindful of the fact that it was Gu Qing's first time and therefore did not push too hard. Once they had finished, he promptly went to wake Lan Qing to prepare hot water for their bath. Lan Qing was nearly terrified, exclaiming, Your Highness, how could you be here? Get up and heat the water, Xia Yinshun replied, disregarding Lan Qing's startled heart. Your master requires it. Lan Qing, bewildered, questioned, But hasn't my lord already bathed? Enough with your nonsense, Xia Yinshun retorted, pulling him out of the covers. Hurry. With that, he strode away, returning to his room. Lan Qing, in a fluster, managed to dress himself and hurried to Jing Yuran's courtyard. Noticing the light emanating from Jing Yuran's chamber, he inquired at the door, My lord, do you require hot water? Jing Yuran, feeling lethargic and disinclined to speak, glanced at Xia Yinshun. Understanding the unspoken cue, Xia Yinshun instructed Lan Qing, If I ask you to go, then go. Quickly bring the hot water. Upon realizing it was Xia Yinshun's voice, Lan Qing gasped in shock. How could his highness be in my lord's room? And, given the late hour, With the two of them alone together, he was tasked with preparing hot water. A thought crossed his mind, causing him to cover his mouth in fear of exclaiming, "How could this be?" Lan Qing glanced at the tightly shut door, seemingly grasping no other possibilities, and thus found himself in a daze. When Lan Qing's figure finally vanished from the doorway, Xia Yinsheng quietly asked Jing Yuran, "Aren't you afraid he will speak of this?" "He won't," Jing Yuran replied placidly. Lan Qing was a trusted confidant of Zhuang Mu and the next candidate for the national master. Though Jing Yuran had refrained from informing him, considering Lan Qing's youth and the need for further experience, Xia Yinsheng raised an eyebrow, choosing not to pursue the matter further. After Lan Qing prepared the hot water, Xia Yinsheng allowed him to return to sleep, as he personally bathed the two of them anew before holding him close as they drifted into slumber. The following morning, with no court to attend, Xia Yinsheng was finally free of the burden of an early rise and returned to his own residence. In the morning, Lan Qing, witnessing Xia Yinsheng emerge from Jing Yuran's room, could no longer deny the reality of the situation. "Before you wake up, eat the breakfast," Xia Yinsheng commanded. Lan Qing bowed his head in acknowledgement. "Yes, Your Highness." Even though his master preferred men, why had he chosen Xia Yinsheng? Though Xia Yinsheng was not lacking in merit, his temperament was unpredictable. What if he mistreated his master in the future? Lan Qing felt a maternal-like worry in his heart, yet he understood that such concerns were futile, as they were already together. Sighing, he could only hope that Xia Yinsheng would treat his master with kindness. Otherwise, he would spare no effort to hold him accountable. Jing Yuran did not rise until nearly noon, and he shared a late breakfast with Xia Yinsheng. Xia Yinsheng lingered at the national master's residence the entire day, fortunate that there were few servants about, and they remained within the courtyard, ensuring no one was aware that the prince was staying at the national master's estate. Upon the commencement of the court sessions, Xia Yinsheng found himself compelled to rise at the crack of dawn and toil late into the night, yearning to relocate entirely to the national master's estate. Every rest day, he seized the opportunity to indulge, insisting that Jing Yuran partake in the revelry until complete satisfaction was attained. Lan Qing frequently prepared warm water for them, transitioning from initial astonishment to a state of accustomed familiarity. As time swiftly passed, the birthday of Emperor Xia Zhenyan arrived, prompting a grand celebration within the palace. The banquet commenced with various ministers sequentially presenting their congratulatory gifts, culminating with several princes and princesses. Following the ministers, it was Xia Yinsheng's turn. Clad in a blue brocade robe and adorned with a silver crown, his features were handsome and his demeanor exuded a warm, jade-like grace. Rising, he clasped his hands in salute to Xia Zhenyan, proclaiming, "Father, the gift I have prepared for you is a painting of longevity surpassing the southern mountains. Wishing you many more days like this one." "Excellent," Xia Zhenyan responded with a smile, nodding in approval. "Bring forth the painting so that all may admire it." "Yes, Your Majesty," replied Yuan Kong. Observing this, Xia Yinquan's lips curled into an intriguing smile as he anticipated the unfolding spectacle. Two young eunuchs approached, each grasping an end of the painting, carefully unfurling it. At the center of the artwork stood a jubilant figure of a longevity deity, holding a large peach of immortality, gazing ahead as if offering the peach to an unseen guest. Surrounding him were auspicious clouds, with a poem inscribed in the upper right corner, specifically composed to celebrate birthdays. Xia Zhenyan examined the painting with evident satisfaction. "The third son is quite thoughtful." "Thank you, Father," Xia Yinsheng responded before returning to his seat. However, Xia Yinquan's expression shifted dramatically at this sight. What transpired? He had discreetly arranged for his painting of longevity to be replaced with one depicting a funeral. Yet it still remained the painting of longevity. Noticing Xia Yinquan's sudden change in demeanor, Jing Yuran and the others exchanged knowing glances, patiently awaiting his gift presentation. "What are you pondering, fourth brother?" Xia Zhenyan inquired, catching sight of his troubled expression, his tone growing serious. Snapping back to reality, Xia Yinquan quickly rose, stating, "Father, I merely feared that my gift might pale in comparison to that of third brother." "Oh, what have you prepared for me?" Xia Zhenyan asked with curiosity, present it for all to behold. With a bow, Xia Yingquan replied, I have prepared a jade-carved longevity peach for you, wishing you blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity surpassing the southern mountains. As he spoke, a servant approached, carrying a red wooden tray covered with crimson silk that concealed its contents. Xia Yingquan, exuding confidence, approached, lifting the silk with a flourish. Father, please take a look. Oh heavens! What is the fourth prince thinking? Such audacity! Xia Zhenyan's expression darkened instantly, his voice laced with fury. Xia Yingquan, do you wish to drive me to my grave? Upon unveiling the silk, Xia Yingquan's gaze met Xia Zhenyan's. And upon witnessing the drastic change in the expressions of those around him and his father, he turned to behold the once promising longevity peach transformed into a coffin. How could this be? Father, Xia Yinxiu kneels immediately, proclaiming, Your humble son harbors no intention of offense. I originally prepared longevity peaches, yet somehow they have transformed into this. Father Emperor, there must be someone scheming against me. I beseech you to discern the truth. Bowing his head, a glint of malice flickers in his eyes. Xia Yinxian, surely, he is behind this mischief. Sitting beside Xia Zhenyan, the favored concubine, Ying interjects, Your Majesty, even a 3-year-old understands the implications of such an item. How could my son commit such a trivial error? In my humble opinion, someone is attempting to frame him. I implore Your Majesty to see through this deception. Chapter 55. The antagonist strays from the script. 11. After his initial fury, Xia Zhenyan regains his composure, his gaze shifting to Xia Yinxian and Xia Yinqing. However, after a mere glance, his attention returns to Xia Yinxiu. Had he not observed the change in Xia Yinxiu's expression, he might have genuinely suspected Xia Yinxian and Xia Yinqing. This incident either indicates that Xia Yinxiu attempted to ensnare them, but was thwarted, or it is a theatrical performance staged to cast doubt upon them. Regardless, Xia Yinxiu cannot evade responsibility. Xia Zhenyan, with a stern countenance, commands, Someone, take that object away and destroy it. Yes, as the item is removed. Xia Zhenyan fixes his cold gaze upon the kneeling Xia Yinxiu, issuing a chilling warning. If you cannot even manage this trivial matter, how can I trust you with more significant tasks in the future? From tomorrow onwards, reflect upon your actions within the confines of your residence, and return to court in a month. Father Emperor, Your Majesty, both Xia Yinxiu and Ying Fei feel a sense of injustice and confusion, eager to plead their case further. Xia Zhenyan raises his hand, silencing them. Today is my birthday. I wish to avoid anger. Upon hearing this, both Xia Yinxiu and Ying Fei feel a twinge of guilt, realizing the emperor has deduced something, opting for a light punishment rather than a severe one. Should they continue to be ungrateful, the consequences would likely be far graver. Indeed, Xia Yinxiu concedes, It is my oversight. I shall reflect earnestly. Xia Zhenyan responds with a curt, Very well. Rise. Thank you, Father Emperor. Xia Yinxiu stands and returns to his seat. Next, Xia Yinsheng presents his offering, a peace talisman from Qingyun Temple, which greatly pleases Xia Zhenyan. Xia Yinxiu clenches the wine cup in his hand, deep in thought. How did Xia Yinxian know he intended to tamper with the gifts? Could it be that one of Xia Yinshuan's associates infiltrated his circle? Upon returning, he must conduct a thorough investigation. If any culprits are discovered, they shall face dire consequences. The remainder of the banquet proceeds without incident, and once concluded, everyone returns to their residences. In their quarters, Xia Yinqing lies in bed with Jing Yuran, reflecting on Xia Yinxiu's expression, and exclaims, He truly deserves this. It is a pity that Father Emperor has only confined him for a month. Jing Yuran replies nonchalantly, The Emperor is no fool. He can discern the underlying truths. To him, this is merely child's play. Indeed, Xia Yinqing muses, playfully tugging on Jing Yuran's earlobe. I have gathered substantial evidence. There is no need to rush for now. Jing Yuran withdrew his hand. After tonight's affair, he would undoubtedly harbor suspicions. It is prudent to observe his demeanor. Should he take further actions, we must be prepared in advance. Indeed, responded Xia Yinsheng, his gaze deep and contemplative. While toppling Xia Yinqing was secondary, true vengeance required the downfall of consorting. Xia Yinqing began a thorough investigation among his own ranks. Yet after a comprehensive search yielded no suspicious individuals, he turned his suspicion towards Xia Yinsheng. Consequently, he arranged a private conversation with Xia Yinsheng, initially expressing his ire before discussing plans for yet another assassination attempt on Xia Yinsheng. Xia Yinsheng maintained a facade of calm cooperation, even offering valuable suggestions, betraying no sign of weakness. Though Xia Yinsheng could not ascertain a definitive conclusion, he was indeed moved to pursue the assassination of Xia Yinsheng, promptly setting plans in motion while remaining wary of Xia Yinsheng. Upon returning, Xia Yinsheng relayed the developments to Jing Yuran and Xia Yinsheng, and the trio unanimously agreed that this presented an opportune moment to catch him in the act. Thus, Xia Yinsheng feigned compliance with Xia Yinsheng, embarking on the assassination plot. As the chill of winter settled in, the cold wind rustled the withered leaves, which spiraled down to the ground, leaving the branches stark and barren, lending an air of desolation to the season. Today marked the birthday of the state master, Zhuang Mu. Aware of the state master's preference for solitude, the ministers visited personally to present their gifts, departing shortly thereafter. It was only as dusk descended that Xia Yinsheng arrived with his offering. In the reception hall, Xia Yinsheng and Xia Yinsheng had already arrived, though they appeared to have just come. Upon seeing Xia Yinsheng, Jing Yuran rose to greet him. "Your Highness, Prince Qing." Xia Yinsheng smiled. "Today is the birthday of the esteemed state master. There is no need for such formalities. Etiquette must not be neglected," Jing Yuran replied coolly. Xia Yinsheng chuckled lightly, taking a seat in an empty spot, inquiring, "When did the third brother and fifth brother arrive?" Xia Yinsheng lounged casually, resembling a languid lord. "About a quarter of an hour ago, slightly earlier than the fifth brother," Xia Yinsheng replied gently, and Xia Yinsheng nodded, turning to Jing Yuran. "Since it is the esteemed state master's birthday, with just the four of us here, why not prepare some fine wine and dishes for a celebration?" Jing Yuran recognized his intent, but hesitated to acquiesce. "It may be too late to prepare. I fear it would not do justice to the three princes." "Not at all," Xia Yinsheng interjected. "The offerings from the state master's residence, even if modest, surpass mere delicacies." "Well said, fifth brother," Xia Yinsheng concurred, casting a glance at Xia Yinsheng, believing him to be in sync, unaware that his true ally was Jing Yuran. At that moment, the sixth princess, Xia Yuli, arrived. "What are you discussing?" "What modest offerings?" "Sixth sister, your timing is impeccable," Xia Yinsheng remarked. "We were just saying you should stay to celebrate the state master's birthday." Xia Yuli stepped forward, her maid presenting the gifts to Lan Qing. "Excellent. I share the same sentiment," she declared as she seated herself opposite Xia Yinsheng. Jing Yuran offered a slight bow. "Since the sixth princess has spoken, I kindly ask the three princes and the princess to wait for a moment." After saying this, Jing Yuran instructed Lan Qing outside the door. "Please have the kitchen prepare some fine wine and dishes." "Yes, my lord." Lan Qing departed with the gifts. Xia Yinxiu turned to Xia Yinxian and suddenly asked, "Why did the third prince come alone? Where is the third princess?" Upon hearing this, Xia Yinxian smiled gently and replied, "She is with child, and I feared that any mishap might occur, so I did not allow her to venture out." Upon finishing her words, Jing Yuran interjected, "The first 3 months of a woman's pregnancy are crucial. She must be guarded with care. Doing wrong was diagnosed by the physician a fortnight ago. She is already over a month along." Xia Yinxiu responded, "While caution is indeed necessary, she cannot remain cooped up at home indefinitely. It would not bode well if she became despondent. The third princess has a temperament that could easily lead to such feelings." Xia Yuli agreed, adding, "However, once these first 3 months have passed, it will be much better." Observing this, Xia Yuchen deliberately suggested, "The third prince might as well go and bring the third princess over. After all, we still have some time to wait." Before Xia Yinxian could respond, Jing Yuran spoke first. "It is merely a birthday celebration. Let us not trouble the princess. Should anything go awry, I would find it unbearable to bear the consequences. Though I would very much desire the third princess's presence, upon reflection, it is perhaps better to forego it." Xia Yuli glanced at Jing Yuran and added, "The night has fallen, and the evening chill is heavy. It is better to remain indoors and stay warm." Chapter 56. The antagonist does not depart from the plot. 12. Indeed, lest you venture out and catch a chill, disturbing the pregnancy. Xia Yinxian spoke softly. Xia Yinxiu noticed the slight flicker in his eyes and did not press further to have Xia Yinxian bring Du Yingrong over. Their primary focus tonight was Xia Yinxian. Half an hour later, Lan Qing called them to the dining room, where the meal was ready. The group moved over and took their seats in turn. Jing Yuran claimed there was nothing prepared, yet the dishes on the table were exquisite and plentiful. Lan Qing filled their cups, and with Xia Yinxiu raising his glass. Everyone followed suit, uttering auspicious words before tilting their heads back to drink. As they dined on the dishes and sipped the wine, they appeared to engage in casual conversation. Yet beneath the surface, they were all tense, with the exception of the oblivious Xia Yueli, who was enjoying herself immensely. Another half-hour passed, and Xia Yueli had succumbed to intoxication, sprawled across the table, while the remaining individuals bore signs of inebriation. At this moment, everyone was at their most relaxed, making it the prime opportunity for assassination. Suddenly, faint footsteps echoed from outside the room. Had one not possessed profound inner strength and listened closely, they would have remained oblivious. Jing Yuran and Xia Yinxian exchanged a subtle glance, appearing somewhat tipsy. It seems everyone is intoxicated. Let's conclude the evening here. Xia Yinxiu propped his head with his hand, feigning drunkenness. Very well, I shall return. He attempted to rise, but swayed slightly and sat back down, claiming to be tipsy and needing a moment to recover. Jing Yuran instructed Lan Qing, who was standing by, please fetch the sobering soup from the kitchen. As he spoke, Jing Yuran gestured discreetly beneath the table towards Lan Qing, who nodded in understanding. Understood, my lord. All eyes were fixed upon Lan Qing, eagerly awaiting his action to open the door and shatter the current tranquility. With a creak, the door swung open. Suddenly, the sound of a blade being drawn echoed as a glimmering long knife appeared at the threshold, aimed fiercely at Lan Qing. Anticipating the attack, he deftly tilted his head and bent down to evade the strike. Simultaneously, a dozen cloaked figures burst through the windows, charging directly towards the occupants within. Xia Yuli remained asleep, neglected amidst the chaos, while the assailants focused on those still conscious. The four individuals who had previously appeared inebriated were instantly alert, rising swiftly to confront the threat. Each engaged in combat with the attackers, yet Xia Yinchu and Xia Yinshun had few allies near them, as a majority clustered around Xia Yinxian and Jing Yuran. The room, crowded with so many, limited their movements during the fray, and soon the battle spilled into the courtyard. At that moment, a contingent of armored guards, the Imperial Guard, surged in, encircling the combatants. His Majesty has arrived. With Yuan Kang's announcement, all ceased their actions. The guards seized the opportunity to apprehend the cloaked assailants. Xiao Yinchu was left astounded. Why had his father arrived at such a time, and with so many guards? Dressed in a resplendent yellow dragon robe, Xia Jun Yin strode forward, surveying the chaotic scene with a countenance of fury. What audacity! Your Majesty, Xia Yinshun and the others bowed in reverence. Xia Jun Yin instructed them to rise and, in a grave tone, demanded, who sent these men? Speak. The subdued assailants, trembling with fear, averted their gazes. Will you not speak? Xia Jun Yan's expression darkened as he pointedly addressed the national master. You, speak. His timely arrival was the result of a private audience with Jing Yuran in the imperial study the previous day, where they discussed matters for a quarter of an hour. The national master had only instructed him to bring the Imperial Guard to the residence at this hour, without revealing the specific reason. In response, Jing Yuran bowed his head respectfully. Your Majesty, I suspect an assassination attempt on Prince Xian, which is why I requested your presence. As you can see, there are indeed those who wish us harm. Xia Jun Yan's gaze turned somber as he composed himself. Who does the national master suspect? Jing Yuran knelt and replied, it is Prince Chu. At this declaration, Xia Yinchu erupted in anger. What do you mean, national master? How could I possibly attempt to assassinate my own third royal brother? Xia Jun Yin regarded Xia Yinchu coldly. Does the national master possess evidence? Suddenly, Xia Yinshin knelt, asserting, Father, I have evidence. You. Xia Yinchu's pupils constricted, his expression a mix of shock and fury directed at Xia Yinshun. In an instant, realization dawned upon him. Xia Yinshun had betrayed him. Gritting his teeth in a glare, he seethed with rage. And had it not been for Xia Junyan's presence, he might have lunged at Xia Yinshun, intent on silencing him. Produce it. Xia Junyan had also experienced the struggle for power in the past, and had formed a rough conjecture in his heart. Please wait a moment, father. After speaking, he rose and walked towards the entrance of the National Master's residence. Xia Yinxiu's heart was filled with trepidation, for he realized that Xia Yinsheng had allied with him, but suddenly turned against him, undoubtedly having obtained evidence of the misdeeds he had committed, including the current situation. He resolved to take the initiative. Father, I assure you that I have never engaged in fratricidal acts. My fifth brother's sudden claim of possessing evidence is merely an attempt to frame me. Are you suggesting that the evidence presented by the fifth prince is fabricated? Xia Junyan remained remarkably composed, revealing no indication of whom he trusted or suspected. Xia Yinxiu affirmed, it must surely be fabricated evidence. I could never commit such acts. I implore you, father, to discern the truth. Xia Junyan's gaze fell upon Jing Yuran and Xia Yinxian. Third brother, national master, what are your thoughts? Upon hearing this, Xia Yinxian knelt and replied, before seeing the evidence, I dare not make any rash conclusions. Jing Yuran boldly stated, I believe we should take this opportunity to interrogate the assassins. Surely one of them will confess. Xia Junyan's expression was heavy, lost in thought, before he finally commanded, bring them forth. Interrogate them now. Whoever confesses will be spared. Those who refuse will face a most gruesome fate. Upon hearing this, the already trembling individuals quaked even more violently. Xia Yinxiu lowered his head, revealing a peculiar smile. These were assassins he had meticulously trained, unwaveringly loyal to him. At that moment, Xia Yinsheng returned with the evidence, presenting it to Xia Junyan before kneeling on the ground. Xia Junyan, with a stern countenance, scrutinized each piece of evidence, his expression darkening further. After reviewing, he hurled the evidence toward Xia Yinxiu, his anger boiling over. Look at what you have done. I grant you one chance. If you cannot provide proof that these acts are not your doing, I shall show you no mercy. Xia Yinxiu hastily picked up the scattered documents and examined them closely, discovering not only evidence of his multiple assassination attempts on Xia Yinxian, but also proof of his prior acceptance of bribes and embezzlement of official funds. Panic surged within him. While he could deny the assassination attempts, he could not absolve himself of the corruption, as there were records of his accounts included. Father, I, Xia Yinxiu, am swiftly contemplating ways to extricate myself from this predicament, but alas, it has all come too suddenly, and I am unprepared. Xia Junyan's gaze turned icy. Just as he was about to speak, when a figure in black suddenly interjected, Your Majesty, I am willing to speak. I beg for your mercy. Speak. The figure knelt and lowered his head. The assassination tonight was orchestrated by His Highness, the King of Dust. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Jing Yuran, Xia Yinxian, and Xia Yinsheng all shifted. Xia Yinxiu, however, secretly smirked, relieved that he had initially laid the groundwork for self-preservation. It was impossible to stand alone. Even if he admitted to these crimes today, he would certainly drag someone down with him. Fifth brother, was it you? Xia Junyan inquired, fixing his gaze upon him. Xia Yinsheng's expression had merely grown more serious than before, devoid of any signs of panic. Just as he was about to speak, Xia Yinxiu interrupted him. Father, the truth is evident. It is my fifth brother. He is ruthless and seeks to eliminate the third prince. Jing Yuran gently furrowed his brow. Your Majesty, the evidence speaks for itself. These men in black are trained assassins, fiercely loyal to their master. They would never betray him at this juncture. I implore you to reconsider. Upon hearing this, Xia Yinxian added, Father, I firmly believe that my fifth brother is not responsible for this. Xia Junyan silently observed the group before him, already pondering the implications. Xia Yinsheng cast a sidelong glance at Jing Yuran, contemplating the ire he might provoke, yet he deemed it necessary to bring down Xia Yinxiu decisively. He recalled a moment after an intimate encounter, when he had questioned Jing Yuran, why choose the third prince? To which Jing Yuran had replied, because he is destined by fate. Xia Yinsheng then inquired, if it is fate, Does that not make you equally deserving? No, Jing Yuran had answered earnestly. I must assist him in ascending to the throne. Perplexed, Xia Yinxing asked why. Jing Yuran countered. Do you desire to be emperor? No, Xia Yinxing retorted. Harboring disdain for such a position, he longed only for vengeance for his mother and to grow old with Jing Yuran. Jing Yuran continued calmly, Your Majesty, you have but 3 sons. You are indifferent to the throne, while Prince Chu possesses a flawed character driven by selfish desires. Only Prince Xian is benevolent and truly devoted to the people. If you do not support him, should an unforeseen event arise and Prince Chu ascend, the Xia dynasty will inevitably spiral towards ruin. After hearing these words, Xia Yinsheng understood. Only the 3rd prince was worthy of the throne, and it was Jing Yuran's singular ambition to see him achieve it. Consequently, he resolved to assist him at all costs. Father, Xia Yinsheng raised his gaze. His eyes resolute, his tone unyielding. I confess my sins. Jing Yuran felt a pang of anxiety and turned to look at Xia Yinsheng, while the 5th prince, Xia Yinxian, also seemed poised to speak. However, Xia Yinsheng disregarded them and continued. A year ago, I conspired with the 4th prince, orchestrating multiple attempts on the 3rd prince's life. And today's events were also arranged by us. Xia Yinxiu was taken aback, unable to fathom Xia Yinsheng's brazen admission, implicating him in the process. Xia Yinsheng's dark eyes glinted with ferocity as he stared at him. 4th prince, as sons of the emperor, we must face the consequences of our actions. Xia Zhenyan looked at the two, utterly disillusioned. You would turn against each other for the sake of the throne? Father, Xia Yinsheng replied, lifting his gaze once more. I do not seek the position. I act for my mother. Xia Zhenyan was momentarily speechless, his expression a complex mix of emotions. You have not given up? Indeed, Xia Yinsheng responded firmly. I was deliberately misled into believing that the queen was responsible for my mother's death, which drove me to ally with the 4th prince. However, I have recently discovered that the true culprit is concubine Ying. It is for this reason that I, as a loyal subject, have communicated with the Grand Master, urging him to prepare in advance. Xia Yinsheng is not one to confess blindly. Throughout the entire incident, it was Xia Yinxiu who orchestrated the scheme, while he was merely a victim of deceit. Furthermore, he invoked the memory of his tragically deceased mother, which has long burdened the emperor's heart with guilt. No matter how severe the punishment, his life will never be forfeit. Xia Yinxiu, enraged, felt his vision blur with fury. Do not utter such nonsense. He rose abruptly, intending to charge forward, but Xia Zhenyan immediately commanded the Imperial Guard, seize him. The guards swiftly subdued Xia Yinxiu, forcing him to kneel upon the ground. Xia Zhenyan's expression darkened. While I am present, you dare to lay hands on your own brother in my sight? Very well. Xia Zhenyan's anger surged. I had intended to afford you an opportunity. It seems that will no longer be necessary. Bring both of them to me. Arrest them and confine them to the dungeons. Awaiting my judgment, the guards apprehended both Xia Yinsheng and Xia Yinxiu, along with the cloaked figures, and escorted them away. Jing Yuran lifted his gaze to Xia Yinsheng, who steadfastly avoided meeting his eyes. Once they departed, Xia Zhenyan gestured for Jing Yuran and Xia Yinxian to rise, letting out a soft sigh. My 3rd son. Over these years, Xia Yinxian lowered his head in response. Father, I understand. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhenyan found himself at a loss for words. Pausing momentarily before inquiring of Jing Yuran, what the 5th brother just said, was it true? Indeed, Your Majesty, Jing Yuran replied, his voice tinged with solemnity. Xia Zhenyan's gaze darkened. Is there any evidence? There is, at His Highness Prince Chen's location, Jing Yuran answered. After a moment of silence, Xia Zhenyan declared, I see. You both should rest early. I shall return to the palace. Farewell, Your Majesty. Once they had departed, Xia Yinxian expressed his concern. Why is the 5th brother so impulsive? The evidence has already been handled. As long as he does not confess, Father will not punish him. Jing Yuran slightly lowered his gaze, his tone laced with anger. Your Highness, there is no need for concern. I will devise a plan. I shall also think of a way to persuade Father to be lenient. Xia Yinxian nodded slightly. Subsequently, Xia Yinxian took the still sleeping Xia Yueli away, leaving the Grand Master's residence in complete silence. My lord, Lan Qing called softly, noticing Jing Yuran standing at the bedroom door without entering. "Are you worried about His Highness Prince Chen?" At these words, Jing Yuran's lips curled into a faint smile, appearing gentle, yet his words carried a chilling undertone. "No, I'm contemplating how best to discipline him once he emerges." The following morning, during court assembly, Xia Zhenyan publicly announced the fates of the two princes. Xia Yinxiu, as the mastermind, had not only orchestrated multiple assassination attempts, but had also accepted bribes and embezzled state funds. The cumulative charges would warrant the death penalty for an ordinary individual. However, considering some semblance of paternal affection, Xia Zhenyan decreed 100 lashes, confiscation of all property, demotion to commoner status, and exile to the frontier, never to return to the capital. Chapter 58. The villain strays from the plot. 14. Xia Yinsheng was deceived, which is understandable. Moreover, his proactive communication with the national master could be considered a partial atonement for his transgressions. Thus, he was punished with 80 strokes of the rod and demoted to a commoner. Xia Zhenyan's actions were, in fact, a means to pave the way for Xia Yinxian. With the matter now in the open, he seized the opportunity to demote both of his sons to commoners, ensuring they would never contend for the position of heir. As for concubine Ying, after Xia Zhenyan's departure the previous night, he instructed Xia Yinsheng to submit the evidence he had gathered. It was at this juncture that he learned concubine Ying was responsible not only for the death of Xia Yinsheng's mother, but also for the demise of the empress and numerous innocent palace maids and eunuchs. Consumed by rage, Xia Zhenyan cast concubine Ying into the cold palace in the dead of night, and the following day executed Xia Yinxing, bestowing upon her a cup of poisoned wine. Concubine Ying's family was connected to the Minister of Revenue, who sought to plead for her, yet the evidence was irrefutable, rendering any appeal futile and even implicating them further. Upon hearing of this resolution, Jing Yuran felt a sense of relief wash over him. Initially, he had contemplated employing divination to persuade Xia Zhenyan to show leniency, but it now seemed unnecessary. Xia Zhenyan harbored guilt towards Xia Yinsheng, recognizing that his actions were driven by a desire for vengeance for his mother. Thus, he could not impose a severe punishment. The only instance of favoritism lay in his demotion to commoner status, stripping him of any opportunity to vie for the throne. In reality, his estate and wealth remained untouched, and there were no restrictions placed on his movements in and out of the capital. Having received 80 lashes, Xia Yinsheng, despite his robust constitution, bore the marks of severe injury. When he was carried out of the palace, he instructed them to go to the national master's residence. After uttering those words, he lost consciousness. His two guards exchanged glances, momentarily uncertain whether to proceed to the national master's residence or to the estate of the Prince of Dust. Fortunately, Jing Yuran, upon learning of the situation, nodded in affirmation, directing them to take him to the national master's residence. Jing Yuran first visited the astronomical bureau before returning home, where he fortuitously encountered imperial physician Liu, who had just finished tending to his injuries. "National Master," Liu bowed respectfully. Jing Yuran inquired, "How is his condition?" "The flesh is torn, yet I have administered treatment. He will require ample time for recovery," Liu replied. Jing Yuran nodded slightly. "Thank you, Imperial Physician Liu." After seeing Liu off, he proceeded to the guest room to check on Xia Yinsheng. Xia Yinsheng was still unconscious, sprawled on the bed, his head tilted towards the door. Due to significant blood loss, his complexion and lips were pallid, rendering him exceedingly weak. Jing Yuran sat by the bedside, gazing down at Xia Yinsheng's wan face, and softly murmured, "Considering your frailty, I shall show you mercy this time." He could comprehend the motivations behind Xia Yinsheng's actions, yet he still felt a surge of anger. Suddenly, a smile crossed Jing Yuran's face as he reflected on the remarkable abilities of Leng Jue, who, despite having his memories stripped away, consistently stirred his emotions. What intrigued him even more was how Xia Yinsheng seemed to develop affection for him after their encounters. Was it a matter of steadfast admiration? Or was there a deeper secret at play? Once detached from the realm of reality, he must seek clarity. When Xia Yinsheng awoke, it was already evening, yet Jing Yuran had returned to the palace and had not yet come back. "Is anyone there?" Xia Yinsheng called out weakly. No sooner had his voice faded than the door swung open, revealing a man of average stature with a resolute countenance. "Your Highness, your subordinate is here." Upon seeing him, Xia Yincheng replied with a slight nod. "From now on, do not address me as your Highness, nor do I require your services as a guard." The man before him, Qi Yu, was a trusted aide and protector. However, Xia Yincheng possessed profound internal strength and seldom required the protection of anyone. "Even if you're no longer a prince, I remain devoted to you," Qi Yu declared, bowing his head in loyalty. Xia Yincheng pondered this and found it acceptable, for Qi Yu was well acquainted with the affairs of his establishments, making him a reliable companion. "As you wish," Xia Yincheng acquiesced. A slight movement caused him pain, prompting him to furrow his brow. "Where's the national master?" "The national master has yet to leave the palace," Qi Yu replied. "But he did come to see you after you were carried out." At this, Xia Yincheng smirked. Did he appear angry? "That I cannot discern," Qi Yu admitted, unable to gauge the national master's mood. Xia Yincheng clicked his tongue and continued, "Please disperse the staff at the residence and provide them with an additional month's salary. Then, gather my belongings and transfer them to the national master's residence." Qi Yu hesitated. "My lord, did His Majesty not leave your estate untouched?" "You misunderstand," Xia Yincheng remarked disdainfully. "Just follow my instructions." "Understood," Qi responded, bowing his head. Shortly after Qi Yu departed, Jing Yuran returned. "Awake?" he inquired, standing at the bedside. Xia Yincheng looked up at him with a pitiful expression. "National Master, my backside hurts." Jing Yuran noted the naturalness with which he feigned distress, devoid of any hint of insincerity. Taking a seat beside the bed, he replied in a tone devoid of warmth. "Feigning helplessness is futile. I am not swayed by such tactics." Undeterred, Xia Yincheng persisted in his act. "But I truly am in pain, National Master." "I am aware," Jing Yuran replied coolly. "Your words will not alleviate your discomfort, and I am powerless to assist you." Xia Yincheng mused that the National Master possessed a heart of stone, yet suggested, "I have heard that diverting one's attention can lessen the pain. Perhaps you might grant me a kiss?" Jing Yuran chuckled softly, the corners of his mouth twitching. "Are you certain you wish for that now?" Upon seeing his expression, Xia Yincheng quickly shook his head. "Perhaps not. I can't endure." Jing Yuran raised an eyebrow, then rose to his feet, declaring, "I shall arrange for dinner." Xia Yincheng nodded, feeling fortunate that he bore injuries, even in his fury. Jing Yuran would not seek retribution at that moment. As time passed and his anger subsided, perhaps he would forget to hold Xia Yincheng accountable. However, he was mistaken. Jing Yuran would not be so easily forgetful. Xia Yincheng spent half a month nursing his wounds back to a semblance of health, and he believed he could finally move into Jing Yuran's room and live with him. However, he was met with refusal. Jing Yuran stated, "Your residing in a national teacher's residence has already drawn enough attention. If you were to share a room with me, it would not bode well for our reputations. Henceforth, we shall sleep in separate quarters." Xia Yincheng was taken aback, for how could they possibly sleep apart? "National teacher, are we not a couple? What sense does it make to sleep in separate rooms?" Jing Yuran cast him a sidelong glance, his words laden with meaning. "It seems you have not perceived us as a couple." Xia Yincheng was momentarily speechless, realizing that Jing Yuran was reproaching him for having come forth to admit his faults. He stammered, "Was I not trying to ensure you had no opportunity to retaliate? There were countless ways to handle it without your direct involvement." Jing Yuran, reflecting on the matter, felt a surge of anger. Xia Yincheng cleared his throat and asked, "What must I do to avoid your ire?" "Show your sincerity," Jing Yuran replied coolly. Xia Yincheng felt a wave of relief. It seemed they were not doomed to sleep apart for eternity, a thought he could hardly bear. Although they were to sleep separately, they remained in the same courtyard. Yet, it was unclear who had disseminated the rumor that had morphed into a scandal. Whispers claimed that the exiled Prince of Dust had nowhere to turn and had willingly descended into depravity, becoming the national teacher's male concubine. Astonishingly, some believed the gossip and were shocked to learn of the national teacher's supposed preference for men, with even some self-proclaimed handsome suitors presenting themselves. However, Xia Yincheng, with a scowl, chased them away, declaring, "As long as I am here, no one shall covet the national teacher." His proclamation only served to intensify the rumors. solidifying their veracity. Thus, after one court session, Jing Yuran was summoned to the imperial study by Xia Zhenyan for an inquiry. Upon hearing the rumor, Xia Zhenyan found it absurd yet compelling enough to warrant questioning. National teacher, have you heard any of these rumors circulating lately? Jing Yuran's lips twitched slightly as he inquired. Your Majesty speaks of the matter of my keeping a male concubine? Coughing slightly, Xia Zhenyan felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had found it odd when Xia Yinqing had sent word to reclaim the Prince of Dust's residence, only to discover he had moved directly to the national teacher's abode. Initially, he had thought it was a gesture of gratitude for the assassination attempt. However, months had passed, and Xia Yinqing still resided with Jing Yuran, prompting suspicion. After careful consideration, Jing Yuran replied, Your Majesty, our relationship is not as the rumors suggest. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhenyan felt a sense of relief, yet Jing Yuran added, We are two souls in mutual affection, devoted to one another. Xia Zhenyan's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you just say? The mere notion of the national teacher desiring to commit to someone was shocking enough, let alone the revelation that the individual in question was a man, his son, no less. Jing Yuran gazed back at him, recognizing that the revelation had stunned Xia Zhenyan into silence for an extended moment. The national master, Yu, and Xia Zhenyan found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. His heart was a tumult of emotions. First, there was bewilderment. Xia Yinqing and the national master had previously stood in opposition to one another, yet in the span of merely 6 months, their relationship had undergone a complete transformation. Second, there was disapproval. One was his own son, and the other was the national master. What could this union possibly signify? Jing Yuran could likely sense his thoughts, and, lowering his gaze slightly, remarked, Your Majesty, he is now a commoner and poses no significant influence. But he's still my son, Xia Zhenyan retorted with anger. Jing Yuran, undeterred, maintained a calm tone. Your Majesty, did you not wish for him to be happy? Merely this simple question alleviated much of Xia Zhenyan's anger. Since the tragic demise of Xia Yinqing's mother, Xia Zhenyan had felt guilt and had thus indulged him, truly wishing for his happiness. After a prolonged silence, Xia Zhenyan sighed deeply. Very well, let it be as you wish. He had become a commoner. As long as he could live happily and without want, Xia Zhenyan would find solace. Thank you, Your Majesty, Jing Yuran replied softly. It was not only Xia Zhenyan who sought out Jing Yuran. Xia Yuli had also rushed directly to the national master's residence, where Xia Yinqing was present. Are you truly together? Xia Yuli asked incredulously, suddenly connecting the dots regarding some peculiarities from the past. Xia Yinqing, holding Jing Yuran's hand, declared triumphantly, Isn't it obvious? Now that you see it, you should give up. Do not come seeking my national master again. Xia Yuli scoffed, I have long since moved on. Yet, I still wish to visit the national master. You dare. Xia Yinqing's face darkened. For every visit, I shall throw you out. Xia Yuli directly addressed Jing Yuran, national master. Look at how jealous he is. Perhaps you should consider being with someone else instead? Xia Yinqing glared at Xia Yuli, and then menacingly at Jing Yuran, national master. Would you prefer to switch? Jing Yuran glanced at Xia Yinqing and chuckled softly. No switch. Did you hear that? No switch. Xia Yinqing crowed triumphantly. Xia Yuli turned away in disbelief, pondering why she had never noticed how childish the fifth prince could be. Perhaps it was the relief of avenging a great grievance that had lightened his spirit. She learned of this development the following day and took several days to fully accept the reality of it. Jing Yuran observed them with a gentle smile. While the obstacle posed by Xia Yinqing had been resolved, the progression of the narrative had consequently slowed. The original plot involving Xia Yinqing and Xia Yinqing's fratricidal ambitions had vanished, and the fact that Ing Fei had failed to poison Xia Zhenyan indicated that the male lead would not ascend the throne for at least another 20 years. However, he would not resort to poisoning the emperor to hasten the timeline. Staying here for another 2 decades was not a significant burden. Nonetheless, the power of narrative could still be quite formidable at times. 3 years after this, Xia Zhenyan's health suddenly deteriorated, reminiscent of the late empress. Initially, no one noticed anything amiss until Xia Yinqian observed a striking similarity to her mother and insisted on a re-evaluation by the imperial physician. This time, it was confirmed that His Majesty had indeed been poisoned with a chronic toxin, the effects of which would not manifest until a year of continuous ingestion. The afflicted would remain oblivious until vitality waned, ultimately leading to a state of utter depletion. Xia Zhenyan's frail condition indicated that it was too late. No remedy would avail him. Enraged, he ordered a thorough investigation. However, before any results could surface, a coup erupted that very night. Aware that his time was limited, Xia Zhenyan summoned Xia Yinxian, conversing with him while simultaneously drafting a decree for succession, designating Xia Yinxian as the next emperor upon his demise. With the imperial edict trembling in his grasp, Xia Yinxian felt a lump in his throat, but his father, Xia Zhenyan, raised a hand to quell his emotions. Speaking in a frail tone that this was merely a matter of time, hastened but inevitable. Throughout his life, from prince to heir apparent, and ultimately to emperor, he had witnessed too much, becoming indifferent to the concept of life and death. He had even foreseen the possibility of his own demise at the hands of another, so his initial fury swiftly gave way to composure. Fortunately, Xia Yinxian had matured and had been involved in court affairs over the years, with the assistance of the Grand Master after his passing. The realm would face no insurmountable issues. Xia Yinxian bit his lip, stifling his tears. With a heavy sigh, Xia Zhenyan remarked, "What is there to cry about? I still have half a year." Xia Yinxian nodded in response. Just as Xia Zhenyan was about to speak again, the panicked voice of Yuan Kong interrupted. "You? How dare you?" Startled, both men turned. Xia Yinxian rushed outside to find the imperial guard surrounding the palace. "What are you doing?" he demanded, his expression betraying the nascent authority of an emperor. "Withdraw at once." Yet his command went unheeded. The guards not only remained, but unsheathed their blades. Witnessing this, Xia Yinxian felt a pang of panic. These men had clearly betrayed their allegiance and were evidently prepared for conflict. Meanwhile, they were without any means of defense. If no one came to their aid, the fate of the great Xia dynasty would surely be at stake. At the Grand Master's residence, Jing Yuran was being persistently engaged by Xia Yinxian when the system suddenly issued a warning, an alert indicating that the world's protagonist was in grave danger. Jing Yuran's expression shifted dramatically as he forcefully pushed Xia Yinxian away, exclaiming, "Prince Xian is in peril." Xia Yinxian paused, momentarily taken aback. But upon seeing Jing Yuran hastily dressing, he followed suit, though confusion and displeasure lingered. "How do you know he is in danger?" Jing Yuran could not provide an explanation, merely responding, "I will clarify later. We must go save him now." They were all aware that Xia Yinxian was still within the imperial palace, and with the matter of Xia Zhenyan's poisoning, it was not difficult to surmise what had transpired. Thus, upon exiting, Jing Yuran made his way to the palace, while Xia Yinxian headed straight for the military camp on the outskirts of the city. Outside the sleeping quarters of Xia Zhenyan, Xia Yinxian instructed Yuan Kong to enter and safeguard Xia Zhenyan, while he alone confronted the treacherous imperial guards. Naturally, he understood that he could not hold out for long by himself. He merely sought to buy some time. "Who is your master?" Xia Yinxian inquired. It was likely that the poison afflicting Xia Zhenyan had been orchestrated by their master. They had initially planned to strike when Xia Zhenyan was on the brink of death. But since the poisoning had been discovered prematurely, they opted to act tonight. "It is I." A figure emerged from the crowd, clad in the armor of the imperial guards, who had previously concealed himself among them, unnoticed. Upon recognizing his visage, Xia Yinxian was taken aback. "Xia Yinxiu, surprised are you?" Xia Yinxiu replied with a sinister grin. "Did you all believe I had perished at the borders?" Suddenly, his expression darkened as he declared with malice, "No, I did not die. I survived. Not only did I survive, but I will also exact my vengeance, slay you all, and become the true sovereign of the great Xia dynasty." Observing his deranged demeanor, Xia Yinxian coldly remarked, "All of this is your own doing. How can you speak of vengeance?" Silence. Xia Yinxiu's eyes burned with resentment as he glared fiercely at Xia Yinxian. "It is all because of you. My father favored you since childhood. No, he favored each and every one of you. Yet he showed me no favoritism. How could he not see me, his own son? But it matters not. I have long since ceased to care. As long as I kill you, the great Xia dynasty shall be mine. Xia Yinxian found him utterly irrational and wished to avoid further discourse. Yet he had no choice but to stall for time. How did you return to the capital? How did you poison father? Alone, you could never have accomplished this. Xia Yinxiu chuckled and called out toward the corner of the sleeping quarters. Grandfather, come forth. Then, emerging from the shadows was a familiar face. Gao Hengchuan, Xia Yinxiu's maternal grandfather, who had once been demoted from Minister of Revenue to Deputy Minister due to his entanglement with Xia Yinxiu and consorting. Upon seeing him, Xia Yinxian understood everything. So it was you who bribed those around father to poison him. It is I, Gao Hengchuan admitted readily, without a hint of hesitation. He brought this upon himself. He executed my daughter and reduced Xia Yinxiu to a commoner, exiling him and stripping him of his position. He left us no avenue for survival. So do not blame me for my disloyalty. Xia Yinxian gritted his teeth. Had the circumstances not been unfavorable for him, he would have seized him with his own hands and forced him to atone for his crimes before the emperor. Xia Yinxiu no longer wasted words and commanded, attack. With that command, the imperial guards drew their blades and surrounded Xia Yinxian. He had no choice but to engage in combat. As he could not bring weapons into the palace, he was compelled to seize a blade from another imperial guard, with a dagger in hand. He was not entirely at a disadvantage, yet facing numerous guards, he soon found himself overwhelmed. Several wounds marred Xia Yinchuan's body, his blood staining his brocade attire, rendering him less resplendent and utterly disheveled. It appeared he could not endure for long, but he gritted his teeth, resolutely preventing any of them from breaching the palace. Xia Yinxi and Gao Hengchuan stood together, with Xia Yinxi scoffing, "Do not waste your efforts in futile struggles. Today, you shall surely perish." Gao Hengchuan, wary of the prolonged conflict, urged, "Forget him for now. We must enter. Let's proceed." Nodding in agreement, they strode purposefully toward the palace. Seeing their approach, Xia Yinxian attempted to intervene, but he was encircled by the guards, and with his injuries, he could not advance. Xia Yinxi, his eyes reddened with desperation. Just as Xia Yinxi and Gao Hengchuan reached the entrance, poised to step into the palace, a sudden surge of internal energy struck from behind. Xia Yinxi felt a chill run down his spine. Instinctively, he pushed Gao Hengchuan aside and swiftly dodged to the side. With a resounding crash, the force collided against the door, shattering it to pieces. Gao Hengchuan fell to the ground, shaken. "Who is it?" "One steady." Xia Yinxi turned to see a figure clad in white, resembling a celestial being, the national master, Zhuang Mu. "How did you arrive here?" Both Xia Yinxi and Gao Hengchuan exclaimed in astonishment. Xia Yinchuan's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, calling out, "National Master." Jing Yuran glanced at him, reassuringly stating, "Your Highness, do not worry. Reinforcements shall arrive shortly." Upon hearing this, Xia Yinxi's expression darkened. "Impossible. All the guards are mine. Where do your reinforcements come from?" Jing Yuran regarded him with indifference, cryptically replying, "They have come willingly, sparing this national master much trouble." He had thought this scene would be skipped over, yet it unfolded as anticipated. In 4 years at most, the grand conclusion would be reached. Xia Yinxi's expression twisted with rage. His animosity toward the national master surpassed that he felt for Xia Yinxian, for had the national master not chosen Xia Yinxian, all that belonged to him would have been his own. "They say your abilities are boundless." Xia Yinxi sneered. "I see it as mere nonsense, a ruse to deceive. If you truly possess such prowess, why could you not foresee that today would mark your demise?" Jing Yuran chose not to engage in verbal sparring. Instead, he positioned himself protectively behind Xia Yinxian, stating coolly, "This national master hath a long life yet, but you shall not survive the night." Xia Yinxi was about to retort when Gao Hengchuan tugged at him, whispering, "Do not waste words with him. While we possess the guards, do not forget about Xia Yinxian. We must seize the emperor to hold any leverage. Otherwise, none of us will survive." Gao Hengchuan remained more composed than Xia Yinxi, clearly perceiving the precarious situation. Though they had the guards, Xia Yinxian had not been idle during his 3 years as a commoner. He had enlisted in the army shortly after his recovery. Chapter 61. The villain deviates from the plot, 17. 3 years have elapsed since then. Xia Yinsheng, through his own capabilities, ascended from a mere infantryman to the rank of deputy general. Although he lacked a military token, his prowess and strength were undeniably formidable. Furthermore, his commanding officer was General Du, the father-in-law of Xia Yinxian, who is currently absent, likely seeking reinforcements from the barracks. If they did not seize the opportunity to control the emperor now, their hold over the imperial guards would soon be rendered ineffective once the reinforcements arrived. Upon hearing this, Xia Yinxiu quickly regained his composure and made a swift decision. "Grandfather, you go inside. I will hold him off." Gao Hengchuan nodded gravely, cautioning, "Be careful." With that, he turned and dashed toward the palace. Seeing this, Jing Yuran's eyes turned cold as he seized Xia Yinxian, snatching the blade from his grasp and leaping into the air. Xia Yinxiu charged forward, delivering a powerful strike, declaring, "You shall not stop us." Anticipating this move, Jing Yuran skillfully evaded while launching the blade towards Gao Hengchuan. With a sickening thud, the blade pierced through Gao Hengchuan's back and emerged from his chest. He paused, his eyes wide with disbelief, but alas, no one was there to witness it, and he fell to the ground. "Grandfather!" Xia Yinxiu had not foreseen Jing Yuran's cunning maneuver and could not intercept the fatal blow in time. Witnessing his grandfather's demise ignited a fierce rage within him. "Zhuangmu, I will kill you." He seized a blade from the imperial guards, striking with lethal intent. Jing Yuran, constrained by his burden of protecting Xia Yinxian, utilized the opportunity to push him towards the door. "Go inside." Xia Yinxian understood that his presence was a hindrance and complied, stepping inside. Xia Yinxiu, witnessing this, ordered the imperial guards, "Do not let him enter. Kill him." Jing Yuran coldly smirked, delivering a powerful kick to Xia Yinxiu, then positioned himself at the door, exhibiting an indomitable spirit akin to a lone warrior holding off a multitude. With deeper internal strength, he withstood the relentless assaults of the imperial guards longer than expected. Xia Yinxiu, having been kicked aside, suffered severe internal injuries and coughed up blood. Zhuangmu's internal energy is astonishingly profound. It was widely known that the national master was a martial arts expert, yet few had witnessed his skills firsthand, leaving many unaware of the depth of his power. Jing Yuran, with an impassive expression and indifferent gaze, seized a blade from the imperial guards, moving with fluid grace as he dispatched 10 or more of them in swift succession. Deputy Commander Wu helped Xia Yinxiu to his feet, his heart filled with uncertainty. "Your Highness, are you unhurt?" "I am fine," Xia Yinxiu replied, suppressing the pain as he stood. "Send your men to the palace gate to gather intelligence. If reinforcements are approaching, notify me immediately." "Understood." Wu swiftly dispatched 2 men to scout for news. However, witnessing the national master single-handedly guarding the door, having slain numerous comrades yet remaining unscathed, only deepened his apprehension. "Your Highness, perhaps we should seek another opportunity." But before he could finish, Xia Yinxiu interrupted. "Fool! If we do not seize this moment with resolve, do you truly believe we have any chance of escaping alive?" Upon hearing this, Wu trembled, realizing that there was no turning back. It was either to subdue the emperor and force him to issue a decree, or face a grave fate. Xia Yinxiu took the knife from his hand, his gaze coldly fixed upon Jing Yuran, seeking an opportunity to launch a surprise attack, aiming for a swift and lethal strike. As time passed, Jing Yuran's initial vigor began to wane, his movements growing sluggish. After a while, fatigue overtook him, and in a moment of inattention, he sustained 2 cuts on his arm, blood immediately staining his white garments. However, Jing Yuran paid no heed, maintaining his stoic vigil at the entrance. 2/4 of an hour had elapsed, and estimating the time, Xia Yinsheng and the reinforcements should be arriving soon. At that moment, Xia Yinxiu finally found his opportunity. Concealed among a group of imperial guards, he intended to catch Jing Yuran off guard with a fatal blow. Yet he was a step too late. As Xia Yinsheng and General Du, leading the reinforcements, had arrived, having dispatched the 2 scouts midway. "Cease at once!" Xia Yinsheng roared with commanding authority, threatening anyone who dared to move again with dire consequences. Naturally, the cavalry arrived first, each mounted and armed with bows, aimed squarely at the Imperial Guards. Sensing the imminent threat, the guards hesitated, halting their actions, too fearful to act recklessly. Observing their arrival, Xia Yinxiu understood that he had lost his bargaining power. Survival seemed impossible. Without hesitation, he swung his knife towards Jing Yuran, hoping to incapacitate him and use him as a hostage. Knowing well that Xia Yinxiu valued the National Master above all else. As long as he held the National Master, he would have a chance at life. Jing Yuran discerned Xia Yinxiu's intentions at a glance, and then glanced at Xia Yinxiu, his expression betraying no hint of panic. He could evade the blow. Yet he stood still, even allowing a slight smirk to form. Xia Yinxiu. Upon witnessing this, Xia Yinxiu's pupils constricted, channeling all his inner strength to enhance his speed. Reaching Jing Yuran in the blink of an eye, gripping the back of the knife with one hand, he struck Xia Yinxiu's chest with a palm infused with his full power, sending Xia Yinxiu hurtling backwards. Thud! Xia Yinxiu stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. How had Xia Yinxiu moved so swiftly? He crashed to the ground, momentarily dazed, and upon regaining consciousness, he felt excruciating pain throughout his body, particularly in his internal organs. Likely shattered by the force of the impact, Xia Yinxiu cast a cold glance at him before swiftly turning to embrace Jing Yuran. A sense of lingering dread washing over him as he scolded. Why did you not dodge? What would you have had me do if I hadn't arrived in time? Leaning against him, Jing Yuran softly replied, I knew you would come. Upon hearing these words, any lingering anger within Xia Yinxiu dissipated. If there's ever next time, I might as well lock you at home to keep you safe. Jing Yuran gave him a fleeting glance, surprised to discover his underlying possessiveness. You gazing at me is of no consequence. Regardless, I shall uphold my promises. Summer Yinxiu lightly snorted. Jing Yuran remained unperturbed, responding with a casual hum before attending to the matter at hand. Summer Yinxiu tightened his embrace and addressed General Du. I entrust this to you, General Du. The National Master, and I shall go inside to check on Father. General Du nodded. Rest assured, you may proceed. During their conversation, General Du had already commanded the guards to secure all the Imperial Guards. As for Summer Yinxiu, he lay on the ground, unable to move, with dwindling breaths. It would not be long before he succumbed. Inside the royal chamber, Summer Yinxiu and Jing Yuran entered together, relieved to find that both Summer Junyan and Summer Yinxian were safe. Father. Summer Yinxiu did not allow Jing Yuran to speak. General Du had arrived with his men. Everyone was now under control, ensuring their safety. At that moment, Summer Junyan appeared considerably aged, not in his visage but in his spirit. Thank you for your efforts. Summon the Imperial Physician and have them tend to your wounds. Chapter 62. The villain does not depart from the plot. 18. Summer Yinxian inquired. Was Summer Yinxiu? He is on the brink of death. Summer Yinxiu replied succinctly. Hearing this, Summer Junyan, weary and drained, said, Third brother, I leave this matter in your hands. He was exhausted and no longer wished to involve himself. Summer Yinxian bowed in acknowledgement. Yes, father. Yuan Kong remained to care for Summer Junyan while the others exited. Once outside, General Du approached, stating he has passed away. The death of Summer Yinxiu elicited no sympathy from any of them. Both Summer Yinxian and Jing Yuran bore injuries, prompting Summer Yinxian to declare, first, have these individuals confined to the dungeon, to be dealt with by this prince tomorrow. General Du responded affirmatively, understood, Your Highness Yinxian. The deceased Summer Yinxiu and Gao Hongxuan were dragged away. How to handle their remains rested entirely upon Summer Yinxuan's discretion. They proceeded to the royal chamber, where Summer Yinxian would establish his residence before leaving the palace. Summer Yinxian was in the main hall, while Jing Yuran and Summer Yinxian occupied the side hall. Having passed the midnight hour, summoning the physician would take some time, so the palace maids were instructed to first clean the wounds. In the side hall, the lights were bright, and a palace maid brought warm water to cleanse Jing Yuran's injuries. Summer Yinxian took the cloth, saying, You may leave, I shall handle this. Yes, replied the maid before departing. Summer Yinxian first removed Jing Yuran's garments, then dampened the cloth, carefully tending to his wounds. Jing Yuran's injuries were on his arm and shoulder, some deep, others shallow, the bloodied site causing Summer Yinsheng great distress. Yet he remained silent, focused on cleaning Jing Yuran's wounds. Jing Yuran lowered his gaze slightly, quietly observing Summer Yinsheng. With his thin lips pressed tightly, Summer Yinsheng bore a serious expression, his concentration and delicacy akin to handling fragile porcelain. However, one could discern the pain in his eyes, alongside a deeper-seated anger and resentment. "Are you angry with me?" Jing Yuran suddenly asked. Xia Yinsheng raised his gaze to glance at him, his serious expression softening slightly. "I am merely angry with myself." Jing Yuran raised an eyebrow. If only I had arrived a bit earlier, you would not have sustained so many injuries." Xia Yinsheng lowered his eyes, continuing to tend to his wounds. Upon hearing this, Jing Yuran felt an indescribable sensation within, akin to a single drop of water disturbing the still surface of a lake, or the gentle caress of a feather. "You arrived quite promptly." Jing Yuran composed his thoughts. Xia Yinsheng remained silent, immersing the bloodied cloth in water for cleansing. Seeing this, Jing Yuran chose not to speak further, closing his eyes to gather his energy. It was not until Xia Yinsheng had meticulously cleaned all his wounds that he heard Xia Yinsheng inquire. "I wish to hear your explanation." Jing Yuran opened his eyes to find Xia Yinsheng gazing intently at him, seemingly unwilling to relent until he spoke. At that moment, Xia Yinsheng had been abruptly pushed aside. From Jing Yuran's expression, it was clear he had been unaware of anything prior to that. How had he discerned that Xia Yinxian was in danger under such circumstances? "It is an instinct," Jing Yuran replied without a change in countenance. "Prince Xian is destined by fate. Should there be a threat to his life, as the national master, I would sense it." Xia Yinsheng frowned deeply, his displeasure evident. "Only you have this instinct?" Jing Yuran recognized the tinge of jealousy in his tone, and, adopting a serious demeanor, replied, "No, I can sense you as well." Xia Yinsheng's eyebrows arched. "Really?" Meeting his dark gaze, Jing Yuran declared, "Because you are my fated one, I possess the ability to sense you." Xia Yinsheng was momentarily taken aback, his breath hitching. "Is this for real? Are you not jesting?" Although his inquiry was grave, the corners of his mouth began to curve upward uncontrollably. Jing Yuran smiled slightly. "Rest assured, I am not jesting." Hearing this, Xia Yinsheng smiled and leaned down to plant a kiss on him. "Even if this is merely the sweet talk of the national master, I believe it." However, Xia Yinsheng paused, his expression turning serious. "Aside from us, can a national master sense others?" "No," Jing Yuran replied softly. "You two are exceptional." Xia Yinsheng clicked his tongue, feeling disgruntled despite knowing that Xia Yinxian was only so because of destiny. "Why can't I be the only one special to you?" Jing Yuran lifted the corners of his lips, but remained silent. At that moment, a palace maid reported, "National Master, the physician has arrived." Xia Yinsheng called out, "Come in." Upon entering, the physician examined Jing Yuran's injuries, applied medicine, and bandaged him, advising, "You must avoid water for the next few days. National Master, please take care." Jing Yuran nodded. After the physician departed, Xia Yinsheng decided to stay with Jing Yuran, but they had barely rested for 2 hours before they needed to rise for court. Yet, Xia Yinsheng would not allow Jing Yuran to attend, and even went to seek leave from Xia Zhenyan. Knowing they had been injured, Xia Zhenyan naturally permitted them to remain absent from court. The palace coup that occurred last night had been sudden, and other than those within the palace, and those who participated, few were aware of the event. As the morning court convened, Xia Zhenyan broached the subject, inciting a considerable uproar among the ministers. Such a significant event transpired last night. Wasn't Xia Yinxiu exiled to the frontier? How could he possibly appear in the imperial palace? The emperor's poison, as everyone is well aware, was administered by Xia Yinxiu, who sought to usurp the throne but ultimately failed, sacrificing his own life in the process. This matter has been entrusted to King Xian for resolution. I shall not intervene, declared the emperor solemnly. The ministers nodded in response, their hearts heavy with the realization that the emperor's time was limited, an immutable truth that none could alter. After taking some rest, Xia Yinxian set about addressing the situation. All members of the imperial guards involved in the rebellion were executed publicly, and those within the palace who had been bribed were also identified and summarily executed. The Gao family, due to Gao Hengchuan's treachery, faced the annihilation of their clan, their estate confiscated, and their lineage exiled. Xia Yinsheng and General Du arrived in time to rescue the emperor and were rewarded generously. Xia Yinsheng was even promoted to general as a result. Subsequently, as Xia Zhenyan's health continued to deteriorate, Xia Yinxian gradually took over the responsibilities of handling memorials, even standing in for Xia Zhenyan at court on occasion. 6 months later, on a frigid winter night, Xia Zhenyan passed away. 3 days later, he was interred in the royal tombs, and Xia Yinxian ascended to the throne. It was during this transition of power that urgent news arrived from the frontier. The previously docile Hu people had suddenly assembled an army of 200,000 to assault the border city. In the court, not long after his coronation, Xia Yinxian, donned in a resplendent yellow robe, sat upright upon the dragon throne, surveying the assembly. The battle report is urgent. Which general is willing to volunteer and lead the army to provide assistance? The military officers exchanged glances. Some were eager to step forward, while others hesitated. At that moment, General Du stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I am willing to lead the army." As his words echoed, Xia Yinsheng also stepped forth. "Your Majesty, I too am willing to lead the army." Jing Yuran raised his gaze, taking in Xia Yinsheng's tall figure. Having spent years in the military, he had developed a more robust physique, the outline of his muscles subtly visible beneath his ceremonial attire. Xia Yinsheng noticed Jing Yuran's gaze and glanced back at him. A single look conveyed everything. Previously entangled in hatred, he had harbored no ambitions, but now, as a man and a general, his greatest aspiration was to protect his homeland. Observing this, Xia Yinxian inquired gently, "Is there anyone else?" No one else stepped forward. Considering General Du's advanced age, Xia Yinxian declared, "Then let General Xia take the lead and assemble the troops to head to the border city at once." "Your humble servant accepts the command," General Xia replied, casting a lingering glance at Jing Yuran before turning to exit the Grand Hall. As Jing Yuran watched his retreating figure, an unexpected sense of reluctance welled up within him, though it was swiftly suppressed. Now, throughout the entire court, no one is unaware of the relationship between the Grand Master and Xia Yinsheng. Initially, many believed it was merely a fleeting amusement, yet nearly 4 years have passed, and such notions have long since dissipated. It would be prudent for the Grand Master to bid farewell. Xia Yinxian understands their sudden separation, and the uncertainty of when he might return weighs heavily upon her. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Jing Yuran did not decline, and after paying his respects, he departed from the main hall. After exiting the palace, Xia Yinsheng first returned to the Grand Master's residence, and Jing Yuran proceeded directly to the same destination. Xia Yinsheng was in the midst of packing his belongings, while Qiyu had already made his way to the military camp. "Chun." Jing Yuran entered the room and softly called out to him. Xia Yinsheng turned, setting aside his luggage, and quickly crossed the room to embrace him. "Did the Emperor send you back early?" "Yes." Jing Yuran reciprocated the embrace, choosing not to utter unnecessary words, only offering a gentle reminder to be cautious in all matters. Xia Yinsheng took a deep breath, assuring him, "Rest assured, I shall." On the battlefield, where swords and blades are merciless, injury is unavoidable, yet he vowed never to succumb to death upon the field. Xia Yinsheng gradually released him, cupping Jing Yuran's chin, leaning down to plant a kiss upon his lips. Not knowing when he would return, he seized this moment to kiss his Grand Master once more. From this kiss, Jing Yuran sensed the reluctance in Xia Yinsheng's heart, stirring the feelings of longing that he had previously suppressed, making it impossible for him to ignore. As the kiss came to a close, Xia Yinsheng brushed his thumb against Jing Yuran's moist lips, speaking in a hushed tone, "Await my return." "Of course." Jing Yuran nodded in response. Xia Yinsheng released him, turned to gather his packed belongings, and embraced him once more before striding out. Jing Yuran, with his back turned, chose not to watch him depart, but instead reflected on the lingering emotions of reluctance from their earlier moment. Was it the prolonged companionship that made their sudden separation feel so poignant? Jing Yuran shook his head slightly. This was but one reason among many. As for the other reason, he furrowed his brow, reluctant to delve deeper into his thoughts. When the Hu people suddenly launched an attack on the city, Xia Yinsheng led his troops to provide assistance, and within the following month, a series of victorious reports flooded in. The Hu army had been driven back 50 miles. Yet this was merely the beginning. Xia Yinsheng resolved that since they dared to attack, he would instill fear in them once and for all, ensuring they would never dare to wage war again. This became a protracted struggle, lasting over 2 years, as Xia Yinsheng advanced deep into Hu territory, nearing the chief's stronghold. At last, the chief, sensing the impending doom, sent envoys to negotiate peace. Xia Yinsheng personally engaged in the discussions, securing numerous favorable terms for the Xia dynasty, which the Hu had no choice but to accept. Once all matters were settled, Xia Yinsheng could finally lead his triumphant army home. In the capital, the autumn sacrificial rites had just concluded, heralding the commencement of the triennial autumn hunt. Xia Yinxian, accompanied by numerous ministers and their families, settled into the designated hunting grounds, and the official autumn hunt began the following day, lasting 3 days. Jing Yuran, as was customary, accompanied the hunt without participating in the actual hunting, and over the past 2 years, he had been preoccupied with instructing Lan Qing, showing little interest in other affairs. However, Jing Yuran did not press Lan Qing to continue studying. Seeing his eagerness to join the festivities, he remarked, "You may go, but do take care not to injure yourself." "Thank you, master." Since formally beginning his tutelage, Lan Qing had become a disciple. Over the years, he had matured from a youthful lad into a handsome young man, though his spirited nature had remained largely unchanged. Before departing, Lan Qing cheerfully inquired at the door, "Master, why not take this opportunity to step outside? Remaining cooped up in this room must be dreadfully dull." Upon hearing this, Jing Yuran offered a faint smile. "I understand. Off you go." "All right." Lan Qing chuckled once more and dashed away like the wind. After Lan Qing's departure, Jing Yuran gazed at the empty room, once again reminded of Xia Yinsheng. It had been nearly 3 years since they had been separated, the longest time since their bond was formed. Initially, he felt little concern, but as the duration of their separation extended, the emptiness around him grew more palpable, and his thoughts of Xia increased. Jing Yuran, though reluctant to ponder deeply, could discern what this implied. However, he remained clear-headed, in stark contrast to Leng Jue. The experiences of his past had rendered him indifferent to many things, including love, which he regarded with irony and nothing more. Unexpectedly, he found himself in this predicament now. Jing Yuran shook his head slightly, resolute not to succumb to lingering emotions, and decided to take a stroll. He rose, adjusted his garments, and stepped outside. The palace was nestled against the mountains, and upon exiting, he was surrounded by woods. However, due to the autumn hunt that occurred every 3 years, a broad path had been established through the forest. Jing Yuran chose not to follow this path, instead entering the woods from the side. A few guards, initially intending to accompany him for protection, were dismissed by Jing Yuran. Not venturing far, he soon arrived at the bank of a river. The waterway was approximately 3 or 4 meters wide, flowing downstream and conveniently close to the palace, as all the water utilized within the palace was drawn from this source. Jing Yuran stood by the river for a moment, when suddenly he heard a noise from behind to his right. He turned alertly, his handsome visage reflecting a hint of coldness. "Who goes there?" "Step forward." A cluster of bushes and several towering trees loomed nearby, dense with foliage. Jing Yuran observed the bushes rustling, producing a soft sound. The commotion appeared to be caused by some creature, and as he approached, the movement grew more frequent and urgent. Assuming a small animal was trapped within, he relaxed slightly, intending to offer assistance. However, just as he was a mere meter away from the thicket, a dark figure leapt from the tree above. Startled, Jing Yuran raised his hand to strike, but his attack was deftly intercepted and deflected by the figure, who then forcefully pulled him into an embrace. With his back to this unexpected assailant, Jing Yuran's eyes narrowed, preparing to unleash his inner strength to repel them, when suddenly, a familiar voice resonated in his ear. "The esteemed national master harbors intentions of murdering her husband?" Jing Yuran paused, turning to behold the sharp and handsome visage of Xia Yinsheng, who, at that moment, bore a smile that illuminated his enchanting phoenix-like eyes. In the 64th chapter, titled "The Antagonist Strays from the Plot," 20 It had been 2 or 3 years since they last met. Xia Yinqing's complexion had darkened considerably, and an air of ruthlessness enveloped him, making him seem unapproachable to the average person. Why does the national master remain silent? Xia Yinqing inquired, raising an eyebrow slightly. Jing Yuran withdrew her gaze, feeling her heart race uncontrollably, and replied with an impassive expression, "This national master is not married. From whence comes the husband?" Upon hearing this, Xia Yinqing chuckled lightly. "What the national master says is true. In due time, I shall prepare a betrothal gift and formally propose to you." Jing Yuran cast him a sidelong glance. "Are you suggesting you would move the betrothal gift in and out?" Ever since Xia Yinqing had taken residence in the national master's abode, his belongings, including those in the storeroom, had gradually been transferred over. They shared a storeroom and slept in the same chamber. If Xia Yinqing were to present a betrothal gift, would it not merely amount to moving things in and out again? Xia Yinqing chuckled softly, his mood buoyant. If the national master finds it troublesome, one need not disturb those items. Jing Yuran remained silent for a moment before asking, "Was it not said that he would arrive in 7 days?" Recently, news had circulated that Xia Yinqing had returned to the capital with his army, yet the march was slow, and it would take at least half a month for them to return from the border. "I long to see you. I cannot wait any longer," Xia Yinqing declared, lifting Jing Yuran's chin and eagerly kissing her. Jing Yuran softened her breath, feeling an unprecedented intensity during the kiss. It was a long-awaited satisfaction and joy, along with an undeniable yearning for more. Sensing Jing Yuran's fervent response, Xia Yinqing kissed her passionately, spinning her and pressing her against the grand tree. Jing Yuran let out a soft moan, igniting the flames of desire within Xia Yinqing, who swiftly reached for her waist sash. Jing Yuran, feeling the urgency, pressed her hand against him. "Not here." Xia Yinqing, breathless and with bloodshot eyes, gazed at her with an insatiable hunger, as if he wished to consume her entirely. He bit down on Jing Yuran before employing his lightness skill to soar towards the palace. He pushed his speed to its limits, and upon entering the palace grounds, they were nearly mistaken for intruders by the guards. Reluctantly, he had to pause, clarifying their identities, before impatiently leading her inside. With a loud thud, the door slammed shut, and Xia Yinqing could finally relinquish his restraint, pinning her against the door and kissing her fervently. After 2 to 3 years apart, all the longing was unleashed in their intimate collision, again and again, until darkness fell. Upon returning, Lanqing sought to share the day's victories with Jing Yuran. Standing before the closed door and calling out, "Master, are you there?" Jing Yuran had just settled into slumber upon hearing the voice. She gently furrowed her brow, but did not awaken. Xia Yinqing tenderly kissed him, then quietly approached the door and opened it. "He is resting. Any matters can be discussed tomorrow." At the moment Xia Qing saw Xia Yinqing, his pupils trembled in surprise. When did General Xia return? Upon recalling the words he had just uttered, a sudden realization washed over him, causing his expression to shift uneasily. "General Xia has returned. Then I shall not disturb you." He quickly slipped away after speaking. Xia Yinqing raised an eyebrow. He did not enter, but instead ventured into the small kitchen, intending to prepare some porridge for Jing Yuran. Jing Yuran was roused from his slumber by Xia Yinqing's kiss. Assuming Xia Yinqing desired more, he pushed him away gently, saying, "Xia Yinqing, you should know when to stop." As his words faded, he heard Xia Yinqing's low chuckle beside him. "Master was sure, it's time for you to rise and eat something." Upon hearing this, Jing Yuran paused momentarily, then opened his eyes. He glanced at the windows and doors, realizing it was already dark outside, and couldn't help but smile wryly. "Are you trying to exhaust yourself? You must have traveled day and night to return. Surely you haven't rested much on the way. After eating, you should sleep." Jing Yuran's concern brought a brighter smile to Xia Yinqing's face. With a soft acknowledgement, Jing Yuran joined Xia Yinqing for a meal, and after a simple bath, they lay in bed, embracing each other in slumber. The next day, upon learning of Xia Yinqing's return, Xia Yinqian was overjoyed and, accompanied by the now Empress Du Yingrong and the young prince, came to visit him. "Fifth brother, you have endured much over these past 2 years." Xia Yinqian appeared more composed than before. Xia Yinqing held Jing Yuran's hand and replied, It was my duty. For the next century, they shall not march to war again. Xia Yinxian nodded with a smile. You have accomplished a great feat this time. What reward do you desire? At this, Xia Yinxian glanced at Jing Yuran beside him. His words shifting course. I have yet to decide. I will inform my elder brother once I have made up my mind. Very well. Xia Yinxian harbored a thought. He wished to take this opportunity to restore Xia Yinxian's princely title. It would depend on Xia Yinxian's own wishes. Jing Yuran keenly sensed that the reward Xia Yinxian sought was related to him, but he refrained from probing further. After the autumn hunt concluded, the group returned to the capital. 10 days later, the army finally reached the military camp outside the city, and Xia Yinxian personally visited the camp to commend each soldier for their contributions. The reward Xia Yinxian desired was permission to wed Jing Yuran. In the open-minded society of the Great Xia dynasty, there were many who identified as Dan Shu, cut sleeve, yet few could openly celebrate a grand wedding. Xia Yinxian remembered Jing Yuran's words from his return. He wished to grant him a magnificent wedding. After careful consideration, Xia Yinxian nodded in agreement and even directed the modification of the ceremonial laws to permit same-sex marriages. The announcement of this revised law sparked considerable debate. Some praised it, others were indifferent, and of course a minority opposed it. Nevertheless, this did not deter Xia Yinxian from openly preparing for their grand wedding. Jing Yuran felt a tumult of emotions within him upon learning the news. There was joy in his heart due to the sincerity with which the other treated their feelings. Yet there was also a sorrowful apprehension about becoming increasingly enmeshed in these sentiments. When the time came for Leng Jue to awaken from his slumber, should he regard their connection merely as a task fulfilled or a fleeting dream? How would he reconcile his own feelings? In the study, Jing Yuran found himself incapable of focusing on his reading. The weight of such thoughts compelled him to wearily rub his temples. After a brief moment, he closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, a resolution had formed. Having endured betrayal, he knew he could not easily fall in love again. Even if he admitted to harboring feelings for him, he would never offer his heart without sufficient trust and security. Presently, Leng Jue lacked memories, and setting that aside, as long as he continued to express affection for him within the confines of their task, he would not refuse the prospect of their union. As for the matters beyond their world, those could be addressed when the time was right. A month later, Xia Yinxian and Jing Yuran were wed. They became the first same-sex couple to marry following the amendment of marital laws, both of high standing and influence. On the day of their nuptials, the celebration rivaled that of a new emperor's ascension. Xia Yinxian and Du Yingrong even personally visited the Grand Tutoress residence to serve as witnesses, a distinction afforded only to them. A year later, as their story reached its conclusion, the Great Xia dynasty flourished, with its citizens living in peace and prosperity. Chapter 65. The supporting character does not deviate from the plot. 1. Du Xian had been unable to work yesterday due to a fever, so do not speak of things you do not understand. The angry voice of a young girl reached Jing Yuran's ears, momentarily shaking him from his reverie. Lifting his gaze slightly, he surveyed his surroundings with the corner of his eye. On a relatively wide dirt road, surrounded by fields, stood 7 individuals, 5 young men and 2 young women, all around 17 or 18 years of age. They donned plaid shirts and long trousers reminiscent of the 1970s and 1980s. One of the girls had her hair styled in braids, while the other wore a ponytail. It was the girl with the ponytail who had spoken. She was strikingly beautiful, her charm undiminished by her plain attire. Her skin was fair as snow, and her bright, clear eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. She possessed a delicate, well-defined nose and lips that were neither too thin nor too full, resembling a peach blossom blooming on the snow. Beside her stood a young man whose appearance was equally well-matched. His skin was pale, though slightly darker than hers. His features were soft and harmonious, exuding an inviting warmth. And despite his coarse clothing, he maintained an air of refinement and grace. I spoke with the secretary before I took my leave. It was not an act of laziness, he said in a gentle voice, presenting himself as a man of good nature. And what of it? Who's to say you're not feigning illness? A malicious voice interjected near Jing Yuran. He turned his gaze slightly, catching a glimpse of the speaker's profile. The contours of his face were strikingly deep, with prominent brow bones, a straight nose, and thin lips. At that moment, a smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, his eyes brimming with disdain and contempt. Wei Ming, you are utterly unreasonable. The girl with the ponytail pointed at him with indignation, accusing, are you envious of Du Xian's commendable work, given that he earns more points than you? Upon hearing this, Wei Ming's expression darkened, and he disdainfully scoffed, that's simply because I choose not to engage. If I truly applied myself, I could easily surpass that pretty boy. Despite being labeled a pretty boy, Du Xian remained unperturbed, gently suggesting, let us not squander time here. We should return to our tasks. Who is wasting time? Wei Ming clenched his fists, seemingly ready to resort to violence. At that moment, the village secretary, Shi Jiangwo, approached. In his 50s, with a slightly hunched back, dark skin, and deeply etched wrinkles on his face. He exuded a sense of hardship mingled with a hint of authority befitting his position. What are you all doing standing around? Shouldn't you be working? With those words, Wei Ming swallowed his retort and cast a fierce glare at Du Xian before striding off to his designated work area. The others, witnessing this, dispersed to their respective tasks as well. Jing Yuran, having seized the opportunity to absorb their memories during their conversation, walked toward his own plot without revealing any signs of inconsistency. Now, in the midst of summer, the village was engaged in the manual harvest of corn sown in the spring, with no machinery to assist, relying solely on human labor. As Jing Yuran picked corn, he delved into the world of the narrative. This was a romance novel featuring a female protagonist who experienced rebirth and sought revenge. Both the male and female leads were educated youth sent from the capital to the countryside. Prior to her rebirth, the protagonist had been repeatedly sabotaged by the village beauty, envious of her looks, ultimately leading to her demise in prison. Upon her rebirth, she was aware of the village beauty's schemes and set a trap of her own, returning all the grievances of her past life to the village beauty. Throughout this journey, the male lead provided invaluable support, and the two gradually developed feelings for each other. Eventually returning to the capital after the restoration of the college entrance examination, the story culminated in their marriage, blessed by both families after graduation. Jing Yuran's identity was that of a minor character named Shi Qingyang, who became an orphan at the age of 8 when his parents lost their lives to a flood, leading him to reside with the village secretary. 3 months prior, upon turning 18, the village secretary arranged for him to have a separate house built in the village. Before the educated youth were dispatched to the countryside, he had overheard the village secretary mention a certain Wei Ming, whose family had military connections and a significant background, advising that he should be given special consideration. With aspirations of not remaining in the village indefinitely, he took the initiative to become Wei Ming's follower upon his arrival. Wei Ming arborait animosité toward Du Xian, and Jing Yuran aligned himself in opposition to Du Xian as well. However, as a minor character, he met his end before the protagonist could confront him. The village was adjacent to a river, and during a flood, he happened to be by the riverbank. Unable to escape in time, he was swept away by the torrent and struck a tree, which prevented him from being carried too far. The villagers managed to rescue him, but due to the severity of his head injury, he awoke with diminished faculties, his intelligence forever stunted at the level of a 5 or 6-year-old. Wei Ming, too, was a minor character. Despite his influential background, he found himself caught in the flood's grasp, suffering a similar fate. He sustained only minor injuries. Upon learning of the incident, his parents swiftly leveraged their connections to bring him home. Wei Ming and Shi Qingyang are mere cannon fodder, distinguished only by one being a major player and the other a minor one. Currently, Leng Jue's identity mirrors that of the major cannon fodder, Wei Ming. Jing Yuran closed the interface, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Both of them were merely expendable characters, their involvement with the protagonist minimal. Once they navigated past that segment of a narrative, they could await the conclusion with peace of mind. However, should she feign ignorance or take a more evasive approach? As she pondered, a noise emerged from behind her. Turning, she saw Wei Ming. His countenance was dark, and, as he approached, he violently tore apart the corn leaves in his path. Upon reaching Jing Yuran, he erupted. Were you mute just now? He halted abruptly, Having not regarded her while walking over, but upon closer inspection, an unfamiliar sensation washed over him, compelling him to stop. Shi Qingyang's appearance was not particularly striking, at best. He could be described as handsome, yet his slightly upturned phoenix eyes held a certain allure. The original character's reserved nature and deep thoughts significantly diminished the beauty those eyes could convey. However, Jing Yuran's presence transformed everything. Her eyes shimmered with an extraordinary beauty, reminiscent of both wind and clouds, especially when she looked at Wei Ming, her gaze harboring an imperceptible allure and desire that left one feeling as though they had been gently hooked. Wei Ming instinctively swallowed hard. Although he had seen her face before, this time it felt different. I felt a bit dizzy earlier, Jing Yuran cautiously replied, averting her gaze. Veuillez y apologis. Next time, I will definitely help you scold him properly. Wei Ming regained his focus, awkwardly averting his eyes. All right, I won't hold this against you this time. With that, he turned to leave but suddenly paused, glancing back to inquire, what caused the dizziness earlier? Are you still feeling unwell? Jing Yuran lifted her gaze momentarily before lowering it again, stating, not dizzy anymore. Wei Ming responded with a non-committal standing there for a while before adding, if it gets too hot, take a break. Don't let yourself suffer heat stroke. With that, he strode away, returning to his own field. Chapter 66. The expendable characters do not follow the plot. 2. Jing Yuran raised her head, a subtle smile playing on her lips as she observed his retreating figure, then resumed her work. Around 11 o'clock, the sun blazed fiercely, causing beads of sweat to stream down everyone's backs. In no time, the group began shouting to carry the corn to the drying yard, after which they could head home to prepare meals. Returning to work later in the afternoon, as the sun began to set, Shi Qingyang's residence was situated deep within the village. Nestled against the mountainside and built halfway up the slope, surrounded solely by his family. Following the dirt path home, Jing Yuran spotted the house from her memories. A simple adobe structure comprising a kitchen, a living room, a bedroom, and a small latrine. She ventured into the kitchen to inspect the supplies. There was a full bag of rice, half a bag of flour, 2 cucumbers, and an eggplant in the cupboard, with salt being the only seasoning available, nothing more. In an abrupt transition from lavish living to a frugal existence, the disparity was stark. Nonetheless, Jing Yuran adjusted remarkably well, maintaining his composure as he fetched water from the well beside the house to prepare a meal. With only eggplants and cucumbers at his disposal, he opted to cook a single dish of braised eggplant. Although he could only season it with salt, it was sufficient to satisfy his palate. After dining, Jing Yuran wandered around the house, gauging his surroundings before retreating to his room for an afternoon nap. The village was bustling with numerous families, and with the arrival of the educated youth, there was an absence of adequate lodging. Consequently, the village secretary took the initiative to construct a large courtyard for their accommodation. In total, 6 educated youths arrived in Shirtu village, divided into 2 groups of 3. All 6 resided in the courtyard, which consisted of 4 rooms. 2 girls shared 1 room, 2 boys shared another, while Wei Ming and Du Xian each occupied their own individual rooms. Wei Ming was not the only one with connections. The male protagonist, Du Xian, also hailed from a family engaged in biological research, which lent him a certain stature. Wei Ming's room was located on the outermost side. Though modest in size, it did not feel cramped. At that moment, he lay on his bed, intending to take a nap, but upon closing his eyes, he was irresistibly reminded of Shi Qingyang, whom he had encountered earlier in the cornfield. The image of those hook-like eyes lingered in his mind, as if they had ensnared him. What was Shi Qingyang's issue? It was merely a single remark he had made. Why the intense reaction? He reflected that Shi Qingyang was an orphan, having lived under the care of others since the age of 8. Undoubtedly, he was fragile and sensitive. Wei Ming had been angry and had shouted at him, which must have left Shi Qingyang feeling distressed and perhaps even anxious. With a sigh, Wei Ming turned over, his mind troubled. He thought to himself that he would assess the situation again in the afternoon. If necessary, he would apologize. After all, he, Wei Gongzi, had never apologized to anyone before. If Shi Qingyang failed to recognize his good intentions, then the image of those captivating eyes flashed through his mind again, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless. As the afternoon approached and the sun dipped lower in the sky, the villagers returned to the fields to labor. The plot assigned to Shi Qingyang was not extensive, but harvesting corn alone was time-consuming, especially considering he had to carry the harvested corn to the drying area. Perhaps due to a poor diet in his youth, he was rather slender. When he rolled up his sleeves, the bones of his wrists were prominently visible, so delicate that one hand could easily grasp both of his wrists. Around 7 o'clock, Jing Yuran finished picking the corn, leaving only the task of transporting it to the drying area. At that moment, Wei Ming approached. Tall and broad-shouldered, his muscles were evident even with minimal definition. His features were chiseled, yet his demeanor was intimidating, making him somewhat difficult to approach. Anyone who encountered him felt a twinge of trepidation. Wei Ming scrutinized Shi Qingyang closely. He had been laboring, a sheen of sweat glistening on his face from the heat, lending a rosy hue that enhanced his delicate features. Under the allure of his captivating phoenix eyes, he exuded a unique charm. Wei Ming found himself momentarily speechless, the sight evoking vivid and enticing images in his mind, leaving him suddenly parched despite initially feeling only slightly thirsty. "What's the matter, Wei Ge? Do you need my help with your work?" Jing Yuran pretended not to notice his distraction and cautiously inquired. Upon hearing her voice, Wei Ming snapped back to reality, swallowed hard, and replied, "No need." Remembering the purpose of his visit, he cleared his throat and added apologetically, "I wasn't aware you were feeling dizzy this morning. I didn't mean to raise my voice." "Don't take it to heart." Jing Yuran was momentarily taken aback. Upon realizing the situation, she felt an urge to laugh, but stifled it, instead maintaining a facade of trepidation. No, Wei Ge, there's no need for you to apologize. It is I who was in the wrong for not assisting you." Wei Ming felt a pang of discomfort at her demeanor. He was not a malevolent person, nor did he intend to bully her. Why was she so cautious around him? "What are you so afraid of? I want tea bite," he retorted with irritation. Hearing this, Jing Yuran offered a conciliatory smile. "How could I be afraid of you?" "Wei Ge," Wei Ming scoffed. "That smile seems insincere. Spare it next time." Immediately, Jing Yuran suppressed her smile, adopting an expression of deference. This response only served to irk Wei Ming further. He felt the urge to lash out but found himself unable to do so. His gaze fell upon the basket brimming with corn. "Are you unable to carry it?" Jing Yuran had just begun to speak when Wei Ming, growing impatient, interjected, "Forget it. I'll carry it for you." Without affording her a chance to respond, he squatted down and hoisted the entire basket of corn onto his back. Jing Yuran raised an eyebrow. In the original storyline, Wei Ming would never have apologized to Shi Qingyang, let alone helped him with work. It seemed he was deviating from the intended plot once again. Jing Yuran smirked, then feigned a startled expression. "Wei Ge, please let me handle it. It's mine. I can manage." Wei Ming grasped her outstretched hand and paused before saying, "You're so slender. Can you really handle it?" With that, he began walking towards the drying ground, carrying the corn. Jing Yuran glanced down at her hands. Indeed, they were slender. But the original owner had worked before. Surely she could manage. Silently chuckling, she trotted after him. "Wei Ge, you've been such a bother," she said, her smile brightening. Wei Ming turned his head to glance at her. Seeing her smile inexplicably lifted his spirits. "What bother? I could carry several more trips." "Wei Ge, you're impressive." Jing Yuran praised sincerely. Wasn't he impressive? He could deviate from the storyline at every encounter. Complimented, Wei Ming felt a surge of comfort. Despite carrying a hefty load of corn, he felt buoyant. The two arrived at the drying ground just in time to encounter the protagonists, Du Xian and Xiao Yin, the latter being the girl who had tied her hair in a ponytail to speak on behalf of the male lead that morning. Upon seeing them approach, Xiao Yin's face turned cautious, and she quietly warned Du Xian, "If they cause you trouble again, just ignore them." Du Xian smiled gently. "All right." Wei Ming emptied the basket of corn without paying them much attention. However, Jing Yuran, adhering to her character, remarked sarcastically, "So, you can work. I thought you were merely lazy?" After saying this, she glanced at the corn on the ground. "You wouldn't be so weak as to require a girl's help to carry corn, would you?" Chapter 67. The supporting character does not follow the plot. 3. Shi Qingyang. Cease your nonsensical chatter. You are well aware of who is truly slacking off. Xiaoyan interjected, defending the male lead. Originally, Shi Qingyang was known for his tendency to be lazy, showing only interest in the small vegetable patch behind his house. However, during collective farming activities, especially at harvest time, one cannot afford to be indolent. I, Jing Yuran, was about to retort when I suddenly recalled that Wei Ming had assisted him in carrying the corn, causing me to pause. Xiaoyan noticed my hesitation and scoffed. A boy needing help to carry corn? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? Who dares to mock? Wei Ming tossed aside the basket, stepped in front of Jing Yuran, and declared, I'll willingly help him carry it. Do you have any objections? Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback, sensing something unusual about Wei Ming. Though he had always tacitly accepted Shi Qingyang's presence, he had never spoken a kind word to him, let alone helped him with chores. Du Xian, observing the situation, gently remarked, we are all part of the same collective. It is only natural that we assist each other with farm work. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan glanced at Du Xian, feeling exasperated by his placid demeanor. Why was he always so agreeable? Wei Ming also turned to look at Du Xian. For the first time, finding him somewhat agreeable, he decided to let them off this time. Come on, let us carry the rest. Wei Ming tugged at Jing Yuran, picking up the basket from the ground. As they walked, Jing Yuran quietly asked, Wei Ge, why did you let them off so easily? Did I hold you back? Perhaps I should carry the rest myself? Wei Ming shot him a sidelong glance, mockingly stating, with your frail frame, do you think you can manage? I used to do it all by myself. Jing Yuran defended himself softly. Considering this, Wei Ming reflected. He had indeed never paid much attention before. But today he simply did not want Jing Yuran to bear such a heavy burden. Fine, you're impressive, Wei Ming replied dismissively. In any case, there isn't much left. I can carry it alone. Upon hearing this, Jing Yuran looked up and smiled. Thank you so much, Wei Ge today. They had arrived in the cornfield and began to fill the basket with corn. Wei Ming glanced at him, initially intending to say that it was nothing. But then he shifted his tone, just offering verbal thanks one tea suffice. How about something more tangible? Jing Yuran paused momentarily, then continued to gather corn. Feeling a bit shy as he said, I genuinely wish to express my gratitude, but I really have nothing to offer. Wei Ming lowered his gaze slightly. You live alone. Surely you can cook? Jing Yuran nodded. I can cook. Then prepare a meal for me as a thank you, Wei Ming said, his anticipation growing. Huh? Jing Yuran appeared quite hesitant. Wei Ming immediately felt displeased. What? You're unwilling to cook a meal? No. Jing Yuran shook his head repeatedly. It's just that I don't have many ingredients at home. There is no meat and only salt for seasoning. I'm afraid you won't find it palatable. Wei Ming was taken aback, incredulously asking, You don't even have soy sauce or vinegar? None, Jing Yuran replied, his head bowed in embarrassment. Wei Ming realized he had misspoken, and he could sense the other person's disappointment. Apologetically, he remarked, I meant no harm, I just know. Jing Yuran softly replied, Brother Wei is a good person, I understand. This compliment made Wei Ming feel somewhat embarrassed, and he cleared his throat, saying, Wait at home for a bit. I'll come find you. Ah. Jing Yuran was taken aback. Brother Wei, are you coming over for dinner? Just wait, as I requested. No need for so many unnecessary words. Wei Ming replied as he picked up the last ear of corn and tossed it into the basket. Jing Yuran, startled by him, nodded, fearing his anger. I will listen to Brother Wei. Wei Ming nodded in agreement, shouldering the basket, and they both headed to the drying yard together. Observing the weather, it seemed tomorrow would bring another sunny day. The corn harvest was nearly complete, but it had yet to be husked. Zhang Wo told them, everyone should go home for dinner first. After eating, come back to husk the corn, aiming to dry a batch tomorrow. They all responded affirmatively and hurried home to prepare dinner. Jing Yuran returned home to wait, but kept himself busy cooking rice for two. He suspected that Wei Ming would bring some ingredients for him to use. As expected, when Wei Ming arrived, he held a small piece of meat and 2 large onions. Here, use these, he said, placing them on the cutting board. He then pulled 2 small glass bottles from his pocket. This is soy sauce and vinegar. Don't confuse them. Seeing this, Jing Yuran smiled brightly. Thank you, Brother Wei, but I didn't spend much on these. They're all mine. Who said you needed to pay? Wei Ming shot him a glare. Jing Yuran shrank back. Didn't Tidu Xian and the others say anything? The six of them, the educated youth, typically cooked together, though it was mostly the girls who took charge, while Wei Ming was known for contributing financially without lifting a finger. I paid for it. I can give it to whomever I wish, Wei Ming stated matter-of-factly. After that, he urged, hurry up, no more dawdling. Jing Yuran acknowledged with an "oh" and swiftly began to prepare the meat and vegetables. Brother Wei, could you please fetch me 2 tomatoes? He asked, unable to free his hands. Wei Ming stood there, raising an eyebrow like a lord. Do you dare to command me? Jing Yuran quickly set down the knife. I wouldn't dream of it. I'll go myself. Observing this, Wei Ming placed a hand on Jing Yuran's shoulder. You keep doing your thing. I'll go. With that, he released his grip and exited the kitchen. Jing Yuran couldn't help but chuckle. Once he recognized his feelings, he realized that this person was truly wonderful in every aspect. Jing Yuran prepared 2 dishes and a soup, stir-fried onions with meat, stir-fried cucumbers with corn, and a cucumber-tomato vegetable soup. Initially, Wei Ming held little hope, thinking that as long as it was edible, it would suffice. However, after a couple of bites, he found that even with simple seasonings, it was quite delicious. Your cooking skills are quite impressive, Wei Ming praised between bites. Jing Yuran smiled shyly. Thank you, Brother Wei. I'm glad you like it. As dusk approached, the room was illuminated by a kerosene lamp, and under the warm yellow light, Jing Yuran's smile resembled that of honey being opened, exuding a sweet aroma that enveloped the room. Wei Ming stared in astonishment once more, but he quickly regained his composure. Lowering his head, he took a bite at his meal and remarked, Do you smile so brightly at everyone? Certainly not, Jing Yuran replied with a smile. Brother Wei, you treat me so well, so of course I'm happy. Wei Ming let out a non-committal hum, yet internally he pondered, if someone else treated him just as kindly, would he follow them instead? No. Having chosen to follow him, he must not stray to another. From the outset, Wei Ming had discerned that Shi Qingyang's intentions in following him were merely to gain benefits or to exploit his connections to escape the village. Initially, he had been indifferent, viewing him as a useful tool, and was prepared to offer some small advantages upon his departure. However, now it became evident that Shi Qingyang, having grown up starved of affection, perceived anyone who showed him kindness as a good person. This simply would not do. Had he not encountered Wei Ming, he might have been easily deceived by others. Since Shi Qingyang had chosen to accompany him, and considering his culinary skills, it was not entirely unreasonable to reluctantly bring him along. After finishing his last bite, Wei Ming set down his chopsticks and declared, Shi Qingyang, rest assured, you shall not lack for benefits while following me. He could not overtly promise to lead him out of the village, yet he needed to dangle some incentives to prevent him from wandering off with others. Jing Yuran was momentarily taken aback by his words. Then his face lit up with joy. Brother Wei, from now on, you shall be my elder brother. Wei Ming nodded contentedly and deliberately inquired, You want to seek another elder brother, will you? Jing Yuran chuckled inwardly, resolutely shaking his head to pledge his loyalty. Never. I shall recognize only you as my elder brother. Satisfied, Wei Ming rose and announced, All right, after washing the dishes, we should head over to peel the corn. I'll do it, Jing Yuran exclaimed, carrying the bowl and chopsticks. You just sit there, Brother Wei. Seeing him so cheerful, Wei Ming refrained from taking over the task, yet followed him, saying, Didn't you just claim me as your elder brother? Why still call me Brother Wei? Jing Yuran blinked. Then what should I call you? Wei Ming, displeased, stated directly, Just call me brother. All right. Jing Yuran complied, addressing him as brother with enthusiasm. A smile involuntarily crept across Wei Ming's lips. Hearing that term of endearment felt truly gratifying. After washing the dishes, the two stepped outside to the threshing area. As they departed, Wei Ming noticed that he had left the door unlocked and advised him, Be sure to lock the door. Jing Yuran, unconcerned, replied, There's no need. There's nothing of value inside. Wei Ming pondered this, realizing that while indeed there was little of worth, the inability to afford a lock might also be a contributing factor. In a few days, when things settle down, accompany me to the county town, Wei Ming suggested. Jing Yuran nodded eagerly, Of course, brother. Upon arriving at the threshing area, They found several others already peeling corn, with the remaining 5 educated youth seated nearby, chatting and laughing. However, upon seeing Wei Ming and Jing Yuran approach, they silenced their merriment, apprehensive that Wei Ming might come over to cause trouble. Yet, Wei Ming did not approach them. Instead, he fetched 2 small stools and led Jing Yuran to a secluded corner. He currently has no interest in causing trouble. He simply wishes to converse more with Jing Yuran. Meanwhile, Jiangbin whispered among the educated youth, "Hey, don't you think Wei Ming seems a bit odd today? Moreover, it appears their relationship has improved compared to before." Xiaoyan scoffed in response. "Who knows what's going on with them? This afternoon, I even saw Wei Ming helping Shi Qingyang carry corn." In truth, Xiaoyan was also perplexed, as in her previous life. These two had never reached such a level of intimacy. However, she dismissed the thought, knowing that soon a flood would occur, and these two would be unable to frolic around. It was not until after 9 o'clock that the village secretary allowed them to return to rest. The night sky was clear, with twinkling stars and bright moonlight barely illuminating their path. Jing Yuran walked with Wei Ming, but after a while, Wei Ming had to stop, while Jing Yuran continued on alone. For some reason, Wei Ming felt uncomfortable and unable to let go, so he followed after him. "Shi Qingyang?" Jing Yuran turned to look at his figure under the soft moonlight. "Brother, is something wrong?" "Nothing, just seeing you off," Wei Ming replied, draping an arm over Jing Yuran's shoulder. Although it felt like the embrace of good brothers, it carried a semblance of holding someone close to the heart. Jing Yuran raised an eyebrow in private, but outwardly declined. "Brother, it's just a short distance. You need not see me off." "I insist on seeing you off," Wei Ming asserted firmly, leading him forward. Jing Yuran smirked and playfully bestowed upon him a good person card, saying, "Brother, you are truly a good person." Wei Ming chuckled. "Remember my kindness for the future." "What future?" Wei Ming momentarily pondered, unable to articulate his thoughts. "Rest assured, I will remember," Jing Yuran replied earnestly. Wei Ming acknowledged. Before long, they arrived at Jing Yuran's home, and Wei Ming released him, saying, "Go back and rest early." "Yes, brother, you should rest early too. See you tomorrow." Jing Yuran waved goodbye. Wei Ming turned and waved back at Jing Yuran. Upon returning to his bedroom, Jing Yuran closed the door, lit an oil lamp, and sat on the edge of his bed, reflecting on the day's events, unable to suppress a smile. It was only the first day, and upon seeing him, Leng Jue had reacted in a way that diverged from the expected narrative. Jing Yuran was genuinely curious. What was Leng Jue's true heart like? The following days were consumed with husking and drying corn. Wei Ming frequently brought meat and vegetables to Jing Yuran's home, encouraging him to cook. A week later, the clouds visibly thickened in the sky. The village secretary organized everyone to store the dried corn in the granary. Fortunately, they had enjoyed a week of sunny weather, allowing the village's corn to dry adequately. After the harvest, Jiangwo remarked, "Looking at the weather, there will be heavy rain tonight. Everyone has worked hard during this time. If it rains tomorrow, let us all take a break." Finally, a chance to rest. "My goodness, if it doesn't rain soon, I might just collapse." This rain was perfectly timed. Everyone joyfully made their way back to their homes. Jing Yuran and Wei Ming lingered at the back, where he noticed a girl in a floral dress casting a hostile glance at Xiaoyan. This was the malicious supporting character, Shi Ingwei, who had been scheming against the female lead. For now, her jealousy remained dormant, but she would undoubtedly act once the male lead developed feelings for the female lead. "What are you staring at?" Wei Ming inquired, having noticed his gaze fixated in one direction. Jing Yuran shook his head, insisting he was not gazing at anything in particular. Wei Ming narrowed his eyes, clearly unimpressed by his feigned ignorance. There was only one person in that direction, the village beauty, Shi Ingwei. Although she was considered attractive in their village, she paled in comparison to Xiaoyan. "Do you fancy her?" Wei Ming asked bluntly. Jing Yuran was taken aback, quickly recovering to shake his head vehemently. "No, brother, do not say such things." "Then why are you staring at her?" Wei Ming pressed, his tone serious. Jing Yuran wore a perplexed expression, stammering, I. Wei Ming, seeing his demeanor, became even more convinced of his brother's affections for Shi Ingwei. He felt a surge of irritation. Having just acknowledged him as an elder brother, Jing Yuran seemed ready to abandon him for the allure of a woman. Not on his watch. What are your plans for tomorrow? Wei Ming asked, suppressing his feelings and feigning casual curiosity. Jing Yuran glanced at him and replied, I'll be resting at home. Is that all? Wei Ming questioned, his brow furrowing. Aren't you the least bit jealous? After a moment of contemplation, he added, regardless. I find myself bored. I'll come over to your house to keep you company. What? Jing Yuran responded, bewildered. Ignoring his confusion, Wei Ming continued. It looks like it's going to rain tonight. It will be difficult to travel tomorrow, so I might as well spend the night at your place. Jing Yuran paused, a smile creeping onto his face, realizing that Wei Ming's jealousy had indeed surfaced. But my bed is rather small. Sharing it would be cramped. Jing Yuran expressed with a hint of reluctance. Wei Ming draped an arm over his shoulder, guiding him toward their expansive courtyard. I don't mind the closeness. Brother, this is not the way back to your house, Jing Yuran noted, trying to clarify. I know. I just need to grab a few things from my place first. Wei Ming replied. Jing Yuran merely acknowledged him with a soft "oh" and fell silent. As they returned together, Qiu Yin and Du Xian observed them. Though their curiosity had waned over the past few days, Wei Ming retrieved a couple of changes of clothes and snagged 2 pieces of meat from the kitchen. After preparing, he announced to Jiang Bin and the others, I'll be staying at Qingyang's house tonight, and promptly pulled Jing Yuran away. TSK, just a few days ago, Brother Wei treated Shi Qingyang like a mere sidekick, and now they seem like inseparable brothers. Jiang Bin remarked, shaking his head in bemusement. Lo, keeping truthgled. It's a refreshing change. At least he is not sulking like before. Zhou Lan nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Qiu Yin remained silent, her gaze turned skyward. For a torrential downpour was imminent, and with it, the threat of flooding. Upon their arrival home, Wei Ming, treating his abode with the familiarity of one returning to his own sanctuary, carelessly tossed his bag onto the bed and turned to sit upon a nearby stool. What shall we have for dinner? He inquired. Noodles, replied Jing Yuran, who was already making his way to the kitchen. Wei Ming rose to retrieve the meat, placing it in the kitchen before settling onto a small stool behind the stove. Shall I start the fire for you? How do I do it? Teach me, he asked. Jing Yuran, standing beside him, replied, Let me handle it, brother. You can just sit back. Wei Ming looked up at him, teasingly questioning if he truly perceived him as a pampered young master who merely waited for others to serve him. After all, I am your brother. What is wrong with us cooking together? Jing Yuran smiled faintly, his lips pursed. I'm just concerned about possibly causing you trouble. Wei Ming huffed lightly. All right, just tell me what to do. Jing Yuran nodded and began instructing Wei Ming on how to kindle the fire while he himself prepared the ingredients. With no eggs at home, Jing Yuran chopped some meat into small pieces, crafting a simple dish of minced meat and vegetables served over noodles. Each time Wei Ming savored the meal, he offered genuine praise, not merely out of politeness, but because it truly was delectable. He noticed that in recent days, Jing Yuran's smiles had increased, rendering him more cheerful than when he first arrived. If the rain isn't too heavy tomorrow, we shall go explore the county, Wei Ming suggested. Indeed, Jing Yuran nodded, his entire fortune amounting to a mere $2.38, truly a state of poverty. However, a stroll might unveil opportunities for earning. Just after they finished washing the dishes, the sound of rain began to patter outside, a cacophony that echoed through the air. Jing Yuran glanced towards the door and remarked, Let us boil some hot water now. We can mix it later. He then took a wooden bucket outside, positioning it beneath the eaves to catch the rainwater cascading from the roof. Wei Ming peered towards the entrance and asked, Are you afraid of thunder? Jing Yuran, standing at the doorway, replied softly, Not at all. His voice was subdued, nearly drowned out by the downpour. Yet Wei Ming caught a glimpse of his lips forming the words. Just as he spoke, a rumble of thunder resonated through the air. Observing Jing Yuran approaching without any signs of fear, Wei Ming felt an indescribable twinge of regret, though he could not pinpoint the source of his discontent. After boiling the water, the two stood at the door for a spell, watching the rain before taking turns to shower. Jing Yuran bathed last, emerging in a tank top and shorts that revealed his slender arms and calves. He placed their soiled clothing into the wooden bucket, intending to wash them the following day. Before stepping into the bedroom, Wei Ming lay languidly on the bed, idly waving a fan in his hand. Hearing a sound, he turned to look and was momentarily taken aback. Despite it being summer, the hot water used for bathing had left Jing Yuran's face flushed, and droplets of water clung to his long eyelashes, vanishing after a gentle blink. Jing Yuran is indeed slender, his tank top barely concealing his front and back, leaving his delicate neck and prominent collarbones exposed. After bathing, he vigorously scrubbed himself, leaving behind a faint red mark near his collarbone, which appeared somewhat suggestive. Below his waist is visible, the hem of his shirt not tucked into his trousers, yet it is evident that his waist is also remarkably thin, as if a single hand could easily encircle it. "Brother, do you wish to sleep inside or outside?" Jing Yuran inquired as he closed the door and approached the bed. Wei Ming, roused from his reverie, regarded Jing Yuran with a somber gaze, his tone somewhat unnatural as he replied, "Outside." Jing Yuran acknowledged with an "oh," asking, "Shall I turn off the light?" Wei Ming responded, his attention lingering on Jing Yuran. Jing Yuran feigned ignorance, turned off the light, and, in the darkness, sat at the foot of the bed, removed his shoes, and slid into the side of the bed. As he lay down, Wei Ming felt a fleeting coolness envelop him, but it quickly dissipated, replaced by an uncomfortable warmth. The rain persisted outside, the heat refusing to relent, and soon, a fine sheen of sweat formed on Wei Ming's skin. He fanned himself with a palm fan and asked Jing Yuran, "Are you hot?" Jing Yuran, facing away and pressed against the wall to avoid crowding him, replied, "I'm not hot." Although Wei Ming could not see him, he sensed the distance between them. "Why are you so far away? Are you afraid I'll make you hot?" "It's not that I'm not moving. I'm just trying not to squeeze you," Jing Yuran clarified. Wei Ming, feeling playful, turned onto his side and inched closer, exclaiming, "I prefer to sleep snugly." Jing Yuran could feel the breath and warmth of the person behind him. Although they were not touching, the proximity was undeniable. "Why are you silent?" Wei Ming prodded him gently with his finger and extended the fan forward, capable of cooling both of them. Jing Yuran pondered whether a subtle invitation at this moment might startle him. "Perhaps it would be better to take it slow. I don't know what to say," he replied. Being so close allowed Wei Ming to catch the fresh scent of soap on Jing Yuran, which was invigorating and made him yearn to inhale it more deeply. Thus, he quietly shifted a bit closer. "Anything you say will do," Wei Ming said absently. Jing Yuran remained silent. Wei Ming, undeterred, found the current situation inexplicably thrilling. Yet he craved more closeness, inching even nearer. After an indeterminate time, as Jing Yuran was on the brink of slumber, he suddenly heard Wei Ming ask, "Can I hold you while I sleep?" Jing Yuran became more alert, but chose to feign sleep, offering no response. Not receiving an answer, Wei Ming softly called out, "Qingyang, are you asleep?" Jing Yuran remained unresponsive. He sensed Wei Ming's breathing becoming more subdued, and then he felt a hand gently resting on his waist, gradually pulling him closer. Chapter 70. The supporting role does not follow the plot. 6. Wei Ming leaned in closer, burying his head in Jing Yuran's neck, inhaling deeply and sighing, so fragrant. Jing Yuran couldn't help but think that Wei Ming's behavior was somewhat peculiar, yet he found it oddly agreeable, even deriving pleasure from it. Unbeknownst to Wei Ming, Jing Yuran was awake. He was simply enveloped in Wei Ming's embrace, feeling an overwhelming sense of contentment, wishing to remain in this position for eternity. After a moment, sensing that Wei Ming would not engage in any further actions, Jing Yuran gradually drifted into slumber. Wei Ming, however, did not succumb to sleep until the deep hours of the night. As dawn broke, the early birds serenaded the world with a symphony of varying pitches, gently rousing the slumbering souls. Jing Yuran opened his eyes to find himself facing Wei Ming, nestled within his arms. He stirred slightly, but upon sensing something, he paused. Wei Ming awoke to the movement, and as he opened his eyes, Jing Yuran shut his, feigning sleep, albeit in a manner that was all too obvious. Upon seeing Jing Yuran's face so close, Wei Ming momentarily froze, then noticed the slight quiver of his eyelashes, instantly realizing he was pretending to be asleep. He recalled that he had awakened due to the movement of the person in his arms, and, at that moment, A certain part of him was pressing against Jing Yuran's thigh, making the reason for Jing Yuran's pretense all too clear. Wei Ming chuckled softly, deliberately pressing Jing Yuran closer. "Stop pretending. I can see through it." Jing Yuran felt the pressure intensify, feigning embarrassment as he pushed against him, his voice soft and endearing, akin to a gentle whine. This only heightened Wei Ming's arousal. He swallowed hard, his breath uneven, thinking, what is there to be shy about? You are in the same boat. Jing Yuran had no retort, simply stating, I need to get up and make breakfast. Reluctantly, Wei Ming released him, saying, go on, I want corn porridge. Jing Yuran hurriedly got out of bed, almost fleeing the room. Wei Ming lay back, gazing at the ceiling, savoring the sensation of holding someone close. He intended to let the feeling dissipate gradually, yet the more he pondered, the more it lingered. Muttering a curse, Wei Ming finally rose and made his way to the restroom. The torrential rain from the previous night had ceased, yet the sky remained overcast, hinting at more rain to come. Jing Yuran, hearing a commotion, peeked from the kitchen door and saw Wei Ming heading to the restroom. He raised an eyebrow, uncertain whether Wei Ming's entrance was merely for a quick visit or something more. However, after waiting for over 10 minutes with no sign of his return, Jing Yuran began to understand. He and T even begun to entice him, and yet Wei Ming was already on the brink of losing control. What would happen if he were to proceed? After another 10 minutes, Wei Ming finally emerged, fetching a basin to draw water from the well to wash his face and hands. Once refreshed, he entered the kitchen, and Jing Yuran glanced at him, pretending to be oblivious, and remarked, the meal will be ready soon. Wei Ming responded with a simple his deep gaze fixed on Jing Yuran's face, lost in thought. As they were dining, rain began to pour heavily outside, rendering any plans of venturing into the county town impossible. With nothing to occupy their time, the two moved some stools and settled at the entrance of the main hall, gazing at the rain-soaked world beyond. Jing Yuran, fidgeting with his fingers, shyly inquired, is there any way to earn some money? I wish to make some. Wei Ming turned to him, contemplating seriously before responding. Do you know how to raise pigs? Jing Yuran indeed possessed that knowledge, yet sure Qingyang did not, prompting him to shake his head. Wei Ming reflected once more, recognizing that pig farming could indeed be a promising avenue. If one tended to the pigs well, the Supply and Marketing Association would eventually come to collect them, leading to profit. It was not particularly difficult to rear them, and should any uncertainties arise, one could always consult the village secretary. Jing Yuran acknowledged this with a simple, oh, yet the crux of the matter lay in the fact that he lacked the funds to purchase piglets. Wei Ming, having grasped this point as well, considered lending him the money. However, the thought of the demands of pig farming dissuaded him from this path. He did not wish for Jing Yuran to toil after his agricultural duties to also shoulder the burden of raising pigs. There were other avenues for earning money, and they could explore alternatives. Let us ponder this further. There is no need to rush, Wei Ming reassured him. Jing Yuran nodded, feeling no urgency. The college entrance examination would resume in October next year, and he believed that opportunities to earn in the city would abound once he had graduated. He resolved not to feign ignorance, but rather to sidestep that narrative. The rain persisted throughout the day, showing no signs of abating even as darkness fell, leading Wei Ming to naturally take up residence at Jing Yuran's home. Once Jing Yuran had succumbed to slumber, Wei Ming quietly embraced him, greedily inhaling the scent that clung to him. Wei Ming, hailing from a distinguished background in the capital, had experienced far more than the average person, and the events of the morning had already illuminated his feelings. The present Shi Qingyang was somewhat different from the past, but he chose to overlook it, for ever since he had begun to take notice, his heart and mind had been consumed by this individual. He desired him, wished for him to be exclusively his. Yet he was acutely aware that should their circumstances be discovered, they could face imprisonment. He wrestled with self-restraint, vacillating on whether to drag Shi Qingyang into this perilous situation. Let us wait a little longer, he decided. Finally, the next day dawned without rain. Wei Ming, disinclined to remain indoors, proposed, Qingyang, shall we go to the river to catch some fish? If we succeed, it would be a great way to help you regain some strength. You are far too thin. Upon hearing this, Jing Yuran discerned the narrative had shifted, and he promptly shook his head in refusal. "I want to go," Wei Ming responded with a surprised him, taken aback as this was the first time Jing Yuran had so unequivocally declined. Why? He wondered. The recent heavy rain may have caused the waters to rise. "It's not safe," Jing Yuran replied with earnest seriousness. In the original narrative, Wei Ming had intended to catch fish at the river, inviting Shi Qingyang along, only to encounter a flood that would have led to dire consequences. Hearing Jing Yuran's words sent a jolt through Wei Ming's heart, a lingering sense of dread surfacing. "You're right. It would be best not to go at this time." Jing Yuran persuaded him to stay, and the two of them avoided that particular narrative. Nothing transpired. On the third day, the skies finally cleared, and they returned to their tasks. When they encountered each other at the grain-drying yard, Qiu Yin found herself unable to refrain from glancing in their direction, her heart filled with confusion. It was truly peculiar that these two had not ventured to the riverside, and nothing had occurred. Coupled with their previous changes, Qiu Yin began to suspect whether they too had undergone a rebirth. However, after several subtle inquiries, she discovered they were unaware that the college entrance examination would resume next year, leading her to dismiss the possibility of their rebirth. Nevertheless, since the two had ceased to trouble Du Xian, the interactions among the young intellectuals had become considerably more harmonious, and Qiu Yin felt indifferent about the matter. At last, with some free time on their hands, Wei Ming took Jing Yuran to the county town. Although Shitu village was not far from the county, the journey by tractor took over an hour. In the bustling county, especially on market days, the streets were teeming with people. Wei Ming led Jing Yuran directly to the supply and marketing cooperative, purchasing items that would be useful for him. When Jing Yuran saw the quantities, he grasped Wei Ming's arm, urging him not to buy so much, insisting he could manage without it. Wei Ming countered, asserting, "What you do not need, I do. By the way, I happen to have 2 fabric coupons. Let us buy some cloth to make you new clothes." With that, he tugged Jing Yuran toward the fabric stall. Jing Yuran relished the kindness Wei Ming showed him, yet he felt compelled to maintain a facade. "Brother, don't. I don't need new clothes. I have enough to wear," he insisted, pulling him back. Wei Ming turned to look at him, his enchanting phoenix eyes glistening with unshed tears. A fleeting, distressing image crossed his mind, but the surrounding clamor jolted him back to reality. With the market bustling with shoppers, he led Jing Yuran away to a quieter corner against a wall. "Do you still consider me your brother?" Wei Ming playfully pinched Jing Yuran's cheek. "Is there anything wrong with an elder brother making new clothes for his younger sibling?" Jing Yuran shook his head, replying, "But those things are quite precious. I cannot accept them. What is so unmanageable about it?" Wei Ming gently rubbed his palm. "While they may be rare for you, they are commonplace for me. As your elder brother, I cannot forget you when I have good things, can I? But those are gifts from your parents. How can I accept them?" Jing Yuran murmured softly. Wei Ming chuckled. "What they gave me belongs to me. I can share it with whomever I choose." Just as Jing Yuran was about to protest further, Wei Ming covered his mouth, declaring, "All right, I'm the elder brother, and I decide. Let us go choose some fabric." Thus, Jing Yuran was once again drawn into the fabric stall, where Wei Ming inquired, "What patterns do you like?" "Anything is fine," Jing Yuran replied shyly. "I'm not picky." Raising an eyebrow, Wei Ming selected 2 patterns for him and paid for them with the fabric coupons. They visited the tailor's shop once more, where the proprietor took Jing Yuran's measurements and inquired about his preferences, subsequently stating, "Come back in a week." Wei Ming nodded in acknowledgement as he exited the shop with Jing Yuran, having completed their purchases. Should they meander a bit longer? Indeed, Jing Yuran nodded, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, a laugh he wished to suppress. Noticing this, Wei Ming remarked with a smile, "You will soon have new clothes. You must be quite pleased, yes?" Caught in the act of harboring secret thoughts, Jing Yuran lowered his gaze, feeling a touch embarrassed. Wei Ming chuckled again and said, "If you're happy, let it show. If you're displeased, express it. There's no need to hold back." Jing Yuran glanced up at him, his eyes sparkling, and under Wei Ming's encouragement, he raised his lips and laughed joyfully. The radiant smile before him made Wei Ming's heart race uncontrollably in that moment. He yearned to kiss him, yet refrained. They continued to stroll down the street. By afternoon, the two boarded a tractor heading back to their village, encountering Qiu Yin, Du Xian, and Shi Inghui, who had arrived in the county town after them. Jing Yuran and Wei Ming sat side by side, while the trio occupied the opposite seats. The tractor's noise was quite loud, rendering whispered conversations inaudible to those across from them. "Brother, should we seize this opportunity to trouble Du Xian?" Jing Yuran inquired. In truth, he hoped to avoid excessive entanglement with the male protagonist, but if Wei Ming still found him disagreeable, he would not mind assisting Wei Ming. Wei Ming glanced at Du Xian and replied quietly, "No need, not anymore. It's better to converse more with Jing Yuran than to trouble Du Xian, and I no longer view Du Xian with such disdain." "Very well," Jing Yuran nodded. Wei Ming playfully flicked his forehead and teased, "Look at that expression of yours. Are you rather disappointed? Do you simply enjoy causing trouble?" Jing Yuran covered his forehead and retorted, "I assent it that you don't like him, brother." Hearing this, Wei Ming couldn't help but chuckle. "Back then, I was merely bored. Now I am no longer idle." Jing Yuran blinked and wondered if his notion of not being bored meant being with him. Wei Ming chose not to elaborate, thinking that opportunities would present themselves in due time. Across from them, Xiaoyan observed their interaction, sensing something peculiar but unable to pinpoint its source. "Dugu," Shi Inghui said shyly. "Did you and Xiao Jie know each other before coming to Shirtu village?" Du Xian replied gently, "No, we met after arriving in Shirtu village." "Oh," Shi Inghui said with a mocking glance at Xiaoyan, "I thought you two were close, believing you had known each other for quite some time." Xiaoyan turned to her, her eyes harboring a deep-seated resentment. "Unlike you, we are both educated youth, intellectuals." Shi Inghui fell silent, her expression darkening. "And what of being educated youth? Aren't we still sent to the countryside? Perhaps we may never return." "That is not certain," Xiaoyan asserted confidently. "Policies are ever-changing. Who knows when we may be summoned back?" Shi Inghui, unconvinced, countered, "After all these years, how could that be?" As the conversation concluded, Du Xian suddenly spoke up, asserting that it was precisely because so many years had passed that change was possible. Shi Inghui's expression darkened further. Her concern was not whether they could leave, but rather Du Xian's defense of Qiuyan. Their close relationship was one thing, but now he was speaking up for her. Had he developed feelings for Qiuyan? No, she would not permit it. During the time when the educated youth were sent to the countryside, she had set her sights on both Du Xian and Wei Ming, as only they possessed the background and capability to take her away from this village. However, given Wei Ming's foul temper and fierce appearance, she promptly dismissed him and firmly focused on Du Xian. Du Xian was meant to be with her. She would not allow anyone to obstruct her path. Jing Yuran, observing them from the periphery, realized that even without his intervention, the protagonists were bound to reach their conclusion if they continued on this path. Yet within the village, he could still assist the female lead at critical junctures, ensuring her journey was smoother. The remainder of his time could be devoted to cherishing moments with Leng Wan. Wei Ming placed all the items he had purchased in Jing Yuran's home, handing him the key with a reminder to secure the door upon his departure. "Understood. Thank you, brother." Jing Yuran accepted the key. Wei Ming then re-entered to help him tidy up. The more he organized, the more reluctant he became. Although they worked together during the day, he would still be alone at night. He felt a pang of sympathy for Jing Yuran's solitude, secretly wishing to be by his side at all times. Once the items were arranged, Wei Ming suddenly suggested, "How about I move in with you?" Jing Yuran was taken aback. Wei Ming, increasingly convinced of the idea's merit, mused aloud about why he hadn't thought of it sooner. "I'll go back right now and bring my things over, brother." Jing Yuran grasped Wei Ming's arm as he attempted to leave. "Please, calm down. Calm down." Wei Ming turned to him, his gaze landing on Jing Yuran's bewildered expression. "I am calm. Or do you not wish to live with me?" "That's not it." Jing Yuran stammered, struggling to find his words. "My place is too small and shabby. How could I have you live with me?" He hesitated, then continued. "You are an educated youth sent to the countryside. Suddenly moving in with me would not sit well with the village chief." Wei Ming scoffed at this. "What does his approval matter? It is my choice where I live. Besides, I stayed with you during those rainy days, didn't I? Why can't I do so now?" However, Jing Yuran appeared anxious, as if fearful of something. Sensing this, Wei Ming grasped his hand. "What are you afraid of? Speak, and we shall resolve it together." Jing Yuran lowered his head, biting his lip, and replied softly, "I'm afraid the village chief will scold me for leading you astray." Upon hearing this, Wei Ming paused, then let out a derisive laugh. "Do you think I need you to lead me astray? I was never a good person to begin with." In truth, given Wei Ming's background, he could have easily avoided being sent to the countryside. But his rebellious nature and the trouble he had caused his parents led to his placement in the village. Jing Yuran hesitated before speaking. "Will others think we are peculiar?" Upon hearing this, Wei Ming, understanding his thoughts, replied with an air of nonchalance. "What is so strange about it? You and I are good brothers. I'm simply concerned about you living alone, so I decided to move in with you. Is that a problem?" Jing Yuran remained silent for a considerable time before finally saying, "Perhaps we should inform the village secretary first, just in case." Wei Ming interrupted him. "You stay at home. I will go find the secretary right now." With that, he released Jing Yuran's hand and strode away. Once assured that Wei Ming had left, Jing Yuran allowed a smile to play upon his lips, his previously tranquil eyes now glimmering with joy, hinting at his current good spirits. Wei Ming found Shi Jiangwo and expressed his desire to move in with Jing Yuran. Initially, Shi Jiangwo was taken aback and deemed it inappropriate. But with Wei Ming's persistent insistence that it was his own decision and had nothing to do with them, Shi Jiangwo relented and agreed to the arrangement. Without wasting any time, Wei Ming returned to the courtyard and began packing his belongings. Du Xian happened to witness this and inquired, "Are you leaving?" "No," Wei Ming replied calmly. "I'm moving in with Qingyang. You all can divide the remaining meat and vegetables. There's no need to save any for me." Hearing his voice, the others emerged. Jiangbin expressed his confusion upon learning of Wei Ming's move to live with Shi Qingyang, saying, "Brother Wei, this house is spacious, and the courtyard is large. It must be more comfortable than living at his place. His family is smaller," Wei Ming offered as an excuse, then proceeded to carry his belongings away. His possessions were minimal, just bedding, clothing, some personal items, letters, and money, all contained within his backpack. Luo Kai Ping couldn't help but comment, "Brother Wei is quite generous. He left all that meat and vegetables for us." Zhou Lan nodded in agreement. "Those meats are worth quite a bit." Du Xian smiled slightly and remarked, "He wasn't truly bad to begin with, before becoming a sent-down youth." Du Xian had not personally known Wei Ming, but had heard of him, understanding that he was merely rebellious at heart and not ill-natured, which is why he had not held any grudges against him when targeted previously. Xiao Yin glanced at Du Xian, her peculiar feelings deepening as she watched Wei Ming's figure gradually recede down the dirt road. Suddenly, Jiangbin exclaimed, "He has moved away. That means we'll have to buy our own meat from now on. Contributing a little from each of us isn't too much. But we can't keep expecting Wei Ming to pay for everything," Xiao Yin interjected. Du Xian nodded. "If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be able to eat meat every day, but it isn't our right to expect him to buy it for us." Jiangbin pouted, remaining silent. Who would want to enjoy meat daily without spending a dime? He wondered what it was about Shi Qingyang that had captivated Wei Ming to such an extent in just a month. From a distance, Jing Yuran spotted Wei Ming carrying his belongings and hurriedly ran out to meet him. "Brother, could you bring me a little something?" Jing Yuran wished to assist him in moving some items. Wei Ming pondered for a moment before handing over the pot in his hand, requesting, "Please carry this for me." Jing Yuran accepted it, inquiring, "Brother, have they said anything about this?" "Nothing of consequence." He agreed anyway, Wei Ming replied succinctly. Jing Yuran exhaled in relief. That is reassuring. Upon returning home, the two spent half an hour organizing and categorizing Wei Ming's belongings, placing everything in its designated spot. Wei Ming surveyed the courtyard and remarked, "Once my parents send money next time, we should hire someone to renovate this house, perhaps make it a bit larger." At this, Jing Yuran immediately shook his head. "No need for renovations. It suffices as it is. After all, post the college entrance examination next year, he likely would not return, and they wouldn't inhabit the house for long." Wei Ming, however, misunderstood, thinking he was reluctant to spend his own money, and teased, "It seems you really wish to share a bed with me, don't you?" Startled, Jing Yuran was about to deny it when Wei Ming added, coincidentally, "I feel the same way, so let us forego the renovations and simply get a larger bed, shall we?" "Brother," That would be too extravagant. Jing Yuran stammered. I can tidy up the main room. You can sleep in the bedroom, and I'll take the main room. This suggestion displeased Wei Ming, who grasped Jing Yuran's nape and pulled him closer, stating, I moved here to live with you. What is the point of having you sleep in the main room? Huh? Jing Yuran looked at him, bewildered. Wei Ming clicked his tongue, realizing he needed to be patient. Of course, good brothers should share a bed. If we sleep apart, I might as well return home. Wouldn't you agree? Jing Yuran, though still confused, nodded slightly. But wouldn't that be uncomfortable? Not at all. Wei Ming recalled the warmth of holding him during those 2 nights, exclaiming, I found it exceedingly comfortable. The thought of embracing him every night filled him with excitement. Oh, Jing Yuran replied, then let us make do for now. No renovations and no new bed. All right, I will heed your wishes. Wei Ming understood that Jing Yuran would not readily accept such generosity, so he planned to gradually win him over in due time. Chapter 73. The supporting role does not depart from the plot. 9. Wei Ming settled into Jing Yuran's home, and the villagers, upon discovering this, discussed it for a while before losing interest. The narrative progressed gradually, to the point where even Wei Ming noticed the escalating conflict between Shi Yinghui and Xiao Yan. Ultimately, Shi Yinghui resolved to take action against Xiao Yan, and when she did, it was significant. On the 15th of August, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, the village had just finished storing the harvested grains, and every household radiated the joy of a bountiful harvest. As it was a festive occasion, many people flocked to the market that day, returning with an array of goods for the celebration. Wei Ming and Jing Yuran were no exceptions. Wei Ming even purchased numerous snacks for Jing Yuran. That evening, Jing Yuran prepared several additional dishes, and after their meal, they moved benches to sit side by side in the courtyard, gazing up at the starry sky and the luminous full moon. Once the Mid-Autumn Festival passed, the weather would soon turn chilly. Wei Ming placed his hand gently on Jing Yuran's shoulder, observing that there were scarcely any thick garments in his cabinet. Next time I visit the county, I shall make you a couple of pieces, he said. Brother, Jing Yuran replied, pursing his lips. You have already gifted me with so many things. I don't wish to feel a burden. Wei Ming tousled his hair affectionately, saying, what belongs to me is also yours. Why should we keep count? Jing Yuran lowered his gaze slightly. Isn't there a saying that blood brothers should keep clear accounts? We are still family, aren't we? There's another saying. Family should not speak as if they were strangers. With a light chuckle, Wei Ming replied, I am your elder brother. Thus, we are indeed family. Would you not agree? At these words, Jing Yuran paused, contemplating the notion of family. Yes. Wei Ming reiterated slowly and earnestly, we are family. Jing Yuran blinked, feeling a warmth in his nose as emotion surged within him. Brother, you are truly wonderful. Wei Ming looked down at him, and in the moonlight, Jing Yuran's slightly upturned eyes shimmered with a misty sheen, evoking a sense of tenderness. For a brief moment, Wei Ming's breath hitched. Those captivating eyes were too irresistible. Despite knowing that the moment was not ideal, he found himself unable to resist the urge to kiss him. As Jing Yuran raised his gaze, his eyes were clear yet innocent, observing as Wei Ming drew closer. Just as Wei Ming was about to brush his lips against Jing Yuran's, a sudden scream erupted from the foot of the mountain. Ah! This piercing cry shattered the intimate atmosphere, causing Jing Yuran to snap back to reality, startled, and he rose from his seat. Wei Ming hesitated, his expression darkening momentarily before returning to normal. He looked at Jing Yuran and asked, Why are you running away? Jing Yuran appeared quite flustered, darting his eyes around, deliberately avoiding Wei Ming's gaze. I just wanted to see if you were crying. What do you think I was going to do? Wei Ming stood up and approached him, grasping his arm firmly. Jing Yuran shook his head repeatedly. No, it's nothing. Seeing his reaction, Wei Ming raised an eyebrow and chuckled. You don't think I was going to kiss you, do you? No. Jing Yuran fervently shook his head. Brother, I didn't think that at all. Wei Ming's laughter grew, delighting in the notion that Xingyang felt no aversion, only shyness. What did this signify? It indicated that Jing Yuran had feelings for him, albeit not yet fully realized or courageous enough to acknowledge them. Brother, what are you laughing about? Jing Yuran inquired, puzzled by his mirth. Wei Ming gazed at him with a smile. Oh, it's nothing. I'll tell you later. Jing Yuran, understanding the unspoken words, merely responded with an "oh" and became distracted by the commotion coming from the mountainous base. It sounded as if a crowd had gathered, embroiled in some kind of quarrel. "Shall we go see?" Wei Ming asked. Jing Yuran nodded. Thus, Wei Ming turned to lock the door and then led him down the mountain. They arrived at a house by the roadside at the foot of the mountain, inhabited solely by a middle-aged man named Shi Hong, who was in his 40s. His wife had passed away long ago, leaving him without children, and he had lived alone ever since. A crowd had gathered by the dirt ditch in front of his home, and the angry shouts of women could be heard from afar. "You shameless old man! My daughter Inghui is merely 18 years old. How could you possibly stoop so low? You despicable beast! You must provide us with an explanation today, or I will accuse you of rape." Upon hearing this, Shi Hong was indignant, declaring, "What rape? Do not make baseless accusations. I did not commit rape. She willingly approached me." "Ha!" Lu Shufan, Inghui's mother, erupted in fury. "You shameless old beast! She has just reached adulthood. Would she willingly seek your lecherous advances? If you continue to speak recklessly, I shall tear your mouth apart." "Am I speaking recklessly? Ask her if it was truly her own volition," Shi Hong retorted, gesturing toward Inghui, who appeared somewhat disheveled, her eyes red from tears, clearly having cried recently. She gazed at Shi Hong and then at Xiuyan with profound resentment. Xiuyan met her gaze unabashedly, even exhibiting a hint of derision. Then she stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "I can testify." All eyes turned towards her, presuming she would defend Inghui. However, Xiuyan asserted it was Inghui's own choice. "What?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. Could it be that this 18-year-old girl would seek the company of a man in his 40s? Only just having reached adulthood, she was contemplating such matters. Truly, it seemed that beauty brought trouble. Lu Shufan momentarily faltered, realizing that regardless of the truth in Xiuyan's assertion, she could not allow this incident to materialize into reality. "What nonsense are you spouting, you little girl?" Her gaze was laced with menace, appearing fierce, yet Xiuyan remained undaunted. "I speak the truth. I am not fabricating anything." "You." Lu Shufan rolled up her sleeves, appearing ready to strike. Just then, Dushuan pushed his way in, shielding Xiuyan. "Aunt Lu, please calm down. Let us resolve this peacefully without resorting to violence." Jiang Bin and others joined, surrounding them. "Exactly, there's no reason for violence here." Lu Shufan insisted loudly. "What do you mean by this? My daughter has been defiled by this old beast, and you wish to tarnish her reputation further? You intellectuals are just standing by, watching my daughter's honor be sullied. Do you possess no conscience?" Dushuan, unperturbed, replied, "The secretary is on his way. The truth will reveal itself regardless of how loudly you shout. It does not mean you are in the right. Am I making a scene?" Lu Shufan, infuriated, retorted, "My daughter has lost her purity. Should I not seek justice for her? If I do not raise my voice, will you all simply let this slide? What will happen to my daughter? How will she marry in the future?" Dushuan meant no offense. Xiuyan interjected, "There must be a resolution to this. But the priority is to ascertain the facts. Is the situation not already clear enough?" Lu Shufan glared at them. "It was this old beast who attempted to rape my daughter. What more is there to discuss? She's father, Shigang, is a man devoid of strong opinions or temperament, always standing by Lu Shufan as she causes a ruckus, protecting Shi in the process." Upon hearing Lu Shufan's words, he nodded repeatedly in agreement, asserting that there was nothing more to discuss. Their daughter must not be ruined in such a manner. At that moment, the village secretary, Shi Jiangua, finally arrived, pushing through the crowd to stand in the center with a solemn expression, asking for each person's account of the incident. "Secretary, that vile creature attempted to assault my daughter. He must not go unpunished. He must be imprisoned," Lu Shufan exclaimed fervently. Shi Hong, agitated, retorted, "I have already stated it was her decision. What business is it of mine? Besides, I merely embraced her and kissed her. I did not do anything else. Why should I be imprisoned? I refuse to accept this." Lu Shufan was about to unleash a barrage of insults, but was interrupted by Shi Jiangua, who commanded silence, insisting that each individual speak one at a time. "Xiuyan, it has come to my attention that you were the one who discovered this. You may begin." Qiu Yin stepped forward, glancing at Shi, and recounted the events with clarity. Half an hour ago, Shi suddenly approached me, requesting to speak with me privately, and I followed her here. However, she said nothing and unexpectedly tried to push me. I attempted to evade her, but she held on to me tightly, and in the struggle, she accidentally fell into the ditch. I did not anticipate Uncle Shihong hiding there. He embraced Shi, and it was only then that I realized what was happening. I hurried back to summon help. When I arrived, it appeared that Shi had not resisted or called for help, yet we still managed to separate them. You lie, Lu Shufan shouted. What do you mean she did not struggle? Can a young girl possibly overcome a grown man? Upon hearing this, Shihong spat in contempt. If she hadn't urged me on, I would not have acted. Suddenly, Shi interjected, interrupting Shihong's subsequent remarks. Acknowledging that she had not resisted afterwards, she lamented that her reputation was at stake. However, if Shihong were to reveal that she had deliberately lured him there to assault Qiu Yin, it would be tantamount to premeditated malice, which would lead to imprisonment. Shihong was acutely aware of this, which is why he acted so brazenly. Did you hear that? She has admitted it. Lu Shufan paused, turning to her daughter. And in a fit of rage, she grasped Shi and yelled, What did you say? You shameless little wretch. Do you possess no sense of shame? Is this how I have raised you? Do you not care for your dignity? She, evading her grasp, cried as she spoke, I had no choice. I couldn't push him away. Shai Gang interjected, grasping Lu Shufan's arm. It is not her fault. Do not take your anger out on her. Lu Shufan, upon hearing this, pivoted her ire. If it is not her fault, then whose is it? Did she not have the ability to call for help? Enough. Shi Jiangua coughed lightly, signaling that the details of the incident were becoming clearer. Shi's innocence remains intact, but that is unacceptable. Lu Shufan turned to Shi Jiangua. It cannot be allowed to end like this. Her innocence may still stand, but the entire village is aware of this incident. How will she ever find husband? Shi Jiangua furrowed his brow. Then what do you propose we do? If she fails to marry, she might end up with Shihong. Shihong, your actions in this matter are also questionable. Either you provide them with compensation or you take Yinghui as your bride. Shihong scrutinized Shi Yinghui, savoring the sensation of holding her moments before. I have no objections. If you wish to marry, then so be it. Shi Yinghui is the belle of their village, young and radiant. The thought of acquiring such a wife fills his heart with joy. Lu Shufan, however, vehemently opposed this notion. She harbored hopes of marrying Shi Yinghui to Du Xian. Failing that, she at least wanted her to wed someone from the county. Not an old man in his 40s or 50s. Absolutely not. I refuse to consent. Lu Shufan glared at them, exclaiming, My daughter is merely 18. How could she possibly marry him? You are ruining her life. The onlooking neighbors, ever eager for drama, could not help but interject. While it may be easy to say, after today, who would dare to marry your daughter? Indeed, if she refuses Shihong, she may find herself unable to marry anyone at all. Perhaps she should settle for him. Silence fell as Lu Shufan, filled with fury, directed her ire at the neighbors. Upon hearing her words, the crowd fell silent, refraining from further comment. In a previous life, Qiu Yin might have felt sympathy, but having been wronged by Shi Yinghui, she believed in retribution. Vowing not to show any mercy, Shi Jiangwo observed the stalemate, uncertain of how to proceed. At that moment, Jing Yuran, who had been quietly spectating, suddenly spoke up, his tone filled with curiosity. Why did Shi Yinghui call Qiu Yin aside only to push her? Why is Uncle Shihong not at home tonight, but instead in the ditch? These seemingly innocent questions left everyone momentarily stunned. Until now, their focus had been on Shi Yinghui's lack of resistance or cries for help, and they had not considered any deeper implications. With Shi Qingyang's inquiry, anyone with even a modicum of sense could deduce that the events of the evening were not mere coincidence. Qiu Yin looked at Jing Yuran in astonishment, unsure whether he was genuinely oblivious or feigning ignorance to assist her. Jing Yuran pretended not to notice her gaze, his curiosity now fixed on Shihong and Shi Yinghui. Both Shihong and Shi Yinghui appeared somewhat uncomfortable, each hesitant to speak. Lu Shufan, now silent, contemplated the situation more deeply than the others. It was evident that Shi Inghui's actions were motivated by her interest in Du Xian, but they could not allow the blame to fall upon them. Shi Jiangwo's eyes darted between them, sensing the truth, yet he hesitated to voice it, knowing that sending someone to prison would weigh heavily on his conscience. Xiao Yan, a bright young woman from the countryside, was indeed beautiful, but her family lacked any significant influence. It would likely be easy to brush this matter aside without consequence. After a tense silence, as Shi Jiangwo prepared to say something to defuse the situation, Du Xian suddenly stepped forward. Secretary. Du Xian appeared as gentle as ever, yet his tone was resolute. This matter was of great significance, and I believed it should be reported for the authorities to address according to the law. No. Lu Shufan was the first to object, asserting that her daughter had committed no crime. It was merely a joke, a little pushing. It's not a grave issue. Xiao Yan interjected with a cold smirk. Aunt Lu, that joke was rather excessive. Before pushing me, did she not have Uncle Shi Hong wait for me, specifically in the ditch? Lu Shufan was momentarily at a loss for words, then retorted stubbornly. Inghui had no knowledge of his presence in the ditch. It's irrelevant to her. At this point, Shi Hong, realizing he could not admit fault, sought to excuse himself. I was drunk and accidentally rolled into the ditch. How could I have known they would come here? Shi Inghui chimed in. I merely intended to joke with you, and even planned to apologize. Who knew you would push me down? The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she appeared, as if she were the most innocent party in this affair. Hearing their words, Shi Jiangwo remarked, since it was a joke, let it pass. We're all from the same village, so let us not make it too embarrassing. Xiao Yan and Du Xian frowned, clearly dissatisfied with Shi Jiangwo's statement. However, Jiang Bin and his companions preferred to remain uninvolved, choosing silence. Only Du Xian spoke up. Secretary, such matters cannot simply be brushed aside. If we let it go this time, what about the next? Shi Jiangwo was rendered speechless. Lu Shufan, relying on her status as an elder, shot Du Xian a warning glance. It was merely a joke. Why must you be so insensitive, child? Jing Yuran discreetly tugged at Wei Ming's sleeve, mouthing, help her. Wei Ming raised an eyebrow, surprised by this, yet he refrained from questioning further and directly addressed them. Secretary, Aunt Lu, in this entire situation, Xiao Yan is the most innocent. Why not hear how she wishes to resolve it? As his words fell, all gazes turned towards Xiao Yan. She observed Jing Yuran and Wei Ming, having noted their subtle exchange. Shi Qingyang was attempting to assist her, though she remained unaware of the reasons. She made a mental note. Lu Shufan fixed her gaze on Xiao Yan, half threatening, half comforting. Ultimately, it was my Inghui who jokingly overstepped. You, a young girl, must not harbor such malicious thoughts. Moreover, it is my Inghui's reputation that has been tarnished. She is the true victim. Xiao Yan met her gaze, suppressing a smirk in her heart. Her objective had been achieved. Henceforth, Shi Inghui would find it difficult to secure a marriage, unless it were to Shi Hong. Thus, she donned an expression of reluctant compromise, feigning resilience. Aunt Lu, if you say it was a joke, then it is a joke. As an outsider, I have little say in the matter, so let it be. Furthermore, you are correct. The harm to Shi Inghui and Uncle Shi Hong was likely greater, so I shall not hold it against them. She deliberately reminded everyone of their near indiscretion, embedding the incident further in their minds. Lu Shufan's expression turned as grim as if she were suffering from constipation, yet she found herself unable to refute the statement, merely acquiescing to it. Shi Inghui cast a venomous glance at Xiao Yan, convinced that the latter's actions were deliberate. She vowed to repay today's grievances when the opportunity arose. Shi Jiangwo, witnessing the scene, shook his head and sighed, suggesting that it was late and everyone should return home. With the village secretary's words, the crowd dispersed. But the events of the evening became the primary topic of conversation in the following days. Jing Yuran and Wei Ming returned home, washed their feet, and prepared to sleep side by side. Wei Ming lay on his side, facing Jing Yuran, and inquired, "Why did you ask me to assist her?" Upon uttering the question, a sudden realization struck him. Could Qingyang have developed feelings for Xiao Yan? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed, as it was Qingyang's inquiry that had shifted the focus onto the deliberate entrapment, and he had inadvertently aided her in that moment. Wei Ming's gaze darkened, though the darkness of the room concealed his expression. She is the one who was wronged, Jing Yuran replied calmly. And being a girl, if she were truly victimized, her future would be irrevocably marred. At this, Wei Ming let out a cold laugh. You seem quite concerned about her future. Jing Yuran hesitated, sensing a hint of jealousy in Wei Ming's tone. He feigned ignorance, replying, What? I am not concerned at all. Wei Ming scoffed lightly. Not concerned? Then why help her? I believe she deserves assistance, Jing Yuran stated earnestly. Taking a deep breath, Wei Ming replied solemnly, From now on, stay out of her affairs. She has Du Xian by her side and does not require anyone else's intervention. Jing Yuran acknowledged this with an O, signaling his understanding. Wei Ming, unable to restrain his curiosity, gauged Jing Yuran's feelings towards Qiu Yin, concluding that for now, he likely harbored no affection, which alleviated his worries. Days later, while Jing Yuran was out working, he returned home to fetch some items and passed by the courtyard where the educated youth resided. Just then, Qiu Yin emerged from her room and called out to him, Shi Qingyang. Jing Yuran halted, and Qiu Yin approached him directly, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for helping me that night. Jing Yuran shook his head. I didn't do anything. What are you thanking me for? I know it was you who wished to assist me. Otherwise, Wei Ming wouldn't have spoken up, Qiu Yin stated plainly. At her words, Jing Yuran smiled shyly. Qiu Yin scrutinized him, remarking, You seem quite different from before. In what way? Jing Yuran asked. Qiu Yin pondered and replied, You no longer appear as bothersome as you once did. Jing Yuran simply responded with an O, choosing not to argue. If there's nothing else, I must return to the fields. All right, Qiu Yin nodded, then suddenly recalled something, saying, Shi Hong is set to marry Shi Yinghui next month. How do you know this? Jing Yuran paused to inquire. Qiu Yin smiled. I just passed by their home and overheard. Soon, the entire village will be aware. Oh. Jing Yuran said nothing further and turned to leave. Jing Yuran returned to his field, having just set down his hoe when Wei Ming approached. Brother, have you finished your work? Jing Yuran looked up at him. Wei Ming's expression was somewhat somber, reflecting his displeasure. What were you discussing with Qiu Yin just now? In their small village, he could easily see the two conversing at the entrance. In response, Jing Yuran said, She was thanking me and mentioned that Shi Hong and Shi Yinghui are getting married in a month. Wei Ming let out a light snort, his mood noticeably lifting. It was only a matter of time before they wed. When the banquet occurred, make sure to eat well, as such occasions are rare. I will. Jing Yuran replied with a vigorous nod, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Wei Ming ruffled his hair, asking how much work remained. Not much, brother. You should take a rest. Jing Yuran replied as he hoisted the hoe. In the next moment, Wei Ming snatched the hoe from his hands. You sit aside. I'll handle it. Brother. Jing Yuran attempted to reclaim it, but was deftly evaded by Wei Ming. Be obedient and rest. With no other option, Jing Yuran complied and sat on the sidelines, watching Wei Ming work. Born into a family of military officers, Wei Ming had practiced rigorously from a young age and continued to work hard after moving to the countryside. His muscles had become even more defined, and whenever he swung the hoe, his arms bulged with strength. Jing Yuran unabashedly admired his physique, pondering how powerful he looked, likely capable of lifting him effortlessly with one hand. Feeling the heat of Jing Yuran's gaze, Wei Ming turned, unable to suppress his curiosity. Why are you staring at me? I'm admiring your muscles, Jing Yuran replied honestly. At this, Wei Ming's breath caught, and he swallowed hard. Are they nice? Very nice, Jing Yuran expressed with envy. If only I had muscles like yours. Wei Ming imagined Jing Yuran with a muscular physique and dismissed the thought. Forget it, that's impossible. Even if he were to train, he would not allow Jing Yuran to overexert himself. In the future, when wealth was theirs, he planned to keep him well-fed and pampered, ensuring he would be utterly dependent on him. Jing Yuran lowered his gaze, feigning sadness. What if? There's no what if. Wei Ming replied firmly. Jing Yuran did not contest him. All right then. Wei Ming observed Jing Yuran's drooping eyebrows, resembling a dejected puppy, and felt a strong urge to comfort him. However, he restrained himself, deciding to finish his work before lavishing him with affection. Unbeknownst to Jing Yuran, he pondered that Wei Ming likely did not want him to develop muscles. perhaps fearing a potential reversal of roles? Yet, Jing Yuran had no such intentions, as he was simply too lazy. A month later, Shi Hong and Shi Inghui held their wedding banquet, and the entire village attended. Many of the village aunties came to assist, chatting animatedly, while children frolicked and laughed in the courtyard. Rural weddings were quite simple, typically consisting of 2 banquets and a straightforward ceremony to mark the occasion. Wei Ming and Jing Yuran sat closely together, and after the meal commenced, Wei Ming continuously served dishes to Jing Yuran, scarcely eating for himself. A few young intellectuals were seated together, and upon observing this, Jiang Bin could not restrain himself from commenting, "Brother Wei, you are overly attentive to him. One might think you are caring for your own wife." Wei Ming paused, casting a leisurely glance at him, and replied, "What? Are you envious that he has a brother as good as me?" "Not at all." Jiang Bin chuckled, pushing his bowl forward. "I wonder if I am fortunate enough to be considered a good brother of yours?" Wei Ming disdainfully glanced at him. "One good brother is sufficient." Hearing this, Jiang Bin sheepishly withdrew his bowl, conceding, "Well, it seems I'm not that fortunate after all." Jing Yuran softly remarked to Wei Ming, "Brother, I can serve myself. You should eat more." Wei Ming nodded in acknowledgement, yet his actions remained unceasing, insisting, "Eat more meat." Jing Yuran retorted, "Am I feeding a pig?" Jing Yuran also served Wei Ming to ensure he consumed enough. Qiu Yin observed them while eating, noting how excessively affectionate Wei Ming was towards Shi Qingyang. It bordered on the abnormal. Could it be that Shi Qingyang was, in fact, Wei Ming's long-lost brother? Du Xian smiled faintly, his eyes revealing a depth of understanding. Being from the capital, he had seen enough to discern some underlying truths, but he chose to remain silent. Shi Inghui and Shi Hong emerged, making rounds to toast at each table, though it was evident that Shi Inghui was reluctant, her demeanor numb and her face ashen. Only when she spotted Qiu Yin and Shi Qingyang did a remarkable hatred flicker in her eyes. When they reached their table for toasting, upon noticing Qiu Yin and Du Xian seated closely, whispering to one another, Shi Inghui could no longer contain herself and splashed her drink in their direction. Du Xian had been keeping a watchful eye on her and quickly shielded Qiu Yin. The sudden turn of events left those around them momentarily stunned. Shi Inghui. Shi Hong tugged at her. "What madness is this?" Shi Inghui glared at Qiu Yin, her expression one of reckless abandon, her hand trembling and unable to steady the glass. Du Xian felt a surge of anger, ready to speak, but was restrained by Qiu Yin, who calmly stated, "It's fine, I don't mind." With that, she cast a light, mocking glance at Shi Inghui, the derision in her eyes unmistakable. She had reached a point in her life where further tantrums would yield little consequence. Provoked, Shi Inghui responded vehemently, "You, Qiu Yin, you wretched woman." Shi Hong, unable to contain himself, struck Shi Inghui across the face. "What are you shouting about? Shut your mouth. Don't embarrass us here." This commotion caught everyone's attention. Lu Shufan approached, questioning, "What are you doing hitting her? On this joyous occasion, she is acting mad. If I don't hit her, who should I hit?" Shi Hong retorted defiantly. Lu Shufan wanted to chastise, but with everyone watching, she realized that escalating the situation would only turn them into a spectacle. Shi Inghui covered her face, her eyes reddened, fiercely staring at Qiu Yin. If glares could kill, Qiu Yin would have perished countless times. Shi Jingguo approached, a hint of impatience in his tone. On such a joyous occasion, why the commotion? Shi Hong chuckled upon hearing this. The secretary has a point. Since there are only a couple of tables left, I shall take Inghui back to the room. Without regard for Inghui's willingness, he grasped her and led her away. Observing this, the crowd turned their attention elsewhere, yet could not suppress their murmurs. Inghui's marriage to Shi Hong seemed to spell her doom. Alas, who could be blamed? Was it not her own folly? Shi Hong, on the other hand, was quite fortunate, able to marry such a beautiful bride in his middle age. Qiu Yin assisted Du Xuan in drying off the spilled wine, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for shielding me earlier." "No need for thanks. I could hardly allow the wine to drench you," Du Xuan replied with a gentle smile. Qiu Yin felt a rare blush creep upon her cheeks, while Du Xuan unabashedly gazed at her. Both their eyes shimmered with tender affection, momentarily forgetting they were amidst a banquet. Jing Yuran cast a glance, noting the rapid progression of their relationship. Wei Ming clicked his tongue, glancing at Xiqinjiang beside him. He needed to step up his game. For if Du Xuan and Xiuyan were already together, it would be utterly embarrassing if he remained unsuccessful. By the time they returned home after the banquet, it was around 9 o'clock. They both took turns bathing, and by the time they lay on the bed, it was nearly 10. Wei Ming pondered the events of the evening and turned to Jing Yuran, asking, "If you were to marry, what kind of wedding would you desire?" "Me?" Jing Yuran contemplated. "Any kind would suffice. You have no preferences at all?" Wei Ming raised an eyebrow. Jing Yuran replied softly, "Brother, I am still young and in no rush to marry, and I often feel that no girl would be interested in me." In response, Wei Ming internally thought, "Yet there are boys who would be drawn to you like me." "Qingyang," Wei Ming grasped Xiqinjiang's wrist beneath the covers. "Did you know that besides men and women being together, men can also be with men?" "Huh?" Jing Yuran recoiled slightly. Yet Wei Ming tightened his grip. Brother Wei Ming leaned closer, whispering, "Qingyang can like not only women, but also men." Jing Yuran fell silent. Chapter 77. The supporting role does not depart from the plot. 13. Wei Ming's warm breath brushed against Jing Yuran's face, his voice lower and huskier than before. "Qingyang, do you understand what I mean?" Jing Yuran calmed his breathing, his voice trembling. "Brother, you and I." It seemed he was quite startled. Wei Ming simply embraced him tenderly, softly reassuring, "Do not be afraid. I am here." Jing Yuran remained silent. Wei Ming gently caressed his back, leaning in to inquire, "Qingyang, do you like me?" "I do," Jing Yuran responded inwardly. Externally, he stammered, "I like you, but it is the kind of affection one has for an elder brother." Wei Ming paused momentarily before denying him. "You are lying." "I am not," Jing Yuran protested, struggling to refute. Wei Ming pressed him down and whispered, "On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, I wished to kiss you, and you did not evade." Jing Yuran, with a feeble tone, replied, "Did you not say you were watching to see if I cried? Do you truly believe such words?" Wei Ming chuckled softly. Jing Yuran pursed his lips in silence. Wei Ming loosened his grip slightly, holding Jing Yuran's chin, and with a mischievous demeanor asked now, "I intend to kiss you. Will you evade or not?" Jing Yuran blinked and earnestly replied, "Even if I wanted to, I could not avoid it." Upon hearing this, Wei Ming laughed lightly. "Then answer me. Will you evade or not? If you say you will, I shall refrain from kissing you." "Really?" Jing Yuran asked uncertainly. Wei Ming raised an eyebrow, affirming, "Indeed. But I shall inquire again tomorrow, continuing until you declare you will not evade." Jing Yuran remained silent outwardly, yet inwardly he felt amusement. It was only because he sensed Wei Ming's lack of resistance that he dared to speak, lest he provoke annoyance. Wei Ming released his hold on Jing Yuran's chin, moving closer, and teasingly pinched his earlobe. "You still have not answered me. Will you evade or not?" Jing Yuran remained silent, feigning hesitation. Wei Ming drew nearer, their faces barely an inch apart, both acutely aware of each other's breath. After waiting a moment, and receiving no response, he suddenly grasped the back of Jing Yuran's head, unreservedly kissing him. Jing Yuran remained motionless, as if frozen. Wei Ming kissed fervently, having long suppressed his desire. At last fulfilling his wish, he became uncontrollable. His hands slipped beneath Jing Yuran's clothing, caressing his slender waist and pulling him closer into his embrace. Unable to stifle a soft moan, Jing Yuran felt Wei Ming pause, suppressing his urges, and hoarsely remarked, "Is this what you refer to as your affection for your elder brother?" Jing Yuran buried his face in embarrassment. "Brother, please do not say any more." Attempting to retreat, he found himself restrained by Wei Ming, with the wall at his back leaving him little room to escape. "Given your current state, why should I refrain from speaking?" Wei Ming teased him. Jing Yuran fell silent. Wei Ming chuckled softly, reaching out, and murmured, "Allow me to assist you." Wei Ming brought in a basin of water, using a damp cloth to wipe down Jing Yuran's legs and hands before finally tending to himself. Once tidied up, he lay back down beside Jing Yuran, wrapping his arms around him. Still feeling shy? Jing Yuran remained unresponsive. Wei Ming laughed again. "If you're this shy now, how will it be in the future?" "Brother," Jing Yuran called out, blushing, "how can you be so unashamed? How could one feel shy when engaging in such acts with someone they cherish?" Wei Ming replied, as if it were the most natural thing. I would only feel joy. Jing Yuran feigned a moment of bewilderment. Joy? What else? Wei Ming teased, gently tugging at his earlobe. Who would engage in such acts with someone they do not hold affection for? After speaking, Wei Ming realized he had yet to express his feelings explicitly. He gently cupped Jing Yuran's face and said earnestly, Qingyang, listen closely. The bond we share is not born of anything else but my affection for you. Deep, profound affection. Jing Yuran's breath hitched, and Wei Ming continued, I can sense that you harbor feelings for me as well, though not of familial love. Perhaps you simply have yet to comprehend it fully. Am I correct? Jing Yuran's tone carried a hint of confusion. Wei Ming affirmed, indeed. He pressed a soft kiss to his lips, reassuring, in time, you will come to understand. After a brief silence, Jing Yuran murmured in agreement, though concern creased his brow. But what if? What if there is no what if? Wei Ming caressed Jing Yuran's palm, reassuring him, no one will discover our secret. In front of others, I will maintain a respectful distance with Shi Qingyang. Though at times I may falter, I shall never overstep. We can always use the guise of good friends to deflect any suspicion. Jing Yuran nodded, falling silent. Wei Ming took a gentle breath. Let's rest now. MHM. Following that night, Wei Ming and Jing Yuran would assist one another every few days. As for achieving the utmost, Wei Ming wished to, yet lacked the tools, fearing he might inadvertently harm Jing Yuran. Later, he would discreetly procure the necessary items. Meanwhile, after Shi Inghui married Shi Hong, her life became increasingly unbearable. Not only was Shi Hong rude, but he would lash out at her in frustration, resorting to both physical and verbal abuse. Shi Inghui could scarcely endure such a life, her resentment growing until it birthed thoughts of vengeance. As days turned into weeks, the approach of the new year loomed. With little work to be done around that time, and the recent distribution of grain in the village ensuring every household would have sufficient food for the festivities, Wei Ming took Jing Yuran to the county town once more, purchasing an abundance of New Year goods, including the tools he desired. Simultaneously, he received a letter and money sent from home. As Jing Yuran arranged the New Year supplies in the main room, Wei Ming stood at the door, perusing the letter from his parents. Initially leaning against the doorframe, he suddenly straightened, his expression turning serious as disbelief washed over him. After confirming the contents multiple times, a surge of excitement broke through Qingyang. Wei Ming rushed over, enveloping Jing Yuran in a tight embrace. This is wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Jing Yuran could surmise the reason behind his brother's joy, yet feigned confusion. Brother, what is it? Wei Ming handed him the letter, but as Jing Yuran read it, his eyes lit up with delight. Is this true? That is truly excellent. Brother, you can return home. In that moment, he seemed to grasp the implications. Wei Ming could leave, while he remained behind, and his spirits plummeted. Wei Ming, perceiving his brother's turmoil, gently held his face. Qingyang, if I must leave, I will take you with me. I will never abandon you. Jing Yuran looked up, questioning, can I? Why not? Wei Ming kissed his forehead. Let us begin our preparations now. Together we shall take the examination and leave. Chapter 78. The supporting role does not follow the plot. 14. However, Jing Yuran pursed his lips, confessing that he could only recognize characters and perform simple arithmetic, lacking proficiency in anything else. At the age of 8, Shi Qingyang had experienced the abrupt cancellation of the college entrance examination, compounded by the loss of his parents, and had not returned to school since. Wei Ming pondered for a moment before assuring him, do not worry. My parents said that while there are signs, the specifics of implementation remain uncertain. I will teach you, and we will prepare gradually. Upon hearing this, Jing Yuran nodded vigorously, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, brother. I will strive to learn. Wei Ming affectionately ruffled his hair, stating, in a few days, I'll find a way to procure some review materials. This endeavor had to be conducted discreetly. If discovered, they would face severe repercussions before any definite news emerged. Meanwhile, Qiu Yin and Du Xian had also become involved, with Du Xian receiving a letter from home that informed him of the situation. He shared this revelation with Qiu Yin, and the two conspired in secret, planning to commence their own studies clandestinely. That evening, Wei Ming retrieved the materials and placed them on the bedside. Jing Yuran, Noticing the items, feigned ignorance, inquiring, "Brother, where are these?" Wei Ming smiled knowingly, pulling him close and whispering in his ear, "These are delightful tools. We shall employ them shortly." With an expression of innocent bewilderment, Jing Yuran's eyes sparkled, an unconscious allure evident in his gaze. This pure yet tantalizing demeanor rendered Wei Ming unable to resist, and he answered with a kiss. Accustomed to these affectionate gestures, Jing Yuran instinctively reciprocated, well aware of the customary aftermath of such encounters at night. However, this time, Wei Ming paused midway, saying, "My dear, let us indulge in something different tonight. What shall we do?" Jing Yuran gasped softly. Wei Ming, with a mischievous grin, replied, "You will find out soon enough." He then proceeded to unpack the items from the bedside, using one on Jing Yuran and another on himself. At last, Jing Yuran comprehended the purpose of those materials. Once everything concluded, he was left utterly exhausted, unable to lift even a finger, relying entirely on Wei Ming to tidy up. After the cleanup, they returned to bed, with Wei Ming holding Jing Yuran tightly, feeling a profound satisfaction. He had finally claimed him entirely as his own. After the new year, Wei Ming discreetly acquired a set of review materials in the county town, coincidentally running into Du Xian while collecting them. They exchanged knowing glances before each took their respective materials home. Wei Ming began to teach Jing Yuran, quickly discovering his intelligence. He grasped every concept almost instantaneously. Yet, as the complexity of the subjects increased, there were moments of confusion, but overall, he was far ahead of the average learner. Time flew during their studies, and before they knew it, spring had passed, giving way to the sweltering heat of summer. At Shi Hong's home, Shi Yingwei had given birth to a son over 2 weeks ago and was currently observing the traditional postpartum confinement. Shi Hong wore a radiant smile every day, treating Shi Yingwei with far greater kindness than before. He even planned to host a banquet for the village to celebrate the child's first month. However, Shi Yingwei did not forget the torment she had previously endured due to his actions. Upon learning of Shi Hong's intentions for the celebration, she began to contemplate her own desires. On the eve of the banquet, just 3 days prior, Shi Yingwei cradled their child and remarked, "Since my pregnancy, you have hardly touched any woman." Before she could finish her thought, Shi Hong swiftly closed the distance between them. Alarmed, she held the child as a barrier, exclaiming, "Wait, I am not yet recovered. We cannot." After a moment's restraint, Shi Hong sat upright and queried, "What were you saying?" Her intention was clear. She referred to the unfulfilled desires of the past year. Shi Yingwei met his gaze, prompting a moment of realization for Shi Hong. "Are you suggesting I take another woman?" he asked, incredulous. "What about Qiu Yan? Is her beauty not tempting to you?" Shi Yingwei responded with a question of her own. Shi Hong scoffed, "What good would that do me? Your thoughts are rather sinister. Urging your own man to seek pleasure elsewhere while plotting to tarnish another's purity." She did not deny it, simply asking, "Do you wish to pursue this or not? If not, then let it be." Shi Hong, despite his desire, hesitated. He did not wish to repeat the previous debacle. "What is your plan? Let me be clear. If it turns out like last time, I will not shield you." Looking down at their child, Shi Yingwei smirked coldly. "That will not happen." Meanwhile, in Jing Yuran's bedroom, a coal lamp flickered late into the night as the two sat at a table, deeply engrossed in their studies. When Jing Yuran encountered a particularly challenging problem, she looked up and asked, "Brother, could you explain this question to me?" Wei Ming took the book from in front of her, glanced over it, and said, "This question has a certain level of difficulty. Allow me to solve it first." "All right," Jing Yuran nodded. After a few minutes, Wei Ming lifted his gaze. One arm wrapped around Jing Yuran's waist while the other held the pen. "Look here," he began, then suddenly paused, raising an eyebrow. "Qingyang, this question is not simple. If I teach you how to solve it, won't you owe me a bit of tuition?" Jing Yuran blinked, pretending to be flustered. "I only have 2 coins," she started. But Wei Ming interrupted. "Who needs your money? You can pay me with something else." Realizing his implication, her cheeks tinged with a slight blush. "Brother, how can matters of study be intertwined with such things?" "Why not?" Wei Ming chuckled. "We are not in a formal teacher-student relationship. After all, it ought to be different." Jing Yuran pursed her lips, appearing unable to refute his reasoning. Wei Ming playfully pinched her cheek and proposed, How about this? I will teach you this question, and in return, you will kiss me twice tonight. No, 3 times. Is 1 kiss sufficient? Jing Yuran bargained. Wei Ming raised an eyebrow with a smile. No, the tuition fee is determined by me. Faced with her internal conflict, she finally relented. Very well then. As he gazed at her expression, Wei Ming felt an overwhelming urge to kiss her right then. Brother, please continue with the lesson. Jing Yuran feigned ignorance to Wei Ming's unabashed gaze. After a moment of hesitation, Wei Ming inquired, "Do you understand now?" Jing Yuran nodded affirmatively. "I do." "Then, please recite it back to me," Wei Ming insisted, wishing to confirm his comprehension. Jing Yuran organized his thoughts and reiterated the explanation. Wei Ming responded with a simple, "Don't forget the tuition fee tonight." "Understood," Jing Yuran replied. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the night, startling both of them. "Who could be visiting at such an hour?" Wei Ming asked cautiously. "Who is it?" A voice from outside identified itself as Du Xian and Xiao Yin. Surprised, both were taken aback. What could bring them here at this late hour? Wei Ming rose to open the door, with Jing Yuran following closely, contemplating that the imminent college entrance examination loomed just over 2 months away, marking a significant plot point. In the protagonist's previous life, Shi Inghui had secretly procured 2 rabbits from the county town and, while everyone was occupied, released them into the protagonist's room. She then reported the protagonist, accusing her of attempting to raise rabbits for profit, an act of opportunism. The village secretary, accompanied by others, searched the premises and indeed discovered the rabbits, leading to the protagonist's unjust arrest. However, upon her rebirth and awareness of this narrative, she cleverly shifted the blame onto Shi Inghui. Yet, the current storyline diverged from the original. Shi Inghui might not resort to such revenge against the protagonist. Wei Ming opened the door, allowing Du Xian and Xiao Yin to enter. "What brings you here at this hour?" he inquired. "Could you close the door, please?" Xiao Yin requested, looking at Wei Ming. He raised an eyebrow and complied, shutting the door behind them. Du Xian nodded at Jing Yuran before stating, "We seek your assistance with a matter." "What matter?" Wei Ming positioned himself beside Jing Yuran. It was Xiao Yin who responded. "Tomorrow is Shi Inghui's son's full moon celebration. Last year, she intended to harm me, but ended up marrying Shi Hong. You are aware that Shi Hong treats her poorly. She only improved during her pregnancy. Given my understanding of her character, she surely harbors resentment towards me, and perhaps even towards Shi Qingyang." With a glance at Shi Qingyang, she continued, "Today, we encountered Shi Hong returning from a market with a substantial amount of alcohol. Both Du Xian and I sensed something amiss, suspecting they might have ulterior motives. Thus, we request that you remain vigilant tomorrow night. Should any unforeseen events arise, we hope you will assist Xiao Yin." This last statement came from Du Xian. Upon hearing this, Wei Ming furrowed his brow slightly. He was indifferent to whom Shi Inghui held a grudge against, but if she dared to target Shi Qingyang, he would not let it slide. Jing Yuran contemplated silently, suspecting that Shi Inghui still aimed to tarnish Xiao Yan's reputation, hence her procurement of so much alcohol. "Understood. We shall be cautious," Wei Ming mused. If he found himself cornered tomorrow amidst the drinking, he would evade where possible and feign intoxication if necessary. Upon hearing Du Xian's words, he nodded in agreement, expressing his shared concerns about unforeseen incidents. Wei Ming, lost in contemplation, recognized that the imminent college entrance examination could not be hindered by such matters. "Tomorrow evening, depending on the circumstances, we shall apprehend them on the spot and confine them to a cell," he declared, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Xiao Yin and Du Xian exchanged glances, and Du Xian responded affirmatively, "Very well." After succinctly finalizing their plans, Du Xian and Xiao Yin took their leave. Wei Ming turned and embraced Jing Yuran, instructing, "Tomorrow, you shall feign illness and refrain from attending the full moon banquet." Jing Yuran shook his head defiantly, insisting, "I must go. My dear, unforeseen events may transpire tomorrow. It would be safer for you to remain at home," Wei Ming urged patiently. Jing Yuran bit his lip, his eyes brimming with concern. "Brother, I cannot bear the thought of you going alone." Observing the anxiety in his gaze ignited a warmth within Wei Ming, prompting him to lean down and plant a fervent kiss on his lips, exclaiming, You are truly wonderful. Shyly lowering his head, Jing Yuran persisted. I will accompany you. Wei Ming met his gaze, and after a prolonged moment, nodded in agreement. Very well. A smile crept onto Jing Yuran's lips. Wei Ming's heart fluttered, and he leaned down for another kiss. On the following evening, the villagers gathered joyfully in the courtyard of Shi Hong's home. Spotting a box of liquor in the main room, someone jested, with so much alcohol, are we destined to drink until we can't return? Shi Hong chuckled in response. You are quite right. Tonight, we aim to drink until we can't go home. All right. It has been ages since I indulged in a hearty drink. Once the feast commenced, Shi Hong fervently encouraged drinking, and out of respect for the full moon celebration, everyone partook in a little. Even Xiao Yin and Du Xian, unable to decline, consumed their share to gather evidence against them, while being mindful not to overindulge. Wei Ming, however, forbade Jing Yuran from drinking, and despite Shi Hong's persistent efforts, he ultimately relented and poured plenty for Wei Ming instead. Eventually, Wei Ming succumbed to intoxication, slumping against Jing Yuran, drowsy. Brother, Jing Yuran whispered, concern lacing his voice. Are you truly drunk? Wei Ming remained silent, yet his hand subtly brushed against Jing Yuran's palm beneath the table, signifying that he was merely pretending. Du Xian and Xiao Yan, adhering to their prearranged plan, began to feign inebriation. The full moon banquet extended late into the night, with most women and children having departed. Shi Jiangwo, appearing tipsy, declared, enough of this. Everyone should head home to rest. Observing that those who ought to be intoxicated were indeed so, Shi Hong chuckled. All right. It seems we have reached a suitable conclusion for the evening. The remaining sober individuals assisted in escorting the inebriated home. As Jing Yuran had not consumed any alcohol, he supported the feigning Wei Ming, stating, then we shall take our leave. Shi Hong waved them off, go on, go home. With Wei Ming inebriated, Jing Yuran was naturally responsible for his care, ensuring that their plans would not be thwarted. The remaining youths were all similarly intoxicated, and it was Shi Jiangwo who arranged for them to be carried home one by one, in a seemingly orchestrated manner by Shi Hong. The inebriated Xiao Yin found herself the last one remaining. Shi Hong directly lifted her and carried her to the bedroom, while Xiao Yin suppressed her nausea, managing to conceal any signs of distress. Shi Inghui entered behind them, her eyes glinting with malice as she gazed at Xiao Yin lying on the bed. After tonight, this world would no longer bear her presence, nor that of Shi Hong. None shall escape. Do as you wish. I shall take the child and return to my mother's home, Shi Inghui declared, her gaze unwavering. Shi Hong, preoccupied and impatient, waved her off dismissively. Hurry up and leave. With a cold smile, Shi Inghui picked up the child and turned to exit. However, once the door closed, she did not depart immediately. Instead, she made her way to the kitchen. Halfway there, Wei Ming no longer required Jing Yuran's support, and under the cover of night, the two stealthily returned to Shi Hong's residence. As they concealed themselves behind a fence at the side of the house, they observed Shi Inghui emerge with the child, proceeding straight to the kitchen. Before long, the child was absent from her arms, replaced by a bundle of firewood. She gently opened the door to the main room, laying the firewood down piece by piece before retreating to the kitchen again. This time, she reappeared holding a burning stick of firewood and a small bucket of cooking oil. Simultaneously, the sounds of Xiao Yan's struggles echoed from within. Let me go. Shi Inghui stood outside the courtyard, waiting for Shi Hong to succeed before igniting the flames. Yet, her wait would not last. Realizing her intentions, Jing Yuran and Wei Ming rushed out to thwart her. Stop! Wei Ming, believing she was about to set the fire, shouted as he charged towards her. Startled, Shi Inghui swiftly fled, but she was no match for Wei Ming, who seized her torch within a few strides. Give it back. Shi Inghui attempted to reclaim it, only to be ruthlessly pushed aside by Wei Ming. She tumbled to the ground, looking up at Wei Ming with eyes filled with resentment, her hatred palpable and dark. You pretended to be drunk. Wei Ming scoffed. If I hadn't feigned drunkenness, I would never have known how vile you truly are. Shi Inghui's fingers dug into the earth, her gaze fixated on the direction of the main room. While Wei Ming seized a torch, Jing Yuran had already dashed inside to rescue Qiu Yin. Inside, Qiu Yin held a pair of scissors toward Shi Hong. For the moment, refrain from approaching her. No one is coming to save you tonight. Your resistance is futile. You might as well lie down and enjoy yourself. Shi Hong, reeking of alcohol, leered at her. Who says no one is coming to help? Jing Yuran kicked the door open. Both turned to look, and upon seeing Jing Yuran, Qiu Yin exhaled in relief. However, Shi Hong furrowed his brow intensely, his intoxication dulling his senses. What are you doing here? Jing Yuran glanced at Qiu Yin. I am here to save her, and perhaps you as well. What nonsense are you spouting? The words of Shi Hong were not entirely comprehensible. Jing Yuran chose not to elaborate further, instead stepping aside and stating, why don't you come out and see for yourself? Shi Hong, displaying a moment of hesitation, then waved his hand dismissively. Do you think you can trick me into going out? I shall not be deceived. Shi Yinghui had not returned home. She had piled dry firewood in the main room, intent on setting you all ablaze. Jing Yuran spoke softly. Qiu Yin, taken aback, exclaimed, what? She intends to burn us alive? This is impossible. Yet Shi Hong remained skeptical. Jing Yuran glanced outside. You'll understand once you come out. After a brief pause and a wary look at Qiu Yin, who was still on guard, Shi Hong realized that his plans for the evening had been thwarted, and he strode out of the door. As he stepped outside, he inadvertently tripped over a piece of dry wood, nearly causing him to stumble. Once steady, he looked closely and indeed found the main room filled with dry kindling. From the entrance, he could see Wei Ming holding a torch, and Shi Yinghui collapsed on the ground. Shi Hong's pupils contracted, and in a fit of rage, he charged out. You wretched woman, you dare to set me on fire. With a resounding slap, he struck Shi Yinghui across the face. At that moment, Du Xian, who had been feigning drunkenness until the others departed, finally arrived. He did not even glance at the incapacitated Shi Yinghui, instead anxiously asking Wei Ming, where is Qiu Yin? Just then, Jing Yuran and Qiu Yin emerged. Qiu Yin quickly ran to Du Xian's side. I am here. I am unharmed. Do not worry. Upon seeing her, Du Xian let out a sigh of relief. That is good. He then turned to Jing Yuran. What transpired just now? Jing Yuran replied. She intended to commit arson. Fortunately, we arrived in time. Du Xian could not suppress a slight gasp upon hearing this and instinctively grasped Qiu Yan's hand. It was fortunate that they had arrived promptly. Had they been any later, or if they had not feigned intoxication, the outcome could have been dire. Shi Hong continued to berate Shi Yinghui, who was too weak to defend herself and could only endure the assault. Wei Ming, sensing it was time to intervene, seized Shi Hong's wrist. If you strike her again, you may well kill her. Do you wish to end up in prison? Shi Hong, panting heavily, shook off Wei Ming's grip. Damn it. This vile woman is so merciless. I shall see her imprisoned. He then turned to Wei Ming. Keep an eye on her. Do not let her escape. I will fetch the village chief. With that, he strode away towards Shi Jiangwo's residence. Wei Ming cast a cold glance at the battered Shi Yinghui, who lay motionless, saying nothing but swiftly extinguishing the flame. Jing Yuran approached him, whispering, Why is she so wicked? Wei Ming placed an arm around his shoulder, saying in a low voice, Do not concern yourself with her. Once she is in prison, she will no longer be able to do harm. Jing Yuran nodded in agreement. As Du Xian approached, intending to express his gratitude, Shi Yinghui suddenly rose from the ground, seizing a piece of dry wood that Wei Ming had extinguished and charged at Qiu Yin. It's all your fault, she screamed, attempting to strike Qiu Yin with a stick. However, the others reacted swiftly, intercepting Shi Yinghui mid-attack. Shi Yinghui was kicked to the ground by Wei Ming, and this time she lacked the strength to rise again. Behave yourself, Wei Ming warned coldly. Shi Yinghui felt a surge of resentment. Why was it she who had to lose? Why did she find herself in such a predicament? A dark desire to harm Qiu Yin consumed her. If Qiu Yin were to perish, perhaps Du Xuan would then favor her. Qiu Yin, still trembling from the ordeal, realized that Shi Yinghui's cruelty had intensified beyond her previous life. Yet, she felt no sympathy. Shi Yinghui's current plight was entirely of her own making, and she had no one to blame but herself. Before long, Shi Jingguo and Shi Hong arrived. The extinguished torches and the dry firewood in the hall stood as undeniable evidence. No one could alter the truth. This time, Jing had no intention of covering up the incident. He felt a sense of relief that they had intervened in time. Otherwise, a tragedy might have befallen the village. Without hesitation, he ordered everyone to accompany him immediately to the county police station, regardless of the late hour, around 11 or 12 at night. He even went next door to awaken the tractor driver, who would transport them to the county. By around 3 in the morning, they finally reached the police station, where they handed over the individuals involved and provided their statements. With witnesses and physical evidence present, Xingwei herself admitted to her intentions, even proclaiming within the police station that she wished to kill Qiuyan. She was subsequently taken into custody, and it would not be long before she faced sentencing. As they exited the police station, dawn was approaching, prompting them to linger in the county for breakfast before returning to the village. Upon their return, Jing gathered everyone at the threshing ground to address the matter. Lu Shufan, incredulous, exclaimed, "Secretary, how is this possible? My daughter, Hui, could never commit arson and murder. We have already sent her to the police station, where she is being detained. A verdict will be reached before long." Jing replied coldly. Lu Shufan stood in shock, while Gang wore a similar expression of disbelief. In that moment, Hong spat in disdain. "If it weren't for my fortuitous survival, I would have perished in the flames she set last night. I raised my son, not to produce a murderer." Lu Shufan was infuriated by his words and, struggling to accept her daughter's attempted murder, nearly fainted. Unconcerned with their turmoil, Jing issued a warning to the villagers before allowing them to disperse and return home. Wei Ming and Jing Yuran returned home, washed up briefly, and fell into a deep sleep. When they awoke in the afternoon, Du Xuan and Qiuyan arrived. "Thank you both sincerely for last night," Du Xuan said earnestly. "You saved Qiuyan, and I owe you a debt of gratitude. From now on, feel free to reach out to me for any assistance. I will do my utmost to help." Wei Ming responded without pretense, "I will remember that." Qiuyan echoed his sentiment. "I, too, will do my best to assist you in any way I can." Jing Yuran smiled and nodded in agreement. After expressing their gratitude, Wei Ming unceremoniously urged them to leave. "You may go now if there's nothing else." Du Xian and Qiuyan rose to depart. On their way back, Qiuyan curiously inquired, "Did you not find the atmosphere between those two rather peculiar?" Du Xian smiled slightly at her observation. "Your intuition is correct, is it?" Qiuyan pondered, unable to comprehend the underlying reason. Du Xian glanced around to ensure they were alone before whispering, "They are lovers." "What?" Qiuyan exclaimed in surprise, covering her mouth in disbelief. Du Xian nodded with a smile. "Think back on your encounters with them." Qiuyan began to recall the moments she had witnessed between the two, imagining herself and Du Xian in their place. And indeed, it felt entirely plausible. But won't that lead to imprisonment? She wondered, feeling a twinge of concern for them. Du Xian replied gently, "If we remain silent, and they exercise caution, no one will discover anything." Qiuyan nodded in agreement, contemplating a sudden thought. If she could be reborn, why couldn't Qingyang and Wei Ming also be different people? In the absence of her interference, Qingyang and Wei Ming were entirely unlike their former selves. It was not impossible for them to be reborn as different individuals. Before long, they overheard villagers discussing Xingwei. It was reported that her sentence had been handed down for attempted murder, and due to her extremely poor attitude at the police station, she was sentenced to life imprisonment. After hearing the news, Jing Yuran and Wei Ming paid it no mind, as Wei Ming had received a letter from his parents stating that there was progress in their situation and things would be resolved in the coming months. Thus, the remaining time was dedicated to diligent study, aside from farm work and rest. On October 21st, major media outlets announced the resumption of the college entrance examination, scheduled to take place in a month. The educated youth were elated at this news and prepared earnestly for the upcoming exam. On the day of the examination, 6 young intellectuals, along with Jing Yuran, boarded a tractor for the county town before dawn. Upon arriving at the examination site, Wei Ming embraced Jing Yuran, wishing to ease his nerves, and said, "Once you enter, treat it as if you are at home. Just focus on the questions." Jing Yuran nodded vigorously, understanding. "Brother, do your best." Wei Ming smiled, ruffling his hair. "Yes, you too. Let's leave this place together." "All right." A little over a month later, the youth center received several acceptance letters. Wei Ming and Jing Yuran promptly went to the communal area to meet their fellow educated youth. "This is for you, congratulations." Du Xian handed them 2 identical acceptance letters. "Thank you," Wei Ming replied, eagerly tearing open the envelope. They had both been accepted into the same institution, T University in the capital. Although it did not compare to B University or Q University, it was still among the top in the capital. "We both got in," Jing Yuran exclaimed joyfully. "This is wonderful." Wei Ming was equally delighted. He could finally take his beloved away from the village to enjoy a better life in the capital. Curious, Jing Yuran asked Xiao Yin, "What about you? Which university have you been accepted to?" Upon hearing this, Du Xian and Xiao Yin exchanged smiles. "Just like you. We shall soon be alumni," Jing Yuran exclaimed, recalling that in the original narrative, the female and male protagonists were admitted to B University. Perhaps due to their influence, a different school was chosen instead. Wei Ming raised an eyebrow and replied, "Congratulations." "Thank you," Du Xian responded with a smile. Among the remaining 3 youth, only Zhou Lan had gained admission, albeit to another university. Following that day, they began to pack their belongings, preparing to depart from this place. The 5 of them left on the same day, taking a bus from the county seat to the capital. Upon arriving in the capital, they parted ways to return home. Wei Ming led the group directly to his residence, while Jing Yuran exhibited signs of anxiety. "Brother, do you think uncle and aunt will dislike me?" "Not at all," Wei Ming reassured him, holding his hand. "You're so well-behaved and obedient. They could never dislike you." Jing Yuran pouted. "That's only because they are unaware of our relationship. If they knew, they might very well break my legs." Hearing this, Wei Ming couldn't help but chuckle. "If anyone were to be punished, it would be me. How could I bear to see you hurt?" Jing Yuran lowered his gaze. "But it's different. They might think I led you astray." "My dear, don't think like that," Wei Ming comforted, gently squeezing his fingertips. "It is I who led you into this, dragging you down with me." Yet, Jing Yuran remained troubled. He genuinely feared that in this era, where tolerance for homosexuality was alarmingly low, his parents, military officers, would vehemently oppose their relationship if they were to find out. As they reached the entrance of the military compound, Wei Ming halted, leaning against the wall with a serious demeanor. "Do not worry. I will handle everything. There is always a solution to every problem. No matter what happens, I will ensure you are not wronged." Jing Yuran looked up at his earnest expression, his heart stirred, and a gentle smile gradually appeared on his face. "All right," Wei Ming smiled in return, guiding him into the military compound. Upon their arrival, a guard station at the entrance paused momentarily, surprised. "Ah, young Master Wei has returned?" Wei Ming greeted him. "Yes, I'm back." Jing Yuran appeared quite reserved, curious yet hesitant to look around. Wei Ming understood that there was little point in discussing matters further. It was best to let him acclimate to this environment. They paused before a quaint 3-story villa, which included a small garden. As the new year approached, the garden was adorned solely with some greenery. Wei Ming led Jing Yuran inside and knocked on the door. "Dad, Mom, I'm home. Open the door." After a brief moment, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged woman clad in a beige cashmere sweater. With an elegant demeanor, she exclaimed, "Ming, why didn't you let us know you were coming back?" Wei's mother, filled with joy, stepped aside. "Come in quickly. It's cold outside." Wei Ming ushered Jing Yuran inside, who nervously greeted, "Hello, Aunt." "Oh, who is this?" Wei's mother inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Wei Ming. Wei Ming, while searching for slippers for Jing Yuran, replied, "Sure, Qingyang, my brother. We'll be starting school after the new year. He is the only one in his family, so I brought him back with me." Wei's mother was somewhat taken aback. She knew her son's character and found it hard to believe that he could form a close friendship during his years as a sent-down youth. Furthermore, looking at the child's reserved demeanor, it was evident that his introverted personality made it difficult to fathom how he and her son became such good friends. However, her curiosity was fleeting, as her attention was primarily drawn to her son's mention of Shi Qingyang being all alone in his family. A pang of maternal compassion arose within her, prompting her to smile and say, "Qingyang, you must have had a tough journey. Gome, change into some slippers and join us inside." Jing Yuran changed into cotton slippers and was led inside by Wei's mother. He felt a bit shy and glanced back at Wei Ming. Wei Ming also changed his shoes and quickly followed suit, assuring him that it was fine. Jing Yuran relaxed a little. The three of them entered, where Wei's father was seated on the sofa, engrossed in a newspaper. Upon noticing their arrival, he looked up and inquired, "You're back?" Wei Ming bore a resemblance to his father, with 6 parts of his features mirroring his, both possessing a fierce countenance. Wei's father was a serious man, a military officer, and appeared even more intimidating than Wei Ming. "Hello, uncle, I am sure Qingyang," Jing Yuran greeted softly, unable to meet his gaze. Wei's mother urged them to sit down and chided, "Why are you wearing such a stern face? You're scaring the child." At her words, Wei's father glanced at Jing Yuran and then cleared his throat awkwardly. "Make yourself at home. Don't be too formal." Jing Yuran nodded slightly, but still dared not look him in the eye. Wei Ming sat beside Jing Yuran and reiterated that he would be staying at their house for some time. Wei's father responded with a grunt and queried, "Back so soon? Did you get accepted?" "Where to?" "T University," Wei Ming replied. "Both Qingyang and I were accepted." Wei's father frowned slightly. He had wished for Wei Ming to attend a military academy, but he would not force his son. "Well, that's acceptable." Wei's mother, however, was indifferent and remarked, "That's wonderful. You two will be classmates. That's why I let him stay at my house." Wei Ming raised an eyebrow, adding, "Who knows? We might be lifelong brothers." At this, Wei's mother chuckled, "That's lovely. It seems you've matured quite a bit during your time away." Wei Ming recalled his rebellious days with some discomfort. Growth was inevitable. Both Wei's father and mother were surprised, yet filled with a sense of relief, finally seeing their son displaying some understanding. During dinner, Wei's mother took great care of Jing Yuran, appreciating his obedient and thoughtful nature immensely. Later that night, she prepared a guest room exclusively for Jing Yuran. Yet Wei Ming interjected, he is timid and might not adjust well to a new environment. "It's better if he shares a room with me. You can't just make him squeeze into a room with you." Wei's mother disagreed. Wei Ming placed a hand on Jing Yuran's shoulder. "Why don't you ask him whether he prefers to stay alone or share a room with me?" Jing Yuran found himself teetering on the precipice of revelation. "Qingyang, your room is quite spacious, and the bed is rather ample, is it not?" Wei's mother remarked with a smile. Jing Yuran merely pressed his lips together, affirming her statement. To avoid any potential mishaps between the two of them, it was indeed prudent to reside separately. Wei Ming had never contemplated that Jing Yuran would choose to stay apart from him. He was taken aback to discover that Jing Yuran dared to do so. The smile faded from his face. "What are you saying? You won't stay with me? Opting instead for solitary accommodations? How can you speak like that? What is wrong with living alone?" Wei's mother shot back. Wei Ming was momentarily taken aback. Recalling their need for discretion, he found himself at a loss for words. "Qingyang, ignore him. I shall escort you to the guest room," Wei's mother said as she pulled Jing Yuran to his feet. As they ascended the stairs together, Jing Yuran glanced back at Wei Ming, who was watching intently, his gaze fierce and mouthed, "Just wait." Jing Yuran hastily turned away, pretending he had not noticed. Amused, yet irritated, Wei Ming felt emboldened by his mother's presence, pondering how he would deal with Jing Yuran later. In the dead of night, once the household had succumbed to slumber, Jing Yuran too drifted off to sleep. Yet his vigilance remained intact. The faint sound of the door locking roused him immediately. Upon awakening, he surmised it was Wei Ming and could not help but smirk subtly before feigning sleep. Wei Ming approached quietly, crouching beside the bed, peering at Jing Yuran in the soft moonlight. After a prolonged gaze, he succumbed to temptation and pressed a gentle kiss upon him, whispering, "You ungrateful soul, sleeping so soundly." For the past year, he had grown accustomed to sleeping with Jing Yuran in his arms. Now, the separation made slumber elusive. Wei Ming carefully settled onto the bed, lifted the covers, and nestled beside Jing Yuran, feeling a wave of satisfaction wash over him. The commotion stirred Jing Yuran from his pretense, compelling him to feign a dazed demeanor. "Brother, it's me," he murmured. Wei Ming grasped his hand, teasing, "You still remember your brother, do you?" Jing Yuran feigned sleepiness. "Brother, how did you get here? Without you in my arms, I cannot sleep," Wei Ming replied, lifting Jing Yuran's chin. "What was it you said earlier? That you wanted to sleep apart?" Jing Yuran attempted to pull away his hand, yet found himself unable to move. He whispered, "Brother, this is too conspicuous. What if we are discovered? You are overly cautious, which makes us more susceptible to detection," Wei Ming countered. "The more forthright we are, the less suspicion we attract." Jing Yuran was well aware of this, yet his true fear lay in the temptation that sleeping together might ignite. "If you misbehave today, I shall have to discipline you," Wei Ming declared, and without hesitation, he captured Jing Yuran's lips in a kiss. Jing Yuran let out a soft sound, his body melting under Wei Ming's touch, and soon he found himself responding in kind. Wei Ming's hand ventured downward. "Let me assist you." "No," Jing Yuran protested. "This is not right." "Be good. We want to go all the way," Wei Ming asserted with determination. Jing Yuran found himself powerless to resist, his reluctance waning as desire took hold. Since they truly came together, there's not been a single occasion that did not involve an entire intimate encounter. Now, a mere brief engagement seemed to evoke even more passion and excitement than a complete experience. Afterward, Wei Ming delicately tidied up, then embraced him, planting a gentle kiss on his forehead, whispering, "Sleep now." With a silent agreement, Wei Ming understood the necessity of discretion, aware that it was not the appropriate moment to come out. He awoke early the next morning and quietly returned to his own room. In the following days, Wei Ming took Jing Yuran on a tour of the city's renowned attractions. Then came New Year's Eve, which they celebrated together, allowing Jing Yuran to meet many of Wei Ming's relatives and friends. The day after the Lantern Festival marked the start of their new semester. Wei's mother had intended to accompany them to school, but Wei Ming declined her offer. Since they had chosen different majors, their registration locations and dormitories were also distinct. Like a parent, Wei Ming first guided Jing Yuran to his registration before proceeding to his own. They then walked together towards the dormitory building. Fortune smiled upon them. Although they could not reside in the same room, they were in the same building. At the base of the dormitory, they encountered Du Xian, who also lived in the same building on the same floor, albeit in a different major. They exchanged brief greetings before parting ways. Wei Ming first visited Jing Yuran's dormitory, helping him arrange his bed, and then took him to his own dorm. They had already explored the university prior to the start of classes, making them quite familiar with the surroundings. Once the semester commenced, they became engrossed in their studies, also seeking ways to earn some income. Wei Ming was acutely aware that revealing their relationship to their families would likely meet with fierce opposition, leading to a protracted struggle. To prepare for such a possibility, they resolved to save more money as a precaution. In mid-December, the reforms of the open market brought significant changes, and Wei Ming sensed a lucrative opportunity. Thus, he forged connections with several senior students majoring in chemical engineering, joining forces to establish a daily chemical factory focused on producing consumer goods. Jing Yuran, studying human resources, was equally industrious. Once the factory was operational, he began recruiting talent for their venture. They kept the factory's existence a secret from their families, fearing that any exposure of their relationship might jeopardize the enterprise. Unbeknownst to them, they soon reached graduation. Jing Yuran and Wei Ming received wedding invitations from Du Xian and Xiao Yan just half a month after graduation. The wedding took place at a grand hotel in the capital. On that day, the two arrived at the hotel with the invitation in hand, where Du Xian greeted guests at the entrance. "Congratulations, here's a gift," Wei Ming said as he presented it to Du Xian, dressed in a white suit. Du Xian's gentle features made him resemble a noble prince. "Thank you," he replied. Jing Yuran then inquired, "Where's Xiao Yan? Have you brought her here so soon?" Upon hearing this, Du Xian smiled and replied, "Yes, she just arrived and is currently resting upstairs." Jing Yuran nodded thoughtfully and sincerely offered his congratulations. "Congratulations to you both. May lovers ultimately become partners for life." "Thank you," Du Xian expressed his gratitude once more, then directed them, "Just go straight and take a left. There are refreshments of tea and fruits prepared." Wei Ming acknowledged with a sound of affirmation and entered alongside Jing Yuran. Jing Yuran felt a twinge of regret. The wedding of the protagonists signified the conclusion of their narrative, and they had yet to inform Wei Ming's parents about their own relationship. He pondered what might unfold next. Unbeknownst to him, Wei Ming was already undertaking that very task. Over the years, Jing Yuran had gradually transformed from a self-conscious and sensitive rural orphan into a confident and cheerful young man. Wei Ming observed these changes with a sense of pride, albeit with a hint of jealousy, for this newfound charm had attracted the attention of numerous younger female students. Just as they settled down, a younger student, 2 years their junior, approached. "Senior Wei, Senior Sure, you're here too?" The girl, who Sha, was petite and charming, with a lively personality. Jing Yuran looked up and smiled at her. "Yes, we just arrived." Enchanted by his smile, Hu Sha gazed at him with starry eyes. "I just got here too and came alone. I don't know anyone else. May I join you?" Jing Yuran was about to agree when Wei Ming abruptly interjected. His tone firm and unyielding. "No, you cannot." Hu Sha was taken aback, noticing Wei Ming's displeasure, and felt a pang of fear. She couldn't help but retort, "Senior Du didn't say I couldn't, right? If I say no, then it is no," Wei Ming asserted resolutely. Jing Yuran recognized Wei Ming's jealousy and chuckled, addressing Hu Sha. "Du Xian likely has everyone's seating arranged. Perhaps you can inquire with him." Of course, Hu Sha knew her designated spot. She merely wished to be closer to Jing Yuran. "All right then," she replied, casting a glance at Wei Ming and pouting slightly. Jing Yuran isn't even his girlfriend. Why is he being so possessive? She resolved to seek another opportunity next time. Once Hu Sha departed, Wei Ming discreetly pinched Jing Yuran's side and gritted his teeth, saying, "Our darling certainly possesses a remarkable charm." Jing Yuran's eyes twinkled with amusement as he teased, "Our big brother is quite the jealous one." Wei Ming huffed lightly, acknowledging the truth. "Next time she comes, you must firmly reject her, understand?" Jing Yuran nodded with a smile. Understood. This alleviated some of Wei Ming's irritation. Following the wedding, Jing Yuran should have distanced himself from the world, yet he felt reluctant to leave and decided to linger a few extra days. The day after the wedding fell on a weekend, a day off from work. The night before, Wei Ming had been somewhat forceful, and although they had agreed to go grocery shopping together in the morning, Jing Yuran found himself unable to rise. Wei Ming coaxed him gently, "Darling, continue to sleep. I will go buy the groceries. By the time you wake up, a meal will be ready for you." In a daze, Jing Yuran murmured an acknowledgement and drifted back into slumber. Now, the house they reside in was purchased with the earnings they accumulated over the past few years. Upon leaving, Wei Ming did not head to the market. Instead, he returned to his family home. Aware that his parents were resting at home today, he deliberately chose this day to come out to them. In the living room, Wei's father and mother sat side by side, while Wei Ming took a seat opposite them. "Dad, Mom," Wei Ming began, his expression unusually serious and solemn. "There's something I must tell you." Noticing his demeanor, Wei's mother chuckled gently. "What is so serious? Have you gotten into trouble again?" Wei Ming hesitated for a moment before replying, "It's not trouble. I've started seeing someone. Having a partner is a good thing." Wei's mother's eyes lit up. "Where is he from? How did you meet? Should we invite him over for dinner?" Wei's father shifted slightly in his seat, stating, "Let us stabilize things first." Taking a deep breath, Wei Ming declared, "You both know him. It's Qin Yang." "What? What do you mean?" Wei's mother was momentarily taken aback. Wei's father was also stunned for a moment, but he reacted more swiftly than his wife, his expression darkening. "Say that again. Who are you in a relationship with?" "Qin Yang." "Sure, Qin Yang," Wei Ming stated resolutely, without any hesitation. You. Wei's father gasped in anger, struggling to find the words to express his outrage. Finally, Wei's mother regained her composure, her face a mix of shock and disbelief. "Son, do you realize what you are doing? How can you be with him? You are both men." "I know." Wei Ming lowered his head, "But I love him and will always love him." "Shut your mouth." Wei's father shouted furiously. "Do you know this is illegal?" Wei Ming replied in a low voice, "I know." This admission only fueled his father's anger further. "You know, yet you still do it? Do you want to go to jail?" "Of course not." Wei Ming lifted his head to face them. "But I wish to receive the blessing of my family." "Blessing? Don't even think about it." Wei's father scoffed. Wei's mother shook her head, feeling a mix of disappointment and sorrow. A Ming in the past. When you caused trouble, you always had a sense of moderation. Why is it different now? "I do not believe I am causing trouble," Wei Ming asserted firmly. I simply love someone of the same sex. It is no different from the love you share. Wei's mother was left speechless. Wei's father huffed disdainfully. You think there's no fault? That is merely your perspective. If you have the ability, change the law. Wei Ming knew he lacked such power and simply stated, I just wanted to share this with you, hoping for your blessing, as you're my parents. However, if you truly intend to report us, I will accept it. He spoke this deliberately, fully aware that despite their anger, his parents would not genuinely turn them in. As expected of Ming, we oppose your relationship. But how can we watch our son go to prison? Wei's mother admonished. Taking several deep breaths, Wei's father insisted in a tone that allowed for no argument. You must break up with him immediately. Otherwise, do not ever set foot in this house again. As the words fell, Wei Ming rose abruptly. I will not break up with him. With that, he made a leave. Wei's father, seething with anger, shouted, Leave. If you go, then never return. Meanwhile, Wei's mother stood up to grasp Wei Ming, urging him not to act rashly, as there is always room for negotiation. Wei Ming interrupted her, stating, If I break up with him, I still have you both, but he is all alone. I cannot bear to abandon him. A wave of guilt washed over Wei Ming. Yet he felt compelled to make this choice. I am sorry, Damon. After uttering these words, he left without hesitation. Wei's mother stood frozen, having become quite familiar with Shi Qingyang over the years, aware of his background. Wei Ming's declaration just moments ago made her hesitate. Wei's father experienced a fleeting moment of shock, quickly overshadowed by his fury. If you choose to leave, then consider me without a son. Wei Ming had anticipated this outcome and felt grateful that he was prepared. After departing, he went to the market to buy groceries and, once ready, went to the bedroom to awaken his partner. Darling, it's time to rise and eat. You can sleep again afterward. Jing Yuran stirred awake with a soft hum, slowly getting up to wash. When he emerged, he found Wei Ming busily working in the kitchen and promptly joined in to assist. Together, they prepared 3 dishes and a soup. After finishing their meal, Wei Ming revealed his coming out to Jing Yuran. Brother, why didn't you tell me? Jing Yuran was genuinely touched. He had always borne the weight alone, but now someone stood in front of him, shielding him and creating a safe haven. The emotions within Jing Yuran felt like fizzy soda encased in honey, bursting forth and flooding his entire being. Were you moved? Wei Ming cupped his face and inquired. Jing Yuran bit his lip in silence. Wei Ming smiled gently and placed a soft kiss on the corner of his mouth, saying, If you are moved, then you must stay with me for life. If you dare to run away, I will bring you back. Jing Yuran gazed at him, shaking his head. I want to run. As long as you love me, I will never leave. Wei Ming chuckled softly. You are such a good darling. Jing Yuran blinked, tilted his head slightly, and kissed him. Initially taken aback, Wei Ming soon took the initiative, deepening the kiss passionately. After they broke apart, he noticed Jing Yuran reaching to unbutton his shirt, raising an eyebrow. Can your body handle this? I can handle it. Jing Yuran continued kissing him while unfastening his buttons. This was Jing Yuran's first time being so proactive, and Wei Ming felt exhilarated as if it were their first encounter. How could he resist such eagerness? Wei Ming gently pushed him onto the sofa, reclaiming control and embarking on a journey beyond description. Afterwards, Jing Yuran felt drained yet utterly satisfied. Indeed, waiting a few more days before departing was the right decision. Furthermore, he resolved to wait another 6 months. By then, he would have to leave. Half a year has swiftly passed, and Wei Ming and Jing Yuran have established their own factory, rendering their lives free from any financial concerns. However, Wei Ming's parents have yet to consent to their union. Nevertheless, their attitudes have noticeably softened compared to before, and they have discreetly inquired about the couple's circumstances. Initially, they assumed the pair would be struggling, but to their surprise, the factory has gained a modest reputation, alleviating any monetary worries. In just 2 days, Wei Ming has made special arrangements at a hotel to host a banquet, inviting colleagues from the factory and friends they have made over the years. Ostensibly, the celebration marks the factory's doubled annual profits, but in reality, it serves as a covert wedding banquet for the couple. Upon learning of this, Wei Ming's parents experienced a tumultuous mix of emotions. Their son had finally organized a wedding celebration, yet did not extend an invitation to them. They realized that attending might lead to an uncomfortable situation. However, this incident has further softened their stance, and they even prepared a gift to be sent discreetly. On the day of the banquet, Du Xian and Qiu Yin also attended, sitting at the same table as Wei Ming and Jing Yuran. Du Xian raised his glass, smiling as he offered his congratulations. Though the specifics of his congratulations remained unspoken, both Wei Ming and Du Xian understood each other perfectly. Wei Ming clinked his glass and expressed his gratitude, thankful for Du Xian's discretion regarding certain matters and for his well wishes. The earlier situation with Shi Yinghui had left Du Xian indebted to them, a favor Wei Ming had yet to call in. Jing Yuran turned to Qiu Yin, playfully inquiring about her pregnancy. "How many months along are you?" "Over 5 months," Qiu Yin replied, her face radiant with happiness as she unconsciously caressed her belly. Jing Yuran nodded, noting that she would still have 4 to 5 months before giving birth. Yes, Qiu Yin shared her sweet troubles, revealing that Du Xian had recently restricted her from working, allowing her only now to enjoy brief outings. Jing Yuran smiled, advising her to take care, which prompted a chuckle from Qiu Yin. As the evening progressed and the banquet concluded, the couple did not return home, but instead chose to stay at the hotel. Wei Ming, in high spirits and having indulged in a fair amount of wine, turned to Jing Yuran with a playful declaration, "My love, this means we are officially married, you know?" "I know," Jing Yuran replied, warmth glimmering in his enchanting eyes. Wei Ming leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on him, calling him husband. Jing Yuran hesitated. While he could call him that in the heat of passion, now, when nothing had transpired yet, the word felt somewhat difficult to utter. "Hurry up and say it," Wei Ming urged, stealing another kiss, clearly impatient. With a reluctant sigh, Jing Yuran conceded, realizing that after tonight, he would be swept away into a new world. "Husband," he finally murmured softly. Wei Ming's gaze darkened with intensity, and in a swift motion, he pounced, pinning Jing Yuran onto the bed, his voice husky as he commanded, "My dear, say it again." Jing Yuran traced the contours of his features with his eyes and repeated, "Husband." At that moment, Wei Ming's breath hitched, and he leaned down, capturing Jing Yuran's lips fiercely, savoring him as if he were the most delectable delicacy. Chapter 85. The campus heartthrob does not follow the plot. 1. The gentle warmth of the winter afternoon sun cascaded onto the balcony of the dormitory, accompanied by the sporadic chirping of birds, infusing the room with a sense of tranquility and serenity. Jing Yuran opened his eyes to behold a soft azure bedspread, encircled on all sides, beneath which lay a single bed, the sensation of the upper bunk beneath him palpable. He first inclined his ear to listen. The dormitory was enveloped in silence. Only then did he activate the system to examine the world as storyline and assimilate the memories. This was a realm characterized by 6 distinct genders, categorized into male, female, alpha, beta, and omega. Alphas and omegas possessed glands and pheromones, irresistibly drawn to one another, marking and being marked, dominating and being dominated. The narrative unfolded within a university setting, featuring a protagonist, an omega with a peach fragrance named Hu Zhengxing, a freshman majoring in business administration, and a lead antagonist, a fragrant alpha, Qiu Ju, a sophomore in electrical engineering, renowned as the campus heartthrob. 2 pivotal supporting characters included Hu Zhengxing's roommate, Liang Qi, an orchid-scented omega, and Han Sheng, a sophomore in computer science, an alpha with a fresh grass aroma. At the story's inception, these 4 formed a closed-loop love quadrangle. Liang Qi harbored feelings for Han Sheng, who in turn was infatuated with Hu Zhengxing, who adored Qiu Ju, who reciprocated Liang Qi's affections. This intricate web of emotions unraveled during a club gathering when they encountered a landslide, trapping Hu Zhengxing and Qiu Ju together. In the throes of passion, Hu Zhengxing succumbed to his heat, and under the influence of pheromones, Qiu Ju was unable to resist marking him. Upon their rescue, pressures from all sides compelled them to marry. Hu Zhengxing felt elated, yet Qiu Ju still harbored feelings for Liang Qi, leading to Hu Zhengxing's disdain for Liang Qi. Meanwhile, Han Sheng, unwilling to see them united, covertly sought opportunities to sow discord between Qiu Ju and Hu Zhengxing. Qiu Ju's animosity towards Hu Zhengxing intensified. Yet during each heat cycle, they found themselves compelled to remain together. Eventually, Hu Zhengxing fell gravely ill due to the marking, necessitating the presence of an alpha's pheromones. During this period, Qiu spent more time with Hu Zhengxing, gradually diminishing his feelings of animosity. Once Hu Zhengxing recovered, their misunderstandings were resolved, and Qiu resigned himself to the prospect of a future with Hu Zhengxing. However, Han Sheng, unwilling to concede defeat, exploited Liang Qi's affections to entice Qiu. Yet, upon making his resolve, Qiu remained unfooled and discovered that his feelings for Liang Qi had faded, now firmly rooted in his affection for Hu Zhengxing. When Liang Qi's attempts at seduction failed, Han Sheng took matters into his own hands, determined to possess Hu Zhengxing, even if he could not be with him. Ultimately, Liang Qi alerted Qiu, who arrived just in time to confront Han Sheng, resulting in a physical altercation that led to Han Sheng's arrest. The story culminated in their graduation, where Qiu and Hu Zhengxing posed for a photograph together. After perusing the storyline, Jing Yuran could not help but smirk. The intricacies of this quadrangle left him speechless. Even more bewildering was the realization that he now occupied Liang Qi's identity, while Leng Jue embodied Han Sheng. Upon contemplating Han Sheng's affection for the protagonist, Jing Yuran gently furrowed his brow. This time was markedly different from the first world, as Han Sheng's obsession with Hu Zhengxing had reached an extreme level. Otherwise, he would not have committed such an act in the end. Jing Yuran sat up, fixating on the pale blue bed curtains, pondering whether this time he might deviate from the narrative and develop feelings for himself. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to observe the situation quietly. It was now 2:30 in the afternoon, and with no classes scheduled, he rose, tidied up, and took a book to the library. Liang Qi had a rather aloof demeanor, and his appearance could be described as that of an ethereal beauty, a fitting representation of the phrase "a flower on a high peak." Yet, he had inexplicably fallen for Han Sheng, yielding to his every whim. Jing Yuran spent the entire afternoon in the library, and as mealtime approached, he received a WeChat message from his roommate, Sun Yang, inviting him to the cafeteria for a meal. At the entrance of the cafeteria, Sun Yang, with his cherubic face, waved enthusiastically upon spotting Jing Yuran, exclaiming, "Over here! Over here!" Jing Yuran approached, and Sun Yang excitedly urged, "Let us hurry. We mustn't be late. The basketball match between the computer science and electrical engineering departments starts at 6:30. Han Sheng and Qiu will both be playing, and if we arrive late, we might miss out on good seats." Their quadrilateral romance was well known throughout the campus, with a dedicated thread on the school forum discussing it. Sun Yang was, of course, supporting Jing Yuran, which was why he had called him to dine together early. Jing Yuran responded with a brief acknowledgement and quickened his pace to enter the cafeteria alongside Sun Yang. After their meal, the two headed straight to the largest sports arena on campus. Everyone was aware of the basketball game taking place that day, where the campus heartthrob and the charming representative from the electrical engineering department would be competing. As they entered, the cacophony of voices filled the basketball court, bustling with spectators. Upon spotting Jing Yuran, those seated near the entrance erupted in excitement. "They're here! They're here! Liang Qi has arrived too." Of course, he would come at such a time. Just as Hu Zhengxing arrived, Liang Qi is here. How thrilling! Sun Yang guided Jing Yuran to the right side of the arena, saying, "Fortunately, I had the foresight to ask Zhao Qin to reserve us some seats." Zhao Qin, their other roommate and dormitory leader, was clad in a black down jacket, sitting in the second row, and waved at them upon their arrival. The two hurried over, finding 2 seats conveniently saved for them. Beside Zhao Qin sat Hu Zhengxing, the protagonist. As Jing Yuran took his seat, he cast a glance at him. Hu Zhengxing's features were exquisitely refined, reminiscent of a beautiful porcelain doll. He possessed a pair of glistening almond-shaped eyes, and his fair cheeks bore a faint blush. His lips formed a perfect M shape, tinted in a soft peach pink, evoking an irresistible desire to kiss them. Jing Yuran averted his gaze, discreetly searching for the one who lingered in his heart. Unfortunately, there was still some time before the match began, and they remained in the backstage area. 5 minutes later, the audience began to stir with excitement, their attention drawn to the entrance where the players made their grand entrance. Jing Yuran glanced over and immediately spotted the person he had been yearning to see. At a towering height of 9 meters, Han Sheng stood out even among the crowd of alphas. Dressed in a sleek black jersey, his muscular arms showcased fluid lines as they swayed naturally with each powerful stride of his long legs, which took longer steps than the others. He exuded a striking handsomeness, his charming, smiling peach blossom eyes imbued with deep emotion, though it was only in moments of rejection that one would realize his heartlessness. At that moment, he was scanning the audience, searching for the figure of his favorite Omega. After a brief sweep of the crowd, he found Hu Zhengxing in the second row. However, upon seeing him, he felt no flutter of excitement as before. Just then, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Liang Qi, prompting him to focus his gaze. Upon locking eyes with Liang Qi's cool, piercing stare, he was momentarily taken aback. Liang Qi was strikingly handsome, his eyes as clear and luminous as a moon reflected in water. His lips, neither thin nor full, contrasted beautifully against his fair complexion. Resembling a red plum blossom amidst the snow, breathtakingly exquisite. He possessed an air of aloof elegance, sitting upright like a lotus blooming in a snowy mountainscape, utterly unattainable. Jing Yuran's gaze turned icy as he fixated on Han Sheng, having noted the latter's immediate search for Hu Zhengxing. For the first time in his life, he experienced the pangs of jealousy, a most unpleasant sensation. Meanwhile, Han Sheng felt a flutter in his heart, but it was not for Hu Zhengxing. Rather, it was for Liang Qi. He instinctively frowned, perplexed by his own feelings, having just been preoccupied with thoughts of Hu Zhengxing only to find his heart swayed by another. Regaining his composure, Han Sheng averted his gaze, settling into the rest area designated for their academy. Simultaneously, Qiu Ju across the audience also sought Liang Qi's presence. With his deep-set features and captivating eyes, he radiated a mature charm. Observing Liang Qi's unwavering gaze fixed on Han Sheng, despite his anticipation, a twinge of sadness welled within him. Looking over at Hu Zhengxing, he noticed that the latter had entirely overlooked Han Sheng, instead fixated on Qiu Ju. Witnessing the sorrowful expression on Qiu Ju's face due to Liang Qi, he felt a wave of sympathy, coupled with an intensified disdain for Liang Qi. The glances and subtle gestures exchanged among the four were keenly observed by those around them, creating an atmosphere even more thrilling than that of a basketball game. Some individuals even took to posting about their quadrangular romance on dedicated threads. Ladies, significant discovery. He looks at him, and, after looking at him, he suddenly looks at him again. Can someone please speak plainly? Haha, for those present, it goes without saying. The most intriguing part is that the campus heartthrob glanced at Liang Qi after Hu Zhengxing. This is unbelievable. Clearly, there's a new development. Or perhaps, the campus heartthrob was merely casting a casual glance. A fleeting glance can leave one in a state of astonishment. Is it not intriguing? Gome, let us wager whether today the campus heartthrob will accept Liang Qi's offering of water. Additionally, shall we speculate if Qiu Ju will accept Hu Zhengxing's? I wager 50 cents for spicy strips that the heartthrob will not accept. 4-2 yuan. I bet Qiu Ju will not accept either. Today feels peculiar. I shall bet that the heartthrob will indeed accept. As the bets were placed on the forum, the basketball match between the two colleges commenced. Jumping for the ball were Han Sheng and Qiu Ju, with Han Sheng possessing greater height and speed, thus seizing the ball first. Frowning, Qiu Ju, aware of Liang Qi's fondness for Han Sheng, felt a surge of competitive spirit, eager to showcase his skills before Liang Qi. Throughout the ensuing game, he played with remarkable vigor, scoring multiple points. However, Han Sheng, initially aligned in thought with him, seemed somewhat distracted, suddenly uncertain of whom he was dazzling with his splendid plays. This lack of focus hindered his performance, resulting in their team's defeat to the engineering college. Brother Sheng, what troubles you today? You seem out of sorts, inquired his roommate, Luo Bin, as he wiped away sweat. Han Sheng instinctively glanced towards the audience, noticing that both Liang Qi and Hu Zhengxing had risen, but only Hu Zhengxing approached the court with water. Liang Qi held water too. Yet after a fleeting glance in Han Sheng's direction, he returned to his seat. Han Sheng found this peculiar. In the past, upon finishing a game, Liang Qi would invariably deliver water to him. Though he had never accepted it, Liang Qi never failed to offer. Brother Sheng, what's wrong? Luo Bin, seeing his silence, assumed he was unwell. Han Sheng shook his head and turned his gaze back to Qiu Ju and Hu Zhengxing. As before, Qiu Ju did not accept Hu Zhengxing's water, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally drifting towards Liang Qi in the audience. Qi, are you not going to deliver water today? Sun Yang questioned Jing Yuran with a puzzled expression. Zhao Qin also found it strange. The match had concluded, and if he did not go now, they would leave. Jing Yuran, with an impassive demeanor, replied, "No need to deliver it. Let us go." With a tinge of jealousy, he had little desire to fetch water. Huh? Sun Yang and Zhao Qin wore identical expressions of confusion, yet Jing Yuran had already stood and departed, leaving them to follow. As they exited the stands, the remaining spectators suddenly erupted in excited cheers. Sun Yang and Zhao Qin, bewildered, turned to follow their gaze, their expressions morphing into astonishment. Behind them, Han Sheng strode confidently towards them. "Liang Qi," Han Sheng called out. Jing Yuran halted mid-step, then turned to face the approaching Han Sheng. Han Sheng fixated on the water in his hand, a charming smile gracing his features. "Is that water meant for me?" Jing Yuran raised his gaze to meet his, a clear displeasure evident in his eyes, yet he still replied, "Yes." At this, Han Sheng smiled gently and extended his hand, just in time. "I am parched." Jing Yuran handed him the bottle, watching as he effortlessly twisted off the cap and tilted his head back, gulping down several large swigs. His alluring Adam's apple bobbed rhythmically with each swallow, eliciting enthusiastic cheers from those around. "Ah, so sexy. I can't take it. I can't." After finishing the water, Han Sheng tightened the cap while saying, "Thanks." "You're welcome," Jing Yuran replied, his gaze slightly lowered. It seemed he had come back for water, which suggested that Han Sheng had initially intended to walk away, but, upon reflection, deemed it impolite. He paused before adding, "I'll treat you to milk tea another day." Jing Yuran merely responded with a nonchalant his expression unchanged, seemingly unaffected by the invitation from the one he admired. Han Sheng's eyes darkened slightly, yet his smile remained intact. "Let us add each other on WeChat. I'll message you when I have time." As he spoke, he produced his phone. Jing Yuran, without hesitation, retrieved his own device, and they quickly exchanged contact information. After Han Sheng saved the note, he pocketed his phone and said, "We'll chat on WeChat." Before departing, Jing Yuran acknowledged with a then turned to the dazed Sun Yang and Zhao Qin, saying, "Let us go." His mood had noticeably improved, and he had a clearer understanding of the situation. Sun Yang and Zhao Qin snapped back to reality and followed Jing Yuran, but they were brimming with questions, unsure of where to begin. Meanwhile, the remaining spectators on the court were a whirlwind of excitement, confusion, and curiosity. Only Qiu Ju and Hu Zhengxing exhibited different expressions. Qiu Ju sensed impending trouble. If Han Sheng also harbored feelings for Liang Qi, his own chances would vanish. Conversely, Hu Zhengxing felt a mix of surprise and delight. If Liang Qi and Han Sheng were together, Qiu Ju would undoubtedly relent. Yet, most onlookers paid little attention to the two. On the forum, the buzz was palpable. "Oh my, a shocking twist. What happened? What happened? The campus heartthrob actually accepted Liang Qi's water. Wow, this situation is surreal." After the game, Liang Qi didn't go to deliver water. It was Han Sheng who chased after him, requesting it himself, and they even added each other on WeChat. Huh, am I seeing things? Liang Qi didn't deliver water, and the heartthrob approached him. Is this for real? I was there, witnessed it firsthand. Could the unidirectional affection finally be turning into a mutual connection? It's hard to say, but the heartthrob mentioned treating Liang Qi to milk tea. "Ah, everyone gather around. We must see this." By the way, did anyone notice Hu Zhengxing and Qiu Ju? In the dormitory, Sun Yang blinked his wide eyes, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. "Qi, what is going on between you and the campus heartthrob?" Zhao Qin mirrored his inquisitiveness. Jing Yuran, seated in his spot, calmly organized his belongings, replying softly, "I don't know." All right then." The two exchanged a resigned glance. However, Given the events of the day, it seemed Han Sheng was indeed the more intriguing of the two. Sun Yang smiled and remarked, "Today, the campus heartthrob took the initiative to ask you for water. Could it signify that he has finally developed feelings for someone else? If that is the case, our Chi-Gu is not far from finding love." Jing Yuran paused momentarily, recalling the events on the basketball court. A faint smile crept upon his lips as he replied in a tone that suggested he held little hope. One can only hope. After speaking, he rose to freshen up on the balcony. Sun Yang and Zhao Qin exchanged glances, and Zhao Qin shrugged, stating perhaps today was merely a coincidence. After all, the entire school is aware that the campus heartthrob has affections for Hu Zhengxing. How could he move on so swiftly? Half an hour later, Hu Zhengxing returned. He initially intended to inquire about Liang Qi, but upon seeing that Liang Qi was already in bed, he decided against asking. Meanwhile, Han Sheng and his companions had also returned to their dormitory. "Brother Sheng, I truly cannot comprehend your actions today," Luo Bin said, shedding his shirt and retrieving his sleepwear. Hong Xiuyue's voice boomed. "Brother Sheng wouldn't have moved on so quickly, would he?" He Fong, clad in black-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of scholarly prowess, analyzed the situation, suggesting that since no one brought water to Brother Sheng, he must have felt embarrassed and thus sought it out himself. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Bin and Hong Xiuyue turned to him, their expressions conveying a clear message. "You are treading on dangerous ground." Han Sheng merely cast a nonchalant glance in his direction and replied with a smile, "Your analysis is commendable. However, I kindly ask you to refrain from speaking next time." He Fong continued, "Han Sheng is not concerned with such trivial matters of pride. Rather, he is puzzled as to why Liang Qi did not bring him water this time. Reflecting on the situation now, he himself finds it astonishing. He has always been quite dismissive towards suitors he does not fancy, and Liang Qi was no exception. Yet inexplicably, today he not only refrained from rejecting Liang Qi, but also took the initiative to ask for water and even added him on WeChat, which is entirely uncharacteristic of him." Luo Bin, clutching his sleepwear, entered the bathroom first, exclaiming, "I'll go first. I'll be quick." In their dormitory, only Han Sheng and Luo Bin had played in the basketball match, leaving Han Sheng awaiting his turn to shower. Indifferent to the wait, Han Sheng leaned against the table and pulled out his phone, opening WeChat. Jing Yuran's profile picture depicted a flourishing orchid, and his WeChat nickname was simply his name, devoid of any embellishments. Unable to resist, Han Sheng clicked on it and then ventured into his moments. The moments revealed that only posts from the last 3 days were visible, and since he had not posted anything during that time, he found nothing of interest. Exiting, he then entered the theater club's group chat. The group was engaged in discussions regarding the New Year's Eve gala, which had been decided to feature a youth campus romance drama penned by the club's writers. Just after he had finished reading, the club president announced that they would gather behind the auditorium at 8 o'clock the following evening to draw lots for their roles. Han Sheng raised an eyebrow and responded with an acknowledgement along with the rest of the group. He continued to observe the chat, and before long, he noticed Liang Qi and Hu Zhengxing both responding in kind. Finally, Qiu also chimed in with a message. In the dormitory, Jing Yuran sat against the wall on his bed, glancing at the messages on his phone, a smile playing on his lips. In the original storyline, he and Han Sheng had drawn the lead roles in the upcoming play, which culminated in a kissing scene. Initially, this scene merely required a simulated kiss. Yet Han Sheng showed no desire to approach Liang Qi, and during the official performance, he completely bypassed the kiss. However, now, Jing Yuran felt a sense of anticipation, hoping that Han Sheng would make a different choice for his sake. Reflecting on it, he realized that his earlier anxieties were unfounded. Even after having his memories stripped away time and again, he would still feel a flutter in his heart at the mere sight of his own reflection. This realization bolstered Jing Yuran's confidence and heightened his enjoyment of the process they would share in completing their task together. The following evening at 8 o'clock, Jing Yuran arrived punctually at the back of the auditorium. Upon his arrival, everyone couldn't help but cast glances in his direction, as his ethereal demeanor was simply irresistible. Hu Zhengxing had arrived earlier and was standing beside Qiu. Yet, the moment Qiu spotted Jing Yuran, he abandoned Hu Zhengxing, striding over with a gentle tone. "Shao Qi, have you eaten?" Yes, Jing Yuran replied coolly. Unfazed, Ju continued. I haven't had the chance to thank you for saving me a seat last time. Are you free tomorrow evening? I would like to treat you to dinner. No need, Jing Yuran said, turning his gaze elsewhere, clearly uninterested in further conversation. Ju, feeling disheartened, was about to say more when Hu Zhengxing interjected, Senior, if you ever wish to visit the library, feel free to let me know. I can help you save a seat as well. Ju frowned slightly, declining, It's all right, I can manage on my own. Hu Zhengxing pouted at this and shot a glare at Jing Yuran. At that moment, Han Sheng arrived fashionably late, his eyes narrowing upon seeing the three of them gathered. The president of the drama club, an alpha female named Fang Yu, clapped her hands as everyone gathered, saying, All right, everyone, it's chilly, so I won't waste your time. The draw for roles is ready. Please come up one by one. With just over 20 members in the drama club, only 5 would take on the principal roles, while the rest would portray background characters and handle various other tasks. Soon, the drawing concluded, and Fang Yu instructed those who have drawn roles. Step forward so I can see. Under the curious gazes of their peers, the 4 of them moved to the front, with the remaining participant being a freshman female beta. Seeing the 4 of them together elicited hushed gasps from the others, realizing that a captivating performance was in store. Fang Yu raised her eyebrows in surprise, and then asked, What roles have you drawn? Han Sheng replied, Wei Cheng. Hu Zhengxing answered, Qin Yuxuan. Ju stated, Gao Xiang. Jing Yuran concluded, Meng Haiyang. Zhou Yi chimed in, homeroom teacher Yang Qing. After they proclaimed their roles, an air of silence enveloped the room. Han Sheng and Jing Yuran portray 2 protagonists deeply in love, while Hu Zhengxing plays Han Sheng's close friend, and Ju is Jing Yuran's confidant, both serving as supportive allies. If others were to take on these roles, it would hardly make a difference. However, with these 4, there exists an unmistakable sense of delightful chaos. Fang Yu, ever the observer of commotion, jested. The casting has been remarkably well executed this time. The members nodded in agreement, unable to contain their amusement. Han Sheng and Jing Yuran refrained from any excessive reaction, though it was evident that Ju and Hu Zhengxing were dissatisfied with the results of the draw, yet there was no recourse to alter it. Fang Yu chuckled once more, stating, The script has been printed. You all should take some time to ponder it. We will be rehearsing here on Wednesday and Friday evenings, as well as Saturday afternoons. With merely half a month until New Year's Day, the upcoming play is straightforward, lacking in complexity, and the allotted time is ample. The remaining members, aside from portraying classmates, will also be responsible for costumes, props, and more. This arrangement ensures that no one feels a lack of involvement. Once the plans were set, the group was dismissed. Jing Yuran turned a glance at Han Sheng, who was also looking back at him. Are you free now? Let me treat you to some milk tea. Han Sheng invited with a smile. Jing Yuran's eyelashes fluttered slightly. I am free. Then let us go, Han Sheng responded cheerfully. However, just as they took a step forward, Ju interjected, Shao Qi, since you are free for milk tea, allow me to treat you instead. Jing Yuran wanted to decline, but Ju preemptively remarked, You just said you were free. Jing Yuran pressed his lips together. Then let's go together. Upon hearing this, Han Sheng's expression darkened. What does it mean that you have agreed to me and to him? Jing Yuran replied, coolly, just by chance. Ju couldn't help but chuckle. Though it was merely by chance, it was certainly better than continuous rejections. Hu Zhengxing, observing the interaction, wore a displeased expression. They were entirely engrossed in conversation with Jing Yuran, treating him as if he were invisible. Why not take me along as well? Hu Zhengxing boldly interjected. Ju glanced at him, realizing their negligence, and thus did not refuse. Han Sheng remained silent, his gaze fixed on Jing Yuran. Jing Yuran scanned them and said directly, Let us go. The 4 departed the auditorium together, heading toward the culinary street behind the school. The street boasted several milk tea shops, and Jing Yuran casually selected one to enter. As they stepped inside, they captured the attention of everyone present. They had garnered such attention on their way here as well, for it was an exceedingly rare sight to see the 4 of them together. Some even discreetly followed behind, live-streaming their outing on social media. What would you like to drink? Han Sheng inquired of Jing Yuran, as though the other 2 were non-existent. Jing Yuran glanced at the menu and replied, strawberry milk tofu. Han Sheng placed the order with the server and took out his phone to make the payment. Xiao Ju, not to be outdone, asked Jing Yuran, will you have the same for the second cup, or would you like to try a different flavor? This one, Jing Yuran answered nonchalantly. Xiao Ju is quite the gentleman. Even if he harbors no affection for Hu Zhengxing, he would never intentionally put anyone in an awkward position. What would you like to drink? Hu Zhengxing replied with a bright smile, purple sweet potato taro. Thank you for treating me to milk tea, senior. You're welcome. Xiao Ju instructed the waiter to place the order and took care of the payment. Turning to Jing Yuran, Hu Zhengxing asked, puzzled, are you planning to drink 2 cups tonight? Or is the other cup for Sun Yang? Upon hearing her question, both Han Sheng and Xiao Ju's gazes fixed intently on Jing Yuran, anticipating his response. With a slight flutter of his eyelids, Jing Yuran displayed no sign of discomfort. One tonight, one tomorrow. Relieved by his answer, Xiao Ju felt at ease, as long as he did not intend to give away the milk tea meant for him. However, Han Sheng was inexplicably displeased. Why should he drink his milk tea and then also Xiao Ju's? Was he merely a backup? No. It was he who harbored feelings for Jing Yuran, thus making Xiao Ju the backup in this scenario. Hu Zhengxing shared similar sentiments, feeling indignant on behalf of Xiao Ju. Isn't it unfair to accept kindness from 2 alphas simultaneously? I haven tea, Jing Yuran simply stated, though his words lacked conviction. Hu Zhengxing pouted and muttered under breath. Just saying you haven't dozen tea make it true. Jing Yuran heard her, but chose not to elaborate. Once the milk tea was prepared, Jing Yuran collected the 2 cups and exited the shop. Upon entering the campus, he paused and addressed the 2 seniors. Thank you for the milk tea. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. After speaking, he turned and walked toward the dormitory. Hu Zhengxing watched astonished, as it was her first time witnessing someone depart with such unabashed confidence. Xiao Ju gazed at Jing Yuran's retreating figure, feeling somewhat helpless. It seemed that after tonight, he would find it difficult to concoct excuses to get closer to him. Han Sheng cast a glance at the duo, a knowing smile creeping onto his lips before he departed. Upon returning to the dormitory, Sun Yang exclaimed loudly, my goodness, did the 4 of you really go to buy milk tea together just now? What an astonishing turn of events. Zhao Qin peered through the curtain, his head popping in. Am I fortunate enough to be privy to this gossip? Jing Yuran placed the 2 cups of milk tea on his desk and replied nonchalantly. Senior Han thanked me for bringing him water yesterday, and Senior Qiu appreciated my help in reserving a seat for him at the library last week. Zhao Qin and Sun Yang's eyes fell upon the 2 cups, and then Sun Yang chuckled, Qige, you usually don't drink. So are these 2 for us? At that moment, Hu Zhengxing returned. Jing Yuran glanced at her and said, no, I'm drinking them myself. Oh. Sun Yang was taken aback, glancing at Hu Zhengxing, who also held a cup. Realizing the situation, Hu Zhengxing interjected for Jing Yuran. He just said, 1 for tonight, 1 for tomorrow. Zhao Qi nodded, not particularly keen on drinking someone else's milk tea. Sun Yang cleared his throat and said, well then, you enjoy your drinks. I'll get back to my game. Jing Yuran settled himself down, seemingly nonchalantly picking up a cup, though he had specifically noted which one was purchased by Han Sheng when he received it. He intended to sip from the cup that Han Sheng had bought for him first. Hu Zhengxing's bed was positioned directly opposite him, and at this moment, she was sitting across from him, enjoying her milk tea. However, recalling the events of the evening, he could not help but remark, Liang Qi, you clearly have feelings for Senior Han. Why then do you accept milk tea from Senior Qiu? Jing Yuran, with his back to her, replied indifferently, think for yourself. Hu Zhengxing, biting the straw of her milk tea and occasionally slurping a sip, pondered why Xiao Ju had invited her for milk tea. And then suddenly it dawned on her. So that was it. Hu Zhengxing felt a wave of relief wash over her, and she found Jing Yuran more pleasing to the eye. Unbothered by her thoughts, Jing Yuran continued to drink his milk tea while perusing his script. Chapter 89. The campus heartthrob strays from the script. 5. As he was engrossed, his phone chimed, signaling a message had arrived. Jing Yuran picked it up to find it was from Han Sheng. He raised an eyebrow slightly and opened the message. Han Sheng, is the milk tea good? Liang Qi, delicious. Han Sheng, that is good. What are you doing now? Liang Qi, reading the script. After replying, it took Han Sheng 5 minutes to respond again. Han Sheng, have you acted in a play before? Jing Yuran had performed in a certain task world previously, but now Liang Qi. No. Han Sheng, send me a copy of your class schedule. Jing Yuran stared at the screen for a moment, chose not to inquire why, and sent over his schedule. Tomorrow was Thursday. He had classes during the first 2 periods in the afternoon, but none in the 3rd and 4th periods or in the evening. Han Sheng, wait for me in the classroom after your afternoon classes tomorrow. Liang Qi, for what? Han Sheng, we'll rehearse the script in advance and see how your acting skills measure up. Liang Qi, okay. Han Sheng, swiping his finger across the screen, engaged in conversation, but his replies remained brief, giving off an air of aloofness. Although Jing Yuran understood his character, it hardly resembled how one would behave towards someone they liked. Han Sheng clicked his tongue lightly and sent another message. Han Sheng, which cup did you drink from first? Liang Qi, I don't know. Han Sheng, aren't you fond of me? You don't even know which cup I bought for you? Liang Qi, you rejected me. Han Sheng, so you're keeping a backup? Liang Qi, no. Han Sheng, Jing Yuran couldn't help but chuckle at the message, envisioning the expression on Han Sheng's face at that moment. He chose not to respond further and concentrated on his script. Han Sheng waited patiently, growing increasingly annoyed when he confirmed that Jing Yuran would not reply. Brother Sheng, who are you chatting with? Have you finished your homework? Luo Bin turned to inquire of Han Sheng. Han Sheng set down his phone and opened his computer, now focusing on his assignments. Luo Bin remarked, there is something amiss with Brother Sheng, but our assignments take precedence. I shall inquire later. After class in the afternoon, Jing Yuran informed Sun Yang, you may return. I have matters to attend to. All right. Sun Yang did not press further and departed with Zhao Qin. Sitting on the opposite side, Hu Jingxing noticed that Jing Yuran lingered and chose to remain as well. The previous night, he had specifically invited Qiu Ju to discuss the script, but was met with refusal. Fearing that Qiu Ju might meet with Jing Yuran, he resolved to wait here, ensuring that if Qiu Ju arrived, he could join them, firmly denying them any opportunity for solitude. As the classroom emptied, Han Sheng arrived. Hu Jingxing was slightly taken aback upon seeing him, and Han Sheng was equally surprised to find Hu Jingxing still present. Han Sheng gazed at Hu Jingxing with a focused expression, reminiscent of the affection he once held. Yet, he was merely scrutinizing him, devoid of any stirring emotions, as if observing someone inconsequential. Turning his attention back to Jing Yuran, his tranquil heart suddenly surged, akin to water boiling furiously. Jing Yuran lifted his gaze, casting a cold stare upon him. Did Han Sheng still harbor feelings for Hu Jingxing? Han Sheng smirked at Jing Yuran, suggesting, this place is not suitable. Let's find another. Jing Yuran silently closed his book and, with it in hand, exited the classroom. Han Sheng followed, but halted abruptly at the doorway, turning back to the curious Hu Jingxing, saying, I apologize for any disturbances I may have caused you. It will not happen again. With that, he exited the classroom, instructing Jing Yuran, come with me. Jing Yuran acknowledged with a soft his gaze toward Han Sheng warming slightly. He had initially believed Han Sheng still had feelings for Hu Jingxing, but it turned out he was merely seeking confirmation. Nevertheless, he could not deny that jealousy and irritation had flared within him moments ago. Yet upon hearing Han Sheng's words, those feelings were soothed. He couldn't help but muse. Emotions truly can be tormenting. A single word or action can evoke such profound feelings, whether joy or sorrow. Inside the classroom, Hu Jingxing took out his phone and messaged Qiu Ju, informing him of Han Sheng's private meeting with Liang Qi. He wished to dissuade Qiu Ju from clinging to false hopes and encourage him to reconsider his options. However, when Qiu Ju inquired about their current location, Hu Jingxing admitted he did not know. Qiu Ju, unwilling to accept this, pressed for Hu Jingxing's whereabouts, expressing his intent to come over. Although Hu Jingxing was displeased with the reason for his visit, he felt a flicker of joy at the prospect of seeing him. Jing Yuran and Han Sheng arrived sequentially at the vacant classroom on the rooftop, taking their seats in the front row. They unfurled the script upon the table, and Han Sheng stated directly, let us begin with the first act. Jing Yuran nodded in agreement. The first act was brief, depicting the initial encounter between the two protagonists. and they swiftly completed it. Han Sheng was somewhat surprised, remarking, "Your sense of performance is commendable, though your expressions could use some work." Jing Yuran lowered his gaze to the script and remarked, "I know that during the actual performance, it won't be like this. How can I discern whether your claim of not being able to perform is genuine or feigned?" Han Sheng crossed his arms, feigning nonchalance, and provocatively suggested, "Why don't you show me an expression first?" Jing Yuran tilted his head, inquiring, "What kind of expression?" After a moment of contemplation, Han Sheng decided, "Just smile for me, a smile that conveys joy and shyness when facing someone you admire." With that, he rested his elbow on the table, supporting his head with his hand, observing Jing Yuran with an air of leisure. Jing Yuran thought to himself, "If I wish to see that expression, I fear he may not be able to bear it." He gazed intently at Han Sheng, the affection in his eyes unmistakable, his lips curving into a gentle smile that quickly faded as he shyly averted his gaze to the side, embodying innocence and timidity. This expression left Han Sheng momentarily stunned, his heart racing uncontrollably, and he felt a dryness in his throat. Yet, in the next instant, Jing Yuran reverted to a neutral, even somewhat frosty demeanor. Han Sheng felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown upon a fiercely burning flame, extinguishing it in an instant without any buffer. Jing Yuran then inquired, "How was my smile?" Han Sheng released his grasp, sitting upright as he stared at the podium, replaying that smile in his mind. Quite delightful indeed. He should smile more often. Jing Yuran remained silent for a moment before asking, "Is my acting acceptable?" "Yes," Han Sheng nodded. Jing Yuran continued, "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Han Sheng was taken aback, swiftly grasping his wrist as he questioned, "You're leaving already? Is there something else?" Jing Yuran asked coolly, "Do you?" Han Sheng chuckled in exasperation. "Aren't you fond of me? Don't you want to spend a little more time together?" Jing Yuran lowered his eyes, his tone tinged with a hint of sadness. "But you don't like me." Han Sheng hesitated, contemplating his words. Chapter 90. The school hunk disrupts the plot. 6. He thought, if he were to confess his burgeoning feelings for Jing Yuran now, he likely wouldn't be believed. Even he found it incredible that he could develop such feelings in the span of a mere glance. "Give me some time." Han Sheng shifted the conversation, assuring him, "I want to let you down." Jing Yuran met his gaze but remained silent. Han Sheng added, "But during this time, you must not entertain any backup options." "I don't have any," Jing Yuran replied. "What about Xiu?" Han Sheng remained skeptical. Jing Yuran clarified gently, "No, I've turned him down." "Humph." Han Sheng scoffed lightly. "Yet you accepted his milk tea last night?" Jing Yuran lowered his gaze. "That was because I saved him a seat in the library last week." Upon hearing this, Han Sheng's expression darkened slightly, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "You helped him with his seat in the library? You two seem to be quite close." Jing Yuran continued to explain, "It wasn't tea like that. He just left briefly and asked me to hold the spot for him." "Is that so?" Han Sheng's tone turned slightly sarcastic. "You two must have quite the connection, sitting together in such a vast library." Jing Yuran, "It was Qiu who approached me. What relevance does that have? At that time, I was still the original owner. Regardless of your past interactions with him, you must not treat him as a fallback option." Han Sheng, for the moment, chose not to dwell on these matters. Jing Yuran acknowledged with a hum and nodded. Han Sheng felt a sense of ease wash over him as they prepared for the script. Rehearsal was scheduled for the following evening. Jing Yuran responded with another hum. The two spent 2 class periods rehearsing in the classroom, and as mealtime approached, Han Sheng gathered the script and suggested, "Shall we go for a meal together? I'll be with my roommate." Jing Yuran glanced at his phone. Sun Yang had just sent him a message. Han Sheng clicked his tongue in annoyance, yet refrained from insisting, replying, "All right. Once I win him over, no one will distract him from me." As he contemplated this, Han Sheng abruptly turned his head, his gaze landing on the nape of Jing Yuran's neck. Jing Yuran wore a white, high-neck sweater that concealed that area entirely, leaving nothing visible. Even so, Han Sheng felt a tingle of desire, a primal urge to pin him down and take a bite. Jing Yuran turned his head, meeting Han Sheng's dark, profound gaze. He hesitated for a moment before feigning ignorance, saying, "I'll take my leave now. Goodbye, senior." Han Sheng acknowledged with a hum, retracting his gaze to the podium. After Jing Yuran departed, he leisurely gathered his script and exited the classroom. On Friday evening, Jing Yuran arrived at the back of the auditorium for rehearsal. When he arrived, only a girl named Zhou Yi was present, engrossed in memorizing lines from the script. "You're here." Zhou Yi smiled, looking up. "I just asked the president. He has something to attend to and will be half an hour late." Jing Yuran nodded in acknowledgement. Knowing he was not fond of conversation, Zhou Yi refrained from further engagement and continued with her lines. After a few minutes, the remaining members arrived. Han Sheng stood directly beside Jing Yuran, temporarily assuming the president's responsibilities. They proceeded to read through the script, first from start to finish, then scene by scene. Everyone agreed, each taking their scripts and reciting their lines according to their roles. After completing a full run, they began to rehearse scene by scene, and midway through, the president arrived to observe and guide them. 2 hours later, Fang Yu declared, "We'll conclude here for today." He then turned to Han Sheng and Jing Yuran, saying, "Tomorrow we should reach the kissing scene. This play only requires position borrowing, so you needn't worry. When we get to that part tomorrow, I will explain how to position yourselves." Jing Yuran nodded in understanding. Han Sheng, however, had a glint in his eye, smiling with deeper meaning. "Sound good?" Jing Yuran shot him a glance, instinctively sensing that he would not let this opportunity to take advantage of him slip by. As expected, the next day, after finishing the kissing scene, Han Sheng remarked to Fang Yu in a scholarly tone, "Don't you think that borrowing positions might seem somewhat unrealistic? Position borrowing is inherently artificial, so will indeed appear unrealistic. However, this is merely a play. Such minor details can be overlooked," Fang Yu replied. Han Sheng shook his head solemnly and remarked, "President, although this is merely a play performed at a school evening event, it represents the collective effort of us all, and I believe we ought to treat it with the seriousness it deserves." Fang Yu paused, seemingly struck by a thought. "So, are you implying that for the sake of authenticity, the kissing scene should not be simulated, but rather should involve a genuine kiss?" Han Sheng affirmed. Fang Yu understood. But before she could respond, Qiu interjected in opposition. "Absolutely not. You are clearly taking advantage of Xiao Qi." Witnessing this, Fang Yu and Zhou Yi quietly chose to observe the unfolding drama. Han Sheng did not refute the claim, but rather smiled mockingly. "Are you jealous that I can kiss him?" Qiu's expression darkened as he glanced at the silent Jing Yuran, stating, "This is not a matter of jealousy. It is about whether you respect him." Han Sheng, with a tone of sarcasm, proclaimed, "You speak so grandly, yet it is still jealousy, isn't it?" Qiu, unable to counter his words, turned to Jing Yuran. "Ao is different. What he is doing is clearly exploiting you. Xiao Qi, do not acquiesce to him." At that moment, Hu Zhengxing interjected, "Actually, I believe what Senior Han says has merit. It ultimately depends on whether Liang Qi is willing." She thought to herself that if the two truly kissed, it might even deepen their relationship, hastening their union, and then Qiu Senior would belong to him. Qiu furrowed his brows and cast a glare at Hu Zhengxing, but chose to ignore her for the time being. "Xiao Qi, I am willing," Jing Yuran voiced softly. Yet everyone heard him. Han Sheng smiled, provocatively gazing at Qiu. "Did you hear that? Junior Liang is willing to make sacrifices for the sake of art. His ideological awareness surpasses that of you, his senior." Jing Yuran remarked, "He truly embodies the role of a villain without a single flaw." Qiu fell silent. Deep down, he understood that Liang Qi, enamored with Han Sheng, would find it hard to refuse the opportunity for intimate contact with someone she adored. Looking at Han Sheng, it seemed he had lost interest in Hu Zhengxing and had begun to pay more attention to Liang Qi. He felt a tinge of confusion over how quickly Han Sheng could develop feelings for another. In light of this, he suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Hu Zhengxing. After observing enough of the spectacle, Fang Yu finally spoke. "Since both protagonists have consented, you may proceed as you see fit." She had discerned Han Sheng's intent to respond to Liang Qi, and thought it would not hurt to lend a little support. Han Sheng smirked. "Very well. We shall discuss this privately." He emphasized the word privately, fixing his gaze on Qiu as if to flaunt it intentionally. Qiu snorted disdainfully and turned away. Hu Zhengxing felt a surge of joy within, thinking that his opportunity was finally approaching. Chapter 91. The campus heartthrob strays from the script. 7. After the rehearsal concluded, Fanya dismissed them. She departed with Xiao Yi, leaving only the four of them. Xiao Ju, still unwilling to concede, made one last invitation. Xiao Qi, will you be going to the library tomorrow? I can reserve a seat for you. Just as Jing Yuran was about to utter a word, Han Sheng interjected. Tomorrow, we will be practicing the kissing scene. He will not be going to the library. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ju endured for a moment, but ultimately could not restrain himself. His voice laced with anger as he exclaimed, Han Sheng, you would do well to know your limits. What distinguishes your behavior from that of a rogue? Furthermore, you merely rely on Xiao Qi's affection for you. Should he one day cease to hold you in favor, do you truly believe he would continue to tolerate your presence? As his words hung in the air, Han Sheng's lips pressed into a thin line, his gaze darkening as he replied with unwavering conviction, he will not. Even if he no longer harbors feelings for me, he will never allow me to leave his side. Xiao Ju clenched his fists, glaring at Han Sheng. He had found himself at a loss for a retort. Jing Yuran, witnessing this exchange, seized the opportunity to extinguish any lingering hopes Xiao Ju might have. Senior Qiao, my affection lies solely with him, eternally. At these words, Xiao Ju felt a pang of sorrow in his heart and quietly inquired, what if we had met first? My answer remains unchanged, Jing Yuran replied, then noticed Hu Zhengxing standing behind Xiao Ju. We are not suited for one another, he added. You might consider those around you. Perhaps one of them is meant to share your life. Upon hearing this, Hu Zhengxing nodded with reddened eyes, affirming exactly. He felt a wave of sadness seeing Xiao Ju in distress. Though he had previously harbored disdain for Jing Yuran, those words made it difficult to maintain that sentiment. Xiao Ju was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Hu Zhengxing, whose eyes shimmered with unspoken affection as he fixed his gaze upon Xiao Ju. An unfamiliar sensation stirred within Xiao Ju, prompting him to avert his gaze uncomfortably. I understand, he murmured before hastily departing the assembly hall. Seeing this, Hu Zhengxing immediately followed. Now left alone, Jing Yuran was about to speak, when suddenly he found himself pinned against the wall by Han Sheng. He lifted his gaze to meet Han Sheng's profound, captivating eyes, which brimmed with suppressed emotions. Han Sheng inhaled deeply, his voice low and intense. Do you wish to provoke an alpha with such words? Jing Yuran blinked, responding with utmost honesty, I do not. Han Sheng let out a soft laugh, leaning in slightly as he suggested, why not practice a kiss? Jing Yuran blinked again and replied, there's no need to practice. It's merely lips touching lips. Misunderstanding his intent, Han Sheng rapidly fired off a series of questions. Have you kissed anyone? Who is it? Do I know them? No, Jing Yuran silently added in his mind, I have. With you. However, Han Sheng, ever perceptive, noticed his hesitation and narrowed his eyes. You hesitated just now. Jing Yuran remained silent as Han Sheng grasped his chin, his tone turning menacing. Tell me, who have you kissed? After a moment's thought, Jing Yuran replied, you. Me? Han Sheng scoffed lightly. I was unaware. In a dream? Jing Yuran quickly added. At this revelation, Han Sheng paused, then chuckled softly. I didn't expect that. You appear aloof, yet possess such hidden depths. Jing Yuran pressed his lips together, looking somewhat embarrassed as if caught in a revelation. Han Sheng felt a surge of excitement at this, his gaze darkening as he asked in a hushed tone, besides kissing, what else? Nothing else, Jing Yuran replied. Jing Yuran pondered that if he were to recount all their previously indescribable moments, the individual before him would likely lose his sanity. Han Sheng felt a twinge of regret, yet he dismissed it, believing there would be opportunities in the future. He inquired once more, will we practice the kissing scene? Han Sheng restrained himself from appearing overly brazen. Jing Yuran hesitated, ultimately shaking his head, no practice. If they were to rehearse now, wouldn't that leave them without excuses come tomorrow? Han Sheng straightened up, releasing the arm that had ensnared him, and suggested, very well, let us dine together. This time, Jing Yuran did not decline, and the two ventured to the nearby food street for a meal. Afterward, Han Sheng accompanied him to the base of the dormitory building, and before parting, he asked, what are your plans for tomorrow? Jing Yuran looked up, seemingly perplexed. Didn't you say we would practice the kissing scene? Han Sheng raised an eyebrow. You're not practicing now, yet you wish to wait until tomorrow? Jing Yuran lowered his gaze. You mentioned it. Han Sheng chuckled. Indeed, I did. Then let us meet at the cafeteria at 8 in the morning. Jing Yuran nodded in agreement. After they parted ways, the forum buzzed with excitement. Ladies, do you know what I just witnessed? I know, for I saw it too. What is happening? Someone explain. Just moments ago, the campus heartthrob escorted Liang Qi back to her dorm. They even exchanged words at the base of the building, resembling a young couple. Goodness, are they together? It's highly likely. But why can't I comprehend this development? It's only been a few days. I too am baffled, but utterly astonished. Moreover, I spotted Xiao Zhu and Hu Zhengxing on the school playground, strolling together. Am I missing several buildings? These two are equally confounding. Is there anyone in the know who can shed light on this? I am truly curious. However, no informed individuals emerged, and the four were not paired off as speculated. Jing Yuran and Hu Zhengxing perceived the curious glances from Sun Yang and Zhao Qin, who were eager to gossip yet hesitant to inquire further. But both chose to disregard it. At 8 the following morning, Jing Yuran and Han Sheng encountered each other in the cafeteria. After breakfast, they proceeded to the nearest teaching building. Selecting an empty classroom, Han Sheng casually closed the door behind them. They sat at the front row, the script spread out on the table. After rehearsing a few scenes, they arrived at the climactic kissing scene. Han Sheng slightly turned towards Jing Yuran, stating, For the final act, I will kiss you, and you need only remain still. Should I stand up now? Jing Yuran inquired. No need, just stay as you are. Han Sheng replied, then asked, Do you require any preparation? I can wait for you. No need. Jing Yuran also shifted slightly to face Han Sheng. Han Sheng's gaze fell upon Jing Yuran's lips, vivid in color against his fair complexion, resembling the application of lipstick. His eyes darkened as he leaned closer, instructing, Tilt your head back and close your eyes. Jing Yuran followed suit, closing his eyes and slightly tilting his head in anticipation of Han Sheng's kiss.